The surge of magical energy tore the sky asunder, leaving temporal rifts scattered across the earth like festering wounds. Deep within the ruins of the vampire forbidden land, at the heart of the Shattered Bones throne, a long-forgotten obsidian coffin silently cracked open. Edmund Darkthorn, an ancient vampire progenitor, stirred from eternal slumber weak, fragmented, his memories in tatters. As he instinctively drew in the thin darkness lingering in the ruins, a pair of crimson beast eyes ignited in the shadows beneath a collapsed pillar. The sound was not thunder, it was the groaning scream of the world's foundations fracturing. Without warning, without buffer, the fragile veil known as reality was violently ripped apart by an invisible, colossal force. Above, the leaden, heavy clouds twisted and stretched, splitting into countless irregular fissures that oozed foul, purplish-black light night rifts. Like the rotting sores of a dying leviathan, they hung in the sky, silently dripping filth from another dimension. The tide of magical energy followed close behind, carrying scents of sulfur, decay, and cold metal. Like an invisible tsunami, it swept across this planet once home to a highly advanced technological civilization, now drained of all natural spirit. The air hummed, as if infused with violent life. In city blocks, high-voltage wires exploded with bright blue-purple arcs deep underground. Precision instruments went haywire before smoking out and failing in wild forests. Plants twisted and swelled visibly, glowing with unnatural luster or instantly withered into ash. Civilization's brilliance proved fragile against this cataclysm. Panic spread like plague, interweaving screams, wails, engine roars, and the thunderous collapse of buildings into hell's overture. Order crumbled. Chaos reigned. Steel jungles ceased to be sanctuaries, they became prisons of despair. Grotesque, drooling low-tier abyssal beasts, misshapen lesser lava imps, surged from the nearest rifts, greedily pouncing on terrified mortals. Among all the eruption points of the night rifts, the vampire forbidden land stood as the epicenter. This ancient land, on the western edge of the continent, deliberately blurred on modern maps, now endured far more violent tearing than anywhere else. The sky resembled a spilled palette of purple-black, crimson, sickly green light bands writhing madly, birthing new, larger rifts continuously. Magical energy here was so thick it felt viscous, pressing down on every living being's nerves. The ground trembled. The grand architecture, symbolizing the ancient vampire's supreme authority, the bones throne, was now only rubble, its skeletal remains jutting like the bones of a dead giant, steeped in a soup of polluted magic. At the core of this vast ruin, space itself warped slightly. A bottomless chasm split the earth, spewing abyssal breath that nearly coagulated into ink-black mist. At the edge of the mist, a massive basalt stone blockhouse-sized, scarred by time, and covered in eerie dark red patterns leaned crookedly among broken rocks. It looked like a colossal tombstone. Beneath it, nearly buried under debris and dust, lay a coffin, jet black, made of neither metal nor stone, cold and hard, its surface etched with a dense web of ancient runes, most now dim and lifeless. The lid wasn't sealed tight, a hairline crack had opened, allowing a faint, almost imperceptible breath of life, like a candle about to gutter out, to seep slowly into the world. Inside, darkness so thick it seemed solid, silent for untold ages. Ugh! A weak groan, squeezed from the depths of a soul, shattered the absolute stillness within the Kafina's silence, unbroken for who knows how many centuries. Edmund Darkthorn's consciousness, like a stone lying at the coldest, darkest ocean floor, was suddenly jolted awake by a violent tremor. No warmth, no light, only endless weakness and crushing weight. His eyelids felt welded shut, each attempt to open them strained his depleted nerves, sending sharp pains through his skull. Who am I? The question rolled like a rough boulder through his foggy mind, grinding across emptiness. Memory's vast swaths were shrouded in mist, pierced by jagged pain. Only fragments floated like wreckage from sunken ship. Monstrous wings blotting out the sky, radiant light capable of incinerating stars, a chilling sense of betrayal, and an all-consuming hatred, bone deep, aimed at some being, along with a desperate resolve to die together with it. The price is yet to be repaid, a voice rasped in his mind, dry as sandpaper, laden with eons of resentment then swallowed again by weakness. Driven by the primal survival instinct of an ancient life form, he began to draw in energy. The surrounding darkness was not void. Beyond the fractured coffin, wisps of corrupted abyssal mana from the night rifts, mingled with the Forbidden Land's own faint traces of residual dark power, seeped in. Cold, polluted, filled with destruction and decay. Edmund couldn't distinguish their sources. He only felt a visceral hunger, a soul-deep panic at imminent extinction. Like a man dying of thirst in a desert, he sucked greedily at the filthy water, trickling to his lips even if it was poisoned. HSS. The icy energy crawled through his nearly desiccated veins like tiny ice needles pricking his flesh. Pain accompanied the faintest, pitiful sensation of nourishment. This trickle of power was a mere drop in the ocean for a body once capable of wielding stellar forces, but it was enough to sustain his last flicker of life, holding back total mental collapse. Time passed, perhaps an instant, perhaps another eon. A sliver of strength gathered so slight it could barely fuel one action. A choked gasp forced its way from deep in his throat. Edmund poured every ounce of his current strength into one emaciated, skin-and-bones arm. Heavy stones atop the coffin lid rained down with a rustle. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the ruins. With brute force, the heavy, rune-carved obsidian lid was shoved upward, creating a palm-wide gap. Thick air, laced with sulfur, blood, dust, and ancient stone particles, rushed violently into the coffin. Edmund practically shot upright, coughing violently. Each spasm shook his frail chest, as if trying to expel ruptured organs. Yet he breathed deeply, greed-aligned no matter how foul. This air meant freedom. He struggled, crawling out of the narrow coffin on hands and knees, tumbling clumsily onto the cold, hard ground littered with fine gravel. Dust flew up, making him cough again in ragged, tearing spasms. When his breathing steadied, Edmund lifted his head with difficulty, surveying the surroundings. What met his eyes was utter devastation and desolation. Giant black pillars, snapped into pieces, stood like dragon ribs amid rubble. Once magnificent walls were reduced to broken foundations, coated in thick ash and dried, blackened stains of unknown origin. The dome had vanished, leaving only a few isolated, twisted metal skeletons piercing the fractured sky cut apart by purplish-black rifts, oozing tainted light. The air thrummed with chaotic, violent energy. The stench of the abyss was nauseatingly strong. In the distance, guttural roars and a low, dragging thud echoed intermittently. Ruins, bones, forbidden land. These words acted like magnets, drawing the floating fragments in Edmund's mind, attempting to piece together clues. A fresh wave of searing pain lanced through his skull. He clutched his head, fingers turning white from the strain. Bloodline, he gasped, forcing the word through clenched teeth, imbued with an indelible mark from his very essence. I am Edmund Darkthorn. The name sparked like a weak electric current, briefly connecting the chaos in his thoughts, bringing a strange clarity and a heavy sense of belonging. He struggled to push himself up against a nearby chunk of cold, broken wall. His knees screamed in protest, bones groaning under the strain. Too long since had moved. His body felt like a machine rusted for millennia, every joint shrieking in agony. Then, a sudden, overwhelming malice, laced with sulfur and the stench of beast, locked onto Edmund without warning. An icy, tangible killing intent drenched him like a bucket of freezing water. Edmund whipped his head around. His cloudy pupils contracted instantly. Some instinct buried deep in his blood awakened in a flash. In the deep, light devouring shadow cast by a fallen column to his left, 2 points of crimson light flared to life. Eyes, accompanied by a low, rumbling growl from deep in its throat. A hideous creature stepped slowly from the darkness. It was the size of small calf, its body covered in rough, dark red keratin layers resembling scorched rock, with cracks glowing dimly with molten light. Its head resembled a wolf's, but far more grotesque fangs protruding, drool mixed with sulphurous saliva dripping steadily, hissing as it corroded the ground. Its limbs were abnormally thick, claws glinting like metal. Most bizarrely, its exposed spine consisted of vertebrae glowing with sickly white phosphorescence. An abyssal beast, the bonefire wolf. A predator born from the corruption of magical surges and rift energies, combining bestial ferocity with abyssal decay. It had clearly been drawn by the sound of the coffin lid being pushed open and the faint, pure trace of primordial vampiric essence radiating from Edmund. In its simple, cruel mind, this was a helpless snack, exuding an irresistible aroma. The bonefire wolf crouched slightly, its spine's white bones clicking together. Drool streamed faster from its gaping maw. Its green, vertical slitted eyes fixed on Edmund, filled with greed and bloodlust gaze of a predator locking onto prey. Edmund's heart turned to ice. He was so weak he might not even defeat a healthy human. Facing such a beast radiating violent aura, he was meat on a chopping block. Run? His decayed, stiff body had no chance. Despair flooded in. Yet, on the very brink of this abyss of despair, just as the bonefire wolf prepared to lunge, something older, more domineering, something akin to the primordial force of creation itself surged from the deepest well of Edmund Darkthorn's withered bloodline. It was not fear, not anger. It was a desire to consume, to dominate all things, to look down upon all life as insignificant insects. An indescribable hunger overwhelmed all his senses, momentarily eclipsing weakness and fear. In his clouded vision, the bonefire wolf was no longer a lethal threat. The turbulent, abyssal mana flowing through its body, the essence in its bones, the heart pulsing with savage vitality all radiated an irresistible, delicious purity that made his very soul tremble with craving. This feeling was utterly alien, yet it felt etched into the deepest layer of his genes now, fully activated by the threat of death. HSS Edmund involuntarily sucked in a breath, a meaningless growl rising from his throat. His previously clouded, despairing eyes were instantly replaced by a terrifying, inhuman glow of profound darkness. The bonefire wolf sensed the shift in its prey's gaze, no longer trembling with fear, but exuding a dangerous aura that triggered its primal unease. It roared louder, angrier, abandoning hesitation. Powerful hind legs launched off the ground, scattering stones, its massive body hurtling forward like a burning projectile, trailing a nauseating stench, jaws wide, open, aimed straight for Edmund's vulnerable neck. The stench of death filled his nostrils. At the critical moment, Edmund couldn't see the wolf's movements, nor could his body react in time. In that fatal instant, when the fangs were about to pierce his skin, he acted purely on the newly awakened instinct, the primordial hunger buried in his bloodline. The raw desire to devour let out a silent, desperate roar from the edge of death. Return to the void. Chapter 2. The origin of the abyss in the throes of death. The devouring instinct buried deep within the primordial bloodline erupted in its entirety. Edmund's hand plunged violently into the chest of the skeletal wolf, and in an instant, the frenzied power of consumption drained the very essence of life from this abyssal beast. The withered form was reborn amidst the surging vitality of blood, strength flooding in like a relentless tide. A chilling mechanical voice reverberated in his mind. Eternal Abyss Devourer system activated. Binding host. Edmund Darkthorn. Scanning initiated. Beneath the blood moon. Within the depths of the skeletal throne, an ancient aura, dormant for millennia, suddenly awakened. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, elongating. The skeletal wolf's gaping maw, filled with ferocious fangs, was less than an inch from Edmund's neck, its stench, a noxious mix of sulfur and decay, threatening to suffocate him. The foul wind from its claws had already torn through his tattered garments, and the icy tips were poised to pierce his frail chest. Yet, within Edmund's eyes, there was no fear, only an almost frenzied hunger for consumption, a primal instinct for survival. In the fleeting moment before destruction descended, his emaciated arm, skin taut against bone, shot upward with a speed that defied his weakened state, as if tearing through the very fabric of space itself. It was not mere strength, but a surge fueled by the insatiable instinct to devour, transcending physical limits. With a sickening rip, a sound that made one's teeth ache filled the air. Edmund's 5 fingers, akin to 5 daggers honed by eons of frost, disregarded the coarse and resilient dark red carapace of the skeletal wolf's chest, plunging in with unimpeded force. There was no sound of shattering bone. It was as if that thick defense yielded to his fingertips like a hot knife through solidified butter. A frigid sensation coursed through him, followed by the searing heat of the wolf's heart, pulsating wildly with fierce vitality at its core. A howl erupted from the skeletal wolf, a heart-wrenching cry that resonated through the air. This wail encapsulated unfathomable agony and disbelief. Its immense strength came to an abrupt halt. The massive body seemingly pinned in midair by an invisible force, convulsing violently, as its crimson vertical pupils expanded to their limits by excruciating pain and sheer terror. Fixed upon the frail human it once regarded as prey, no, as a monster, Edmund had no time to ponder why his fingers could so easily breach the wolf's defenses. In that instant, as his fingertips pierced the searing heart, an overwhelming, primal thirst surged forth from the depths of his bloodline, consuming his will like a flood breaking its dam. Abyss. A beastly roar erupted from his throat, a sound that transcended humanity, resonating with the wisdom of an ancient existence. An indescribable, terrifying pull, as if capable of devouring all, erupted from Edmund's hand embedded in the wolf's chest. Buzz. Centered around Edmund's palm, the air emitted a deep, oppressive hum, forming a visibly minute vortex of spatial distortion. The skeletal wolf's entire massive body trembled violently, its muscles twisting and convulsing like waves. The abyssal magic coursing violently within him, the searing blood, the resilient muscle fibers, and even the essence contained within the phosphorescent pallid bone joints along his spine were forcefully extracted at this moment. A colossal, fervent, chaotic torrent of pure energy, brimming with astonishing vitality, surged forth like a raging river unleashed, streaming through Edmund's arm and frantically flooding his parched, desolate form. This time, it was Edmund who let out a howl interwoven with agony and exquisite ecstasy. The energy was too fierce, akin to molten lava seeping into a fractured glacier. It instantly expanded the withered, shrunken veins of Edmund, tearing apart his frail arteries. The excruciating pain felt like millions of steel needles stabbing wildly within him. He felt as though he were a vessel being forcibly filled with an immense volume of gas, on the brink of imminent explosion. Every bone in his body groaned and fractured, yet under the encroaching vitality, they were compelled to mend. His skin, stretched by the violent energy, split open in fine cracks, dark red droplets of blood seeping forth, only to be enveloped by the burgeoning flesh. Muscle fibers, akin to parched earth cracking under the first rain, greedily absorbed the energy, visibly swelling and regaining elasticity. The once ashen, desiccated hue of his skin began to shed its decay at an astonishing pace, revealing a pallor that, though sickly, pulsed with life. Even more intense transformations transpired within. His exhausted heart thundered to life as if struck by a war drum, beating fiercely. Thud, thud, thud. With each pulse, it forcefully expelled copious amounts of warm blood, glimmering with an unusual dark golden sheen. This blood, imbued with the essence of rebirth, washed over his battered body, mending countless wounds and awakening dormant cellular activity. An ancient power was stirring. Blood energy. The life force derived from ancestral bloodlines erupted like a dormant volcano, finally releasing its first fervent stream of magma under the relentless external impetus. Yet, the consumption continued unabated. The life essence of the skeletal demon wolf was far from depleted. Edmund's body acted as an insatiable void, ravenously devouring the creature's vast and robust form, which visibly shrank before his eyes. The smooth, resilient carapace dulled and withered, becoming riddled with wrinkles. The once full muscles collapsed, as if emptied of their substance. The crimson light in its eyes flickered like a candle in the wind, swiftly extinguished, leaving behind only a gray, desolate despair. Its low whimpers faded into intermittent gasps, ultimately ceasing entirely. In just a few breaths, as Edmund abruptly withdrew his arm from the skeletal wolf's sunken chest, what emerged was no longer blood, but a cloud of dust mingled with grayish-white bone powder. Thud. The skeletal demon wolf, having lost all essence, crashed to the ground like weathered wood, emitting a dull thud before crumbling like a sandcastle, disintegrating into a vast expanse of grayish dust, completely merging into the rubble of the ruins. Only a few pale, cracked vertebrae managed to retain their shape. Yet devoid of phosphorescence, they became as fragile as dried twigs. Edmund staggered back a step, barely able to maintain his footing. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows. Within him, it felt as though he had just undergone a cataclysmic transformation and explosion. Power. An unprecedented sensation of strength surged through his limbs. Though still far from the world-shattering magnitude he recalled from fragmented memories, compared to the feeble state he had awakened in, he now felt capable of shattering a boulder with a single punch. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze to his palms. No longer were they the withered, decayed claws of before. The skin, still pale to the point of translucence, now brimmed with resilience. His fingers were long and powerful, the nails exhibiting a profound, dark red sheen that seemed to absorb all light, their edges sharp enough to instill fear. The remnants of dark red blood, left from piercing the chest of a demon wolf moments earlier, stood out starkly. Was this the power of devouring? that primal authority which dominated and plundered all. Source: Return Abyss. The tremendous shock and elation had yet to subside when a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in the depths of his mind. As precise as the ticking of a clock, detection of anomalously high-energy life response passive devouring behavior completed, meeting core protocol activation conditions. Permission confirmed, energy infusion completed. Binding program initiated. Eternal Shadow Devourer system activated successfully. Binding host, Edmund Darkthorn. Beginning first deep scan. Please maintain consciousness. Edmund's pupils dilated sharply. A system? What is this? The chilling voice did not emanate from the external world, but resonated directly within the sea of his consciousness. There were no language barriers. Every syllable was crystal clear, imbued with a cold, inorganic essence that transcended time. Before he could react, an invisible, icy wave of energy swept through his entire being, probing into each cell and even the depths of his soul. Scanning in progress. Host race. Ancient bloodline. First-generation lineage severely damaged. Weakened revival. Core talent confirmed. Source: Return Abyss. Level. Potential. Life sign scan. Strength, 7, mundane. Agility, 8, mundane. Constitution, 12, extraordinary threshold. Spirit, 29, elite. Note: residual ancient will. Blood energy, 15. Source: damaged. Upper limit locked. Abyssal magic affinity. Trace. Bone reinforcement. Primary. Current state. Mild energy overload. Initial restoration of life source. 271. Mental pollution resistance. High. Ancient blood will. Soul integrity. 978. Slight dispersal. Warning: detection of high-ranking hostile imprint remnants within the host's source brand. Status: dormant. Mark: unknown demon mammon. Relevance: high threat level. Warning: the host's environment is subject to high-intensity abyssal pollution and spatial distortion. Coordinates: bloodline forbidden domain. Core of the skeleton throne. Scan complete. Basic template construction successful. Newbie guidance module loaded. Accompanied by a series of cold, clear prompts, a semi-transparent virtual interface suddenly unfurled before Edmund, or rather, within the realm of his consciousness, emanating a soft azure glow. The interface, sleek and imbued with a sense of futurism, stood in stark contrast to the surrounding ancient, dilapidated ruins. At the top, a flowing line of subtle data streams bore the title, Eternal Devourer System, Status, Low Power Mode. Beneath this header, the attributes he had just heard were distinctly listed. Strength, 7. Agility, 8. Constitution, 12. Spirit, 29. Blood energy, 15. Each attribute was accompanied by a small arrow, some pointing upwards, others bidirectionally inclined, seemingly indicating trends of change. Below the attributes lay 3 option boxes: talents, skills, and status. The talents section was highlighted, displaying Primordial Abyss. At the very bottom, a pulsating exclamation mark signaled an ongoing process, accompanied by the text, Newbie task generation in progress, estimated completion time, 000103. The cold, mechanical voice resonated again, tinged with a formulaic intonation. System binding complete. Host Edmund. The Dark Thorn, initial interaction protocol activated. This system is designed to assist the host in maximizing the development of the Primordial Abyss talent potential, optimizing Devourer efficiency, minimizing risk, and acquiring growth resources to achieve the ultimate leap in life levels. Current energy reserves, 73. Source: initial Devourer conversion. Energy serves as the foundation for system operation and provides critical auxiliary functions. The host is encouraged to actively hunt high-energy targets. Newbie tasks will be released shortly. Please prepare accordingly. Edmund stood frozen in place, akin to a stone sculpture. The impact of the cold system prompts and the vividly clear virtual interface was even more jarring than the earlier devouring of the magical wolf and the subsequent reformation of his body. What was this phenomenon? A creation of some governing rules? Or perhaps a relic of an ancient civilization long gone? Why had it bound itself to him? The core protocol it mentioned, the high-tier adversarial mark of Mammon. Did his ancient downfall bear some connection to this so-called Mammon? Confused thoughts surged like a tide, battering against his recently restored consciousness. The existence of the system loomed over him like a chilling enigma, casting a shadow upon his revived fate. It served as a formidable ally, yet also dangled above him like the sword of Damocles, uncertain of when it might fall. The countdown on the system interface ticked silently. 000057, 000056. Edmund forced himself to regain composure, taking a deep breath. The intense aura of the abyss and the stench of blood remained pungent, yet inhaling it now filled him with an odd sense of satisfying power. He attempted to clench his fist, the sharp crack of his knuckles resonating, contrasting sharply with the previous decay and rigidity, now infused with the vigor of rebirth. He lifted his gaze. Within the murky depths of his eyes, the ancestral darkness grew more profound, now accompanied by a cold, piercing sharpness that scrutinized all. He was no longer an ancient wraith, just awakening and bewildered. He is Edmund Darkthorn, one of the original bloodline, endowed with the forbidden talent to plunder the very essence of all things, accompanied by a cold and enigmatic auxiliary system. In the shadows of the ruins, danger lingers. In the distance, more greedy and formidable presences seem to have been attracted by the wolf's mournful howl just before its demise and the sudden surge of intense blood energy emanating from Edmund. Quietly converging towards this core area, suffused with the sense of sustenance and competition. At that moment, a faint sound of stones rolling echoed from behind a pile of collapsed, colossal statue remnants not far to Edmund's left front. It was alarmingly clear. Edmund swiftly turned his head, his icy gaze piercing through the air like tangible arrows aimed at the source of the sound. His body instinctively tensed. Fingers still stained with the dark crimson blood of the wolf slightly curling, poised to either attack or evade at a moment's notice. The power he had just regained surged through his veins, and the insatiable hunger instilled by the essence of the ruins' talent had not fully subsided. Rather, it stirred restlessly in response to this new latent threat. Deep within the ruins, a profound silence reigned. Only the distant, low hum of energy seeping from fissures and the indistinct roars from afar could be heard. The shadows behind the statue remnants were thick and impenetrable. Edmund narrowed his eyes, the depths of his pupils swirling with eerie luminescence. His senses seemed heightened since the activation of the system. He caught a whiff of an exceedingly faint yet remarkably pure essence belonging to a shared bloodline. No, it was not a mere kinship. It felt as though it originated from him, yet diluted and weakened countless times. Was it a remnant of the bloodline? Or something else entirely? Just as Edmund heightened his vigilance, preparing to confront a potential ambush from behind the remnants, the system's cold notification resonated in his mind once more. Newbie task generated. Task issued. The Whisper of the Bone Throne. Description: the host's current location has detected a high concentration of bloodline essence residue and spatial distortion energy nodes. Preliminary assessment indicates it is the core of an ancient relic. The host is to explore the ruins and locate at least one valuable energy source, fragments of bloodline sacred artifacts, high-purity energy crystallizations, or memory fragments. Objective: 01. Time limit: 6 standard hours. Reward: 20 system energy, 1 basic skill extraction opportunity. 5 blood essence. Failure penalty: none. Note: the danger level in this area is continuously rising. Prolonged stay will trigger a high-threat alarm. A task? Edmund's attention was instantly captivated. To seek out energy sources? Fragments of sacred artifacts? Memory fragments? This undoubtedly resonated with the memory shards he had just acquired and the calling from the core of the throne. The system's guidance seemed to hold purpose. However, just as he diverted his focus to examine the system's task, a shadow, subtle yet swift as a wraith, suddenly erupted from behind the statue remnants like a serpent merging with the darkness. Its target was not Edmund, but rather the few cracked, pallid bone spikes left by the slain bone wolf, lying not far from his feet. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, almost before Edmund could sense the rush of air. It had already snatched the longest and sharpest of the bone spikes, retreating without pause back into the shadows of the distant broken wall. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a faint breeze imbued with a hint of decayed sweetness. Edmund was unable to discern the precise form of the shadow, capturing only the silhouette of a diminutive, hunched figure, moving with an astonishing swiftness, and a pair of small, scarlet eyes that flickered with cunning and greed within the shadows. Rather than the anticipated frontal assault, it was an act of thievery? Edmund was momentarily taken aback. Immediately, an affronted rage surged within him. How dare this insignificant creature attempt to pilfer his spoils, even if they were merely the worthless bones of a wolf? Instinctively, he yearned to pursue, as the dignity of his ancient lineage could not be desecrated. Yet, as he took a step, an overwhelming and suffocating pressure descended upon him, akin to a slumbering primordial beast awakening, without warning, from the depths of the ruins where the essence of the abyss was most potent. This oppressive force was vast, frigid, and pure. It bore a dispassionate gaze that overlooked all existence, like an invisible weight of countless tons pressing down upon Edmund's heart and soul. The power he had just gained from consuming the magical wolf felt trivial as dust in comparison to this pressure. With a muffled grunt, Edmund's knees weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. He forced himself to straighten, veins bulging on his forehead, frail fingers digging into the cold, shattered rocks beside him, just managing to steady himself. The blood energy within him, which had only recently calmed, surged violently, as if confronting a natural-born nemesis, battering against his will. This was no mere abyssal beast. It exceeded even the aura of a king-level demon lord. The presence of a demon god. Edmund struggled to utter a few words through clenched teeth, his murky eyes narrowing in sheer terror. On the system panel, a warning marked as a high-ranking hostile entity, Mammon, high correlation, flickered ominously in red. Deep within the ruins of the Bone Throne, at the core of the fissure leading to the unknown abyss, it seemed that some ancient and terrifying entity had been stirred by the fluctuations of Edmund's blood energy and the magical wolf he had consumed. Though it had not yet fully awakened or descended, merely a brush of its will had frozen the very air in this desolate place. The shadowy figure that had stolen the bone had already vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. Edmund's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Before him lay an unknown observer, lurking with predatory intent, perhaps more than one, while behind him loomed a terrifying being, awakening from the abyssal fissure, emanating the aura of a demon god. Above, the sky, cleaved by countless dark rifts, bore witness to a colossal blood moon, suffused with an eerie crimson glow, slowly breaking free from the murky clouds, casting its cold, ominous light, seemingly soaked in the lifeblood of countless beings, mercilessly illuminating the skeletal ruins that had become a hellish wasteland. With the blood moon high above, the demon god whispered, and the remnants of the past stealthily moved. The path to the revival of the first bloodline, Edmund the Dark Thorn, was destined to tread upon bones and be guided by blood. Each step precariously balanced on the brink of annihilation. On the frigid control panel, the countdown for the novice task silently ticks away, urging him to step into this perilous labyrinth of darkness. Chapter 3. The Hunter's Compendium Beneath the Blood Moon, in the Depths of Desolation. 3 elite vampires from the Dark Moon Council encircled the recently revived progenitor, Edmund. The leading warrior, Keelar, scornfully regarded him as a grotesque aberration, as his poisoned crimson dagger sliced through the air. In that fleeting moment between life and death, the insatiable instinct within Edmund roared once more. The sources returned to the void. A cold system alert echoed. High-value vampire source detected. Strong recommendation to consume. The chilling light of the blood moon spilled silently onto the remnants of the skeletal throne, resembling congealed, tainted blood. Edmund knelt on one knee, the icy stones digging into his flesh, yet all his focus was like a taut bowstring, unwaveringly fixated on the profound shadow ahead that devoured all light. Sweat mingled with the remnants of battle-s dust, and a trace of dried dark crimson blood trickled down his pallid, taut forehead. His heart thudded heavily in his chest, each pulse igniting the newly birthed energy within his veins, a reminder of the power he had just acquired, and the lethal peril that far surpassed any magical wolf he now faced. He remained still, even his breath reduced to the barest whisper, akin to a venomous serpent poised for hibernation. Within him, the recently awakened talent, known as the Source's return to the void, did not subside. Instead, it roiled like hungry magma deep within his veins, fueled by the acute sense of threat and the anger from earlier affronts. The presence within the shadow radiated a purity of essence he instinctively loathed yet craved. It was ancient, a fragrance of blood energy diluted countless times, yet still potent. The oppressive aura of the demonic entity loomed heavily in the fissured depths of the ruins, like a sword suspended above, compelling Edmund to exercise greater caution. Concealing his power fluctuations, he could only bide his time, like the most seasoned of hunters, waiting for the other to reveal a flaw. Time slipped away in the suffocating stillness, second by second. Suddenly, whoosh, 3 figures emerged from the thick shadow like insubstantial smoke, flowing forth without warning. They did not leap or run, but transformed their positions instantaneously, assuming a semi-encircling stance that confined Edmund before the icy remnants of stone. Clad in uniform attire seemingly tailored from the deepest night, their garments were outlined with silver threads depicting a crescent entwined with thorns. Their skin was pale to the point of translucence, glistening with a cold porcelain sheen under the sanguine moonlight. 3 pairs of eyes, like gemstones embedded in masks. 2 pairs burned with a fierce, cruel scarlet, while the central figure's gaze was deeper, imbued with scrutiny and a barely perceptible hint of suspicion, a dark golden hue. The leader of the vampires stood tall and imposing, his handsome features chiseled with harsh, knife-like lines. He tilted his head slightly, his dark golden pupils scanning Edmund like cold probes, lingering momentarily on his pale, yet invigorated arms, and the traces of dark crimson blood remaining on his fingertips. The corners of his mouth curled into a barely concealed sneer. How amusing. His voice was deep and melodious, yet carried an icy edge. A creature awakening at the core of the skeletal throne, its strength barely brushing against the threshold of elite status? Caroline Scott. It seems we are fortunate to encounter a somewhat stronger rat. To his left, the bloodsucker named Scott emitted a brief, derisive snicker. His form was somewhat slender, with crimson pupils that fixated on Edmund like a venomous serpent, brimming with unrestrained hunger and a desire for destruction. Captain Carlyle, why waste words? The core of the throne has suddenly erupted with such intense blood energy, accompanied by a decayed sweetness. It must be the doing of this abomination. Tear it apart and feed it to the dogs. He licked his scarlet lips, revealing 2 sharp fangs. To his right, the female bloodsucker named Caroline remained silent. She maintained an icy, vigilant posture, her crimson pupils darting between Edmund and the surrounding environment, seemingly assessing something. Her gaze lingered particularly on the pile of grayish-white powder beneath Edmund's feet, remnants of the magical wolf's bones, her expression tightening slightly. Captain Carlyle, with his dark golden eyes, raised a hand gently, halting Scott's impatience. His attention refocused on Edmund, scrutinizing him from a position of superiority. An abomination? No, Scott, you are mistaken. His blood energy is peculiar. It bears none of the markings of any known clan, yet exudes an indescribable sense of ancient oppression. Though faint, like a candle flame flickering in the wind, its essence is profound. He stepped forward, an invisible pressure emanating like a chilling tide. Tell me, abomination, what manner of creature are you? From which obscure corner have you crawled? Who granted you the right to tread upon the core of the skeletal throne? What business do you have here? A series of inquiries, laced with an undeniable authoritative tone. Edmund slowly lifted his head. The murkiness faded, revealing an unfathomable darkness. The dignity of the progenitor was trampled by such labels as abomination and hybrid, a millennia-old fury mingling with a ravenous instinct, growing wildly within his chest like a poisonous vine. He did not respond to Carlyle's questions, but met the other's dark golden pupils with his own, which seemed to devour light. Beneath that calmness lay a dormant volcano. Carlyle's dark golden pupils suddenly constricted, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fury at the perceived affront. A mere newly elite abomination dared to regard him with such eyes. This was sheer blasphemy. Seeking death, without the need for Carlyle's command, the already restless Scott moved first. His figure blurred in an instant, leaving only a faint afterimage in place. A sharp whooshing sound filled the air, swift, far surpassing the previous skeletal magical wolves. Almost at the moment the sound echoed, a bizarrely sweet aroma, mingling sulfur and rose, assaulted Edmund's nostrils. A pale hand emerged, with fingers extending into glinting metallic claws, like 5 poisoned daggers, ruthlessly thrusting towards Edmund's heart. The speed was astonishing, the force overwhelming, far exceeding that of the previous magical wolves. The speed of an elite bloodsucker. A lethal sense of crisis crashed over him like a deluge of icy water. Edmund's body was instantly electrified with fear. There was no escaping. The opponent's speed overwhelmed him by leaps and bounds. Despite having recently enhanced his physical prowess and agility, he felt as helpless as an infant taking its first steps before the truly trained elite of the bloodline. In this life-or-death moment, the primal battle instinct, rooted deep within his ancestral blood, roared ferociously. He could not face it head-on. He had to evade the vital points. Driven by instinct, Edmund twisted his body with all his might to the right, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. With a sickening sound, the claws tore through the tattered fabric of his shirt, leaving 5 deep, grotesque wounds on his crossed arms, exposing bone. Dark crimson blood gushed forth in an instant. Agonizing pain surged within him, as a chilling, corrosive energy, emanating from the bloodsucker's claws, rushed into the wounds, seeking to freeze his blood and paralyze his nerves. Edmund let out a muffled groan, his body propelled backward by the tremendous force, crashing violently against the cold, shattered wall behind him. Debris cascaded down. Scott, having landed a successful strike, wore a cruel, bloodthirsty grin, intent on capitalizing on his advantage. His form blurred again, akin to a relentless predator, as another claw was raised. Aimed directly at Edmund's head, he intended to crush this abomination's skull. Scott, be careful. Caroline, ever vigilant, suddenly issued a sharp warning. But it was too late. Just as Scott's second strike was about to descend, his face contorted into the most savage of grins. In that moment, a terrifying gleam ignited in Edmund's dark eyes, which had narrowed in pain. This was not fear but the cold focus of a hunter preparing to strike. With a sudden, forceful motion, he spread his bloodied arms wide. Not for defense, but to create a fleeting opening. An opening that Scott, momentarily relaxed from his initial success, could exploit, harnessing the recoil from his collision with the wall. Edmund, like a spring under immense pressure, bore the excruciating pain in his arms and surged forward rather than retreating. He launched himself directly into Scott's slightly ajar embrace. A living projectile, sacrificing injury for a chance at life. Close quarters. This was his sole opportunity to unleash the source's return. Why you? Scott's sinister grin abruptly froze, morphing into shock and a hint of disbelief. He never anticipated that this prey, whom he had severely wounded with a single strike, would dare to hurl itself into his grasp. Was this a death wish? The distance between them vanished in an instant. Edmund could distinctly see his own pale, bloodied, yet resolute face reflected in Scott's crimson eyes. He could smell the rich, sulphurous stench of blood emanating from the creature. An icy, emotionless mechanical voice echoed within Edmund's consciousness. High-value bloodline target, elite-level Baron, detected within effective devouring range. Target status, overconfident, defenses lowered. Strongly recommend host initiate, the source's return. Initiating devouring guidance, energy consumption optimization in progress. No need for the system's reminders. From the deepest recesses of his bloodline, the primal desire to dominate and plunder surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a breached dam, engulfing all of Edmund's reason. The return to the void. A beastly growl erupted from Edmund's throat, reverberating with a chilling intent to kill and an insatiable hunger. His bloodied right hand, fingers aligned like a blade, disregarded Scott's instinctive attempt to shield himself, as it was enveloped in a barely perceptible, light-bending vortex of energy. With the terrifying pull of this source's return, talent, it lunged fiercely towards Scott's chest, the target being his heart. Thud. The familiar, dull sound of a blade sinking into flesh echoed once more, but this time with a hint of struggle. The black armor adorning Scott's torso was no ordinary garment. It erupted with a faint, luminous resistance, striving to thwart the lethal thrust. Rip. The fabric tore. Edmund's hand penetrated only an inch before being halted by the resilient, bloodline-infused energy fabric, failing to reach the heart directly. Blood gushed forth from the wound on Scott's chest. Ah, bastard. Scott let out a heart-wrenching roar of agony. The excruciating pain and overwhelming humiliation ignited a feral fury within him. The blood energy coursing through him detonated like an explosion. Boom. Edmund felt as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding magical truck. He was sent careening uncontrollably, crashing into a pile of rubble several meters away. Dust billowed. Scott! Caroline exclaimed in shock, instantly appearing by Scott's side, her gaze wary of the direction from which Edmund had fallen. Scott clutched his gushing chest, his face as pale as parchment, eyes brimming with rage, pain, and dread. The sensation from his wound was not mere pain, but a terrifying emptiness, as if his very soul were being forcibly extracted. Just a moment of being pierced, and he felt as though the blood energy he had lost equated to what he would typically expend in an entire month. What kind of strange ability is this? Kill him. Immediately. Tear him apart. Scott pointed towards Edmund, his voice twisted and hoarse from sheer fury and fear. The disdain that once adorned Captain Kyler's face had vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor and a trace of cold bloodlust. His dark, golden pupils fixated on the swirling dust. The bizarre force that Edmund had unleashed and the combat instinct that far surpassed his apparent strength filled him with a profound sense of threat. Intriguing, truly unexpectedly intriguing. Kyler's voice was chilling as he slowly raised his right hand. A dagger, dark red and shaped like a blood-dripping fong, silently glided into his palm. On the blade, a haunting, almost sentient crimson glow pulsed ominously. It seems, not a mutated rat, he slightly crouched, resembling a poised cheetah. His dark golden eyes now reflecting nothing but raw murderous intent, but rather a newly hatched viper. In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished, moving with such speed that it left behind a shadow of dark red. In the next instant, he abruptly appeared above the pile of rubble where Edmund had fallen. A chilling intent to kill pierced through the air like tangible ice shards, stinging Edmund's exposed skin with pain. The shadow of death loomed once more, far more fatal than Scott's previous assault. Edmund struggled to raise his upper body from the debris, but the wounds on his arms burst open again from the earlier impact, blood staining his sleeves crimson. He gasped for breath, a trickle of dark red blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He attempted to unleash his devouring power, only to be violently repelled by the opponent's ferocious blood energy, the backlash causing his insides to shudder. On his system panel, the values for constitution and blood energy flickered with ominous red warnings of decline. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Carlyle's cold, emotionless dark golden pupils staring down at him, as if observing a dying insect. "It is over, freak," Carlyle's frigid voice declared. In his hand, the crimson dagger glinted like a serpent's fong, swiftly slicing through the air, accompanied by an icy chill and a curse that could freeze one's very soul. Aimed directly at Edmund's brow, the speed was blinding. It severed all avenues for evasion. Edmund's pupils constricted. It felt as though his blood had solidified in that moment. He sensed the horrifying power contained within that dagger, far beyond Scott's claw strikes. If it struck true, death was certain. Under the immense pressure of impending demise, the talent of Origin Abyss was frantically activated once more. A dark glow ignited deep within his eyes, like burning black flames. He attempted to raise his hand to block, but the excruciating pain in his arms and the weight of the backlash slowed his movements by a heartbeat. The icy tip of the dagger, radiating a deadly crimson light, rapidly enlarged in Edmund's shadowy pupils. At that moment, a chilling system alert echoed within the depths of Edmund's consciousness, resounding like the doomsday bell, laden with dire warnings. Warning! Warning! Detecting a drastic increase in super high concentration abyssal demonic energy. Coordinates: core rift. Associated target: unknown high-ranking adversarial mark, Mammon high correlation. Suspected awakening of consciousness intensifying. Spatial distortion index has breached critical levels. Strongly advise the host to evacuate the current location immediately. Repeat: evacuate immediately. Almost simultaneously with the system's warning, a roar erupted, a sound beyond description, seemingly emanating from the very depths of the abyss. This roar was not merely a sound. It carried with it a tangible shockwave capable of distorting space, infused with boundless malice and a will to destroy. It was as if millions of vengeful souls were wailing in unison. Boom! At the epicenter of the rift, a visible shockwave. A chaotic mix of purple-black abyssal energy and crimson destructive force erupted outward like a cataclysmic tsunami. Crack! 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 The already crumbling ruins around him were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, shattering instantly. Countless massive stones and twisted metal fragments were swept up by the terrifying shockwave, shooting forth like cannonballs in all directions. The first to bear the brunt of this devastation was none other than Captain Carlyle, hovering above Edmund. The terrifying roar struck directly at the mind and soul. Carlyle's thrust towards Edmund suddenly froze. Blood vessels instantaneously filled his dark golden pupils, and a flash of agony and horror crossed his face. Immediately thereafter, the violent physical shockwave descended upon him. "Damn it!" Carlyle cursed, disregarding Edmund below, as the crimson dagger in his hand erupted with blinding bloodlight, swirling into a luminous curtain before him. Boom! Boom! Massive stones crashed heavily against the blood-red barrier, producing a dull, thunderous sound. The barrier quaked violently, and Carlyle's body was thrust backward by the immense force, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Meanwhile, Edmund, lying on the ground, was like a leaf caught in a tempest. The body he had just propped up was violently hurled away by an irresistible force, crashing deeper into the ruins. Gush! A torrent of scalding blood could no longer be suppressed, erupting from Edmund's mouth. The will of the demon god's roar violently churned his consciousness, plunging him into darkness. The system panel flickered wildly with red warning boxes. Chaos. Utter chaos. From the direction of the massive fissure, the chaotic energy roared forth like an erupting volcano, continuously spewing forth even larger and more grotesque abyssal creatures. Debris rained down like hail. The oppressive force of the demon gods will weigh heavily upon every living being's heart. Akin to an immovable mountain, Carlyle, Caroline, and Scott were all thrown into disarray by this sudden upheaval, each struggling to withstand the shock waves and falling boulders. Unable to pursue Edmund for the time being. Captain, it's the core fissure. Something has been awakened there. Caroline's anxious voice pierced through the din, laden with intense fear. I know. Damn it. Carlyle grunted, his face pale as he gazed at the increasingly astonishing energy fluctuations emanating from the fissure. His dark golden pupils filled with trepidation. This place is not safe for long. Gather Scott and retreat. He decisively issued the command. Edmund struggled to lift his head from a pile of rubble, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His shadowy gaze fixated on the chaotic energy surging from the core fissure, then sweeping over the rapidly retreating figures of the three vampires. Fear, rage, insatiable desire, and the instinct to survive clashed violently within him. He suddenly lowered his head, glancing at the system interface. The flashing, beginner task, Whisper of the Bone Throne, still displayed a target of 0-1, with less than 3 standard hours remaining on the countdown. The threat of the demon god's awakening hung above him like the sword of Damocles, and the hunters from the bloodline could return at any moment. Time is running short. Edmund took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within his blood and the tremors of his soul, deep within his shadowy pupils. The coldness and resolve derived from the progenitor became increasingly vivid. He must complete the task before that terrifying will of the demon god fully awakens. He must find the source of power that would allow him to stand firm in this hell. He moved like a wounded lone wolf, dragging his pained body, unhesitatingly turning around and plunging into the depths of the ruins, shrouded in the chaos of falling debris and fluctuating energies. Stealthily advancing towards the faintly flickering directional marker on the system panel. Each step was accompanied by the sound of crumbling stones and the ominous approach of heavy footsteps. Chapter 4. The Scarlet Gift. Edmund traversed the shadows of the ruins, the system guiding him to evade the surging abyssal magic and patrolling remnants of the fallen warriors. Following the secret call deep within his bloodline, he slipped into a partially collapsed spire. Atop the altar, a cracked scarlet gemstone emitted a faint glow, a fragment of the heart of crimson. Just as he was about to reach for the gem, a cold dagger sliced through the shadows. The leader of the Dark Moon Council, Kayla, appeared like a phantom of blood, delivering a lethal strike. Desecrator of the sacred relic, perish. The ruins of the Bone Throne writhed beneath the blood moon. Viscous, purplish-black abyssal energies gushed forth from the direction of the core fissures, spreading and corroding the already weathered rocks with a sibilant hiss. The space trembled incessantly, groaning, while fine cracks emerged like spider webs, flickering in the air. Though the roar of the demons will had temporarily subsided, the heavy, destructive aura hung over the area like a damp blanket, suffocating the souls and breaths of every survivor. Edmund's dark figure, akin to a gecko blending into the shadows, moved swiftly against the cold, rough remnants of the broken walls. His actions were swift and silent, the slight talent bestowed by shadow affinity allowing him to meld seamlessly into the dark corners of the ruins, evading the low-tier abyssal creatures that roamed within the magical mist, exuding an aura of chaos. The wounds on his arms had reopened from the recent impact. Each exertion sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, blood soaking through his tattered sleeves, leaving a cold, sticky sensation. Yet, he paid it no mind. The primordial resilience of his bloodline, nourished by the blood energy, was fiercely mending his injuries. More importantly, the flickering directional marker on the system panel served as a beacon in the darkness, captivating all his focus. Target direction, 137 meters northeast, height difference 21 meters. Energy fluctuation characteristics, highly consistent with the fragment of the holy artifact of the bloodline. Warning, path contains highly active abyssal energy flows, 3 locations. Multiple moving life signals detected, bloodline elite. The chilling prompt echoed clearly in his consciousness. Edmund's senses were subtly enhanced by the system. He could discern the trajectories of various energy flows in the air, like avoiding invisible serpents. He could vaguely sense a hostile bloodline presence rapidly searching through the ruins, undoubtedly on the hunt for him. The escalating threat of the awakening demon loomed like a guillotine overhead. The pursuit by the bloodline hunters tightened around him like a noose. The ticking countdown of the system task resonated like a death knell. Pressure bore down like a mountain, yet strangely, it did not crush Edmund. Instead, it ignited the dormant fury and resolve of the ancient bloodline deep within him, long silent for millennia. Time was of the essence. He licked his cracked lips, tasting the metallic sweetness of his own blood. His dim pupils swept over the expanse shrouded in a dense, purplish-black magical energy, resembling a boiling pit of tar. Exuding a deadly, corrosive aura, the system had marked the location just beyond that magical energy, atop a partially collapsed colossal spire. A detour? There was no time to force his way through. Even an elite physique could not withstand the relentless erosion of such concentrated abyssal magic. A flicker of madness ignited in Edmund's eyes. He recalled the surge of energy that had flooded him upon consuming the bones of the magical wolf and remembered the system's notification. Affinity for abyssal magic. Trace. It was a gamble. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched low, akin to a cheetah poised to pounce. In an instant, the power coiled and his legs erupted. Whoosh. His figure transformed into a blurred afterimage, not taking a detour, but charging straight into the churning mist of purplish-black magical energy. The speed was such that it left a faint, shadow-like trail behind. Hiss! The moment he plunged into the magical energy. It was as if countless red-hot needles simultaneously pierced his skin. An intense, corrosive pain engulfed him instantly. His skin emitted a faint hissing sound, releasing wisps of sulfurous smoke. The chaos and destructive intent embedded in the abyssal magic slithered into his mind like a frigid serpent, desperately attempting to invade his thoughts. Warning. The host is enduring high-intensity abyssal magic erosion. Physical attributes are continuously declining. Mental pollution resistance in progress. The system's cold warning blared urgently. Edmund grunted, his jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. He frantically urged his meager blood energy and the recently acquired bone reinforcement instinct, a faint, almost imperceptible pallid glow of bone material barely enveloping his skin, resisting the direct erosion of the magic. Simultaneously, the trace of affinity for abyssal magic, inherited from the skeletal wolf, stirred within his blood like a small point at the center of a whirlpool, weakly and instinctively drawing in the surrounding tumultuous magic, attempting to subdue it slightly and mitigate its harm. Even so, the immense agony surged through his nerves like a tidal wave. Each step felt as though he were running on scorching blades. His vision was obscured by the thick purplish-black haze, and his ears rang with the shrieks of the boiling magic. In a mere span of a dozen meters, it felt as if he were traversing through the depths of hell. As he emerged from the other side of the magical mist, his body wreathed in smoke. Skin scorched in multiple places, he nearly collapsed to the ground. The violent searing pain and the mental assault of the magic rendered his vision dark, gasping for breath. Each inhalation laced with fiery agony. The system panel indicated a decrease of 3 points in physical attributes, and a small portion of blood energy had been consumed. Yet he had succeeded. Raising his head, the target loomed before him. An immense spire, or rather, the remnants of one. It had once been the core of the majestic skeletal throne complex, now fractured in its upper section, the top half having crashed to the ground, while the remaining lower section was riddled with massive cracks, teetering precariously. The tower walls were constructed from an unknown black stone, adorned with ancient, twisted patterns that had long since faded, exuding a chill of time's passage. On the system panel, the luminous marker of direction rested atop the remnants of the dilapidated tower. Edmund, battling through excruciating pain and dizziness, pressed on without hesitation, swiftly circling the base of the tower in search of an entrance. The majority of the tower's structure lay obstructed by fallen debris, yet at a relatively intact side of the foundation, he discovered a narrow opening, torn apart by a colossal fissure, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through sideways. An even more potent and primal chill, imbued with the weight of ancient bloodlines, seeped from the depths of the crack, reminiscent of the breath of a slumbering beast. This presence stirred the blood within Edmund. awakening it to a resonant hum. This was the place. Without a moment's hesitation, Edmund squeezed through the dust-laden, rocky crevice. Inside, darkness enveloped him, illuminated only by the faint, sanguine glow filtering through the fissure, barely outlining the contours of the interior. The air was frigid and lifeless, thick with dust and the scent of decay. The space within the tower was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, its structure distorted by the collapse. Following the clandestine call from the depths of the bloodline, Edmund navigated through the shadows. The fallen columns, warped metal supports, and shattered steps formed a treacherous path. He moved with utmost caution, utilizing his affinity for shadows to blend seamlessly into the dark recesses of the tower. On the system panel, the point representing his objective drew nearer. At last, he set foot upon a relatively intact spiral staircase, ascending towards the fractured pinnacle of the tower. The higher he climbed, the more pronounced the ancient bloodline's pressure became, evoking a profound familiarity that stirred his very soul. The summit of the tower revealed a semi-open expanse. The dome had long since vanished, and the jagged walls resembled a maw of fangs, slicing through the murky sky above and the vast blood moon. Among the debris, a multitude of shattered architectural fragments lay scattered. At the center of the tower's apex platform stood a small altar, miraculously preserved in relative completeness. Constructed from some dark red crystal, its surface was etched with intricate and arcane runes, reminiscent of blood vessels coursing with life. Suspended above the altar was an irregular crystal, roughly the size of a fist. It exuded a profound and restrained deep crimson hue, as if it had solidified the essence of myriad souls. The crystal was not entirely transparent. Instead, it was riddled with a dense network of fine fractures, resembling a spider's web. Through these fissures, one could glimpse a faint yet tenacious scarlet flame burning at its core, despite being marred by cracks, and the flame flickering as if on the brink of extinguishment. The aura it radiated sent tremors through Edmund's entire being. It was a summons from the very essence of the bloodline, an echo of a shared origin, more ancient and pure, harboring a power of supreme authority. Objective discovered. Fragment of the bloodline's sacred artifact. Name: Fragment of the Crimson Heart. Severely damaged source dissipation. Quality: primordial grade, pseudo-artifact. Status: on the verge of collapse, source lost 998. Description: one of the myriad fragments of the original bloodline's core sacred artifact. The Crimson Heart. It contains a trace of the primordial bloodline's foundational laws and the imprint of life. The descendants of the bloodline possess an unparalleled allure and suppressive power. A chilling alert from the system confirmed Edmund's perception. This was the object he sought. His heart raced uncontrollably, as he could distinctly feel the exhaustion of his essence emitting a desperate cry of hunger in response to the proximity of this fragment. By consuming it, even a mere shard of its fundamental law, his strength and the purity of his bloodline would receive an unimaginable enhancement. This would be the key to his survival in this hellish beginning, perhaps even a chance to turn the tide. Without a moment's hesitation, Edmund suppressed his excitement. Slipping from the shadows like a wraith, darting towards the Crimson Heart fragment upon the altar. His gaze was fixed solely upon the cluster of crimson flames that defiantly burned within the fissure. His fingers were mere moments from brushing against the icy surface of the crystal. At that critical juncture, a voice as frigid as the depths of the netherworld, imbued with bone-chilling malice, abruptly echoed behind Edmund. Desecrator of the sacred. Buzz. The air was instantaneously rent asunder. A dark red streak, imbued with a lethal intent 100-fold sharper than Scott's previous assault, surged silently yet as swiftly as lightning, aiming straight for the unguarded heart of Edmund. Death. The final word resonated like the decree of the Grim Reaper. It was Carlyle. He had managed to track Edmund to this place amidst the chaos of the demon's awakening and the interference of abyssal energy. Like the most deadly specter of blood, he struck with lethal precision at the most critical moment. The dagger, forged with a crimson curse, tore through the distance. Edmund could distinctly feel the skin on his back tighten and become numb, stimulated by the chilling sharpness. Too fast, too ruthless. The timing was impeccably precise. Edmund had just poured all his focus into the Crimson Heart fragment, with new strength yet to arise and old strength entirely spent. His body was in a fragile state of imbalance. In the rush, he couldn't even manage to turn around. The shadow of death had never been as palpable as it was at this moment, completely enveloping him. A cold sense of despair coiled around Edmund's heart like a venomous serpent. Was this to be the end? Just as he had awakened, before truly embarking on his journey. To perish at the hands of a mere baron of the bloodline? No. The pride of the progenitor, millennia of resentment, the trampled dignity, and the primal desire to consume all. At this moment, under the ultimate pressure of death, it was as if a powder keg within Edmund's darkened soul had ignited, erupting explosively. Roar! A sound that seemed to emanate from the primordial chaos, filled with ferocity and defiance, erupted uncontrollably from the depths of Edmund's throat. In the final instant before the dagger met his body, driven by honed combat instinct, he executed an action that seemed almost impossible, not to evade, but to twist his waist violently, striving to divert his vital heart as far from the dagger's trajectory as possible. Thud! The icy crimson dagger, infused with a curse capable of tearing the soul asunder, pierced ruthlessly through Edmund's left shoulder blade. Crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. The cursed power affixed to the dagger erupted instantaneously, akin to countless frigid venomous insects fervently burrowing into his bones, muscles, and nerves. The excruciating pain eclipsed his vision, and his body succumbed to paralysis in an instant. Warning: fatal attack evasion. Left scapula penetrating wound. High-level curse energy intrusion detected. Crimson withering curse assessment in progress. Constitution assessment failed. Curse activated. Host life force plummeting. Biological activity suppressed. Blood energy circulation impeded. Warning! Warning! The torment and curse-induced numbness crashed against Edmund's will like a relentless tide. Yet the inferno of madness burning in his eyes showed no signs of abating. While Keelar had successfully struck, his expression was devoid of triumph, instead marked by a flicker of astonishment. He had not anticipated that his opponent could still evade a fatal blow under such dire circumstances. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate. With a fierce twist of his wrist, he aimed to utterly incapacitate Edmund's left shoulder along with his arm. Simultaneously, his left hand morphed into a claw, shimmering with bloodlight, mercilessly lunging toward Edmund's vulnerable back. A true killing move. Die, you despicable thief. At that moment, perhaps it was Edmund's roar, born from the bloodline of the ancients. Or perhaps the blood curse energy erupting from Kylar's dagger, or perhaps a bizarre resonance produced by the confluence of both. The fragment of the crimson heart, riddled with cracks, suspended above the altar, flared up as the feeble crimson flames within it surged as though doused in boiling oil. Buzz! A circle of barely discernible, dark red ripples emanated silently from the fragment's core. As these ripples brushed against Edmund's body, he felt the tumultuous blood energy within him respond to a sovereign summons, igniting with unparalleled fervor and vitality. The rampant curse power afflicting his shoulder seemed to encounter its natural nemesis, being dominantly suppressed and dispersed by this force emanating from the fragment, restoring a flicker of mobility to his numbed body. However, as the ripples swept over Keelar, the elite captain of the Dark Moon Council found his body suddenly stiffening. The pure blood energy coursing through him encountered a superior absolute suppression, resulting in a fleeting yet potentially lethal delay and disarray. His claw, aimed at Edmund's vulnerable back, involuntarily slowed by a fraction of a second. That infinitesimal fraction of a second became Edmund's sole opportunity to reverse his fate. Fueled by the clarity bestowed by the fragment's power and the restoration of a modicum of control over his body, a terrifying glint ignited in Edmund's eyes. He did not turn around. He did not attempt to block Kylar's claw. Instead, he channeled every remaining ounce of strength, including the last vestiges of madness ignited from the depths of his ancient bloodline, entirely into his right hand. His right hand, fingers aligned like a blade, instantly enveloped in a vortex of swirling energy, deeper and more profound than when he had consumed Scott, as though it could devour light itself. The target was not the lethal Keelar behind him, but rather the battered fragment of the Crimson Heart, resting mere inches away on the altar. Devour it! Edmund bellowed with every ounce of strength left in him, unleashing a final, desperate roar. His right hand, imbued with the terrifying gravitational pull of the origin abyss, disregarded all obstacles and forcefully pressed down upon the dimly glowing dark red crystal. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Carlyle's left claw was but an inch away from Edmund's skin. Edmund's right hand rested upon the fragment of the Crimson Heart. A deep hum resonated. An indescribable, vast, and ancient crimson light, seemingly emanating from the very origin of life, erupted explosively from the point of contact. It was akin to a dormant volcano, suddenly erupting. Chapter 5. Bloodline Baptism. The fragment of the Crimson Heart transformed into a torrent of flames, violently surging into Edmund's withered form. The ancient authority, derived from the progenitor, roared to life deep within his veins, while fragmented memories tore through his soul like a knife, shrouded in the cold and bone-chilling essence of betrayal. Carlyle was violently hurled away in the crimson tempest, horrified. This was impossible. The system notifications flooded the screen. Blood energy limit unlocked. Physique 10. Spirit 15. Core talent acquired. Crimson Nova, the annihilating crimson torrent. In the moment when Edmund's blood-soaked right hand, bearing the terrifying pull of the origin abyss, pressed firmly upon the fragment of the Crimson Heart, time lost all significance. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no ear-splitting roar. Only light, pure, domineering. As if born from the very inception of life, the vast crimson light, containing the supreme essence of life, erupted explosively from the point of contact. This light did not disperse outward. Rather, it cascaded inward like a sentient waterfall of flame, instantly flooding into the palm of Edmund. It surged through his veins, meridians, and bone marrow with an unstoppable, overwhelming ferocity, recklessly pouring into his long-exhausted vessel. This roar was no longer emitted by Edmund, but was a primal scream of agony, forced from his soul as it was torn, washed, and reshaped by this colossal, primordial power. Pain. An indescribable, excruciating torment. This suffering surpassed that endured while devouring the skeletal wolf by tenfold, 100-fold. If the energy consumed from the wolf was akin to magma flowing into glaciers, then the crimson torrent now surging within him was like a newborn star, forcibly crammed into a fragile vessel. Edmund felt every cell in his body scream, melt, and then, in an instant, be forcibly compressed and reshaped by this unparalleled power. His bones groaned under the unbearable strain, fracturing inch by inch, yet under the embrace of the crimson light, they were repeatedly forged like steel under an unseen hammer, becoming harder and denser. Muscle fibers were torn and severed, only to be replaced by even more resilient, explosively powerful strands. His desiccated veins, like long dry riverbeds, were filled and widened by the surging magma. Across the surface of his skin, fine cracks spread rapidly, oozing golden blood, which, under the glow of the crimson light, swiftly healed, transforming into a texture as smooth and resilient as the finest jade, faintly pulsating with a dark red luminescence. This was not merely an infusion of energy. This was a baptism of bloodlines, a transcendence of life's very essence. The dormant power proclaims its return. The system's cold notification sounds like a dam breached by a flood, instantaneously inundated by a torrent of frenzied information. Alert! Alert! Detected forced infusion of super-spec Genesis-level origin. Energy levels exceed the current vessel's tolerance. Mandatory life leap initiated. Optimization program overload, forcibly commandeering 80 of system energy. Host life origin forcibly repairing. 153,050. Blood energy cap unlocked. Current blood energy 500. Physical attributes surpassing threshold 10. Current physique 22. Lord level threshold. Mental attributes surpassing threshold 15. Current spirit 44. Elite pinnacle. Abyssal demonic affinity raised to beginner. Bone reinforcement elevated to intermediate. Detected core law fragments merging. Acquired core talent. Crimson Nova 1. Manifestation of the original bloodline's authority. Description: detonate the pure blood energy within, unleashing a devastating crimson shockwave that inflicts substantial origin damage on darkness, undead, and abyssal beings, and applies a blood corrosion effect, continuously eroding the life origin. Range: 5-meter radius. Consumption: immense blood energy. Cooldown: extended. The deluge of information battered Edmund's consciousness, delivering a dual impact of power and excruciating pain. Yet, more tumultuous was the cascade of fragmented memories accompanying this primal force. No longer mere vague sensations. No longer scattered images. These were scenes so vividly real they seared into the depths of his soul like a blazing iron brand. Scene 1. An endless battlefield of void. Stars shattered, and planar debris floated like refuse. Overhead, a pair of monstrous wings, cloaked in dark golden scales, cast shadows as they stirred, summoning a devastating storm that tore through the fabric of space. Beneath those wings, a pair of colossal vertical pupils, aflame with greedy magma, gazed coldly upon the diminutive figure below, Edmund Darkthorn. That gaze was steeped in insatiable greed, destruction, and a mocking delight akin to a cat playing with its prey. Scene 2. The chilling aura of betrayal. Not from an enemy, but from behind. A hazy visage, etched with deep-seated hatred and scorn, flickered through the fragments of memory. Following it was a blade entwined with an eerie, cursed radiance, plunging coldly into the heart from behind, igniting a searing pain. The power of that curse resonated with the essence of the dagger of Caleb, yet was magnified countless times. It was this treacherous strike that dragged him into an abyss of irredeemable despair. Scene 3. The despair of near death intertwined with a torrent of hatred. Edmund, drenched in blood, his essence nearly shattered by the greedy demon, Mammon. This name thundered through his soul like a storm. And the traitor? He stared intently at the demon's wings obscuring the heavens and the blurred visage of the betrayer, as the last flames of his soul erupted in a cursed scream. Mammon. And you, traitor, the debt of this day, I, Edmund Darkthorn, shall ensure it is repaid by your very essence, even if I am to descend into eternal damnation. The agonies of Mammon's reality overlapped with the rift of memory, and Edmund forced from the depths of his throat this name, imbued with endless hatred. Akin to the whimper of a dying beast, a scarlet radiance enveloped him, forming a tempestuous vortex of energy nearly 10 meters in diameter. The altar was instantly reduced to dust, while the remnants of the shattered tower's apex groaned under the weight of this overwhelming force, fissures spreading like a spider's web. At the forefront was Carlyle, who sought to deliver a fatal blow to Edmund. His left claw, mere inches from its target, bore a dagger deeply embedded in Edmund's left scapula. Yet, as that vast crimson light erupted, the cruel intent etched on Carlyle's face crystallized into boundless terror and an irresistible dread emanating from the very depths of his bloodline. What? He felt as though he were a solitary vessel adrift amidst a tempest. The horrifying pressure of bloodline dominance bore down upon his soul and flesh like an insurmountable mountain. The blood energy within him, confronted by an absolute sovereign, instantaneously spiraled into chaotic rebellion, boiling like scalding water. With a gasp, Carlyle spewed forth a jet of dark golden blood, a mark of his elite status within the Thorn clan and the purity of his lineage. The precious dagger, imbued with a scarlet curse, shattered as if struck by an unseen force, one half remaining lodged in Edmund's shoulder while the other was hurled into the distant wall. His entire being was as if struck by an invisible battering ram, flung into the air by the violent energy storm, unable to issue even a cry of despair. Thunderous. Carlyle's body, akin to a wayward cannonball, shattered two remaining substantial load-bearing pillars before crashing amidst a cloud of debris and dust into the ruins of the tower wall, creating a humanoid indentation riddled with cracks in the solid black stone. Captain. From afar, Carolyn and Scott, who had just reached the edge of the tower's summit, witnessed this incomprehensible scene and screamed in sheer terror. Scott, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, his trousers instantly dampened, teeth chattering uncontrollably. What a monster. He is a monster. Carolyn's eyes brimmed with disbelief and horror as she fixated on the figure of Edmund Darkthorn, enveloped in an endless crimson glow, hovering half a meter above the shattered altar. In that moment, he was ablaze with a tangible scarlet flame, tattered garments reduced to ash, revealing a lean, sculpted body as if chiseled by the hands of the most perfect power. Dark red magical runes, steeped in ancient majesty, pulsed beneath his skin like living entities. His eyes, once shrouded in darkness, now blazed with twin orbs of crimson fire, seemingly capable of incinerating all that exists. Merely locking gazes with those eyes ignited a primal fear within Carolyn, as though her very soul were on the brink of ignition, poised to be consumed. This is impossible. The ancestral pressure, Carolyn's voice trembled, nearly a whisper. At the eye of the storm, Edmund's consciousness, battered by excruciating pain and a tumult of fragmented memories, resembled a solitary vessel in a raging sea, teetering on the brink of capsizing. The greedy gaze of Mammon, the cold blade of betrayal, and the overwhelming hatred before the fall, countless shards churned madly within him. At that moment, a chilling and urgent system alert forcefully intruded. akin to chains anchoring the soul. Warning: the host will is on the brink of collapse. Resistance to mental pollution is diminishing. High-level mental imprint impact detected. Mark of Mammon's greed. Associated memory fragments are causing intense mental interference. Emergency mental protection protocol initiated, consuming 15 units of remaining system energy. Protection activated, forcibly stabilizing the host's core consciousness. A surge of icy energy instantaneously flooded into Edmund's tumultuous sea of consciousness, akin to a refreshing rain upon parched earth, forcibly suppressing the rampant memory fragments and the mental pollution brought forth by the Mark of Mammon. Yanking his nearly shattered will back from the precipice of despair, Edmund gasped sharply, as if a drowning man had finally resurfaced. Within his burning crimson eyes, the tumultuous emotions were forcibly subdued, coalescing into a cold, sharp core of will, as if tempered by millennia of glacial ice. Power. An unprecedented surge of strength roared through his limbs and bones. Although the infusion from the fragments of the Crimson Heart was excruciating, it resembled the most ferocious of forges, completely shattering and remolding his decayed corporeal form. In this moment, he felt capable of shattering mountains with a single punch. The velocity of blood coursing through his veins was astonishing, bestowing him with unparalleled explosive power and recuperative ability. His mental perception soared to an entirely new echelon, rendering the dust of the surrounding ruins, the frantic heartbeats of Caroline and Scott in the distance, and even the flowing trajectories of abyssal demonic energy outside the tower, vividly reflected in his mind. Instinctively, he glanced towards the system panel deep within his consciousness. Host: Edmund Darkthorn. Race: ancient bloodline. First generation source repair 35. Source level: Lord level beginner. Pseudo-King level blood energy reserve. Status: moderate energy overload, stabilizing. Life source initially stabilized. Resistance to mental pollution extremely high. Ancient blood will system protection. Soul integrity 991. Strength 21, elite pinnacle. Agility 25, lord level. Constitution 22, lord level critical. Mental 44, elite pinnacle. Blood energy 480800. Source repair ongoing. Core talent: source of ruin. Crimson Nova 1. Skills: bone reinforcement, intermediate. Abyssal demonic energy affinity, beginner. Shadow affinity, weak. Warning: high-level hostile Mark Mammon. Correlation: extremely high. Active status: threat level. Lord level. Moreover, with a pseudo-king level blood energy reserve. As Edmund felt the surging power within him, that cold pride originating from the progenitor awakened like a slumbering dragon, releasing a silent roar. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at the half-embedded poison dagger still lodged in his left scapula, the crimson withering curse infused by Carlyle. Under the dual suppression of the vast blood energy of the Crimson Heart and the system's protection, had long since melted away like snow under the blazing sun, leaving only pure physical trauma. He extended his right hand, fingers glowing faintly with crimson light, and grasped the cold, broken blade. Without the slightest hesitation, he forcefully extracted the broken blade from his shoulder blade, drawing forth a stream of dark, golden blood, his sanguine hue altered by the purity of his lineage. The muscles surrounding the wound writhed and contracted in an instant, beginning to heal at a visibly rapid pace, nourished by potent blood energy. A surge of agony coursed through him, yet it only rendered Edmund's crimson pupils colder. He lifted his gaze, his burning eyes piercing through the swirling smoke and debris, akin to two invisible crimson swords, swiftly locking onto the bloodied and disheveled figure of Kyle, who was struggling to extricate himself from a human-shaped pit several dozen meters away. Kyle's current condition was utterly wretched. Withstanding the onslaught of the Scarlet Storm had left him with multiple fractures, his elegant black attire in tatters, and his handsome visage marred by blood and grime. Broken ribs had pierced through his skin, dark golden blood gushed forth incessantly. However, what filled him with the most profound dread was the piercing gaze that transcended the smoke, fixated upon him. Those crimson eyes. They were frigid, indifferent, exuding a supreme pressure akin to that of a deity surveying mere insects. Mere exposure to such a gaze rendered Kyle's blood energy sluggish and awakened an uncontrollable tremor of fear deep within his soul. He had only faintly sensed this overwhelming aura from the portrait of an ancient, slumbering duke worshipped deep within his clan sanctum. Yet now, it radiated with such clarity and dominance from one he had only recently deemed a freak. Blasphemy? Thief? Absurd? Ridiculous? At this moment, a singular thought thundered through Kyle's mind. My God, what kind of being have we awakened? Fear, like a frigid venom, instantly froze his blood. Chapter 6. The Hunter of the Forbidden Domain. Deep within the ruins, Edmund's cold proclamation echoed. The hunt begins. The scarlet gaze locked onto the cowering Scot. In the blink of an eye, an ephemeral shadow erupted, and with a sonic boom that rent the air, Scot's head was effortlessly crushed as if it were decayed wood. Caroline screamed as she unleashed her silver crossbow, yet her efforts were futile in the face of Edmund's ghostly speed. Run, Caroline! His desperate roar was completely drowned out by the thunderous eruption of the crimson nova. The scarlet flames silently burned in Edmund's eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, freshly stained with his dark golden blood from the blade he had just drawn. A single droplet, thick and exuding a potent essence of life alongside a chilling aura, fell silently. Thud! The blood droplet struck the dust-laden ground, its sound faint yet resonating like a death knell in the stillness of the tower's apex. Clearly reaching the ears of Kyle, Caroline, and Scot, reverberating against the strings of their abject terror. Edmund's gaze, akin to the most precise instrument of death, swept over Kyle, drenched in blood and consumed by sheer terror, then passed over Caroline, who gripped a diminutive silver crossbow, her arms trembling uncontrollably, finally settling firmly upon Scot, who lay crumpled on the ground, his trousers soaked, teeth chattering. Within those burning crimson pupils, there was neither the satisfaction of revenge nor the thrill of cruelty. Only a profound, soul-freezing indifference. That was the gaze of an ancient sovereign, delivering the final judgment upon the insignificant insects that dared to offend his dignity. In that moment, Edmund's voice emerged, calm and undisturbed, yet akin to a chilling wind from the depths of the underworld, instantly freezing the air as the hunt commenced. As the last syllable fell, a piercing sonic boom erupted, shattering the silence. Edmund's figure vanished, leaving behind a transparent trajectory in the air, slightly distorted as if sliced by a searing blade, and fissures spreading across the ground like a spider's web, born from the explosive force beneath his feet. The agility of a lord, combined with the primal speed enhancement of the first-generation vampire, was astonishing, so swift that it surpassed the visual limits of Carlyle and his companions, so rapid that even the afterimages became indistinct. The target, Scot, lay incapacitated on the ground. No, Caroline let out a desperate scream. With a warrior's instinct and a premonition of Scot's position, she swiftly raised her elegantly crafted crossbow, gleaming with a holy silver light, and pulled the trigger in the direction where Edmund might appear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silver arrows, inscribed with exorcism runes, tore through the air, transforming into 3 lethal beams of silver light, effectively blocking Edmund's paths toward Scot. These were standard weapons supplied by the Darkmoon Council, possessing formidable restraining power against dark creatures and abyssal monsters. Yet, within Edmund's crimson pupils, the trajectories of the arrows unfolded as if in slow motion. He could even perceive the faint airflow generated by the rotating arrowheads. The agility of a lord bestowed not merely linear speed, but also an almost grotesque dynamic vision and neural response. His body executed a minuscule lateral shift in midair, defying the laws of physics, akin to teleportation. The 3 silver arrows, capable of grievously wounding an elite vampire, grazed his skin and the fluttering fabric of his clothing, embedding themselves deeply into the cracked tower wall behind him, producing 3 muffled thuds as the arrowheads sank into the stone. Not a single hair was harmed. In the next millisecond, Edmund's silhouette, ablaze with crimson light, appeared before Scot as if by teleportation. His speed was such that the terror etched upon Scot's face had yet to fully unfold. His right hand, which had just crushed the heart of a skeletal wolf, opened its fingers, unleashing a shriek that tore through the air, akin to the most precise mechanical claw, disregarding Scot's futile attempt to block with his arm, and instantly seized his throat. Scot emitted a brief, indecipherable gasp from his throat. Then, with a sickening crack, reminiscent of snapping decayed wood, the sound reverberated clearly within the silent space atop the tower. Scot's thrashing body became rigid in an instant. Within his bloodshot, protruding eyes, all fear, horror, and unwillingness froze, swiftly fading like a snuffed candle. Edmund's right hand, akin to crushing a ripe berry, effortlessly shattered his throat's bones, along with a significant portion of his cervical spine. The sheer force coursed through, contorting Scott's neck into an eerie, nearly 90-degree angle. Thick, dark red blood, reeking of sulfur, mingled with shattered tissue, gushed forth from Scott's contorted mouth and the jagged wound at his neck. With a casual flick of his arm, Edmund hurled Scott's lifeless body, devoid of all vitality, into the air like a discarded sack, tracing a tragic arc before crashing to the ground near Caroline's feet, splattering dust and blood. The head tilted at an unnatural angle, hollow eyes eerily fixed on Caroline. As Caroline beheld the ghastly sight of Scott's unblinking stare, a wave of terror and visual shock overwhelmed her last defenses. Eliciting a frantic scream, her arm trembling uncontrollably with the crossbow, nearly impossible to aim. "Run, Caroline, run!" Just half risen from the humanoid pit, Carlyle witnessed this scene. His heart torn asunder, he let out a desperate, anguished howl, stripped of his previous arrogance and composure. "He is beyond our reach." He wished to scream the soul-chilling suspicion of his nature, but Edmund would not grant him that opportunity. Resolving Scott, Edmund's cold, crimson gaze shifted instantly to Caroline. She felt ensnared by that stare, as if an invisible icicle had pierced her heart. Her scream caught in her throat, her blood seemed to freeze in her veins. Overwhelming fear ignited her final instincts for survival, and she screamed as she leaped towards the edge of the tower, attempting to escape this demon. Too slow. In Edmund's eyes, her movements unfolded as if in slow motion. Once again, his figure blurred. A pale, cold hand, imbued with horrific power, emerged like the claw of death from the void, swiftly grasping Caroline's delicate ankle with precision. "No!" Caroline cried out in despair, her body yanked back with tremendous force, crashing violently to the ground. At that moment, "Monster! Die!" A roar, filled with boundless terror, humiliation, and ultimate madness, erupted from the side. It was Carlyle, this elite captain of the Dark Moon Council. In the throes of profound fear and grievous injury, unleashed a power that transcended limits. His shattered body sprang from the ruins, abandoning all defense. His remaining right arm clenched into a fist, the blood energy coursing through him like wildfire, coalescing into a concentrated sphere of blinding crimson light. Its target, Edmund's vulnerable back. This was his final strike, a culmination of his life and soul. Blood-exploding soul. Even before the punch arrived, the violent energy waves sent shockwaves through the surrounding air. This blow contained the entirety of Carlyle's strength as an elite vampire at his peak, a cataclysmic force. Edmund did not even turn around. His senses had already captured Carlyle's every movement with clarity. With a sudden surge, his right hand, still gripping Caroline's ankle, swung her like a human shield towards the incoming Carlyle. Simultaneously, his recently acquired core ability was activated in an instant. The blood energy within him ignited like a barrel of gasoline. His heart raced. Crimson Nova activated. Buzz, centered around Edmund. The space within a radius of 5 meters suddenly collapsed inward for a fleeting moment. Then, with a resounding boom, a miniature yet overwhelmingly potent crimson sphere of light erupted, resembling a nascent microstar. It did not produce a cataclysmic roar. Instead, it emanated a low, suffocating rumble, as if the very fabric of space was being forcibly obliterated. The blinding crimson radiance swept across everything in its path. First to suffer was Caroline, who had been flung towards Edmund. Her silver crossbow, which concentrated her last vestiges of strength, had not even been raised again before her entire being was consumed by the ferocious crimson wave. With a sound akin to a searing iron pressed upon butter, Caroline's protective bloodlight shattered, as if made of paper. Her stealthy attire, pale skin, and athletic physique began to dissolve and disintegrate silently upon contact with the crimson wave, much like snow under the relentless sun. She could only emit a brief, agonizing scream, abruptly stifled, as her form disintegrated into the minutest, blood-tinged particles of dust, vanishing without a trace. Following her was Carlyle, who, fueled by the fire of life, launched a final strike. His blood-infused attack, potent enough to shatter steel, met the wave of the Crimson Nova and was annihilated without a ripple, devoured utterly. No. Despair and disbelief filled Carlyle's eyes as he witnessed his life force-fueled assault dissipate like a cruel jest, swallowed instantly by the annihilating crimson light. He felt a destructive energy, imbued with a terrifying corrosive effect, forcefully invade his body. His remaining protective blood energy was torn apart in an instant. His resilient bones groaned under the unbearable strain, while his flesh felt as if pierced simultaneously by countless searing steel needles, burning and disintegrating. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Kal-El's despair deepened as he sensed his very essence of life being mercilessly drained, eroded by the domineering crimson light, a manifestation of the blood-corrosive effect of the crimson nova. With a thunderous crash, Kal-El's body was propelled backward, as though struck by a high-speed arcane train, hurtling away at a speed surpassing that of his approach. He collided violently against the stone wall beside Scott's lifeless form, embedding deeply into the rock, his bones shattering under the immense force. Dark, golden blood erupted like a fountain from his mouth, nose, and the numerous ruptured wounds across his body. Trapped within the stone wall, he resembled a broken marionette. The fiery glow in his eyes extinguished, leaving only the pallor of death. He gazed intently at the figure standing majestically at the shattered tower's apex. The crimson light receding like a deity or demon, his lips struggling to form words, yet only dark golden blood foam poured forth. Edmund slowly turned around, his crimson pupils calmly fixating on the near-death Kal-El. The recent strike of the crimson nova had directly siphoned nearly 1/3 of his blood energy reserves. The power is formidable, yet the consumption is equally immense. However, the effect is immediate. An elite pinnacle and an elite blood clan member. One perished while the other lay severely injured in an instant. He advanced, as if treading upon an invisible staircase, descending from a state of suspension and landing upon the ground strewn with debris and ashes. His footsteps were silent, yet carried an oppressive weight, each step drawing nearer to Carlyle. Carlyle beheld the shadow of death approaching, fear and despair consuming his sanity. With the last vestige of his strength, he emitted a desperate howl akin to a winded bellows. "Stay back. The Thorn clan will not spare you. The Dark Moon Council will pursue you to the ends of the earth." Edmund halted before Carlyle, towering above him, his crimson eyes gazing down at the elite captain who had recently treated him with disdain, frequently calling for violence. "Dark Moon Council? Thorn clan?" Edmund's voice was devoid of emotion, yet bore a chilling resonance, as if he were merely stating a fact unrelated to himself. "Just a swarm of maggots that have forgotten their origins, thriving on the remnants of my glory." Carlyle's pupils dilated in shock. The implications of Edmund's words and the inherent contempt within them shattered his understanding like the final thunderclap. He suddenly recalled the ancient legend of the progenitor sleeping upon the throne of bones. Just as Carlyle's mind was reeling, yearning to vocalize that forbidden name, Edmund's right hand, imbued with the unique devouring vortex of source ruin, shot forth like lightning, fingers curling like claws, and instantly pierced through Carlyle's still intact chest. With a sickening squelch, Carlyle's body convulsed violently, the last glimmer of light in his eyes extinguishing rapidly. Elite Pinnacle Blood Clan energy source locked, initiating devouring guidance to optimize energy conversion path. Commencing plunder. The cold, efficient notification echoed through Edmund's consciousness. He could distinctly feel a life essence and primal energy, far purer and more potent than that of the bone magic wolf, surging into him. Imbued with the chilling attributes unique to the Blood Clan, flowing like a gentle stream along his arm and ceaselessly into his being. Unlike the frenzied fragments of the Crimson Heart, Carlyle's source, although of a higher grade, allowed for an exceptionally smooth and efficient devouring process due to their shared bloodline. Under the system's guidance, the energy was transformed into attributes and blood energy reserves without the slightest waste. Blood energy cap, 50. Current blood energy cap, 850. Strength 2. Current strength, 23. Agility 1. Current agility, 26. Acquired skill, Shadow Step, 1. Secret transmission of the Thorn clan. Acquired skill, Blood Poison Claw, 1. Secret transmission of the Thorn clan. Acquired a small number of fragments of Thorn clan bloodline knowledge. As the final remnant of the source was extracted, Carlyle's body withered like a desiccated sand sculpture, rapidly collapsing into ash, which fell gently, merging with the dust of the ruins alongside the bones of Scott, whom he had once scorned. Atop the tower, silence reigned. Only the distant, more violent surge of abyssal demonic energy from the core fissure echoed, akin to the breath of a colossal beast. Reminding Edmund that a greater peril had yet to be averted, he stood quietly in place, feeling the surge of newfound power and the recently acquired skills coursing within him. His crimson eyes scanned the chaotic battlefield, now reduced to ashes, where remnants of Caroline lay scattered, cremated remains, shattered poisoned silver daggers, and fragments of clothing stained with dark red blood from the corpses of Scott. The system interface subtly indicated that the objective of the novice task, Whispers of the Bone Throne, had changed to 11, accompanied by a flickering green mark signifying completion. The reward prompt awaited silently for collection. However, Edmund's gaze lingered not long on the task rewards. He slowly lifted his head, his crimson pupils piercing through the broken tower walls, gazing at the sky tainted with purple-black arcane energy, and further still, at the ominous blood moon hanging on the horizon, radiating a foreboding glow. A warning box from the system flickered silently at the edge of his vision. High-risk energy reaction escalating. Coordinates, core rift. Demon goddess will activity, high. Immediate evacuation recommended. The Thorn clan of the Dark Moon Council had merely begun. The true predator had only just taken its first step from the Bone Throne. A barely perceptible, cold arc crept slowly upward at the corner of Edmund's lips. It was not a smile. It was a proclamation of rebirth, a bloodied fawn. Chapter 7. Whispers of the Abyss. The system panel flickered coldly. Novice task completed. Reward issued. Abyssal hunting license. Temporary. Edmund stared at the ashes left by Kyle, his crimson pupils reflecting the surging arcane storm of the core rift. There, the will of Mammon lay dormant like a slumbering lava beast. He extended his right hand slowly, a strand of crimson blood energy coalescing at his fingertips, compressing into a miniature form of a cataclysmic star, the Crimson Nova. Mammon first. The last ashes of Kyle silently drifted at Edmund's feet, merging into the land steeped in ancient blood and the dust of modern ruins. The tower's summit lay in disarray, the shattered black stone walls narrating the brief, yet brutal clash that had just transpired. In the distance, the roaring arcane energy towards the core rift sounded like an unyielding chaotic beast, with waves of purple-black energy crashing against the sky, rendering the massive blood moon even more grotesque and ominous. Edmund Darkthorn stood silently. The lordly power surged within his veins, instilling a formidable sense of complete dominion. Each heartbeat resonated like the dull thrum of war drums, pumping forth of blood energy far surpassing that of elite levels. His mental perception, akin to an invisible web, captured every subtle movement within a 100-meter radius, the rustling of wind through grass, the distant low growls of lesser magical creatures, and even the faint whispers of colliding arcane particles, all falling under his control. The wound on his scapula, pierced by Kyle's dagger, rapidly healed under the nurturing essence of blood energy. Muscle fibers writhing like living creatures to mend, leaving only a faint, pink scar, which was soon covered by the newly formed pale skin. He lowered his head, his profound crimson pupils sweeping across the remarkably clear panel of the eternal abyss Devourer system, in the sea of consciousness. Novice task, Whispers of the Bone Throne, 11, completed. Task evaluation, outstanding task reward distribution, 1, temporary abyssal hunting permit, upon activation. The system will provide a real-time dynamic map within the core fissure area, radius of 1 kilometer, and mark high-value demonic targets, lasting for 12 hours. Energy consumption, 15. 2 skill point 1, can be used to unlock or upgrade existing skills. 3 system energy replenishment pack, small, 1, restores 10 points of system energy. A chilling prompt materialized vividly upon his retina. With a slight movement of his mind, Edmund chose to immediately utilize the system energy replenishment pack. A gentle coolness seeped into the depths of his consciousness, and the energy reserves on the system interface, which had dwindled to a perilous level due to the activation of mental protection and consumption guidance, flickered momentarily before rising to 25. His gaze lingered for a moment on the temporary abyssal hunting permit. The core fissure, roiling with a storm of destruction, was the very source of Mammon's will gradually awakening, and it stood as the most perilous center of the entire skeletal throne ruins. Yet, it would also be the most bountiful hunting ground, drawing powerful high-tier beasts and even lesser demons, irresistibly attracted by the intensely concentrated abyssal magic. Risk and opportunity were akin to inseparable twins. Edmund's gaze shifted once more to the terrifying rift that tore the earth asunder. Within the depths of his crimson pupils, the swirling purplish-black chaos was reflected, and faintly. It seemed he could glimpse the greedy, lava-like vertical pupils flashing momentarily within the depths of the magical energy clouds, accompanied by a cold, mocking gaze. Mammon. the traitor. These two names struck like poisoned daggers, piercing deeply into his gradually awakening ancient memories. The despair and hatred from before the fall were far more indelible than the wounds upon his shoulder blades. Edmund's voice emerged, low and raspy, as if born from the friction of millennia-old ice, resonating within the desolate, shattered space atop the tower. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed. A strand of pure, refined dark red blood energy, imbued with the essence of the primordial source, emerged silently from his palm like a living serpent. Under his precise control, the blood energy began to spin rapidly, compressing. A deep, unsettling energy tremor materialized from nowhere. The surrounding air warped and repelled by an invisible force, forming a tiny vacuum vortex. Edmund's scarlet pupils fixated intently on his palm. The strand of blood energy, under extreme compression, rapidly collapsed. From a wisp of drifting energy, it condensed into a dark red point of light, no larger than a fingernail, yet radiating a wave of annihilation that sent shivers through the very soul. Within the point of light, it seemed as though billions of miniature crimson stars flickered and exploded. The furious energy was forcibly confined within a minuscule space, forming a micro-singularity that was both extraordinarily stable and perilously dangerous. This was the embryonic form of the Crimson Nova. It was the most fundamental and refined manifestation of the core talent he had just acquired, although its power paled in comparison to the 5-meter radius explosion. The consumption of blood energy was significantly reduced, making it more conducive for precise kills or instantaneous bursts. Edmund gazed at this harbinger of terrifying power within his palm, relishing the sense of control that coursed through his veins. The chilling will of the original bloodline serves as an invisible scaffold, firmly restraining this ferocious power, rendering it subdued. He swiftly clenches his 5 fingers. With a soft pop, the crimson point of light, compressed to its utmost limit, extinguishes instantaneously, vanishing into the void as if it had never existed. Only the remnants of energy ripples in the air, momentarily vacated, bear witness to the peril that had just transpired. Familiar with the power of hunting, Edmund murmurs to himself, each word laced with a frigid intent to kill. He craves more battles to fully master this newly transitioned body and the surging strength it possesses. He yearns for more sustenance to accelerate the restoration of his long-exhausted essence. Amassing the capital for revenge against Mammon and the traitors. The system panel flickers in timely fashion. Suggestion: activate Abyssal Hunting License. Multiple elite-level demonic energy responses detected at the core Fisher's Edge. Threat level: low, to host. Edmund hesitates no longer. His scarlet pupils fixate on the options displayed on the system panel. Abyssal Hunting License, temporary, activated. System Energy 15, current system energy, 10. Map module loading. Target marking generated. Buzz. A finely detailed, holographic-like translucent map instantly envelopes Edmund's field of vision. The map centers on his location, vividly delineating the distorted and shattered terrain within a 1-kilometer radius. The collapsed domes of palatial ruins, unfathomable rifts and passages, bizarre crystalline veins formed by demonic corrosion, and areas thick with concentrated demonic energy resembling boiling swamps. On the map, several glaring, pulsating points stand out prominently. The closest to him, approximately 500 meters away, near the entrance of a dilapidated pit partially obscured by massive skeletal fossils. 3 dark red skull markers are subtly pulsating. Beside the markers, brief information materializes. Target: Abyssal Demon Lizard Elite Mature Form, 3. Threat Assessment: low, cluster. Characteristics: high physical defense, acidic spit, fire averse, weak. Essence value: medium, abyssal energy aggregation. Closer to the core Fisher direction, near the edge of the demonic energy swamp. A deep purple marker with hooked claws flickers. Target: corrupted swamp stalker, elite mutant. Threat assessment: medium. Characteristics: camouflage, toxic tentacles. Strong regeneration, sludge environment. Essence value: medium-high, contains weak distortion rule fragments. Elsewhere on the map, sporadic light points are also visible, yet marked as mundane level or low value, which Edmund dismisses without a second thought. A perfect shooting range. Edmund's scarlet pupils narrow slightly, locking onto the 3 nearest abyssal demon lizard markers. Elite level, clustered, and strong physical defense. Ideal for testing the characteristics of his lord-level powers, particularly the newly acquired Shadow Step and blood-poison claw. His figure flickers, no longer accompanied by the previous violent sonic boom that tore through the air, but instead melding into the very shadows, vanishing instantaneously from sight. Shadow Step 1 activated. Lord-level agility, combined with the Thorn clan's exquisite shadow movement techniques. Edmund felt as though he had transformed into an ethereal, dark crimson radiance. Gliding closely alongside the ruin's crumbled walls, even the shadows themselves seemed to move with remarkable swiftness. The residual visuals were faint, and the sound of wind generated by his movement was minimized to the utmost degree. The subtle talent of shadow affinity was magnified at this moment, allowing him to merge almost seamlessly with the dark environment of the ruins. A distance of 500 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. At a lordly speed, the entrance to the tunnel, partially obscured by enormous pale skeletal remains, came into view. The air was thick with a pungent stench, a grotesque amalgamation of sulfur and decaying flesh. Inside the tunnel, darkness enveloped everything, save for the faint sounds reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against stone, accompanied by the heavy, humid breaths of unseen beings. Edmund refrained from entering directly. Instead, he paused in the shadows of a fractured stone column etched with runes, not far from the entrance. His lordly mental perception surged forth like an invisible tide, silently spreading into the depths of the tunnel. The internal structure was more intricate than he had anticipated, resembling an inclined mine shaft. 3 distinct life forces, radiating chaotic and bloodthirsty energy, responded to his probing. One was stationed near the tunnel entrance, seemingly on watch, while the other 2 lay deeper within, resting upon a relatively soft bed of black sludge at the bottom of the tunnel. The sentinel, a formidable abyssal lizard, was the most robust of the trio, akin to a small truck clad in thick, black scales. Its muscular neck, slick with mucus, writhed uneasily, while a pair of underdeveloped eyes glimmered with a murky yellow light in the darkness. Its jaws, lined with sharp teeth, gaped slightly, viscous drool dripping onto the stones, hissing as it corroded the surface. Its perception was evidently lacking, as it showed no reaction to Edmund's investigation. At that moment, a flash of crimson light flickered in Edmund's eyes. He refrained from employing Crimson Nova or even Blood Venom Claw. What he sought to test was the sheer strength and speed inherent to a lordly being. With a hum, Shadow Step was activated once more, but this time, it was not a silent approach. Like a specter, his form emerged from the shadow of the stone column, leaving behind a faint, nearly imperceptible dark crimson afterimage. His speed surged to its zenith in an instant, yet just as he neared his target, he peculiarly suppressed the majority of the wind's roar. The sentinel abyssal lizard suddenly sensed danger. Its murky yellow eyes constricted sharply, and its long tail, armored with heavy scales, instinctively lashed out like a steel whip. Meanwhile, its maw opened wide, coalescing a ball of dark green acidic liquid, reeking with a potent stench, deep within its throat. Alas, it was too slow. In the dynamic visual perception of a lord, every retaliatory action of the lizard unfolded like a slow-motion tableau. At the very moment the lizard's tail swept past, Edmund's figure leapt gracefully, as weightless as a feather. With pinpoint precision, he tapped the barbed tail with his toes, using it to propel himself forward once more. He soared like a blood-red arrow, instantly covering the final distance to position himself above the lizard's relatively vulnerable neck. His right hand, fingers aligned, did not invoke any sanguine powers, relying solely on the terrifying might derived from his lordly strength and the enhancements of bone reinforcement, intermediate. With a sharp thrust, he struck. Like a hot knife slicing through solidified fat, Edmund's right hand, with its 5 fingers akin to 5 razor-sharp bone daggers, effortlessly pierced the relatively weak junction of scales at the neck of the monstrous lizard. It plunged deeply within, seizing the robust, pulsating carotid artery that was wildly pumping blood. A thunderous roar erupted from the creature, a cacophony of agony, as the acidic fluid in its mouth erupted uncontrollably, corroding a nearby boulder with a hissing sound and rising white smoke. It thrashed its head violently, attempting to dislodge the parasite upon its back, while its powerful limbs clawed at the ground, leaving deep gouges in the rocky surface. Yet Edmund, like the most seasoned of riders, clung tightly to the protruding bony armor at the nape of the beast's neck, his form as steadfast as a rock despite the creature's frantic struggles. With a sudden surge of strength, his fingers drove deeper into the neck. The sickening crack of shattered vertebrae accompanied the dull thud of the artery bursting. Dark red. Sulphurous blood gushed forth like a miniature fountain from the ravaged neck, splattering Edmund in the process. Undeterred, his cold crimson pupils reflected nothing but sheer combat fervor. The monster's thrashing quickly waned, its massive form collapsing with a resounding thud, limbs twitching in a nervous spasm as the spark of life ebbed away like a receding tide. The entire assault, from initiation to the target's demise, transpired in under 3 seconds. Deep within the pit, the anguished cries of the fallen lizard and the overwhelming scent of blood roused 2 additional abyssal lizards from their slumber. 2 even larger shadows surged forth from the depths of darkness, propelled by furious roars and heavy footfalls. Their murky yellow eyes blazed with wrath, and their thick tails lashed against the stone walls of the trench, sending shards flying. Edmund nimbly leaped down from the carcass of the slain lizard, shaking the viscous blood from his right hand, his crimson gaze meeting the 2 approaching behemoths, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Infused with the thrill of the hunt, the warm-up concluded. Chapter 8. The Core of Molten Fire. In the depths of the pit, the 2 blood-crazed abyssal lizards, enraged by the stench of carnage, charged forth like uncontrollable battering rams, shattering the stone walls. Edmund's figure suddenly blurred, leaving behind a dark red afterimage, torn by claws. In the next instant, he appeared at the side of one lizard, fingers hooked like talons. The blood-poisoned claw, gleaming with a corrosive dark red light as it plunged into the gaps of its scales. The sound of tearing flesh and scales echoed, reminiscent of decaying wood being effortlessly ripped apart. A furious roar reverberated through the narrow trench, akin to thunder rolling ominously. The 2 colossal abyssal lizards, incited by the death of their companion and the pungent scent of blood, were consumed by a singular desire for slaughter, their murky yellow eyes now devoid of reason. Only the primal instinct for violence remained. Their powerful limbs trampled the ground, reducing fragments of stone to dust, their spiked tails resembling immense battering rams, whipped through the air with a fierce wind, crashing down viciously upon the newly landed Edmund, one after the other. To the lordly eye, the trajectory of the descending tails was clear, even revealing the black sludge and minute scratches clinging to the scales. Yet, to the ordinary observer, they appeared as 2 blurred shadows, capable of warping even steel with their terrifying force. The rock walls flanking the tunnel groaned under the relentless pressure of the force, intricate fissures spreading like a spider's web. In Edmund's crimson pupils, there was no trace of panic, only a chilling calculation and the unwavering focus of a hunter. Confronted with an ambush powerful enough to reduce elite extraordinary beings to mere pulp, his figure suddenly became ethereal. Buzz, the Shadow Step 1, was activated once more. This time, he chose neither retreat nor evasion, but advanced forward, directly into the path of the colossal tail crashing down from the left. Just as the barbed tail was about to graze the tips of his hair, Edmund's form shifted sideways with a ghostly grace, barely moving half a meter. This distance allowed the lethal tail to whisk past his left flank, the force of its passage tearing at the tattered edges of his garments. Meanwhile, his movements remained unimpeded. Harnessing the instantaneous momentum granted by Shadow Step and the terrifying explosive power derived from his lord-level agility, his body surged forward like a coiled spring released. The monstrous lizard to his right, having just unleashed its tremendous tail, was now slightly leaning forward due to inertia, exposing its relatively vulnerable neck below. Target locked. A fierce gleam surged within Edmund's eyes. In his heart, he intoned, blood-poison claw, activated. Buzz. A viscous, deep crimson energy enveloped his knife-like fingers, as if it could devour light itself. This energy was not merely destructive, it bore a sinister, soul-corroding venomous quality. At the tips of his fingers, the dark red energy coalesced into claw-like projections, sharp and tangible. The air sizzled as if ablaze. There were no grandiose moves, only the raw, primal brutality of the kill. Thud. Hiss. The horrifying sound of tearing flesh mingled with the dull thud of shattered bones erupted within the tunnel. Edmund's right hand, ablaze with the dark red claws, pierced with pinpoint accuracy through the relatively weak interscales at the lizard's neck. The blood-poison claw, a secret technique of the Thorn clan, unleashed its armor-piercing and corrosive properties to their fullest extent, propelled by his lord-level strength. The heavy scales of the abyssal lizard, capable of withstanding ordinary gunfire, were torn through effortlessly, like decayed wood. under the onslaught of this claw imbued with blood energy and venom. His fingers sunk deep. The claws grazed the sturdy vertebrae. Ack! The lizard let out a wail 100 times more anguished than its fallen companion. Its massive head thrashed wildly, desperate to escape the excruciating agony. Dark red blood, infused with the venomous energy of the blood-poisoned claw, gushed forth from the gaping wound like a runaway hydraulic fluid. The splattered toxic blood struck the rocky ground, emitting a hissing sound of severe corrosion, accompanied by a thick, sulphurous purple smoke. Yet, Edmund's assault was far from over. His fingers, embedded in the lizard's neck, suddenly clawed inward. With a rip, crack, the shattered vertebrae were forcibly extracted from their muscular confines. A massive chunk of flesh, covered in scales and tethered by sinews, was brutally torn away. Dark crimson ichor surged forth like a torrential waterfall. The anguished wail of the demon lizard abruptly ceased. Its colossal form crumpled as if its spine had been wrenched from its body, crashing to the ground. The enormous head tilted at an unnatural angle. Its murky yellow eyes instantly dulled, while the vast body continued to twitch nervously, yet the flame of life had already been extinguished. A swift and decisive kill. The absolute power of a lord, combined with the armor-piercing and corrosive effects of the blood-poisoned claw, wrought a merciless slaughter against the elite abyssal demon lizard. Renowned for its defenses, Roar, the last remaining demon lizard, witnessing the instantaneous demise of its two companions, especially the horrifying sight of the second being mercilessly torn at the neck, could no longer contain the primal fear surging from its instincts. Reflected in its murky yellow eyes, now consumed by rage and terror, it emitted a roar, a cacophony of fury and dread, as its massive body halted abruptly. Instead of charging forward, its powerful limbs began to frantically dig backward, desperate to escape the terrifying creature that had suddenly appeared. Seeking to flee, Edmund casually discarded the bloodied, scaled morsel from his hand, his scarlet pupils locking onto the retreating demon lizard. A chilling intent to kill enveloped the tunnel like a palpable frost. He slightly bent his legs, and the hard black stone ground beneath him cracked like spiderwebs under the pressure of an unseen force. Boom! A dull explosion reverberated in place. Edmund's figure transformed into a swift crimson blur, faster than when he had dispatched the first demon lizard. The shadow step was wielded to perfection as he changed direction twice within the narrow tunnel, appearing as if by teleportation above the last demon lizard's back. This time, he didn't even bother to employ the blood-poisoned claw. The pure power of a lord coalesced in his right fist, covered by a layer of ghastly white bone membrane sheen derived from bone reinforcement. The bone fist descended like a meteor, bearing horrific kinetic energy, striking with ferocity at the vulnerable junction between the demon lizard's neck and head. Bang! A dull thud echoed, akin to a heavy hammer striking leather. Crack! Splurt! The sickening sounds of shattering bones and bursting flesh resonated simultaneously. The lizard's heavily scaled head, under the onslaught of this sheer, terrifying force, was deformed and shattered like a watermelon crushed by a hammer. Thick, viscous brain matter mingled with dark crimson blood, while shattered bone fragments erupted like fireworks. The colossal headless corpse, propelled by immense inertia, staggered forward a few steps before crashing down, raising a cloud of dust. 3 elite abyssal demon lizards met their end in less than 10 seconds from the moment they detected their target. Silence enveloped the tunnel, thick and suffocating. Only the nauseating stench of blood and sulfur lingered, intermingled with the sizzling sound of rocks corroded by the blood-poisoned claw's venom. The dark red blood pooling from the 3 massive demon lizard corpses gathered in the low recesses of the tunnel, forming a viscous puddle. Edmund stood at the edge of a crimson pool, his body inevitably stained with the foul, beastly blood. He breathed lightly, not from fatigue, but rather from the inertia of power surging forth in a rapid explosion. His lordly physique allowed him to quickly regain his composure. His scarlet pupils swept over the 3 corpses. Within his cold gaze lay no thrill of slaughter, only a flicker of satisfaction at the precise control of his strength, alongside an assessment of his sustenance. The talent, Origin's Abyss, was activated once more. Without the guidance of the system, this instinct for plunder had become deeply ingrained within his very bones. He approached the first corpse of the abyssal lizard, whose throat he had crushed, extending his right hand, palm down, over the most robust core region of the body. A hum resonated as an invisible vortex of devouring energy materialized in his palm. A mixture of origin energy far purer than that of the skeletal wolf, infused with abyssal magic and a frenzied life essence, surged into Edmund's being like a summoned stream. Devouring elite abyssal lizard, mature. Acquired essence of abyssal magic. Physique 0. 5. Blood energy cap 30. Abyssal magic affinity, beginner, proficiency slightly increased. Next, he approached the second abyssal lizard, whose neck he had torn apart with blood poison claw. The devouring process was equally smooth, yielding similar feedback. Devouring elite abyssal lizard, mature. Acquired essence of abyssal magic. Strength 0. 5. Blood energy cap 30. Abyssal magic affinity, beginner, proficiency slightly increased. System, blood poison claw, causes slight pollution to the target's origin, without harming core energy absorption. When his palm rested upon the chest of the final abyssal lizard, whose head he had violently crushed, the feedback differed slightly. Devouring elite abyssal lizard, mature. Acquired essence of abyssal magic. Agility 0. 5. Blood energy cap 30. Acquired a fragment of acid resistance. Acid resistance increased, weak. Because the core of the target was not contaminated by the toxic poison, and its origin contained that trait, the 3 elite abyssal lizards bestowed upon him a total of 15 attribute points. Strength, physique, agility, each 0. 5. A 90-point increase to his blood energy cap, current cap, 940, along with a slight enhancement in acid resistance and a growth in magic affinity proficiency. On the system panel, next to abyssal magic affinity, beginner, a minuscule progress bar appeared. 13. A small gain is better than none, Edmund murmured to himself. Although the essence of the abyssal lizard was pure, its level had begun to fall short of his expectations. His gaze shifted to the system map, focusing on a deeper area marked by a deep purple hooked claw. Corrupted marsh stalker, elite variant. This target, hinted to contain fragments of faintly distorted rules, represented a more valuable quarry for his undertaking. As he prepared to turn away from the bloody slaughterhouse and delve deeper into the tunnels in search of a path to the lower levels, Edmund's lordly mental perception acutely detected an exceedingly faint energy fluctuation emanating from the depths of the tunnel, behind the corpse of the lizard he had decapitated. This fluctuation was neither abyssal magic nor blood energy, but a remarkably thin mental imprint, as if it might dissipate at any moment. With a hint of ancient literature in the air, Edmund's crimson pupils narrowed slightly as his figure flickered and instantly appeared before the rock wall. Behind the colossal headless corpse of the demon lizard, there lay an exceedingly concealed stone door, nearly entirely shrouded by thick moss and debris, nestled against the cavern wall. The material of this door differed from the black stone of the skeletal throne's ruins, exhibiting a gentle dark azure hue, adorned with archaic and obscure runes that had long since faded. A faint ripple of mental energy emanated subtly from within the door. The demon lizard's final impact had fortuitously dislodged a significant amount of the debris and moss covering the door, revealing a mere glimpse of what lay beneath. Was this a library archive or a storage chamber? A stirring of intrigue coursed through Edmund's mind. To construct an independent stone chamber in the core area of the skeletal throne was no ordinary feat. Perhaps it concealed secrets of the ancients, the progenitors of the bloodline, or even clues regarding Mammon and the traitors. He extended his right hand, summoning a wisp of dark crimson blood energy that danced around his fingertips like the most exquisite of chisels, commencing the meticulous removal of the moss and stones that cloaked the door. The precise control of his lordly power was vividly displayed in this moment, as the hard moss and stones were effortlessly stripped away like tofu, without inflicting any damage upon the door itself. Soon, a complete dark azure stone door, approximately 2 meters in height and 1 meter in width, was revealed. Though the runes carved upon its surface were indistinct, the faint protective energy they contained could still be felt. At the center of the door, there was a shallow, palm-shaped indentation. Edmund attempted to press his palm into the recess, channeling his internal blood energy into it. With a hum, the runes upon the door flickered weakly, akin to a malfunctioning circuit, emitting a dim red light before swiftly extinguishing. There were no signs of the door yielding. Was it a deficiency of energy or lack of authorization? Edmund furrowed his brow. He endeavored to amplify the infusion of blood energy, even invoking a trace of the primordial essence. The door remained unresponsive, save for a slight ripple of repulsion emanating from around the indentation. It appeared that a specific token or sufficient energy was required to unlock it, though forcibly breaching the door might be feasible. The commotion could prove too great and risk damaging whatever lay within. Just as Edmund pondered whether to temporarily relinquish his efforts and hunt the corrupted marsh stalker, a roar erupted from deeper within the cavern, closer to the demon energy marsh, far more ferocious and searing than that of the abyssal demon lizard, filled with a desire for annihilation. Boom, boom. Accompanying the roar was the heavy crashing sound against the rock wall. The entire tunnel trembled violently. Debris and dust rained down from the ceiling overhead. On the system map, the deep purple hook claw mark representing the corrupted marsh stalker instantaneously transformed into a blinding crimson hue, rapidly advancing towards Edmund's location. Beside the marker, a scarlet warning box materialized. Warning: target energy response is sharply increasing. Abyssal demon energy pollution levels are skyrocketing. Status: Berserk, stimulated by the will of an unknown high-tier entity. Threat assessment raised to high, stimulated by the will of an unknown high-tier entity. Edmund's crimson pupils contracted sharply as he turned abruptly toward the direction of the core fissure. Mammon. In the next moment, at the bend of the tunnel, a colossal and grotesque figure emerged, accompanied by a searing tempest of sulfur and viscous sludge, crashing violently through the rocky wall. No longer was it the system's description of the stealthy swamp stalker. Its size had swelled to nearly double. The once slick surface, cloaked in mud and camouflage moss, was now marred by a labyrinth of dark red fissures, resembling molten lava flowing across its hide. Within these cracks surged a viscous substance akin to magma, emanating a terrifying heat and the stench of sulfur. Its head contorted grotesquely, a massive single eye, ablaze with hellfire, occupying the space where features once lay, fixating menacingly on Edmund. Several tentacles, originally designed for ensnaring prey, were now sheathed in a lava-like exoskeleton, their tips splitting open like a carnivorous flower, oozing molten liquid. An overwhelming, chaotic pressure, far surpassing that of elite entities, rushed towards Edmund like a tangible tsunami. The magma fiend. In an instant, Edmund recognized the true essence of this creature. Deeply tainted by abyssal magic and forcibly catalyzed into mutation. This was indeed the lowest tier of abyssal demons, yet the most frenzied of melee fodder. Roar. The burning eye of the magma fiend was filled with an insatiable desire for destruction. It disregarded the corpses of the magical lizards and pools of blood littering the tunnel. Its massive form, riddled with lava-like cracks, charged at Edmund with an unstoppable momentum. A colossal, magma-flowing tentacle descended like a siege hammer, tearing through the air with tremendous force. The searing waves of heat engulfed the tunnel. The air warped under the extreme temperature. Threat assessment: high. Chapter 9, Blood of the Lava. The magma tentacle, carrying the heat to incinerate all, crashed down upon Edmund. His pupils flared crimson as he activated Shadow Step to its utmost limit. His figure shattered into dark red luminescence, narrowly slipping past the tentacle and the rocky wall. The back of his cloak ignited in an instant from the released heat. The searing sensation penetrated through his lordly defenses, reaching his nerves. System alerts flashed. Insufficient hellfire resistance. Prolonged contact will cause source burns. Scorching. Suffocating. The gigantic tentacle of the magma fiend, encased in a lava-like shell, had yet to reach him, but the horrifying heat wave surged like an invisible tsunami, instantly sweeping through the narrow tunnel. The air rapidly heated and warped, emitting crackling explosions. The moss and residual blood on the rocky walls blackened and carbonized in an instant. The tattered hem of Edmund's cloak curled violently and ignited. This was no longer the chilling dampness brought on by the accumulation of magical energy deep within the tunnel. It was the annihilating flame of destruction from the very depths of the abyss. Roar. The burning eye of the magma fiend locked onto Edmund with primal desires of destruction and greed. The massive magma tentacle tore through the distorted air with tremendous force, descending upon Edmund's position like a burning meteor. From the gaping maw of the tentacle, viscous and scalding magma dripped, searing holes into the rocky ground below with a hissing sound. There was no escape. In the confined space of the tunnel, the rampaging magma tentacle nearly sealed off all avenues for evasion. The lordly reflexes were pushed to their utmost limits in this dire moment. Edmund's crimson pupils reflected the horrifying sight of the rapidly enlarging, destructive magma flowing forth. The will of Mammon stirred and catalyzed. The power of this inferior demon had nearly reached the threshold of lordship. Especially the intense heat, infused with the essence of hellfire, posed a formidable challenge to his bloodline, which leaned towards shadows and life. He could not withstand it head-on. Shadow Step 1 was pushed to its limits. Buzz. At the critical moment, Edmund's form suddenly became ethereal. No longer the clear afterimage from before, but as if he had seamlessly merged into the thick shadows of the tunnel itself. He no longer pursued speed. Instead, he elevated the harmony with shadows and the art of extreme evasion to unprecedented heights. He was neither retreating nor dodging sideways. Like a wraith, he charged towards the scalding gap, barely the width of a palm, that had been violently torn open between the falling lava tentacle and the left rock wall. This was a dance on the edge of a blade, a breathtaking maneuver on the brink of death. Hiss! The lava tentacle, bearing destructive power, crashed down where Edmund had stood mere moments before. The hard black rocky ground shattered and melted like brittle cookies. Scalding lava and debris splattered in all directions. The violent shockwave, intertwined with sulfurous fumes and lethal heat, spread like ripples. Almost simultaneously, Edmund transformed into a dark red streak of light, narrowly squeezed through the fleeting gap between the lava tentacle and the left rock wall. The heat, an unimaginable heat, even as he brushed past. The residual warmth emanating from the surface of the lava tentacle pierced through the blood energy shield that activated instinctively on his skin, akin to millions of searing steel needles. His already tattered cloak turned to ash in an instant. The skin on his back, in contact with the searing area, experienced an intense, branding pain. His resilient skin turned crimson, even emitting wisps of smoke. Warning: high-level hellfire energy erosion detected. Hellfire resistance severely insufficient. Host S blood energy shield has been penetrated. Skin surface tissue moderately burned. Continued contact will cause deep tissue necrosis and source burns. The cold system alerts raced through Edmund's consciousness, accompanied by excruciating pain at his nerve endings. Humph! Edmund grunted, forcefully suppressing the searing pain in his back and the turmoil caused by the invasion of hellfire energy. His formidable physique, a testament to lord-level strength, and the tenacious vitality bestowed by his primordial bloodline allowed him to endure this momentary assault. A cold fury ignited within his crimson pupils. The brute's power, along with the hellfire, reeked of Mammon's repugnant essence. The molten infernal creature's strike missed, its massive lava tentacle embedding deeply into the melted rocky ground. Its burning single eye flickered with a hint of human-like astonishment, seemingly taken aback that this loathsome little insect could evade its lethal blow. Immediately, a frenzied rage surged once more in its singular eye. It emitted an even more piercing roar, violently yanking the embedded tentacle from the ground, sending molten rocks and debris flying into the air. Two smaller tendrils, equally coursing with magma, akin to two lethal whips of flame, lashed out from either side, emitting a piercing shriek that tore through the air, striking fiercely at the recently steadied Edmund. This time, Edmund did not evade. His crimson pupils fixed unwaveringly on the frenzied beast, a chilling intent to kill, as palpable as a frigid current, momentarily overshadowed the searing pain in his back. To be a passive target? No. The dignity of a predator would not be trifled with. Seeking death, Edmund's voice was as cold as ancient ice. Faced with the dual assault of the molten tendrils, he summoned all his strength in his legs. The rugged rock beneath him erupted with a thunderous crack. He surged forward, like a blood-red cannonball, charging directly toward the oncoming tendril from the left. His lordly agility, 26 points, fully unleashed, he executed an instant leap and directional shift with Shadow Step. In the midst of his sprint, he suddenly made a near 90-degree lateral move. The leftward tendril, trailing a searing wave of heat, whistled past his chest. The dripping magma from the tendril seared the air, emitting a hissing sound of impending demise. In that fleeting moment of near contact, the 5 fingers of Edmund's right hand glimmered with a deep, viscous, dark red radiance that surged once more. Blood poison claw. However, this time, his target was not the tendril itself, but the relatively weaker joint where the tendril connected to the torso. Though encased in lava-hard shell, the gaps were more pronounced, and the flowing magma less prevalent. With a sharp thrust, his right hand, ablaze with dark red claws, pierced through the crevice of the lava shell with surgical precision. The corrosive properties of blood poison claw erupted instantly. The sound of energy annihilation echoed violently, akin to a red-hot iron plunged into ice water. The toxic blood energy contained within, blood poison claw, clashed violently with the hellfire energy embedded in the lava shell. The dark red toxic energy ravaged the lava shell, eroding its molten structure, rendering it dull and cracked. Conversely, the hellfire's intense heat scorched and purified the invading toxins. The fierce energy conflict even triggered a localized explosion. Fragments of the hardened shell, mingled with dark red and orange energy shards, scattered in all directions. A roar filled with agony and fury erupted from the molten demon. The base of the struck tendril quivered violently, its whipping motion abruptly distorting and slowing. A charred, smoke-emitting blood hole gaped where it had been corroded. Dark red, viscous blood, reminiscent of lava, surged from the wound. Effective. Yet, the damage was not lethal enough. The molten demon's reaction was astonishingly swift. The excruciating pain did not deter it. Rather, it ignited its ferocity. The corroded tendril recoiled sharply, while the primary tendril, which had once shattered the ground, along with another intact tendril, coiled around Edmund from both sides. Akin to two fiery serpents, abandoning their strikes in favor of a constricting embrace, intent on crushing and incinerating this insect that had dared to wound it. Simultaneously, its colossal single eye, blazing with hellfire and dominating its entire head, glowed with blinding crimson light. A tempest of chaotic fury, imbued with a potent mental onslaught, descended upon Edmund's consciousness like an invisible hammer. Warning: high-level spiritual contamination detected, derived from the greed mark of Mammon. Spiritual contamination resistance activated. Resistance successful. Willpower assessment passed. The system's prompt emerged just in time, as the Mammon-infused mental assault was forcefully countered by Edmund's formidable spirit, 44 points, and the inherent willpower aura of the progenitor vampire. Nevertheless, he was left momentarily dazed. Scorching, suffocating, strangling. Two burning, lava-like tentacles, exuding the hellish flames of annihilation, sealed off all surrounding space. The terrifying heat caused the air around Edmund to boil. His skin prickled with sharp pain, and the ground beneath him began to soften. Humph! Insect? The crimson fire in Edmund's eyes blazed to its zenith. Confronted with this deadly entanglement, he felt no fear. Instead, a chilling smirk graced his lips. The core of his blood energy ignited like a star, boiling with intensity. His heart resonated with a heavy, drum-like thrum. Crimson Nova activated. Chapter 10. The grasp of dark thorns give me explosion. Edmund's low growl resonated like a command from the abyss. The highly compressed crimson orb erupted fiercely in his palm. The devastating crimson shockwave instantly engulfed the encroaching lava tentacles. Amidst the ear-splitting sound of obliteration, the lava's hardened shell crumbled inch by inch. Scalding magma splattered like a torrential downpour. Roar! The howl of the infernal fire fiend was laced with the agony of primordial tearing. The system prompt flashed wildly. Captured weak lava core fragments. Hellfire resistance 15. Boom. This was no longer a dull rumble. This time, the Crimson Nova represented Edmund's full-throttle eruption in the face of despair. He compressed an immense amount of blood energy within the span of his arm, forming not a dispersive shockwave, but a transient, highly concentrated crimson orb with a diameter of less than 2 meters. The orb materialized precisely at the center where the two lava tentacles were about to converge and strangle him. Compress, condense, annihilate. The blinding crimson radiance instantly consumed all. This brilliance was not merely an energy explosion. It harbored the domineering annihilation power of the progenitor vampire's life authority. Within the orb, it was as if countless miniature stars were being born and extinguished, exploding. Sizzle, sizzle. The ear-splitting sound of energy annihilation roared like the wails of the damned, instantly overpowering the infernal fire fiend's roar. The crimson radiance collided violently with the hellfire engulfing the lava tentacles, leading to their obliteration. The two encroaching lava tentacles, now at the forefront of the assault, were reduced to mere wax figures tossed into a furnace before the unparalleled annihilation power of the crimson light. The viscous magma flowing over their surfaces evaporated instantly, purified. The hardened shell of lava cracked under the unbearable strain, emitting a groan of despair, and subsequently shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, scattering into the sky as debris laced with dark red embers. The relatively fragile flesh and energy core within the tentacles rapidly melted and vanished upon contact with the crimson glow, akin to remnants of snow under the blazing sun. Crimson, akin to viscous blood resembling molten lava, erupted wildly, only to be evaporated into a foul mist of toxin upon severance from its source. A heart-wrenching wail resonated through the air as the molten infernal beast emitted a sound of unprecedented agony, filled with disbelief and the ultimate torment of its essence being torn asunder. Its colossal form was struck as if by an invisible hammer, staggering backward in a moment of disarray. Two of its tentacles, directly impacted by the scarlet nova, began to disintegrate from their roots, rapidly cascading into ruin. Like giant firecrackers ignited, they burst apart amidst a deafening cacophony. Scalding magma, mingled with charred flesh and shattered bones, poured into the chasm like a torrential downpour, scorching the ground into a pockmarked wasteland, with thick plumes of smoke rising skyward. This precise and ferocious strike of the scarlet nova not only shattered the infernal beast's lethal entanglement, but also incapacitated its two primary attacking appendages in an instant. The toll was immense. Edmund felt nearly 60% of his blood energy siphoned away in that moment, leaving his lordly physique awash in a wave of weakness. Yet the tide of battle had shifted. An opportunity arose. A fierce glint ignited in Edmund's eyes as he braved the fleeting void left by his significant energy depletion. He stomped the ground with fervor, activating Shadow Step, once more transforming into a low-sweeping crimson line. Seizing the moment of the infernal beast's momentary rigidity from its excruciating pain and severed limbs, he surged beneath its massive, lava-cracked body, aiming for its relatively vulnerable heart. With utmost urgency, he unleashed Blood Venom Claw. A low hum resonated as dark red claws glistened with unprecedented potency, resembling 5 daggers of poison from the depths of hell. Edmund even infused a fragment of his recently restored blood energy into this lethal manifestation. The claws exuded an aura of corrosion that could freeze one's very soul. Death. With a swift series of piercing strikes, his right hand, ablaze with the dark red claw's radiance, plunged into the core of the infernal beast's chest, targeting the area where the lava cracks were densest and the defense most feeble. The corrosive venom of Blood Venom Claw clashed violently with the raging hellfire within the beast, creating a tumultuous reaction that echoed with hissing detonations and the muffled sounds of flesh being eroded. The resilient demonic muscle and lava shell crumbled layer by layer before the toxic claws. Dark red venom and searing magma splattered forth. Edmund remained undeterred, his crimson pupils fixated solely on the essence of his prey, his fingers like iron hooks. Disregarding the splattering and burning of toxic blood and magma, his hellfire resistance continuously rising, pierced through the last vestiges of skeletal defense, accurately burrowing into the core of the infernal beast's chest cavity. Within his grasp lay a frenzied, pulsating core, akin to a miniature furnace, flowing with viscous dark red magma, exuding pure and violent abyssal magic energy and hellfire. This was the very source of power for the aberrant beast. A desperate, dying howl erupted from the molten infernal beast, its singular eye brimming with fear and pleas. Its remaining primary tentacles swung violently toward Edmund's back, attempting a final, futile struggle. Alas, it was too late. In Edmund's eyes, there was not a trace of compassion, only the chilling gaze of a predator. This source of the abyss, talent activated with ferocity. Boom. An invisible vortex of devouring energy formed in his palm, instantly enveloping the blazing core of molten fire. Ferocious, scorching, chaotic. The abyssal energy, marked by the will of Mammon, surged forth like a torrent of lava breaching its dam, flooding into Edmund's arm with wild abandon. This power was 100 times purer than the previous abyssal lizard, and 100 times more frenzied. The searing infernal energy ruthlessly scorched his meridians, while the chaotic magical force battered against his consciousness. The insatiable will of Mammon clung to him like a parasite, attempting to erode his very soul along the flow of energy. Warning: high-intensity infernal energy and abyssal magical force detected entering the source. Warning: high-grade spiritual contamination imprint, derivative of Mammon's greed mark, synchronously eroding. Initiating devouring guidance and purification protocol. Consuming system energy. 5. Guidance successful. Energy conversion pathway optimized. Contamination imprint being stripped away. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed urgently within the sea of consciousness. A familiar, chilling energy surged forth, imbued with the effects of cleansing and purification, directing the tumultuous molten energy along the optimized path into Edmund's body while forcibly stripping away the venomous mammon imprint clinging to the energy core. Edmund let out a muffled groan, his body quaking violently. Dark, red magical patterns flickered wildly across his exposed skin, resisting the invading infernal energy. The burns on his back rapidly healed under the nourishment of the pure energy, yet new searing pain coursed through his arm's meridians. His mind was intensely focused, wielding his formidable will alongside the system's assistance to firmly suppress the restless energy and the final counterattack of the mammon imprint. Strip away, purify, devour. Successfully devoured the core source of the elite abyssal mutant, infernal low demon. Acquired a substantial amount of abyssal magical essence. Strength, 3. Constitution, 4. Agility, 2. Blood energy cap, 150. Current blood energy cap, 1090. Gained infernal fire resistance. Beginner. Current resistance, 30. Captured a fragment of the weak infernal core's law. Infernal fire resistance increased by an additional 15. Current resistance, 45. Abyssal magical affinity, beginner. Proficiency significantly enhanced. Current progress, 65. Resistance to spiritual contamination enhanced. System, derivative of Mammon's greed mark, has been stripped and annihilated. As the last trace of pure magical essence was consumed, the massive, distorted body of the infernal low demon became rigid and lifeless, as if all vitality had been drained. The lava-like cracks covering its form rapidly extinguished, dimming into a cold, cracked black shell. The infernal fire that once burned in its singular eye was completely snuffed out, leaving only a hollow silence. With a thunderous crash, the frenzied mutant creature collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and shards of black stone. Edmund stood in place, breathing slightly heavier. The invigorating power brought about by the devouring process swiftly dispelled his earlier weakness. He could distinctly feel the new energy coursing through his meridians, imbued with a scorching attribute, as well as the natural barrier beneath his skin resisting the searing infernal energy. A resistance of 45 against infernal fire. This is undoubtedly a precious asset when battling the lava demon-type foes. He glanced at the system energy, 20. The recent consumption of the Devour ability took 5. And the effect of the abyssal hunting license was nearing its end. The luminous points marked on the map began to blur. It was unwise to linger here. The frenzied mutation of the molten infernal beast and its final deathly roar could very well attract powerful entities lurking deeper or near the core fissures. Yet, he did not depart immediately. His crimson gaze fell once more upon the dark blue stone door, largely buried beneath rubble. The shockwaves from the recent battle had dislodged more debris, revealing beneath the door a modest pedestal, similarly cloaked in moss. Upon it seemed to be etched some form of emblem. Edmund stepped forward, his fingertips brimming with sanguine energy, swiftly clearing the moss and grime from the pedestal. A clear emblem emerged, an abstract, blood-dripping black thorn, entwined around a pale skeletal hand that grasped downwards in a phantom grip. At the knuckles of the skeletal hand, a tiny, crimson diamond gem glimmered faintly. Edmund's pupils subtly contracted. He recognized it, not from fragmented memories, but from an instinctual resonance deep within the primordial bloodline. This was the emblem of his ancient bloodline, the Dark Thorns. That skeletal hand represented a relic he once wielded, the grip of Dark Thorns. Could it be that behind this door lay a connection to his relic? Or perhaps clues regarding the whereabouts of the grip of Dark Thorns? Without hesitation, he pressed his right hand once more into the palm indentation at the center of the stone door. This time, he did not merely infuse ordinary sanguine energy, but attempted to blend a trace of the unique primordial essence belonging to Edmund's Dark Thorns with the blood energy, slowly channeling it forth. The dim runes on the door, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, flared to life. No longer the feeble red glow, but a profound, subdued, dark crimson radiance. Akin to congealed blood, the light swirled, illuminating the entire doorframe along its arcane trajectory. A faint yet distinct spatial fluctuation emanated from within the stone door. Creak, creak, creak. A muffled sound of mechanisms turning resonated. The heavy dark blue stone door silently slid open before Edmund, creating a narrow passageway just wide enough for one to pass through. A cold gust, mingled with dust, decayed parchment, and an enigmatic essence, surged forth from the crack. It worked. Edmund felt a stir within, poised to step inside when, warning, detected a massive surge of abyssal demonic energy. Coordinates: core fissure, 0 meters. Intensity: king level initiate. Demon god will activity, extremely high. Warning: multiple high-energy vampire signals detected approaching at high speed. Direction: northwest, surface. Distance: 3 kilometers. Estimated contact time: 5 minutes. Signal recognition: Dark Moon Council Thorn Clan, hostile. Warning level high. The system's crimson warning box abruptly flooded Edmund's field of vision like a sudden hemorrhage. The will of Mammon at the core fissure was on the brink of awakening. The pursuers from the Thorn Clan had also arrived at this critical juncture near the ruins of the Bone Throne. Crisis, like a sword suspended by a thread, descends abruptly. Chapter 11. The Thorny Path. The dark azure stone door creaks open, revealing a passage akin to an ancient tomb. Edmund steps forward, enveloped by the icy breath of decay that rushes forth with swirling dust. The warnings echo behind him like blood-soaked thorns, entwining around his heart. The king-level magical energy surges within the core of the earth, and the fangs of the Thorn Clan are now a mere 3 kilometers away. His crimson gaze sweeps across the stony chamber, dilapidated bookshelves cloaked in spider webs, toppled laboratory tables, and at the center, a diamond-shaped shard floats quietly, pulsating with a dark red luminescence. The stirring of the bloodline within the grip of the dark thorns responds to the call. The chilly air, mingling with the dust of ages and remnants of strange energies, wafts in like a sigh from a tomb that has slumbered for millennia, pouring forth from the crevice of the open stone door. Without hesitation, Edmund's figure flickers, merging with the shadows themselves, instantly slipping through the narrow opening that barely accommodates a single person. The ancient stone door, heavy and archaic, silently and swiftly closes behind him, sealing off the bloodshed, sulfur, an impending storm that permeates the outside tunnel. The last flicker of light vanishes, and the chamber is plunged into near-total darkness. Only Edmund's crimson eyes remain, akin to 2 stars igniting in the abyss, emitting a cold and piercing glow. Warning: the peak of king level, beginner, abyssal magical energy will be reached in 30 seconds. Projected impact radius: 5 kilometers from the core. Evacuation is strongly advised. Warning: an elite squad from the Thorn Clan, including 1 Lord-level target, has entered the core area of the ruins. Distance: 2,800 meters. Estimated contact time: 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The system's crimson alerts slice through the darkness like a suspended blade, the chilling text flashing wildly in the ocean of consciousness. Time. Every second burns away. Edmund forcibly suppresses the urgency in his heart, his Lord-level perception acting like an invisible radar wave, sweeping across the entire stone chamber in an instant. This space measures approximately 50 square meters. The walls and ceiling are constructed from the same dark azure stone as the door, their surfaces etched with ancient runes that have long since faded into obscurity. A thick layer of dust blankets everything. To the left, several rows of enormous, tilted bookshelves lean eastward, riddled with spider webs and worm-eaten marks, atop which are scattered remnants of scrolls and leather-bound books, now reduced to blackened decay, emanating a pungent odor of rot. To the right lie overturned stone laboratory tables and shelves, strewn with shattered crucibles, desiccated potion vials, and various rusted metal tools, their purposes now unrecognizable. At the center of the chamber stands a dusty bluestone platform. Upon this platform, a faint yet profoundly pure and weighty dark red light pierces through eons of dust, resembling the solitary beating heart of darkness in an eternal night. Captivating all of Edmund's attention, he steps forward, stirring up a small whirlpool of dust beneath his feet, arriving before the stone platform in an instant. No system prompt is necessary. The intense resonance and yearning emanating from the depths of his bloodline, akin to a call from the very source of his soul, has already revealed the answer to him. It is an irregular diamond-shaped shard, approximately the size of a palm. The material is neither metal nor jade, but resembles a solidified dark red crystal, imbued with boundless power. The edges of the shattered fragment revealed sharp, jagged contours, while a viscous, lifelike sanguine glow flowed within. This sanguine light was profound and restrained. exuding an air of solemnity and a latent ferocity that stemmed from the ultimate depths of existence. Merely approaching it, Edmund felt the blood coursing through his veins, responding to the call of a sovereign, becoming unprecedentedly vibrant and tumultuous. Every drop of his blood rejoiced and trembled. It was indeed a shard of his ancestral relic, the grasp of the dark thorn. Finally, Edmund whispered, his cold voice stirring a faint echo within the desolate stone chamber. He slowly extended his right hand, his fingertips quivering subtly, not from fear, but from a stirring and summons deep within his bloodline. This fragment was not merely a weapon. It was a piece of his lost power, the key to the mysteries of his past glory and downfall. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the shard, a resounding roar erupted. An unimaginable tremor, as if the very earth were lamenting, surged from the depths beneath him. The entire stone chamber shook violently, akin to a small vessel tossed about in a tempest. Dust and debris cascaded from the ceiling and walls like torrential rain. On the dark blue stone surface, the once dim runes erupted into a blinding, scarlet brilliance, as if infused with energy like a decayed circuit suddenly awakened. King-level arcane impact detected. Warning. Core geospheric structural integrity severely compromised. Mammon's will exceeds critical threshold. Spatial tier warning. The system alerts were nearly drowned out by the frenzied waves of energy. Edmund's countenance shifted. An invisible, overwhelming pressure, heavy as a mountain, suffused with greed, destruction, and chaos, pierced through the thick rock layers and the ancient defenses of the chamber. Like countless icy, venomous needles stabbing into his mental realm. Mammon's will. It was clearer and more violent than any previous sensation. This will was not directed at him personally, but rather an unconscious, expansive release of energy enveloping the entire core area. Yet, even so, the mental oppression stemming from the king-level disparity remained terrifying. Edmund felt as though his soul were cast into a furnace, visions swirling before him, mountains of gold and gems ablaze, countless twisted souls wailing in the greedy flames. And a colossal maw, forged from pure greed and destructive intent, slowly opening to devour the entire world. Humph! Edmund grunted softly, staggering slightly as the violent tremors and horrific mental assault nearly toppled him. His crimson pupils contracted to their utmost. The lordly mental strength, 44 points, compressing to the limit before bursting forth. The nobility and pride of the primordial bloodline, rooted in the essence of life, transformed into an intangible barrier of will, staunchly resisting the overwhelming encroachment of greed. Begone! A roar from the depths of his soul resounded through the sea of consciousness. The ancient fragment of Edmund's will was fully ignited. A cold, aloof will, imbued with millennia of suppressed fury, surged forth like an unparalleled weapon drawn from its sheath, striking fiercely at the greedy tendrils invading his mental ocean. Sizzle! An invisible clash at the level of the mind. The unconscious imprint of Mammon's insatiable greed was violently torn apart by this sudden, ancient, and pure counterattack. The illusions before Edmund shattered in an instant, and the weight of his mental burden lightened significantly. However, the cost was immense. This eruption of willpower nearly depleted more than half of his mental strength, leaving a hollow ache akin to a painful emptiness at his temples. The tremors gradually subsided, and the crimson runes etched upon the stone walls dimmed rapidly, returning to a lifeless stillness. Yet, Edmund understood that this was merely the ripple before the storm. Mammon's awakening had entered an irreversible phase. He gritted his teeth against the dizziness caused by mental exhaustion and the persistent vibrations of the ground, thrusting his right hand forward with fervor. His fingertips finally grazed the suspended crystalline shard. It felt cold, hard, and resonated with a profound, bloodline connection, a soul-stirring tremor. In that fleeting moment of contact, the dark red shard erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, flooding the stone chamber with a viscous hue of blood. A torrent of colossal, tumultuous memories, steeped in countless ages, surged like a breached dam, crashing into the sea of Edmund's consciousness through his fingertips. No longer mere fragmented visions. This time they coalesced into relatively coherent images: a burning sky, a shattered earth, and innumerable demonic figures radiating an aura of destruction, obscuring the heavens. Among them, one grotesque demon, composed of pure lava, avaricious gold, and twisted souls, towered beyond imagination, its claws capable of rending the stars. Roaring with the insatiable hunger of greed and consumption, Mammon, At the heart of these visions, a solitary figure floated amidst the shattered void, bathed in blood. With skin pale and cracked, dark golden blood coursed through the fissures. Clad in tattered black armor, one of his enormous bat-like wings was broken, while his remaining right hand gripped a fearsome gauntlet, known as the grip of dark thorns, entwined with countless black thorns surrounding a skeletal structure. At its core, a massive scarlet gemstone glimmered with his last vestiges of blood energy. The visage of this figure was none other than Edmund's own dark thorns, yet more ancient, more frigid. His eyes alight with a fierce resolve and boundless weariness. A low growl, steeped in profound hatred, echoed from the memory of Edmund, resonating deeply within his present consciousness. It was the voice of the traitor, Devourer. Then, the scene shifted abruptly. Behind him, a swift, silent crimson figure emerged, exuding the same blood energy, yet radiating a chilling malice of betrayal. A hand adorned with exquisite blood-colored armor wielded a dagger, oozing with cursed darkness, plunging mercilessly towards the unguarded heart of memory's Edmund. The half-revealed face in that moment of ambush was pale, handsome, and bore a cruel yet elegant smirk. Devourer, another progenitor of the bloodline. The vision abruptly ceased. Boom. Edmund's eyes shot open. In his crimson pupils burned a tempest of fury and frigid intent to kill. His body trembled slightly from the overwhelming rage and mental shock. Devourer. It was this traitor who conspired with Mammon to strike him down from behind, leading to his downfall and the shattering of the grip of dark thorns. The deep, husky voice of Devourer resonated, each word seemingly enshrouded in eons of glacial chill and the flames of hell, forcing its way through the gaps of Edmund's clenched teeth. The oppressive aura of the progenitor of the bloodline surged uncontrollably, dispersing the dust within the stone chamber, creating a palpable vacuum. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing energy vibrations erupted from the entrance of the tunnel, reverberating with 3 sharp, penetrating hums. This was soon followed by the jarring sounds of rock being violently severed and melted. A powerful pressure, infused with the scent of blood and withered thorns, crashed against the dark blue stone door like a colossal battering ram. The stone door groaned under the weight of this force, even developing fine cracks upon its surface. A cold, arrogant male voice, dripping with unabashed greed and murderous intent, penetrated the stone door and reached Edmund's ears with chilling clarity. Wretched blood thief. Filthy scavenger of the ruins. I am Count Carlos of the Thorn clan. By the decree of the Dark Moon Council, I pursue the sinner who has desecrated the throne. Surrender the ancient relic you have stolen, bind your bloodline, and kneel in supplication, and I may allow you to retain a whole corpse. Otherwise, this place shall become your eternal grave. The pursuers of the Thorn clan had arrived. Chapter 12. Blood of the Count. The stone door groaned under the onslaught of the Thorn clan's blood energy. In that moment, as Edmund grasped the shard of the sacred artifact, a scarlet light surged skyward. The fragment greedily consumed his blood energy, emitting a ravenous hum. You desire it? Edmund's voice cut through the stone door, cold and piercing. Then let your life be the price. He raised his hand abruptly, and the shard transformed into a dark red line of blood, tearing through space and piercing the door directly towards the haughty Count of Thorns. The wretched blood thief kneeling in supplication to his eternal grave. Count Carlos of the Thorn clan's proclamation, filled with arrogance and murderous intent, slithered into the stone chamber like a venomous serpent, coiling around Edmund's heart. The fine cracks spreading across the stone door became starkly visible under the dim bloodlight, each energy impact widening the fissures as if the shell of an egg were on the verge of shattering. Yet, at this moment, Edmund's state of mind resembled the deepest abyss at the eye of a storm. Anger? Yes, he felt it. Towards the traitor Devourer, towards the adversary Mammon, deeply ingrained. But more potent was a cold fury, ignited by the audacity of ants coveting the throne. The Thorn clan, the Dark Moon Council, merely the descendants of his former servants. A group of insects that had survived by mere chance in the twilight of ancient times. Now, they dared to brazenly challenge him. Edmund of the Dark Thorn? A faint, frigid sneer escaped from Edmund's lips. The disdain and ancient majesty encapsulated in that laughter seemed to freeze the dust swirling within the chamber. His right hand clenched tightly around the dark red diamond-shaped shard. The sacred fragment appeared to sense its master's boiling intent for vengeance. The bloodlight within it thickened and surged violently. An unimaginable force emanated from the shard, wildly devouring the blood energy within Edmund, like a parched desert encountering a life-giving rain. His blood energy limit of 1090 points plummeted at a visible rate, cascading down to 900, 800, 700. An intense sensation of weakness, accompanied by a searing pain as if strength were being forcibly extracted, coursed through his entire being in an instant. This fragment, unhealed and akin to a voracious creature, craved insatiably. "Do you wish to?" Edmund's voice suddenly rose, no longer a mere whisper, but a proclamation imbued with the majesty of the ancients and an endless thirst for bloodshed. This voice penetrated the heavy stone door, akin to a cold spear of judgment, piercing the ears of Count Carlos outside. "Then trade your life for it." At that moment, a crimson glow surged in Edmund's eyes. He ceased his struggle to suppress the fragment's ravenous appetite for blood energy, instead willingly pouring forth his own vast reservoir of blood energy, approaching the pinnacle of lordship. Into the fragment like fuel, heedless of the cost. Boom! The dark red diamond-shaped fragment erupted with a terrifying blood radiance, blindingly bright. The entire stone chamber was submerged as if cast into a sea of blood. The viscous crimson light engulfed all. The fragment trembled violently, emitting a high-pitched hum that threatened to rend eardrums. An indescribable, destructive aura, seemingly capable of tearing through space and defying the very fabric of reality, awoke violently from within the fragment. "Not good. Retreat quickly." Outside, the haughty voice of Count Carlos shifted abruptly, filled with an unprecedented dread. He sensed a terrifying pressure originating from the depths of his bloodline, causing his very soul to tremble, piercing through the stone door as if an invisible giant hand had seized his throat. Was that the aura of the progenitor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet, it was too late. Edmund's arm muscles tightened, veins bulging. He summoned all his strength, the fragment now absorbing an immense amount of blood energy, becoming as heated as a branding iron and as heavy as a mountain. Aiming it at the stone door, he hurled it with all his might. Smash! Whoosh! A beam of dark red light, honed to perfection and no thicker than a human arm, shot forth like a spear of annihilation from the depths of hell, instantly tearing through the sea of blood within the stone chamber. Where the beam passed, space emitted a sharp, shattering wail, akin to glass fracturing under unbearable strain. It left behind a lingering, inky black trail exuding a sense of devastation. The speed of this beam transcended the very concept of time. In Count Carlos' perception, he had just issued a warning, a bone-chilling sense of imminent death barely stirring within him, when that destructive blood light erupted with a thunderous roar. There was no process, only result. The ancient stone door, constructed of dark blue stone and inscribed with protective runes sufficient to withstand a typical lord-level assault, along with the thick rock wall behind it, was vaporized in an instant, forming a terrifying gaping hole over 2 meters in diameter, its edges flowing with dark red lava. The destructive beam surged forth unabated. Like a precisely guided judgment from hell, it disregarded the debris and dust, ignoring the distance of space, and instantaneously appeared outside the stone door, hovering midair, surrounded by a swirling mist of scarlet thorns, poised to unleash an even greater attack before Count Carlos. Thorny Bloodwall. Count Carlos' very soul quaked. His handsome, pale visage contorted in ultimate terror. The primal instincts of battle inherent to a lord compelled him to unleash the tremendous blood energy within him without reservation. Countless tendrils of viscous blood, adorned with sharp barbs, instantaneously intertwined before him, proliferating wildly to form a colossal wall of thorns, several meters thick, exuding a potent aura of decay and malediction. This was his most formidable defensive secret art, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a foe of equal rank. Yet, in the face of the annihilating beam propelled by the remnants of a primal sacred artifact and the primordial blood energy, the thorny blood barrier, which would deter even the mightiest of lord-class adversaries, crumbled like drenched parchment. The beam surged forth without the slightest hesitation, effortlessly penetrating the barrier as if it were mere vapor rather than a formidable energy shield. No. Count Carlos' pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks, releasing a cry of despair. He could distinctly perceive the angular phantom of the shard within the beam, with a soft sound akin to a blade piercing leather. Time seemed to freeze. The annihilating beam pierced through the thorny blood wall, and accurately traversed the right arm adorned with crimson thorn patterns that Count Carlos had hastily shielded before his chest, continuing unimpeded to penetrate the location of his heart on the left side of his chest. Count Carlos' movements ceased entirely. His visage, a blend of horror, fear, and disbelief, became frozen in place. He slowly lowered his gaze, incredulously observing the fist-sized, ominous wound at his chest, its edges seeping dark red flames and emitting a sinister hissing sound. There was no spurt of blood. All flesh, bone, and even his powerful lord-class vampiric heart were vaporized in an instant by the overwhelming force derived from the progenitor, leaving behind a gaping void that exuded the aroma of charred flesh and the essence of obliteration. Count Carlos emitted a wheezing sound from his throat, the last vestiges of light in his eyes dimming rapidly, filled with boundless confusion and incomprehensible dread. His body swayed, akin to a marionette with severed strings, plummeting to the ground. Thud! The heavy corpse struck the dust-laden floor of the passageway, echoing in the profound silence. An absolute stillness enveloped the space. The debris and dust within the tunnel gradually settled. The annihilating beam, after piercing through Carlos, plunged deep into the rock wall of the passage behind him, leaving a bottomless, molten-edged crater before dissipating entirely. The air was imbued with a pungent odor of char and the unique chilling essence of obliteration. At the edge of the stone chamber, Edmund's figure slowly materialized amidst the swirling dust. His complexion was as pale as the finest porcelain, tinged with a faint hue of excessive blood loss. That last strike had nearly drained him of all his blood energy. He felt an overwhelming emptiness within, waves of intense dizziness crashing against his consciousness. Leaning against the cracked stone wall, he struggled to maintain his balance. Yet, his gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade. Sweeping over the chaos beyond the stone door, Count Carlos' body lay in a pool of blood, the horrifying void in his chest a gruesome sight. Further back from where he fell, a dozen elite vampires clad in dark purple thorn-patterned armor stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone. Their faces were frozen in a state of profound horror and disbelief, as if their very blood had turned to ice. The most gifted lord of the Thorn clan, a contender for the title of Duke, had been annihilated in an instant, struck down by an incomprehensibly terrifying beam of light that erupted from the stone chamber. Fear, like an insidious plague, swept through the hearts of every elite member of the Thorn clan. The absolute pressure emanating from that light, rooted in the essence of their bloodline, rendered their very lifeblood sluggish and cold, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. An elite Thorn blood guard trembled, instinctively taking a step back. Edmund inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress the weakness and dizziness that enveloped him. Slowly, he raised his left hand towards the hollow in the chest of the deceased Count Carlos, from which the pure essence of the bloodline lord still emanated, and invoked the essence reversion. Buzz! An invisible vortex of devouring energy formed, spanning several meters to precisely envelop the vast, unclaimed reservoir of pure blood essence. The lord-level blood energy of the Thorn clan, imbued with decay and curses, surged into Edmund's withered body like rivers rushing to the sea. Devouring the core essence of the lord-level bloodline, Count of the Thorn clan gained a vast amount of blood essence. Blood energy limit 500. Current blood energy limit 1,590. Note: some essence was annihilated by the fragments of the holy artifact. Acquired Thorn clan bloodline knowledge advanced. Mastery over Thorn blood arts significantly enhanced. Obtained fragments of secret lore regarding the Thorn clan's Dark Moon Council. Gained decayed resistance. Intermediate. Acquired Thorn curse mastery. Beginner. Slight increase in bloodline essence purity. System. Analyzed the contaminated Thorn essence. Preliminary filtering completed. The overwhelming pure blood energy surged in, akin to a refreshing spring flowing into a parched riverbed. Edmund's pallid complexion visibly regained a hint of color, as his empty body was replenished with vigor. He felt even more formidable than before. More importantly, the unique blood arts and secret knowledge of the Thorn clan flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. He gently closed his eyes, digesting the influx of information. When he reopened them, his gaze was fixed upon the group of elite Thorn clan members, paralyzed by immense fear and indecision. Kneel. Edmund's voice, though not loud, resonated like a chilling decree, imbued with the undeniable authority of the primordial bloodline. Cutting through the thin haze, and echoing clearly in the ears of every surviving thorn blood guard. Thud, 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 without the slightest hesitation. Having witnessed the terrifying spectacle of the Count's instant demise and personally felt the absolute oppression stemming from their bloodline, their remaining will shattered completely. A dozen elite thorn blood guards, as if their spines had been severed, simultaneously collapsed onto the cold ground strewn with rubble and the Count's blood. Their heads bowed deeply, their bodies trembling from sheer terror. Within the tunnel, only the heavy, oppressive sound of their breaths remained. Is this ancestor truly the ruinous hyena? This thought gnawed at their sanity like the most frenzied curse. Edmund slowly emerged from the stone chamber, stepping over the melted edge of the stone door and onto the cold, rocky surface of the tunnel. He cast not a glance at the thorn-blood sentinels kneeling before him. His icy gaze transcended them, seemingly piercing through layers of rock to the tumultuous core fissure where a storm of annihilation brewed. Mammon's will had grown ever more ferocious. A silent warning from the system flickered. Warning. King level, beginner, abyssal demonic energy peak sustained. Core fissure spatial structure is on the brink of collapse. Mammon's will is about to achieve preliminary awakening. Host must evacuate the core area immediately. Chapter 13. The flow of lava. His frigid gaze swept over the quaking thorn-blood sentinels. Edmund's voice resonated like a winter gale. Return to your Dark Moon Council and relay this. Before he could finish, the ground beneath him erupted with a soul-rending wail. The entire tunnel twisted and shattered like a biscuit struck by an invisible hammer. Blindingly dark red lava, akin to the blood of the underworld, surged violently from countless fissures. The searing heat instantaneously engulfed two kneeling sentinels, transforming them into acrid wisps of smoke. The king-level pressure crashed upon Edmund like a tangible tsunami, laden with greed and the will to destroy, piercing the rock layers with ferocity. Return to your Dark Moon Council and relay this. Edmund's cold voice, sharp as poisoned icicles, echoed through the blood-tinged, charred tunnel. Each syllable struck the kneeling thorn-blood sentinels, exacerbating the tremors of fear that had already rendered their bodies rigid. The terror and authority of the first-generation bloodline, intertwined with the shadow of the instant demise of Count Carlos, had utterly shattered their resolve. They lowered their heads in abject humility, suppressing their breaths to the utmost, praying merely to escape alive from the presence of this progenitor or monster. Yet, before Edmund's command could fully escape his lips, crash. Thunderous rumblings echoed as the seemingly solid black rock layer emitted a terrifying sound, akin to a myriad of bones fracturing simultaneously. Following this, an unimaginable, primal force erupted, seemingly from the core of the planet, like a colossal beast of apocalypse awakening with fury. The tunnel was no longer merely shaking. It was violently distorted and torn apart in an instant by this force. The once unyielding rock walls shattered like fragile glass, becoming riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, and then collapsed in a cacophony of deafening roars. Massive black boulders plummeted from above like meteors. The ground convulsed violently, akin to a boiling sea, fracturing beneath the strain. Dazzling, destructive dark red lava, akin to the blood of an enraged hell beast, surged forth, carrying with it the terrifying heat to incinerate all and the intense stench of sulfur. Erupting violently from countless suddenly torn fissures, the lava flow swiftly inundated the low-lying areas. Where it passed, rocks emitted hissing screams, instantly corroded and vaporized. Ah, no. The piercing, desperate cries were instantly drowned in the roar of collapsing rocks and the torrent of lava. Two thorn-blood sentinels, positioned slightly lower and unable to react in time, did not even manage a complete wail before being consumed in an instant by a surging torrent of lava erupting from beneath their feet. The elite blood shield shattered like a fragile soap bubble, while the resilient body of the bloodline appeared as delicate as a wax figure tossed into a furnace before the onslaught of the king-level hellfire essence derived from molten lava. A pungent green smoke rose, leaving not even a trace behind. The oppressive force of the king level was upon them. This time, it was not an intangible shockwave penetrating through rock layers, but rather a tangible tsunami, a violent amalgamation of boiling lava and crumbling stones, surging from below in all directions, ruthlessly and ferociously crushing everything in its path. Greed, destruction, chaos. Mammon had awakened completely, filled with a terrifying will that craved insatiably for this world. Piercing into the very souls of every being present, as if a million burning steel needles were disregarding all physical barriers. Thud, thud. The remaining thorn blood guards could no longer maintain their kneeling positions. As if struck by an invisible hammer, they coughed up blood, flung away by the horrifying force that combined mental shock and physical upheaval, crashing violently against the unstable tunnel walls that trembled on the verge of collapse. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. Their eyes were filled with utter terror and despair. Unable to even scream, they curled up like ants caught in a storm. Boom. The ground beneath Edmund surged upward violently, shattering like a fragile eggshell. A thicker, more searing dark red column of lava, exuding a consuming aura, surged towards his standing place like a venomous dragon from hell. Debris and dust mingled, forming a torrent of destruction. Warning. The king level, initial stage, Will of Mammon has completed its preliminary awakening. The intensity of abyssal demonic energy continues to rise. Core geological structure collapse, chain reaction initiated. The system's crimson alarm blared like the lament of the dying, echoing through Edmund's frenzied consciousness. Warning. The host is in the core area of spatial collapse. Survival probability is below 1. Mandatory evasion protocol initiated. Consuming system energy 10. System energy 10-0. Life and death. A critical moment. Edmund's crimson pupils contracted to their utmost limit. The immense blood energy, 1590 points, he had just absorbed from Count Carla's surged within him like a detonated powder keg. Operating at an unprecedented frenzied speed, the tattered fabric behind him ripped apart with a sharp sound. A pair of enormous, resilient dark red-skinned bat wings, adorned with menacing bone spikes, unfurled behind him like the gates of hell. Bloodwing shadow leap. Buzz. Just as the lava below was about to engulf him, Edmund's figure suddenly became blurred and ethereal. No longer relying on shadow step for ground-hugging speed, he infused the blood energy to its limits into his newly formed bat wings. The dark red patterns on the wings ignited, and with immense thrust and spatial affinity, he broke free from the constraints of his physical position, appearing as if teleporting onto a massive floating rock several dozen meters away, untouched by the lava, yet trembling violently. Boom. The place where he had just stood was completely consumed by the raging lava column. The scorching magma mixed with debris surged upward like a fountain, scorching the hard rock ceiling to a fiery red, melting it. The entire area was instantly transformed into a sea of molten lava. Cough, cough. Edmund fell upon the precipice, his bat-like wings flapping rapidly to maintain balance, a trickle of dark golden blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, forcing the Lord-level bloodwings, still not fully under his control, to execute a maximum leap placed an immense burden on his body, causing his insides to writhe in agony. To make matters worse, the energy of the system was completely depleted due to his forced evasion. That cold and precise judgment momentarily vanished. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the tumultuous roar of molten lava. A scarlet energy whip, akin to a venomous serpent striking, accompanied by a fierce rush of air and the decayed curse of withered thorns, surged through the collapsing smoke and splashing lava, aiming with deadly accuracy at Edmund's neck. It was the surviving captain of the Thorn Blood Guard. His face was bloodied, yet his eyes burned with a final frenzy and a flicker of hope. Kill him. Avenger for the Count. The Dark Moon Council will surely reward handsomely. Simultaneously, 2 other Blood Guards, despite their injuries and the oppressive weight of royal pressure, charged from different directions. One conjured dozens of rapidly spinning, dark green-tinged, withered thorn spikes with both hands. The other unleashed a series of invisible thorn whales, aimed to disrupt Edmund's movements with intense mental piercing effects. In this dire situation, the cornered beasts fought back. They knew they could not escape this calamity, only wishing to detain this terrifying blood thief before their demise, leaving evidence for the council of his slaying. Unfazed by the impending doom, Edmund's gaze was as frigid as eternal ice, his murderous intent palpable. Faced with the 3-pronged assault, he ceased to evade. The surging blood energy within him, infused with the newly acquired traits of the Thorn clan, surged wildly towards his left arm. Instantly, a dark red energy coalesced on his left arm, taking shape. Countless sharp, barbed thorns of thick, viscous blood energy sprouted from thin air, entwining around him. In the blink of an eye, his left forearm, along with his hand, transformed into a fearsome, thorn blood claw, covered in heavy, menacing thorn armor. This was the advanced thorn blood technique he had obtained after devouring Count Carlos. He raised his left arm violently. Bang! The fierce crimson energy whip lashed against the thorny armor of the blood claw. The anticipated piercing strike failed to materialize. Instead, the energy whip was ensnared, like vines caught in a meat grinder, instantly shredded by the frantically spinning, lethal thorns of the blood claw, dispersing into fragments of energy. Almost simultaneously, Edmund's clawed hand opened wide, targeting the blood guard who had unleashed the withered thorn spikes, executing a fierce grasp from afar. Thorn blood prison. Buzz. The air around the blood guard solidified instantly. Countless sharp thorns, shimmering with dark red brilliance and composed of viscous blood, erupted around him, spiraling like serpents from the depths of hell, entwining him. A sealed thorn cage formed in an instant, impenetrable. His recently conjured, withered thorn spikes were violently interrupted, crushed. He himself was ensnared by the multitude of thorns, sharp barbs embedding deeply into his flesh, eliciting a piercing scream. Blood instantly stained the thorn cage crimson. The final blood guardian, who unleashed the thorned whale, found his intangible mental piercing waves crashing against Edmund's formidable mental barrier. Akin to a futile attempt to penetrate the vast ocean, it merely stirred a trivial ripple. Edmund did not even spare him a glance. His left hand, ensnared with thorny blood claws, retracted abruptly, fingers coiling into a fist. With this motion, the thorny prison that confined the captain of the blood guard was gripped tightly, as if by an invisible giant hand. The sickening sounds of shattering bones and flesh being crushed erupted simultaneously. Scarlet mist, mingled with shattered entrails, violently erupted from the gaps of the thorny cage. The elite captain of the blood guard, at the pinnacle of his power, could not even emit a cry before being thoroughly reduced to a pulpy mass by his own blood magic. Instant annihilation, swift and decisive. The remaining blood guardian, who had launched a mental assault, witnessed this horrific spectacle, akin to crushing an ant, and the last vestige of madness in his eyes extinguished, leaving only pure, soul-freezing terror. He let out a frantic shriek and turned to leap into the adjacent, roiling river of lava for self-destruction. Seeking death? Edmund's cold voice pierced like a relentless parasite. With a mighty flap of his bat-like wings, he materialized behind the blood guardian, his left hand, clad in thorny blood claws, clamping down on the nape of his neck with the ease of a vice. You will be the messenger. Edmund's voice echoed as if from the depths of a chilling abyss. Grasping the blood guardian's neck, he lifted him as one would a chicken destined for slaughter, forcefully hurling him towards a massive rock slab that tilted dangerously, about to plunge into the surging lava below. With a resounding crash, the blood guardian's body slammed against the scalding slab, bones shattering in unknown numbers, blood gushing forth. He tumbled like a ragged sack towards the dark red lava, bubbling ominously, exuding an aura of annihilation. The icy grip of death seized him instantly. Ah, no. Save me, my lord. Ancestor. Spare my life. He cried out in a heart-wrenching wail, desperately clawing at the scorching, smooth rock to halt his descent. His nails tore back, leaving behind trails of crimson. His eyes brimmed with sheer terror of the lava and an insatiable longing for life. Edmund hovered in midair, his immense bat wings slowly stirring the torrid, chaotic currents. His cold, scarlet pupils resembled those of a deity looking down upon the struggling blood guardian at the edge of the lava, alongside several other survivors, gasping for breath amidst the eruptions and collapses. Informed the Dark Moon Council, Edmund's voice cut through the cacophony of the collapsing earth and the roaring lava, resonating clearly in the ears of every surviving thorned blood guardian, akin to a final judgment seal. I am Edmund Darkthorn. The throne of bones shall not be tainted by the insignificant. Begone. Chapter 14. The Broken Blood Wings. I am Edmund Darkthorn. His chilling proclamation pierced through the roar of the lava. Begone. The final syllable struck like a hammer. The surviving thorn blood guardians were paralyzed with fear. Edmund cast them one last glance before his bat wings erupted with viscous blood flames. Bloodwing fury surge. His figure transformed into a dark red meteor, tearing through the tumultuous flow, rushing towards the only steep crevice in the pit that had not been sealed by lava. Stop him. The anguished wails of the dying blood sentinel had scarcely faded when the will of the king descended like a crushing force. Boom. The entire ceiling of the tunnel descended upon them like a gaping maw. The name Edmund Darkthorn resonated like an ancient death knell, imbued with an icy primordial authority that struck deep into the very souls of every surviving thorn blood sentinel, particularly for the sentinel who was pinned against the searing stone, desperately sliding toward the molten lava. This name was akin to a final, paralyzing bolt of lightning. The name of the progenitor, the legendary figure long thought to have fallen, symbolizing the utmost power of the ancients. Could it truly be him? The Devourer of ruins, this monstrous entity returned from a slumber of ages. Fear coiled around their hearts like a venomous vine, nearly suffocating them. The death of the noble count was no injustice. Before him, they were but mere insects. Roll. The last cold syllable fell like an invisible hammer, shattering their final vestiges of doubt and delusion. The surviving thorn blood sentinels, whether struggling at the edge of the lava or barely clinging to life beneath the crumbling rock, summoned the last remnants of their strength, scrambling away like frightened birds. Fleeing from Edmund, from the very core of the earth's fracture, no longer concerning themselves with any mission or dignity. Only one thought remained in their minds: escape. Flee from this nightmare called Edmund Darkthorn. Flee from this land of death being consumed by the king's demonic presence. Edmund cast not a glance at the fleeing rabble behind him. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, instantly fixed upon a steep, narrow natural fissure at the tunnel ceiling, torn asunder by tremendous force and ravaged by lava. This temporary passage, formed by chaotic energy, had not been completely sealed by the molten rock and was the only avenue of escape. Beyond the crack, a dim, blood-red light filtered through, shrouded in the ominous clouds of demonic energy from the Blood Clan's forbidden domain. Time stood still. The king's roar resonated more clearly from the depths of the earth. The insatiable will of destruction bore down upon their souls like tangible shackles. Beneath their feet and all around, more rock layers crumbled in mournful cacophony. A torrent of dark red lava surged forth like a hellish river, gushing from countless fissures, devouring the scant ground left to stand upon. As far as the eye could see, a sea of fiery lava and apocalyptic devastation unfolded. Go, Edmund resolved within himself. The massive dark red bat wings behind him suddenly folded inward and then unfurled explosively like a bow drawn taut. This time, the surface of the wings was no mere dark red membrane, but ignited instantly into a viscous, blood-like flame, radiating terrifying heat. Bloodwing fury. This advanced flight technique, born from the essence of the primordial blood clan, was now forcibly activated by the lordly blood energy. Boom. The viscous blood-red flames erupted violently from behind the bat wings, creating two torrents of raging dark red fire. The immense recoil struck Edmund's back like two invisible hammers. He transformed into a dark red meteor, tearing through the thick smoke and falling debris, accompanied by a piercing shriek through the air, charging toward that narrow fissure at a nearly vertical angle. His speed was such that he left behind a lingering dark red flame tail. Stop him. He must not escape. At the edge of the molten lava below, the dying thorn blood guard bore witness to this scene, unleashing a hysterical wail filled with despair and resentment. He understood all too well what it would mean for the entire Thorn clan and the Darkmoon Council if this terrifying progenitor were to escape with the fragment of the sacred artifact. With his last ounce of strength, he ignited all the remaining blood energy within him, along with the essence of his life, transforming it into a faint crimson blood arrow, marked with the unique sigil of the Thorn clan, aimed at the back of Edmund's heart. This was a curse-laden blood arrow of mutual destruction, not intended to harm the enemy, but to leave the clearest bloodline mark. However, it was too slow, too feeble. Edmund's speed was astonishingly swift. As the cursed blood arrow was released, Edmund, transformed into a dark red meteor, had already surged into the fissure's entrance. The blood arrow could barely catch up to the fiery tail before being instantaneously evaporated and purified by the raging blood flames, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. The blood guard's final gaze of resentment was completely swallowed by the surging flow of molten lava below, dissipating into an inconsequential wisp of smoke. But just as Edmund was about to plunge into the narrow crevice, a deep and grand will erupted violently from the core of the endless abyss beneath him, as if the very fabric of space itself were groaning in agony. Mammon. His will had transformed from a frenzied assault into a chilling lock. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, as if to respond to this kingly intent. The very core of the skeletal throne's ruins emitted a final, thorough wail of collapse. Above Edmund, The already cracked and precarious ceiling of the tunnel seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible hand spanning the void, crushing it. Countless boulders, each the size of houses, ablaze with hellfire and cloaked in flowing lava, descended like a celestial judgment, heedless of the laws of physics, crashing down upon the narrow area where Edmund stood, like a torrential downpour. The range was vast, a merciless onslaught. This was the fury of the space itself. The king's will, punishing the audacious insects that dared to defy him in his awakening realm and had pilfered even a fraction of his hellfire's power, was delivering a cataclysmic judgment. The entire field of vision was instantaneously engulfed in an infinite, burning shadow of colossal descent. The air was compressed to the extreme, producing a deafening crack. Below lay the surging sea of molten lava, while above loomed the overwhelming rain of lava meteors. The terrifying pressure and heat threatened to pulverize Edmund into dust. There was no retreat. The heavens offered no path, and the earth no refuge. Yet, in the face of this lethal predicament capable of instilling despair in even the most ordinary lord, there was no trace of fear in Edmund's eyes, only a chilling madness and a boiling battle spirit. "Mammon, you wish to keep me? Then let us see." With a ferocity unprecedented, he ignited 1590 points of lord-level blood energy. The thorn blood claw form was instantly released, channeling all energy into the blood wings behind him and the shard of the sacred artifact in his hand. Buzz. The diamond-shaped fragment seemed to sense its master's resolute will and the frenzied blood energy flooding into it, erupting once more with a blinding dark red brilliance. Though still incomplete, the indomitable and brutal power from the progenitor was fully awakened. "Open for me." Edmund emitted a roar reminiscent of an ancient battlefield. No longer did he attempt to surge upwards through the fissure. Instead, he abruptly redirected the trajectory of his blood-winged fury downwards, hurtling towards the tumultuous sea of molten lava below, as if in a death wish. Simultaneously, his right hand, firmly grasping the fragment of the sacred artifact, directed the devouring guidance of Source's abyss towards the deluge of lava meteorites cascading from above, akin to a collapsing firmament, and initiated a reverse explosion. Boom! A dark red energy beam, far less refined than the one that had previously annihilated Count Carlos, erupted from the sacred fragment with wild ferocity, echoing the indomitable roar of the first bloodline. The beam did not strike the meteorites directly. Rather, it violently struck a massive core lava boulder above him, one that blazed with intensity and obscured much of his escape route. This was not an attack, but an ignition, the dark red energy released by the fragment, imbued with a domineering annihilation trait and ignited by Edmund's own torrent of blood energy, acted as the most potent catalyst, instantaneously igniting the hellfire energy that raged within the boulder. Thunderous explosions reverberated just below 100 meters above Edmund's head. The core lava boulder detonated like a barrel of gunpowder, shattering into countless fragments ablaze with dark red flames. The violent shockwave, bearing devastating shards of energy, crashed into the other falling lava stones like a barrage of cannonballs. A chain reaction, a martyrdom explosion. Boom, 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 boom. The entire collapsing lava meteorite belt was thrown into utter chaos by this precise and frenzied detonation. Countless boulders collided violently in midair, disintegrating and exploding, forming an incredibly tumultuous storm of destruction. Amidst this chaotic tempest, Edmund seized the fleeting gap created by the maelstrom, braving the violent shockwaves and the rain of molten fragments. His 45 hellfire resistance proving invaluable at this moment, he pushed Bloodwing's fury to its limits. The viscous blood flames ejected a tail of several meters long. Whoosh! He darted through the gaps between two titanic boulders that collided and exploded, like a dark red fish navigating through a storm of annihilation. The searing molten shards struck his protective blood energy shield, producing crackling sounds and leaving charred marks. Below him, the surging sea of lava loomed ominously close. The roiling dark red surface even reflected Edmund's rapidly descending figure. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the molten torrent, his blood wings surged upwards with a sudden thrust. The powerful propulsion, combined with the rising heat emanating from the lava below, abruptly halted his frenzied descent, leveling him out. Like a sea swallow skimming the edge of the ocean of death, he soared along the flow of lava, brushing against the boiling, fiery crests, accelerating to his utmost. transforming into a streak of blood as he narrowly escaped the death zone formed by the collapsing dome and martyrdom meteorites. Boom! Behind him, the remaining tunnel ceiling, deprived of support, collapsed like the heavens, crashing down with a cataclysmic roar upon the very area he had just traversed. Bury everything beneath, be it lava, rock, or the despairing remnants of the thorned blood guardians. Without a backward glance, Edmund surged forth, his blood wings ablaze with fury, racing through the narrow, steep passage carved by the molten river, defying the constant cascade of falling debris and torrents of lava. As he hurtled towards the chasm that symbolized the celestial firmament of the outside world, the symphony of destruction from the crumbling bone throne resonated behind him, heralding the final notes of obliteration. The will of King Mammon, imbued with insatiable greed and a flicker of ire at the escape of mere ants, raged like a heavy, viscous tide, relentlessly pursuing him. Ahead lay the blood-red light filtering through the fissure. Chapter 15. The Crimson Dawn Whoosh. The dark red meteor tore through the last veil of dust, crashing fiercely into a twisted thicket, reeking of charred flesh and sulfur. The flames upon Edmund's back extinguished in an instant, his enormous bat wings drooping in a powerless descent, fading into nothingness. He knelt on one knee, his left hand bracing against the scalding black rock, his chest heaving violently, each breath laced with excruciating pain. Behind him, the cataclysmic roar of the bone throne's core collapsing echoed like the muffled beats of a doomsday drum, resonating faintly through the dense layers of stone. At last, the dark red meteor broke free from the chaotic energies and thick clouds of dust, akin to a moth wresting itself from the infernal furnace. Shrieking as it tore through the air, crashing down upon the jagged stones and desolate thicket at the edge of the bone throne's ruins. Boom! The tremendous impact created a shallow crater, scattering stones and twisted fragments of dark purple thorns in all directions. The thick blood flames that had enveloped Edmund's back dimmed instantly, extinguished like a doused flame. Those vast, once mighty dark red bat wings, which had granted him the power to escape, now hung limply like a tattered banner, trembling before dissipating into a cloud of dark red mist, vanishing beneath his tattered garments. With a gasp, Edmund pressed his hand against the ground, kneeling upon the searing black rock, unable to suppress the tumultuous surge of his blood, and abruptly coughed up a viscous stream of blood glimmering with dark golden hues. The blood splattered onto the charred stone, sizzling softly as wisps of smoke rose. He gasped for breath, each inhalation feeling as though coarse sandpaper scraped against his lungs, accompanied by a searing agony, the sweet and acrid stench of sulfur and demonic energy clawing at his throat. Pain coursed through every fiber of his being, the backlash from the holy relic fragments and extreme blood wings piercing him like invisible steel needles through every inch of his flesh and bone. Behind him, the muted rumblings and tremors from the core of the ruins sounded like the labored breaths of a dying beast, resonating faintly through the thick rock and distorted spatial barriers, announcing the complete demise of the bone throne's core. The will of King Mammon, thick with greed and a hint of rage at the escape of insignificant insects, still heavily cloaked this region, albeit with far less lethality than that of the core. Warning: host injury rating moderate. Primary damages: internal organ shock, blood energy overload backlash, mental exhaustion, invasion of Mammon's will, slight instability of essence, forced activation of holy relic fragments. Warning: system energy depleted. The core detection, analysis, and optimization functionalities are all offline. The mandatory evasion module is also offline, leaving only the basic status panel, skill library, and item space operational. Host: please promptly replenish high-energy materials. Within the sea of consciousness, the system's notification sound has grown unprecedentedly faint and frigid, losing its precise and efficient auxiliary aura. Edmund inhaled deeply, forcing down a second mouthful of blood that surged in his throat. He struggled to rise, swaying slightly before stabilizing himself. The Lord-level regenerative ability was slowly at work. Yet the loss of system assistance severely hampered the efficiency of his absorption and optimization, causing his injuries to heal at a far slower rate than before. He cast his gaze down at his right hand. The remnant of the dark red diamond-shaped holy artifact, the grip of dark thorns, lay quietly in his palm. The bloodlight flowing across its surface had dimmed considerably, as if it too had exhausted its power, becoming docile and silent, no longer frantically siphoning Edmund's blood energy. However, He could distinctly sense the dormant, yet majestic power contained within it, rooted in the essence of the primordial bloodline, intimately connected to something deep within his own veins. This was a key, a source of strength, and a fragment of the past. Without a moment's hesitation, he willed it into the deepest recesses of the system's item space. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself at the outer edge of the skeletal throne's ruined core zone. The sky remained shrouded in oppressive dark red hues, thick with magical energy clouds. Although the concentration of magic in the air was far lower than in the core area, it still surpassed that of the Forbidden Zone's outskirts, imbued with a strong sense of corrosion and chaos. The earth lay ravaged. Twisted and broken black stone pillars resembled the skeletal remains of colossal beasts. Deeply embedded in the cracked ground, faint wisps of dark purple mist, exuding an ominous aura, seeped through the crisscrossing fissures in the ground. Sparse vegetation displayed a sickly purplish-black hue, with sharp thorns lining the edges of the leaves, emanating an air of decay and curses. In the distance, the colossal black hills formed by the collapse of the ruins loomed like silent tombs, casting grotesque silhouettes beneath the dark red sky. The environment was exceedingly harsh, fraught with peril. Yet, for the moment, he had evaded the direct targeting of the king's will and the catastrophic physical collapse. Edmund's scarlet pupils functioned like the most intricate of scanners, swiftly surveying his surroundings. His lord-level perception, akin to invisible tendrils, cautiously extended outward, striving to avoid the areas where the remnants of Mammon's will lingered most intensely. Passive perception triggered, northeast direction, approximately 1,500 meters away, strong magical fluctuations and life signs detected. Type: mixed, abyssal magic energy, blood energy, remnants of human technological energy. Movement trajectory: approaching in this direction. Speed: moderate. Quantity: unknown. Hypothesis: remnants of the Thorn clan? Or a hunting party? Despite the core functionalities of the system being offline, the fundamental passive perception continued to operate. The Thorn clan. Have they pursued me so swiftly? Edmund's gaze turned icy. It seemed that the blood guards fortunate enough to escape had already relayed the news. The response time of the Dark Moon Council was swifter than he had anticipated. In his current weakened state, with the system offline, it would be unwise to recklessly confront a clan team potentially led by a lord. His gaze swiftly shifted towards another direction, the southeast. In his perception, the magical energy pollution in that area was relatively light, and the terrain was more fragmented and complex, strewn with massive fallen rocks and unfathomable fissures, providing excellent cover and detour options. Most importantly, a decayed and thinner aura permeated the region, characteristic of the fringes. This was the atmosphere of the outer boundaries of the Forbidden Zone, leading toward the human-controlled territory. A decision had to be made swiftly to vacate the core area. The complete collapse of the core ruins and the initial awakening of Mammon would undoubtedly render this Forbidden Zone even more perilous. Not only were the Thorn clan's pursuers a threat, but the emergence of stronger magical beasts from the abyssal fissure and even small groups of demons could transform this place into a new slaughterhouse. Regaining strength and distancing oneself from the vortex's center was imperative. He suppressed the excruciating pain and weakness coursing through his body, allowing the remaining blood energy, approximately 900 points, to flow slowly, enveloping him and forming a fragile yet sufficient shield to ward off most harmful magical energy corrosion. He refrained from utilizing the immensely exhausting bat wings and instead infused his blood energy into his legs. Shadow step. His figure instantly became blurred, akin to water merging with the shadows of the rocks, silently gliding down the slope towards the fragmented labyrinth of rocks in the southeast. While his speed was not as frenzied as that of the blood wings, it excelled in stealth and required considerably less energy. Barely 5 minutes after Edmund's figure vanished into the rugged rock formations, a chaotic sound of wings beating against the air, accompanied by the pungent scent of withered thorns, heralded the arrival of a squadron composed of over 20 blood kin, akin to vultures sensing the scent of blood, descending near the shallow pit where Edmund had previously struck. At the forefront stood a figure clad in a dark purple noble robe adorned with thorn patterns, meticulously tailored, his visage pale and sinister, with icy silver-gray pupils. He emanated an aura that was sharp and oppressive, unmistakably a peak lord-level bloodkin. This was none other than Count Villar Thorn, another powerful noble from the Thorn clan stationed in the ruins of the Bone Throne. Following him were elite guards, all at least of peak elite level, several of whom bore unstable auras, marked by scorch marks and bloodstains, remnants of those who had narrowly escaped the core collapse. Lord Villar. It is here. The aura of Lord Carlas before his demise, and the trajectory of that monster's last charge. A disheveled blood guard pointed to the shallow pit Edmund had created, still shrouded in lingering sulphurous smoke, his voice trembling with trepidation. Count Villar knelt down, extending a pale finger to gently touch the edge of the pit, where a nearly invisible, viscous bloodstain with dark golden specks was present. His fingertips seemed to be seared by an invisible flame, retracting sharply. The silver-gray pupils contracted suddenly, and for the first time, disbelief and horror manifested on his face. The dark golden blood of the primordial ancestor, he murmured, each word escaping his lips like shards of ice. Initially skeptical of the news of Carla's death and the fragments brought back by the fleeing blood guard. The residual essence on his fingertip, emanating from the very essence of life, bearing the undeniable pressure of a supreme bloodline and ancient imprint, irrevocably validated the improbable possibility. Edmund's return was indeed a reality. Count Villar rose slowly, his gaze fixed upon the southeastern horizon where Edmund had vanished, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions: fear, fervor, greed, and deep-seated apprehension. The resurrection of the progenitor, wielding fragments of the sacred artifact, was akin to plunging icy water into a boiling cauldron when this news reached the Dark Moon Council. The entire lineage of the Blood Clan would be irrevocably transformed. My lord, shall we pursue him? He has just escaped, surely gravely wounded and weakened. A captain of the personal guard spoke, his eyes glinting with murderous intent and avarice. The allure of the progenitor's essence and the artifact fragments was overwhelming. A flicker of struggle passed across Count Villar's calculating visage, swiftly morphing into a cold resolution. Pursue him, but do not engage directly. The fate of Carlas serves as a lesson. Follow from a distance, keeping a vigilant watch on his trail. He is undoubtedly fleeing towards the outskirts of the Forbidden Domain. Immediately relay the information regarding the resurrection of the progenitor Edmund and his possession of the artifact fragments. Moving towards the steel barrier, with the highest level of confidentiality back to the Dark Moon Council. Additionally, inform our hidden sentinels at the barrier's periphery to remain alert. Understood. The captain of the personal guard responded with solemn obedience. Count Villar cast one last penetrating glance in the direction of Edmund's disappearance, as if to etch that name into the depths of his soul. Was the return of the progenitor a flicker of hope for the resurrection of the Blood Clan, or the harbinger of utter annihilation? He did not possess the answer, but he was acutely aware that a storm had descended. Chapter 16. The wolf pack and gunpowder-chilled raindrops mingled with arcane dust, striking his face like filthy grease. Edmund crouched within the shadows of a narrow crevice in the rocks, his scarlet eyes piercing through the rain to fixate on the dozen or so demonic wolves prowling the canyon below. Their fur, steeped in ink-like darkness, was marred by jagged bone spurs at the joints, their emerald eyes flickering with hunger and pure destructiveness. Wounds healed slowly under the lordly physique. Yet the depletion of blood energy gnawed at him like a persistent parasite. He needed to consume. Must consume swiftly. A howl erupted from the leading wolf, a sound that pierced the rain, causing the pack to pivot towards Edmund's concealed position like sharks detecting blood in the water. The icy raindrops, laden with magical dust and sulfur particles, struck Edmund's face and body with a gritty, unpleasant sensation. He lay deep within the narrow crevice, nestled between the massive, crumbled rocks, the cold stone pressing against his back while his tattered, damp clothing clung to his skin, bringing an uncomfortable chill. Beyond the crevice lay a slope of loose stones descending into the depths of the canyon. The dense curtain of rain blurred his vision, yet could not obscure the penetrating gaze of his crimson pupils. Like a lurking cheetah, he fixated intently on a creature meandering by a murky stream approximately 100 meters below. It was a pack of grotesquely transformed demonic wolves. Each beast was as robust as a calf, their once grayish-brown fur now saturated with thick, inky darkness, exuding an ominous sheen. Their sturdy limbs were adorned with sharp, bony protrusions resembling malignant growths. Their muzzles were elongated and wider than those of ordinary wolves, with interlaced fangs akin to poisoned daggers, dripping with foul saliva. What is most disconcerting is that their eyes no longer gleam with the wild ferocity of beasts, but rather burn with two pure, ghostly green flames of destruction, flickering with the stark hunger and desire for annihilation towards vibrant life. They restlessly scraped the muddy ground with their claws, covered in bony spikes, emitting a deep, menacing growl from their throats, occasionally lifting their heads in vigilance to scan the surrounding rain-soaked terrain and jagged rocks with their ghostly green pupils. They are among the most common predators in this area, tainted by abyssal magic, which has eroded their flesh, amplifying their ferocity while endowing them with greater strength and resilience. Edmund deliberately kept his breath low, his injuries slowly mending under the lordly strength of his robust physique and the languid circulation of blood energy. The excruciating pain in his innards had lessened somewhat, but each heartbeat remained heavy, accompanied by a faint, dull ache. The most troublesome aspect was the agonizingly slow recovery of blood energy. With a maximum capacity of 1590 points, he had barely managed to recover to about 1100 points. A pace maddeningly sluggish. The system was offline, devoid of its devouring optimization function, preventing him from efficiently siphoning energy from his surroundings as he once did. He could only rely on the innate recuperative powers of his body. This sense of depletion gnawed at him like a relentless parasite, constantly reminding him of his frailty. Devour. He must consume swiftly. Only fresh, energy-rich flesh could replenish the blood energy and vitality he desperately required. Below, the pack of abyssally tainted dire wolves, slightly corrupted by the abyssal magic, possessed individual strengths ranging from the peak of awakened beings to the early stages of elites, while not exceedingly potent. Their numbers, over a dozen, could yield a substantial amount of life energy. More importantly, they represented the most accessible targets at this moment. Edmund's crimson pupils narrowed slightly, akin to a serpent locking onto its prey before the strike. He needed an opportunity, a fleeting moment to disrupt the wolves' rhythm and create chaos, to seize the chance to deliver a lethal blow to the alpha wolf. As he silently assessed the positioning of the pack and the alpha's location, the largest wolf, its shoulder spikes resembling fearsome horns, a howl erupted. The alpha, adorned with shoulder spikes, seemed to sense an invisible gaze upon it, abruptly halting its digging. With its neck arched high, it unleashed a piercing howl, laden with violence and warning, directed at the oppressive, gloomy sky. The howl reverberated throughout the canyon, stirring echoes in its wake. The previously somewhat scattered pack was instantly roused. All the tainted dire wolves ceased their movements in unison, their ghostly green eyes locking onto the direction from whence the sound emanated, right towards the rocky area where Edmund concealed himself. Discovered. A chill ran down Edmund's spine. These corrupted creatures, enhanced by the magic of their environment, possessed an extraordinary acuity for energy and scent. In the next instant, the alpha's ghostly green pupils fixed intently on the crevice where Edmund lay hidden, its massive jaws snapping open to emit a roar signaling an imminent attack. With that, the pack of dire wolves surged forth like the sudden release of a tightly drawn bowstring, erupting into astonishing speed. Their dark fur blurred into indistinct phantoms amidst the rain. They disregarded the steep, slippery gravel slope, their bony protrusions deeply embedded in the ground, providing formidable traction, like streaks of black lightning skimming the earth. Infused with a pungent scent of blood and a ferocious intent to kill, they lunged fiercely towards Edmund's hiding place. Their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the three foremost dire wolves had approached the crevice's entrance. They opened their gaping jaws, filled with jagged fangs, unleashing a fetid warmth and corrosive saliva. Their sharp bone claws glimmered ominously, fiercely raking at the rocks of the crevice, attempting to shred the prey within. Humph! A cold glint flashed in Edmund's eyes. With the ambush plan foiled, he would strike with thunderous force. Remaining passive would only invite more formidable foes. Just as the claws of the three dire wolves were about to reach the entrance of the crevice, a hum resonated. Edmund's figure vanished like a specter from the narrow gap. Shadow step. He did not retreat, but rather, as if teleporting, appeared above the back of the foremost dire wolf. His speed surpassed the limits of the wolf's perception. His right foot, cloaked in a thin layer of a blood energy shield, descended like a heavy battle axe, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. The elite first-tier dire wolf couldn't even emit a cry of despair, as its entire spine and chest were instantly crushed by the overwhelming force. Its massive body crumpled to the ground like a sack devoid of bones, limbs twitching a few times before falling completely still. A single strike, a lethal blow. Edmund leveraged the momentum to leap into the air, executing an agile spin to evade the bite of another dire wolf from the side, while his left hand, imbued with blood energy, shot out like a hook. Thud! His fingers, akin to red-hot iron spikes, effortlessly tore through the second dire wolf's resilient hide and muscle, precisely gripping its vertebrae at the neck. With a sudden, forceful squeeze. Crack! The second dire wolf's roar abruptly ceased, its head twisted at an unnatural angle, and its colossal body collapsed to the ground. Only then did the third dire wolf's claws barely grasp the position where he had just been, shredding only a remnant of an afterimage. A flicker of anthropomorphic astonishment flashed in its emerald wolf eyes. Edmund's figure landed steadily on the muddy ground, perfectly positioned among the three wolf carcasses. The entire sequence unfolded with the swiftness of lightning. Whoa! The lead wolf, witnessing the instantaneous demise of its two subordinates, let out a roar of unbridled rage. Its massive form suddenly reared upright, forelimbs adorned with heavy bone armor and sharp spines, howling as if wielding two colossal battering rams, descending fiercely upon Edmund's head and chest. Concurrently, the dozen or so dire wolves that had followed suit dispersed like a well-trained battalion, encircling from all directions, their emerald eyes glinting with malice, blocking all possible escape routes for Edmund. The wolf pack strategy. The lead wolf's offensive, while the pack encircled to exhaust. Faced with this brazen, direct assault, Edmund chose not to confront it head-on. Beneath his feet, a flicker of crimson light shimmered, and his figure glided like a fish evading capture, deftly sidestepping at a critical moment to narrowly avoid a devastating blow from the bone claw that could shatter stone. The impact reverberated as the claw struck the ground where Edmund had just stood, the solid rock yielding like tofu, creating a deep crater, with mud and debris scattering in all directions. Just as Edmund slipped aside to escape the initial assault, his old strength waning and new vigor yet to arise. Three ferocious wolves, perfectly positioned for a surprise attack, lunged forth like coiled serpents from three cunning angles: left rear, right front, and directly above from a protruding rock. Their sharp fangs targeted his neck, ribs, and the bend of his legs. Their coordination was impeccable, their timing precise. There was no escaping this onslaught. Fury surged in Edmund's eyes. His blood energy surged within him. No longer seeking flawless evasion, he opted for a reckless exchange of injury for life. He braced himself. The left and right wolves sank their fangs into the hastily formed blood energy shield around his arms. The shield flickered intensely, emitting a groan under the strain. Yet it held firm against the onslaught. The razor-sharp fangs left deep indentations, causing the wolf's jaws to tingle with the force of the impact. In that instant, Edmund's hands shot forth like lightning, his fingertips enveloped in the blood claw form. With a resounding rip, he pierced the soft throats of the two wolves with the precision of the sharpest daggers. The frenzied blood energy surged into them, shattering their tracheas and vertebrae in an instant. Their whimpers caught in their throats, the emerald glow in their eyes dimmed, and their heavy bodies collapsed into the mire. However, he could not entirely evade the assault from the wolf above. With a sickening sound, the claw, laced with bone spikes, tore through the already tattered fabric of Edmund's back, leaving three deep gashes that exposed bone beneath his resilient skin. A surge of agony coursed through him. Abyssal demonic energy, mixed with a paralyzing toxin, invaded his body through the wounds. A muffled groan escaped Edmund's lips as he staggered, the fiery pain and numbing sensation momentarily hindering his movements. The lead wolf seized this fleeting opportunity. Its massive frame, propelled by a tempest, crashed into Edmund's lower back like an out-of-control tank. The thickly armored head struck his spine like a siege engine, and should it connect fully, even a lordly physique would sustain grievous injury. In this perilous moment, madness flickered in Edmund's eyes. He twisted his waist and spun, no longer retreating but instead confronting the oncoming lead wolf, pouring the remaining blood energy, now dangerously reduced to 700 points, into his right fist, shrouded in blood claw. The bloodlight surged, coalescing into a sharp, pulsating crimson beam. Thorn blood spike, a variant of the advanced thorn blood technique derived from Count Carlos. With a thunderous clash, the blood-encased fist met the ferocious wolf's head with unyielding resolve. A sound more ominous than any bone-shattering echoed through the air. The blood beam collided violently with the heavily armored wolf's skull. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Immediately, the piercing wail of shattered bone and the muffled sound of flesh being forcibly torn apart reverberated. Edmund's fist, imbued with the penetrating energy of thorny blood spikes, pierced through the proud, formidable armor of the alpha wolf as if it were a hot iron plunged into butter. The furious blood energy erupted from his knuckles, surging instantly into the massive cranium of the alpha wolf. The colossal body of the alpha wolf, once charging forward, suddenly froze. Its eyes, filled with wrath and a flicker of astonishment, dimmed and spread like shattered glass. The interior of its hardened skull transformed into a mass of pulp, thoroughly obliterated by the violent blood energy. Thud! The alpha wolf's mountainous carcass crashed heavily onto the muddy ground, splattering a deluge of mud. Vivid crimson blood mingled with white brain matter gushed forth from the shattered wound of its head, swiftly diluted by the murky rainwater. The alpha wolf lay dead. The remaining 7 or 8 terror wolves, once brimming with ferocity, deflated like punctured balloons in an instant. They gazed at their leader's shattered skull and the scattered corpses of their kin on the ground, their green eyes reflecting primal terror of a superior predator for the first time. One terror wolf emitted a timid whimper, tucking its tail and instinctively taking a step back. Fear spread like a contagion among the pack. Edmund slowly withdrew his bloodied right fist from the wolf's head, allowing the cold rain to wash away the gore and brain matter from his knuckles. 3 gaping wounds on his back throbbed painfully, the tingling numbness from the toxin spreading along his nerves. His face was pale, and his breath came in heavy gasps. The continuous exertion and injuries had plunged him into a state of exhaustion. Yet, he stood tall, his crimson eyes resembling a burning abyss, coldly surveying the remaining terror wolves. A silent, oppressive terror mingled with the rich scent of blood and the residual might of his recent victory over the alpha wolf, striking each terror wolf's nerves like an invisible hammer. The remaining terror wolves, utterly stripped of their predatory ferocity, whimpered in fear, tucking their tails like lost hounds, and turned to flee desperately into the depths of the dark canyon, vanishing in the dense curtain of rain in the blink of an eye. The immediate crisis had passed. Edmund staggered slightly, kneeling beside the still warm carcass of the alpha wolf. He gasped for breath, icy rainwater trickling down his pale cheeks. Without a moment's hesitation, he endured the excruciating pain and numbness, placing his right hand over the shattered wound of the alpha wolf's head. Origin reversion activated. An invisible vortex of absorption emerged. The alpha wolf's relatively pure essence, infused with abyssal demonic energy and formidable vitality, surged into Edmund's depleted body like a flowing stream. Subsequently, he glided like a specter among the wolf corpses, devouring the essence of the remaining elite terror wolves. Absorbed elite-level demonic terror wolf, alpha wolf, essence. Gained 150 blood energy. Received a slight enhancement in physical resilience. Acquired minor, low-level abyss resistance. Toxic paralysis effects neutralized and expelled. System offline, absorption efficiency decreased. No precise values. Absorbed elite-level demonic terror wolf 6 essence. Gained 300 blood energy. Mildly enhanced bodily recovery. Pure life energy surged in, akin to a gentle rain nourishing parched land. The wounds on his back began to tingle, accelerating the healing process. His depleted vitality was gradually replenished. Though far from peak condition, with blood energy restored to approximately 1150 points, the debilitating sense of weakness had significantly diminished. More importantly, the toxins that had invaded his body were forcibly expelled and neutralized by the newly consumed essence, causing the numbness to swiftly dissipate. Edmund slowly rose, feeling the resurgence of power coursing through him. He was preparing to hastily depart from the blood-soaked battlefield. Suddenly, a faint yet lethally sharp whistle sliced through the cacophony of rain. A piercing pain shot through his temple, a primal instinct warning him of imminent danger. A bullet. His pupils constricted in alarm. In a fraction of a second, his body reacted instinctively, leaning back sharply. A searing, arc-laden streak of light grazed his forehead, slamming into a nearby hard black rock. An explosion of blinding blue lightning erupted. The rock shattered as if struck by high-energy explosives, creating a pit the size of a basin, its edges charred and melted. At the center of the pit, a severely deformed metal projectile, still flickering with a faint glow of energy, was embedded deep within the stone. A high-explosive magical armor-piercing round. This was the fruit of humanity's modified technology, powerful enough to severely injure elite-level extraordinary beings. Edmund lay prone against the cold ground, the muddy water soaking his back. while the acrid scent of singed hair wafted from his forehead. His crimson pupils swiftly locked onto the direction from which the bullet had been fired, across the canyon. Approximately 800 meters away, shrouded in rain and violet black mist, where a human sniper lay in ambush. The target was him. Chapter 17. The Demon Hunter's Bullet Thick. Foul-smelling dark green blood mixed with shattered bones and brain matter splattered violently, resembling crushed berries. The massive wolf, adorned with shoulder horns, collapsed into the muddy earth as if all strength had been drained from its body. Its eerie green eyes froze in disbelief, expanding with the ferocity of its final moments. A horrifying, fist-sized puncture wound was clearly visible at the center of its heavily armored skull, the edges charred by the searing blood energy. The colossal wolf carcass sent a spray of murky sludge into the air, tainting the water pooling at Edmund's feet with a vile dark green hue. The canyon fell silent for a brief moment, leaving only the monotonous sound of cold rain striking the rocks. Edmund panted heavily, icy raindrops coursing down his chiseled jaw, dripping into the muddy pool of blood beneath him. The dark red blood energy that had coated his right fist gradually dissipated like retreating tides, revealing slightly reddened skin with clearly defined bones beneath. The intense surge of energy had left him momentarily drained, his arm muscles quivering. The overwhelming impact of killing the head wolf was profound. The remaining 7 or 8 fearsome, corrupted wolves, once fiercely encircled, were as if doused with a bucket of icy water, the malevolent green flames in their eyes extinguished in an instant, leaving only an instinctive, deep-rooted terror of their superior predator. They emitted whimpering sounds from their throats, tails tucked in, instinctively retreating, scarcely daring to glance at the figure standing beside the colossal corpse of their leader. In this fleeting moment of respite, Edmund's crimson pupils sharpened like blades, swiftly surveying the battlefield. Numerous wolf carcasses lay scattered across the muddy ravine floor, exuding a potent stench of blood and the foul odor of abyssal magic. These remnants were precisely the sustenance he desperately required. Without a shred of hesitation, disregarding the 3 profound wounds on his back, slowly healing yet still pulsating with pain from the claws of the fearsome wolves, Edmund immediately activated Source Reclamation. A resonant hum echoed as an invisible force, imbued with a voracious intent, erupted from Edmund's core. The corpses of the wolves, whether crushed spines, severed throats, or perforated skulls, bore within them the remnants of life essence and the chaotic abyssal magic that had yet to dissipate, as if drawn by an irresistible force. Visible tendrils of energy. A medley of hues, pale red life essence, dark green abyssal energy, and even the faintly cursed thorns of blood energy, originating from the mutated flora they had consumed, rose fervently from the wounds and orifices of the wolf carcasses, akin to streams drawn towards Edmund in a frenzied rush. Source Reclamation initiated. Detected targets: 12 remnants of abyssal corrupted wolves, elite early stage. 1 remnant of thorn wolf leader, elite high stage. Composition: complex life essence, abyssal magic, lightly contaminated, remnants of withering curse. The system's notification resonated faintly within the sea of consciousness. Although its core functions were offline, the fundamental devouring guidance and status feedback remained operational. Boom. As the first strands of chaotic energy surged into his body, Edmund felt as if a parched, cracked riverbed had suddenly welcomed a torrential flood. A complex experience enveloped him. A blend of burgeoning power, swelling spirit, and a mild, chaotic sting coursing through his veins. The most immediate sensation was the rapid replenishment of blood energy. The blood energy, once diminished by the fierce battle, approximately 700 points, began to soar at an astonishing rate, akin to a reservoir opening its gates. 800 points, 900 points, 1100 points. Within the blink of an eye, it surpassed the previous limit of 1590 points, and the momentum showed no signs of abating, surging toward an even loftier threshold. The lordly barrier of blood energy trembled slightly under the pressure of the mixed essence, expanding. Simultaneously, the fatigue in his body dissipated significantly, muscular soreness rapidly faded, and even the 3 deep wounds on his back began to close at a visible pace under the nurturing influx of life essence, leaving behind 3 shallow pink scars. The recuperative capacity of his lordly physique was thoroughly fueled. However, the abyssal magic and remnants of the withering curse mingled within the life essence acted as tiny venomous barbs, incessantly assaulting his mental defenses, 44 points, inducing waves of subtle dizziness and irritability. Without the system optimization filter, these impurities can only rely on their own will and blood energy to forcibly suppress, expel, and assimilate. The efficiency is woefully inadequate, and there are inherent risks. Blood energy, 1590, 1828, 1828, temporary upper limit increase. Constitution, 3903, 393, slight increase. Mental state, 44, resisting erosion, slightly fatigued. Warning: ingested a small amount of abyssal demonic energy, light contamination. Continuous erosion in progress. Warning: ingested remnants of the withering curse. Initially suppressed. The data on the status panel flickered rapidly within the sea of consciousness. Just as Edmund reveled in the exhilarating sensation of power restoration brought by the Devouring, his blood energy surged like boiling water, on the brink of completing the absorption of the last few wisps of energy. Ding, ding, ding. 3 exceedingly faint sounds, nearly drowned out by the rain, akin to the sharp release of compressed metallic springs, suddenly echoed from the shadowy rock walls flanking the canyon above. At the instant the sound reverberated, every hair on Edmund's body stood on end. A chilling, life-threatening sense of imminent danger pierced through his awareness. Akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent, it was not from the surviving dire wolves, nor from any potential thorny pursuers. Rather, it emanated from a high-speed, sharp, and powerfully penetrating physical assault. The targets were his brow, heart, and nape. A hunter, lurking in ambush. It was a primal instinct honed through countless life and death struggles. Edmund barely had time to lift his gaze to discern the source of the attack before his body twisted to the side in a sudden, extreme contortion, like a taut bowstring. Thud, thud, thud. 3 slender, glimmering steel needles, radiating a chilling metallic sheen, sliced through the air with a low, piercing whistle. Barely grazing the afterimage left by Edmund's contorted form, forcefully embedding themselves into the ground where he had once stood. The hard black rock was pierced effortlessly, leaving behind 3 bottomless tiny holes. The edges of these holes were remarkably smooth, exuding a faint whiff of gunpowder and the characteristic cold aura of magically refined metal. Special armor-piercing enchanted crossbow bolts. Edmund instantly deduced the nature of the attack. This weapon was specifically designed for hunting high magical resistance and high defense beings from other realms. Exorbitantly priced, with terrifying penetration power. Should a vital point be struck, even a lord-level defense might not suffice to fully withstand it. Enemy attack. Concealed. A deep, calm male voice, tinged with an undeniable authoritative tone, resonated simultaneously from above the left rock wall. Almost as soon as the crossbow bolt struck empty air, tat 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 tat. An even more intense and frenzied gunfire abruptly shattered the silence of the canyon. This was not the sound of ordinary firearms, but the distinctive hum and sharp ballistic noise of energy weapons charged at high speed, tearing through the air. The blazing bullet chain swept down from a higher position on the right rock wall, like the fiery whip of death, covering nearly every angle from which Edmund could evade. Each bullet was enveloped in a pale blue energy field, tracing dazzling and deadly trajectories through the dim rain. The piercing shrieks of the air being torn asunder melded into a cacophony. Magical energy assault rifle Blue Scorpion, standard equipment of the human frontline forces for dealing with mid to low-tier magical beasts. Driven by a miniature magic core, the weapon boasts a rapid rate of fire and a stable trajectory, with projectiles inscribed with anti-demon runes. The sound of gunfire echoed, sending mud and debris flying. The ground where Edmund once stood was instantly riddled with holes from the relentless barrage. The few surviving demonized wolf-like beasts were paralyzed with fear by the sudden onslaught, howling as they scattered in all directions. 2 of the slower creatures were instantly transformed into a sieve, their dark green blood and shredded flesh splattering the ground. Passive perception triggered, 30 meters above the left rock wall. In the shadows, a human exceptional being, elite peak level, exuding a cold and focused aura, suspected sniper scout. 45 meters above the right rock wall, behind a stone barricade, 3 human soldiers, awakened level, energy weapon users, and 1 commander, elite mid-level, exuding a calm demeanor. Squad configuration, standard demon hunting reconnaissance ambush formation. Intent, lethal strike. Edmund's figure danced like a specter amidst the storm of bullets. His shadow step was pushed to its utmost limit. His body occasionally glided close to the ground, sometimes leveraging the rocks to change direction in an instant, and at times melding into the shadows, disappearing briefly. Each movement narrowly evaded the deadly energy bolts. The cold rain and splattered mud struck his face, yet they could not extinguish the icy, murderous intent that surged in his eyes. Humans, the demon hunters of the Iron Fortress. They had infiltrated the Forbidden Zone to such depths and executed a precise ambush against him. Was it mere coincidence? Or were they prepared? Had the Thorn clan's dark operatives relayed information to the humans? In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts raced through Edmund's mind. But at that moment, analysis and contemplation were superfluous. Survive and eliminate the threat was his only choice. The target was moving with incredible speed. Non-human, suspected high-tier blood clan, or mutated creature. Behind the right rock cover, a soldier clad in gray composite lightweight armor, his face painted with tactical camouflage, urgently shouted through the communicator, disbelief lacing his tone. They had witnessed how the target evaded the concentrated fire with near-instantaneous speed. Keep the suppressive fire going. Captain Rod. A soldier yelled at a figure beside him. The man known as Captain Rod was similarly armored, yet his gear was more refined and substantial, an eagle emblem emblazoned on his shoulder plate. His countenance was resolute, his gaze sharp as an eagle, wielding a robust, heavy magic rifle, Thunderhammer, equipped with an underbarrel grenade launcher. He fixated on the elusive target moving through the hail of bullets, his brow furrowed in concentration. Cole, report the target's detailed features. Rod bellowed into the communicator, his voice steady, cutting through the gunfire. The target exhibited male characteristics. Black hair, crimson eyes. Exceptionally fast. Estimated to be of Lord level. Defense unknown. No obvious signs of Blood Clan bat wings observed. However, it possessed Blood Clan-like speed and suspected shadow-walking abilities. Fresh lacerations on its back were rapidly healing. From the shadows of the left rock wall, the sniper code-named Cole swiftly responded, his voice calm and clear. He had just absorbed the energy from those wolf corpses. It resembled a form of devouring ability, extremely dangerous, requesting the use of bee stings. Devouring? A sense of dread washed over Captain Rod. This was no ordinary Blood Clan or mutated creature. Could it be a new type of unknown high-order demon emerging from the fissures? Such intelligence had never been mentioned. As Captain Rod hesitated whether to authorize the use of the powerful yet conspicuous special warhead, the Hornet, below in the canyon, Edmund, taking advantage of a protruding rock to evade lateral fire, suddenly locked his crimson gaze onto a young soldier peering out from behind the right side rock barrier, frantically unleashing a hail of suppressive fire. An opportunity. A glint of cold light flashed in Edmund's eyes. The blood energy beneath his feet surged forth. In an instant, his figure vanished behind the rock. The next moment, he appeared as if teleported, less than 15 meters from the cover, on a steep wall pockmarked by gunfire. This position was fortuitously situated in a fleeting blind spot of the cover's fire. Be careful. Captain Rod, seasoned from experience, instantly sensed the peril and shouted a stern warning. But it was too late. Edmund's left hand spread open, aimed squarely at the young soldier who was still shooting. A torrent of formidable blood energy, 1828 points. Intermingled with the chaotic yet ferocious abyssal magic and the malevolent essence of withering thorns he had just consumed, surged forth uncontrollably. Thorn Blood Spike underwent a fusion mutation. Puff, 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 puff. Dozens of grotesquely sharp blood spikes, composed of viscous blood mingled with dark green magic and desolate black mist, coalesced before Edmund. Resembling venomous spears launched from the depths of hell, with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. They cascaded like a torrential downpour toward the area where the soldier took cover. Chapter 18. A choice amidst the smoke of gunfire. Dozens of blood spikes fused with blood energy, abyssal magic, and the curse of decay, rained down like venomous projectiles from hell, ripping through the curtain of rain. Their target not the sturdy rock cover, but the young soldier who had dared to expose himself. Too swift, too vicious, too cunning. Matthew, Captain Rod's voice, filled with despair and fury, resonated simultaneously with the soldier's desperate cries. Puff, 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 puff. The sharp whistling of the mixed blood spikes instantly overshadowed the hum of the magical energy rifle. Each spike, hastily crafted from a blend of energies by Edmund, resembled poisoned javelins, their tips shimmering with a deadly luster of blood and dark green, moving so swiftly that they left only a blurred afterimage in the downpour. Their target was unmistakably clear, not the solid rock cover, but that young soldier who, under the incessant suppressive fire, had exposed part of his body while reloading his energy magazine. Precise, ruthless, striking at the vital point. "Matthew, get down." Captain Rod's roar erupted, his voice torn by sheer rage. He raised his hand abruptly, attempting to block with the heavy body of the thunderhammer, but it was futile. The young soldier named Matthew, having just heard the captain's furious shout, instinctively looked up, only to behold a rapidly enlarging shadow of death in the form of spikes. He had no time to evade, terror flooding his face in an instant. "No!" The desperate cry barely escaped his throat when, puff, 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 the horrifying sound of flesh being pierced echoed violently. At least 7 or 8 mixed blood spikes brutally pierced into Matthew's chest, neck, and arms, which were exposed outside the cover. The frenzied blood tore through his lightweight armor in an instant, while the dark green abyssal magic ravenously eroded flesh and bone. The accompanying curse of decay spread like a maggot, swiftly engulfing his once vibrant visage, rendering it visibly ashen. A piercing wail, so inhumanly anguished, abruptly ceased. Matthew's body was hurled against the cover with tremendous force, collapsing like a broken sack, as blood mixed with the corrosive dark green fluid gushed forth from countless wounds, staining the rocks crimson. It was clear he would not survive. "Matthew!" Another soldier behind the cover cried out in rage and despair, his eyes bulging with fury. Clutching his blue scorpion rifle, he unleashed a torrent of bullets towards the rock wall where Edmund stood, as if ammunition were of no consequence. Target extremely dangerous. "Cole! High explosive rounds." "Interrupt him." Captain Rod's eyes blazed red, suppressing the grief and fury of losing a comrade in an instant, his voice cold as tempered steel. He quickly deduced that the terrifying entity below was on the verge of some catastrophic eruption, and it was imperative to prevent him from unleashing that bizarre attack once more. Understood. In the shadows of the left rock wall, the sniper known as Cole did not hesitate. The heavy crossbow in his hands emitted a deep, resonant sound as its mechanism tightened. A notably thicker, dark red bolt, inscribed with intricate energy circuits, was loaded into the chamber. The enchantments on the crossbow glowed with a blinding radiance. Buzz. The moment the bolt was released, it produced not a sharp sound of slicing air, but a deep, suppressed hum of energy. The dark red projectile carved a searing trajectory through the rain, moving at an unimaginable speed, aimed not directly at the body, but rather at the very ground beneath Edmund's feet. The tactical acumen of a human demon hunter. Boom! A violent explosion erupted like thunder on a clear day. The high explosive warhead struck the rock wall 3 meters beneath Edmund's feet with tremendous force. A tempest of flames combined with the shattering shockwave and countless sharp debris surged outward instantaneously. The entire rock wall trembled violently and splintered. The ground beneath Edmund crumbled away in an instant. Even with his quick reflexes, he barely managed to twist away from the oncoming blast, yet was still violently hurled through the air by the ferocious shockwave. His body, akin to a kite severed from its string, tumbled several times before crashing into the mire at the bottom of the canyon, splattering murky water everywhere. Puff! The violent tremors compelled him to cough up another small mouthful of dark golden blood. Having just regained a semblance of strength from devouring a pack of wolves, he was wounded anew. The still healing wound on his back throbbed with intense pain, and the abyssal magic that had been suppressed began to stir once more due to the shock. "Suppress him. Don't let him rise," Captain Rod bellowed, aiming his thunderhammer, heavy magic rifle towards the direction where Edmund had fallen into the mire. The undermounted grenade launcher shook violently. A fist-sized energy grenade, flickering with unstable blue light, shot forth with a howl. Simultaneously, another soldier unleashed a barrage from his blue scorpion rifle into the mire. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The energy grenade detonated at the edge of the mire, the blue plasma instantly spreading, evaporating, and scorching the sludge. A relentless barrage of gunfire descended upon the area, completely enveloping it. Mud and debris erupted like a fountain. In the hollow, Edmund's figure rolled and dodged amidst the explosions and hail of bullets, drenched in muck that clung to his hair and clothes, revealing a pale visage filled with rage beneath the rain. His crimson pupils burned with a cold fury and a hint of gravity. Deprived of his system's predictive capabilities and evasive assistance, he faced a well-coordinated, highly tactical human demon hunting squad, and for the first time, he truly felt the weight of pressure, particularly from the elite sniper lurking in the shadows, whose every shot was lethal and precise. He needed to break the deadlock. The sniper must be dealt with first. Edmund forced down the turmoil within him, pinpointing Cole's hiding spot above the left rock wall. He needed to create a moment where the enemy would be compelled to expose themselves for a shot. Just as Edmund prepared to withstand the incoming fire and launch a desperate assault on the left rock wall, a sharp, piercing shriek erupted, filled with agony and rage, tearing through the rain like a broken gong, emanating from the direction of the canyon's entrance. This sound was steeped in chaos and the essence of the abyss, unmistakably inhuman. Following that, a heavy, hurried sound of pounding footsteps approached rapidly, accompanied by the crackling of shattered rock, an aura far more formidable than that of a demonized wolf. Reeking of sulfur and radiating heat, surged forth like a tide of molten lava, brazenly invading the battlefield of the canyon. Passive perception, high-energy response imminent. Type, abyssal beast. Intensity, initial, lord level. Name, Hellfire Lizard, Cinder Scale subspecies. Condition, severely injured. Extremely frantic. Alarms blared in Edmund's consciousness. Not only Edmund, but Captain Rod and the soldiers on the rock wall also changed their expressions in an instant. Damn it, that beast is coming. The soldiers looked fearfully towards the canyon entrance. A flicker of resolve and resignation crossed Captain Rod's eyes. Cole, be aware of the new target. Prioritize it. No sooner had Rod's words left his lips than a thunderous boom resounded at the canyon's entrance. A massive boulder several meters high was violently hurled aside like a cannonball. A colossal figure, shrouded in swirling dust and searing heat, charged into the canyon with unrestrained ferocity. This creature resembled a giant lizard, measuring over 8 meters in length. Its body was not covered in scales, but rather in heavy armor plates that glowed like red-hot branding irons. Dark red lava seeped like blood through the cracks in its shell, emanating terrifying heat and a pungent sulfurous stench. Its robust tail swung like a battering ram, each movement stirring up a howling wind. Upon its fearsome head, a pair of colossal vertical pupils ablaze with molten fire reflected a frenzy of brutal anguish and a madness bent on annihilation. Its body was riddled with wounds of various sizes, the deepest nearly piercing its side, as dark red lava blood continuously oozed forth, sizzling as it dripped to the ground and burned small pits into the earth. Clearly, it had been drawn here by the scent of blood and the fluctuations of battle while fleeing in a severely injured state. The Hellfire Lizard, Cinder Scale subspecies, an initial stage abyssal beast of lordly caliber. Though gravely wounded, its ferocity remained undiminished. Its burning vertical pupils instantaneously locked onto Edmund, a figure mired in mud within the lowland, radiating a powerful surge of energy after devouring a pack of wolves. With a thunderous roar, it entirely disregarded the humans above the rocky precipice. The Hellfire Lizard opened its gaping maw, lined with jagged fangs, as a blinding dark red light ignited deep within its throat. A torrent of searing flames, capable of melting steel, erupted forth like a lava flood unleashed from a dam, carrying with it an aura of destruction that incinerated all in its path. Surging towards the hapless Edmund in the basin, the area was engulfed in a relentless, indiscriminate onslaught. Before the flames reached him, the horrific heat had already warped the air, evaporating the cold raindrops into thick clouds of mist. With wolves in front and tigers behind, he found himself in a veritable dead end. Edmund's pupils constricted sharply. Trapped in the lowland, there was nowhere to flee. Enduring the breath of a lord-level beast, even when gravely injured, was no trivial matter. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the focus shifted. Target the lizard. Provide cover for the individual below. Captain Rod's voice, raspy yet commanding, pierced through the cacophony without hesitation. He swiftly pivoted the barrel of the thunderhammer, aiming directly at the fearsome head of the Hellfire Lizard. The grenade launcher beneath the muzzle erupted with a furious roar once more. Simultaneously, from the shadows against the left rock face, Cole's heavy sniper crossbow remained relentless, unleashing a specialized armor-piercing bolt, shimmering with a cold glint, spiraling through the rain as if it were a scythe of death, striking unerringly towards the burning right eye of the Hellfire Lizard. Boom. Whoosh. The energy grenade detonated near the creature's head. a surge of blue plasma attempting to disrupt its fiery breath. The frigid armor-piercing bolt aimed directly for its vital points. The soldier gritted his teeth, momentarily suppressing his hatred and fear of Edmund. Redirecting his weapon as the blue scorpion unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the lizard's relatively vulnerable neck joint. The combined fire from the demon-hunting squad instantaneously diverted most of the Hellfire Lizard's attention. The molten fire column it spewed towards Edmund experienced a brief moment of delay and deviation. Now was the moment. Edmund's eyes blazed with intensity. The blood energy beneath his feet surged wildly. Shadow Step amplified his speed to its limits. Whoosh! His figure left a faint afterimage as he narrowly brushed against the edge of the still terrifyingly hot flames, shooting out of the lowland like an unleashed arrow. The scorching waves singed the fabric of his back and the tips of his hair, bringing a sharp sting. Instead of retreating to safety, he transformed into a streak of blood, launching himself at an astonishing angle toward the enraged Hellfire Lizard, which, incensed by the concentrated fire, was raising its massive claw to shatter the rocky cover. An opportunity. A gravely wounded Lord-level beast, a far more delectable prize than the human soldiers or thorny pursuers, and a chance for him to escape his dire predicament, or even to deliver a crippling blow and possibly consume this threat. Devour it. Restore his strength. Resolve all troubles. In Edmund's crimson pupils, greed and calmness intertwined, reminiscent of an ancient bloodbat stalking its prey. The blood energy coalesced violently within his tightly clenched fists, targeting the deep, bone-exposing wound on the lizard's flank. Chapter 19. The Forge and Shadows Buzz. Like an ancient furnace deep within his soul being ignited. Ferocious, scorching, destructive. As Edmund's fingertips delved deeply into the searing, lava-like wound on the flank of the Hellfire Lizard, the power of the Origin's abyss surged forth like a ravenous beast, instantly penetrating the dying will of this Lord-level beast. A torrent of energy, far surpassing that of the transformed Frostwolf, infused with the core heat of molten rock. The ferocity of abyssal magic and the magnificent essence of life inherent in the colossal creature surged into Edmund's being with a force that threatened to incinerate and tear asunder everything in its path. Boom! Edmund felt as though he had been plunged into a sea of boiling magma in an instant. Every cell within him screamed in agony, while his bones groaned under the unbearable strain. The dark, golden blood coursing through his veins ignited instantaneously, the temperature soaring to alarming heights. Visible waves of distorted heat rose from his skin, evaporating the cold raindrops before they could even approach, transforming them into billowing white mist. The wounds on his back, barely healed, ruptured anew, oozing scalding droplets of blood. A low growl, a tumultuous blend of pain and exquisite ecstasy, erupted from the depths of Edmund's throat. The energy was overwhelming, ferocious, and chaotic. The core essence of the Hellfire Lizard subspecies was an enigmatic amalgamation of extreme heat akin to the Earth's molten core and the violent, destructive magic of the abyss. It inherently repelled all non-fire attributes and possessed an instinctive corrosive nature towards energies such as blood, which leaned towards the cold and sinister. Without the system's optimization and filtration, forcibly consuming such a level of wild essence was akin to stuffing a lit bomb into one's own body. Warning: high concentration, high activity abyssal fire essence detected. Energy level, Lord level initial stage, severely injured state. Corrosiveness, extremely strong. The host body is undergoing severe energy impact. Mental will is being eroded by abyssal magic. The long silent system alert resonated sharply in the sea of consciousness, imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Though the core functions were mostly offline, the basic crisis alert mechanism remained operational. Excruciating pain, rending, incineration. Edmund felt as if he were a piece of stubborn iron being relentlessly forged. The lava-like heat seared his flesh and sinews, while the abyssal magic, akin to a maggot burrowing into bone, voraciously eroded his mental barriers. Each heartbeat was thunderous, propelling blood as hot as embers through his veins with the force of a battering ram. Abnormal dark red blotches surfaced upon his skin, reminiscent of cracking lava rocks. Roar. The Hellfire Lizard emitted a dying, frenzied roar. Its massive body convulsed violently, and its tail, covered in ash-like scales, swung with immense force towards Edmund. The molten wound instinctively expelled streams of searing fire, attempting to scorch this parasite that dared to steal its essence into ashes. Damn it! Suppress him. Captain Rod's eyes widened in fury as he watched from behind the rocky cover. He understood that the terrifying presence below was devouring the fire lizard. If he succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet at the same time, the dying struggles of the fire lizard unleashed tremendous chaos and indiscriminate destruction. Cole, interrupt him. Use ice prison. Rod bellowed his orders, while his weapon, the thunder hammer, roared anew as a specially crafted grenade, shimmering with icy blue runes, whistled towards the fire lizard's head. Another soldier gritted his teeth, disregarding the expenditure of ammunition, fervently unleashing the last remnants of his energy magazine upon the struggling joints of the fire lizard. On the left rock face, the sniper codenamed Cole possessed a gaze as cold and unyielding as iron, showing no sign of hesitation. The string of the heavy crossbow was drawn to its utmost tension as an arrow, imbued with a chilling ice blue hue and adorned with intricate snowflake-like runes, was firmly placed into the bow's slot. An aura of frost emanated from the bow's body, causing the surrounding raindrops to instantly crystallize into tiny ice shards. With a hum, the ice blue arrow was released, carrying the frigid essence of frozen souls, and accurately targeted the joint of Edmund's arm that grasped the wound on the fire lizard. A clash of ice and fire. A dual assault. Edmund's crimson pupils constricted suddenly. The excruciating pain from the violent clash of two primal sources within him nearly shattered his focus. Yet the instinct to survive and the fury of being besieged ignited the pride deep within his bloodline. Humble ants, begone! A low, thunderous roar, echoing the ancient majesty of the bloodline, resounded through the canyon. Faced with the sweeping tail, he did not choose to withstand it. Instead, he firmly anchored his feet onto the scalding embers of the fire lizard's back, his waist bending backwards like a spring at its limit. His left hand, suffused with blood energy, shot out like lightning, precisely grasping the relatively slender tip of the colossal tail. With a deft flick, akin to a juggler's maneuver, he hurled it away. Boom! The massive tail hammer, accompanied by a howling wind, narrowly swept over his head, crashing violently against the rock face beneath the right side cover. Debris flew in all directions, and the cover trembled violently. The soldiers inside gasped in alarm, nearly dislodged by the force. Simultaneously, confronting the ice blue arrow aimed at his arm and the ice-binding grenade launched by Rod, Edmund's right hand remained fiercely embedded in the fire lizard's wound, voraciously consuming. While his left hand suddenly retracted, fingers splayed wide. Thorn blood spike, abyssal magic energy enhanced version. Dozens of sturdy, grotesque blood spikes entwined with emerald green magic flames. Like loyal sentinels, instantly wove into a dense defensive net beside him. Sizzle. Boom. The ice blue arrow struck the blood spike defense net first. The sharp chill clashed violently with the searing abyssal magic energy, producing a piercing sound of melting. The freezing runes contained within the arrow detonated, spreading a vast expanse of frost, encasing several blood spikes in ice. Yet, more blood spikes, akin to frenzied serpents, mitigated the majority of the cold, and the arrow ultimately pierced through only 2 layers of defense before becoming lodged helplessly in midair. Immediately after, the ice-binding grenade detonated nearby. The blue freezing force field expanded, attempting to encase both Edmund and the fire lizard in ice. However, the molten lava's scorching heat enveloping the fire lizard's surface and the turbulent fire attribute primal source coursing through Edmund formed a natural barrier of resistance. The freezing force field merely enveloped a small portion of the fire lizard's embers and Edmund's ankle before being swiftly disintegrated and evaporated by the terrifying heat. It held. Yet, this brief moment of defense and manipulation significantly exacerbated the energy conflict within Edmund. A metallic taste filled his throat as another surge of dark golden blood erupted, which he forcefully swallowed. The consumption was momentarily interrupted, and the fire lizard's struggles intensified in a frenzy. It seemed to sense the true approach of death. No time to pause. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Edmund's eyes. He suddenly lowered his head, opened his mouth, revealing his ivory fangs, and savagely bit down into a relatively weak gap between the fire lizard's embers. Sizzle. The fangs, imbued with the essence of the primordial bloodline, effortlessly pierced through the formidable shell. A searing torrent, akin to molten rock, surged into Edmund's mouth, a blood rich with a sweet yet sulphurous stench, directly siphoning the life force. In the most primal manner of the vampire, he accelerated his predation. A howl erupted from the Hellfire Lizard, a lamentation filled with unparalleled agony and despair. Its massive form convulsed violently as if its spine had been severed, the spasms abruptly ceasing. The fiery vertical pupils dimmed instantly. Its final vestige of vitality, akin to a flood breaching a dam, intertwined with the core essence, was fervently absorbed by Edmund. Boom. As the life of the fire lizard dissipated completely, an even grander and purer torrent of mingled lava and abyssal demonic energy surged unreservedly into Edmund's being. This time, it was not merely pain. A long-dormant sensation, originating from the depths of his bloodline, awakened like a slumbering volcano, stirred by the ferocious flames of primordial essence. Critical breakthrough. High compatibility with fire attribute essence detected. Host's primordial bloodline resonates. Fusion accelerated. Blood energy limit surpassed. Physical constitution enhanced. Strength increased. Abyssal fire resistance significantly improved. Insight into trait. Body of the forge. Beginner. Skill unlocked. Lava blood flame. Prototype. The system's notification reverberated with an unusual resonance. As if infused with an additional surge of energy, Edmund's form transformed into a blazing crimson furnace. The dark golden blood coursing through his veins surged at twice its previous velocity. It felt as if molten rock flowed beneath his skin, radiating an astonishing heat. His bones grew denser and more resilient, emitting faint crackling sounds. Muscle fibers tore and reformed, embodying explosive power. The 3 lacerations on his back healed instantaneously under the nourishing influx of life essence, even the scars vanishing without a trace. More importantly, he distinctly sensed the once tumultuous and discordant molten essence within him being forcibly suppressed, refined, and assimilated by the deeper, more ancient, and noble primordial bloodline. Although the process remained agonizing, it shifted from destructive to transformative. He could almost hear the thunderous clang of an ancient hammer striking an anvil within him. With each strike, his form became more refined, and his connection to the flames intensified. Blood energy, 1828-2499-2499. Mid-tier, Lord level. Strength, 4143. Constitution, 393-42. Mentality, 44, resisting erosion. 45, slight enhancement of will. Abyssal fire resistance, 25. Acquired trait. Body of the forge. Beginner passive enhancement of resistance to high temperatures and fire damage, 30. Increased physical defense, 15. And the ability to gradually absorb ambient fire attribute energy for self-nourishment. Unlocked skill. Lava blood flame. Prototype consumes blood energy to unleash a special flame infused with the properties of molten heat and blood energy erosion, which can be applied to attacks or form fiery shockwaves. Power scales with skill level and injected blood energy. The status panel's data refreshed wildly. Just as Edmund reveled in the exhilarating surge of power, his consciousness wavered momentarily due to the excruciating pain and transformation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of dark crimson light. Colder and swifter than before, exuding a pungent aura of decay and thorns, surged forth like serpents drawn by the scent of blood, tearing through the curtain of rain. Emerging silently from a concealed crevice high above the gorge, their angles were exquisitely calculated, targeting the vulnerable spots on Edmund, the back of his neck, the nape, and the wrist of his right hand that clutched the corpse of the fire lizard. The timing was impeccable, striking at that fatal moment when Edmund's old strength had waned and new energy had yet to manifest. His consciousness momentarily slackened due to the transformation within. The Thorn clan, the true hunters, had finally made their move. Be careful. This warning came unexpectedly from Captain Rod, situated above on the rocky outcrop. Relying on his battlefield instinct, he perceived the 3 streaks of dark crimson light that seemed to blend seamlessly with their surroundings. Though the entity below was humanity's arch-nemesis, the emergence of this third force, suffused with pure darkness and decay, like poisonous vines ensnaring the soul, instilled within him a deeper, primal aversion and dread. An entity that the Church of the Holy Light had repeatedly emphasized must be purified, the highborn bloodkin. Chapter 20. The bloodline hunting grounds. 3 streaks of dark crimson light cleaved through the rain, arriving first despite being the last to be launched. Cold. Decayed. They bore a suffocating sensation reminiscent of thorns entwining around the throat. They accurately locked onto the fatal flaw in Edmund's transformation moment. Too swift. Too venomous. far surpassing any prior arrows shot by human snipers. Had the Thorn clan finally lost their restraint? Edmund's eyes blazed with a scarlet light, devoid of surprise, only icy malice. His right hand remained firmly embedded in the wound of the fire lizard, drawing the last remnants of its essence, yet his body twisted in an eerie manner, akin to a boneless mollusk at the moment the streaks approached. The faint sound of 3 dark crimson lights slicing through the air was nearly drowned out by the raging rain and the lingering energy waves. Yet it carried a chilling aura that froze the soul. They surged forth with a speed unmatched by any arrows previously loosed by Cole, forming a triangular formation that sealed off all of Edmund's most critical escape angles. The highborn bloodkin's secret technique, thorn-piercing heart, was unleashed by elite vampires of elite ranks, even those nearing the lordly level, imbued with a curse that eroded the essence of life and a penetrating blood energy. In a moment of imminent peril, the scarlet light in Edmund's eyes blazed like a burning blood diamond. The strength he had just gained from consuming the fire lizard, strength 43, agility still at lord level, erupted under the instinct for survival. He did not attempt to evade entirely. There was no time for that, but instead chose the most extreme, minimal evasion. With a swift motion, his body lurched to the lower left, as if broken. Simultaneously, the right hand gripping the fire lizard's massive body unleashed a terrifying force, 43 points, forcibly dragging the creature's bulk upward by half a meter. Using it as a shield, 2 streaks of dark crimson light grazed past Edmund's right rib and left shoulder. The sharp edges of the blood energy rent his tattered clothing, leaving behind 2 searing gashes deep enough to reveal bone on his resilient skin. The edges of the wounds instantaneously manifested a foreboding gray-black hue, as though entwined and eroded by withered thorns, sending waves of numbness and excruciating pain from the loss of vitality. Yet the third ray, the most insidious of all, aimed directly at his vulnerable back, was deftly evaded by his extreme lateral movement and the obstruction provided by the corpse of the fire lizard. The radiant strike plunged fiercely into the thick, ashen-scaled carapace of the fire lizard, producing a muffled thud and erupting a small cloud of dark green corrosive energy. Humph! Edmund let out a suppressed grunt, the curse's corrosive effect on his wound causing a momentary hesitation in his movements. However, the body of the forge, trait within him, had already activated. A torrent of blood energy, akin to flowing magma, surged towards the injury. With a hissing sound, the encroaching ash-gray curse was swiftly incinerated by the searing heat of his sanguine energy, dissipating as if it had encountered its nemesis. The wound closed at a visibly rapid pace, staunching the flow of blood. The newly acquired abyssal fire resistance proved equally effective against this hybrid curse-infused blood energy. What? From the shadowy rift above the canyon came a voice filled with incredulity and disbelief. Clearly, the Blood Clan's assailant had not anticipated that the target could evade a lethal strike in such a bizarre manner at a critical moment of transformation. Nor could they have foreseen his rapid resistance to the Thorn Curse. Attack. Tear him apart. Reclaim the primordial essence and sacred artifact. A voice, more sinister and imbued with greed and urgency, echoed forth, uttering in the ancient and obscure tongue of the Blood Clan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures, like phantoms, descended from various shadowy corners of the canyon with lightning speed, clad in tight-fitting leather armor adorned with dark purple thorn patterns, their pale, handsome faces twisted with fervor, their pupils glinting with icy silver or crimson, indicative of lower-tiered beings. The foremost among them exuded a fierce and heavy aura, unmistakably at the quasi-lord level, the pinnacle of elite. The remaining 4 were also elite high-tier, a standard hunting squad from the Thorn clan. Their target was unmistakably Edmund, or rather, the fragments of the primordial essence and sacred artifact upon him. The Blood Clan, the remnants of the Blood Clan from the Forbidden Domain. Behind the rock wall cover, Captain Rod's expression shifted dramatically as he instantly recognized the identity of these uninvited guests. The activities of the Thorn clan beyond the Iron Barrier had always been under stringent surveillance. They were more cunning, crueler, and far deadlier than the abyssal beasts. Captain, what should we do? The last remaining soldier, Jack, trembled, his rifle instinctively wavering between the chaotic melee below and the descending Blood Clan. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. A 3-way melee. Captain Rod's gaze flickered intensely, his thoughts in turmoil. The terrifying entity below had just devoured a lord-level beast, its power surging, evidently posing an even greater threat. Yet, these Blood Clan members were humanity's most formidable foes. Just as he hesitated for a fraction of a second, a deafening roar erupted from the canyon entrance, sending shivers down spines. This time, it was a cacophony of roars, a relentless, bloodthirsty chorus filled with chaos. Following this, like a tide of darkness, dozens of grotesque, mutated creatures surged forth, the muscle-bound, decaying giants, the ground-burrowing worms with razor-sharp bone blades, and the corrosive beasts oozing slime. Drawn in by the scent of blood and the tumultuous energy waves, their eyes glowing red as they howled into the canyon. A horde of beasts. A small wave of creatures had been utterly summoned by the previous explosion, the lament of the fire lizard, and the overwhelming scent of blood. Although the individual strength predominantly lies between the awakener and the elite initial stage, their numbers are vast, and they exhibit a reckless disregard for death. The true chaos has erupted. Damn it! Captain Rod slammed his fist against the cover, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. Surrounded by foes and besieged by a frenzied tide of beasts, it seemed that his small squad was destined to meet their end here today. Jack, conserve ammunition. Prioritize eliminating the magical beasts that approach us. Cole, free fire. Focus on the most significant threats. Self-preservation is paramount. Rod commanded decisively, his voice imbued with a sense of fatal resolve. He raised his thunderhammer, but instead of aiming at Edmund, who was being besieged by 5 Blood Clan members below, or the oncoming forefront of beasts, his gaze was fixed upon an exceptionally large elite, corrupted overseer, at the entrance of the canyon, orchestrating the beastly horde. Capture the leader before the minions. On the battlefield below, 5 Thorn Blood Clan members struck like 5 bolts of crimson lightning, swiftly surrounding Edmund, who had just escaped the sneak attack from the Thorn Flow. Their attacks were rapid, ruthless, and perfectly coordinated, claws glimmering with blood-red poison aimed for Edmund's vital points, while blood energy imbued with withering curses coiled around his limbs like venomous serpents. One of the Blood Clan members emitted an eerie shriek, attempting to disrupt Edmund's mental focus. A band of traitors, forsaking the glory of their bloodline, dares to covet the ancestral relic? Edmund let out a cold, mocking laugh, laced with ancient authority. The 2,499 points of blood energy surging within him roared like an awakened dragon. Faced with attacks from all directions, he surged forward instead of retreating. The blood light beneath his feet erupted. Shadow Step was pushed to its utmost limit. His figure blurred, merging seamlessly with the shadows, deftly slipping through the gaps between 2 claw strikes. Simultaneously, the nascent form of lava blood flame enveloped his right fist. Boom! His fist, akin to a searing iron, bore the terrifying heat and destructive blood energy, crashing down upon the approaching Quasi-Lord-level Blood Clan leader. As his fist passed, the air twisted, and the rain vaporized into dense white mist. The Quasi-Lord-level Blood Clan leader's eyes widened in shock. He sensed the searing heat and power contained within that fist, a threat to his very life. With a roar, he crossed his arms to block, as a thick, dark red blood energy coalesced into a shield entwined with thorns. Crack! The fist, enveloped in lava blood flame, struck the thorny shield with immense force. The violent power, 43 points combined with skills, erupted instantly. A crisp sound echoed as the thorny shield shattered like fragile glass. Following this, the fist, undeterred, smashed into the leader's crossed arms. A scream pierced the air. The sound of bone cracking echoed from the Quasi-Lord-level Blood Clan leader's arms. He was sent flying, as if struck by a heavy truck, spewing blood like a severed kite. His arms, along with flesh, were instantly charred black by the lava blood flame, emanating a pungent, burnt aroma. The terrifying flames continued to erode, a devastating blow to the Quasi-Lord. The remaining 4 elite Blood Clan members, who had been attacking, felt their pupils constrict, their assault momentarily faltering. They had never anticipated that their target would experience such a surge in power after devouring the fire lizard. The might of the ancestral relic far exceeded their expectations. Roar! At that moment, the forefront of the beast tide had arrived. A few ferocious, unyielding corrupted apes roared, their colossal arms swinging like stone pillars, indiscriminately smashing toward the nearest Edmund and 2 Blood Clan members. Get away! A flash of malice flickered in Edmund's eyes. He was in dire need of releasing the tumultuous energy surging within him. Without a glance, his left fist, engulfed in molten blood flames, swept out like a whip. Boom. The molten blood flames traced a searing, fan-shaped arc through the air. The first two corrupted apes, their resilient fur and muscle easily torn apart like butter, were carbonized by the ferocity of Edmund's strike. Their massive bodies were violently propelled away, crashing into the herd behind them, causing utter chaos. The two elite Blood Clan members caught in the chaos scrambled desperately to evade the apes' attacks. Their formation shattered in an instant. Confusion. Absolute chaos. This became Edmund's perfect cover. He had no intention of lingering in battle. His crimson pupils coldly surveyed the soon-to-be fallen Blood Clan leader struggling to rise after his devastating blow, then glanced at the human squad in the distance fiercely engaging with the beast horde. "Consider yourselves fortunate," Edmund muttered to himself, a hint of icy mockery lacing his tone. In the next moment, the blood energy beneath him surged once more. His figure morphed into a dark red afterimage, disregarding the attacking Blood Clan and the approaching tide of beasts, and crashed violently against a relatively weak section of the canyon wall, riddled with cracks. Boom. His fist, enveloped in molten blood flames, struck the rock face like a battering ram. The furious force combined with the intense heat instantaneously melted and shattered the stone. A narrow passageway, just wide enough for a single person to pass through, was forcibly created. Amidst the swirling dust, Edmund's figure hesitated not to slip inside, vanishing from sight, leaving only the acrid scent of scorched rock and the dark red lava flowing at the mouth of the cave. "Stop him!" The charred-armed Blood Clan leader shrieked in rage, his eyes bulging with fury. Yet, the surging tide of beasts and several elite Blood Clan members ensnared by the monsters were utterly unable to extricate themselves in time. Above the canyon, "Captain, he has escaped," Cole reported, his gaze fixed through the scope, clearly witnessing Edmund breaking through the rock wall and fleeing. His voice carried a hint of complexity. Captain Rod had just managed to shatter half of the corrupted commander's head with a precious armor-piercing grenade, momentarily halting the beast horde's assault. Upon hearing this, he abruptly turned to the smoke-filled cave entrance, then glanced down at the Blood Clan members engulfed by the beasts, still desperately attempting to pursue their target despite their dire situation. "Good riddance." Rod spat a mouthful of bloody saliva, his eyes devoid of any relief, only deepening his gravity. "Cole, Jack, conserve ammunition. Retreat towards the northeast crevice. Quickly, while the Blood Clan and beasts tear each other apart." He understood that the terrifying entity that devoured the fire lizard had escaped, heralding an unpredictable and immense variable approaching the human-controlled area. Moreover, the activities of the Thorn clan deep within the Forbidden Zone were far more extensive and rampant than the intelligence suggested. This bloody encounter at the edge of the Forbidden Zone was merely a prelude to an even grander and darker storm. Edmund raced through the dark, narrow fissures in the rock. The sounds of battle, the roars of beasts, and the shrieks of the Blood Clan receded swiftly behind him. Within his body, the power of the molten blood flames surged through the coursing blood energy, gradually settling and merging more deeply with the primordial essence. A faint yet clear system notification echoed, continuously absorbing ambient magic energy. System energy restoration in progress. Current 5. He unfurled his palm, revealing a strand of dark red, within which flames resembling flowing lava flickered subtly, illuminating the profound darkness ahead and casting a glow upon his cold, deep-set eyes, reminiscent of ancient blood prisons with their crimson hue. The outpost of humanity's Iron Bastion had arrived. Chapter 21. Iron Bastion Blood-Pact Emblem. Iron Bastion. This name, forged in the icy steel and congealed blood, bore a heavy imprint on the horizon at the edge of the wasteland. Edmund stood at the precipice of a severely weathered cliff. The cold rain had ceased, yet the leaden gray clouds loomed heavily over the earth, as if poised to unleash despair once more. He narrowed his scarlet eyes, scrutinizing the colossal structure that loomed at the boundary between the scorched earth of the Forbidden Zone and the remnants of human civilization. The entire fortress was not a traditional wall, but rather an assembly of countless modules made from extraordinarily heavy black-gray special alloys, rising several dozen meters high. The surface was adorned with large rivets and energy conduction patterns, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen under the dim light. Towering alloy walls were bristling with artillery ports of various sizes, robust main cannons, rapid-fire magical defense gun emplacements, and honeycomb-like arrays of miniature missile launchers. Enormous searchlight towers loomed like the single eye of a giant, piercing through the thin magical mist, perpetually scanning the scorched, muddy expanse below. Riddled with craters and the remnants of monstrous beings, known as the Death Buffer Zone. The fortress was not a closed cylinder, but rather constructed upon a massive natural rock ridge that delved deep into the earth, forming a grand semicircular shape. Its core area penetrated into the mountainside, leaving only the most robust defensive shell exposed to the outside. On the outer periphery, clinging to the base of the main wall, lay a sprawling slum and temporary encampments, resembling a vast, festering wound. Makeshift shanties, rusted containers, and tents were haphazardly intermingled, with sewage flowing freely. The air thick with the noxious blend of substandard fuel, sweat, blood, and disinfectant. Countless minuscule figures, akin to ants, writhed and struggled within. Those displaced by the tide of magic that had obliterated their homes, now seeking refuge at the foot of the bastion. From atop the towering walls, indifferent soldiers and cold gun barrels gazed down, severing the two disparate worlds. The fortress's sole grand entrance was situated directly ahead, currently opening slowly to reveal a narrow passage suitable for small vehicles. The heavy alloy gate emitted a dull roar as it parted, allowing blinding artificial light and the cacophony of voices from within to seep through the gap. A convoy comprising several armored off-road vehicles, equipped with heavy magical machine guns atop, and troop carriers filled with soldiers, surged forth, kicking up mud as they raced out of the city gates, venturing into the depths of the Forbidden Zone on unknown patrol or extermination missions. Meanwhile, other weary vehicles, laden with battle-scarred mercenaries and meager supplies, attempted to squeeze through the gates, inciting the guards' rebukes and stringent inspections. Order and chaos, coldness and clamor, despair and struggle coexist in a twisted yet resilient manner beneath the towering presence known as the barrier. Edmund's gaze swept over the vast expanse of the sprawling slum, finally resting on the entrance of the main city gate. There, a few serpentine lines twisted their way forward. One was the refugee passage, crowded and numbed, steeped in a profound sense of despair. Another was the supply transport route, where vehicles moved slowly, subjected to rigorous inspections by the guards. Finally, there was a relatively swift yet heavily guarded passage reserved for those possessing identification, professionals such as mercenaries, demon hunters, and registered psychics. He needed to gain entry. This fortress stood as humanity's most significant stronghold and information node on the fringes of the Forbidden Domain, a necessary waypoint for him to assimilate into this era, seek more prey, and restore his reserves of power. With a flicker of intent, his immense blood energy, 2,499 points, began to recalibrate within him, akin to a finely tuned instrument. Withdrawing into itself, the molten heat coursing beneath his skin was forcibly suppressed, and the characteristic of furnace body was honed to its utmost. The crimson hue of his pupils dimmed slightly, approaching a profound shade of dark brown, an artifice acquired from the memories of several devoured Thornblood clan members. His formidable psychic waves, 45 points, were firmly restrained within his consciousness, betraying only a faint energy aura typical of a peak awakened individual, elite initial stage. Though his garments were tattered, smeared with mud and dried, dark green stains, along with patches of dark golden blood, in the chaotic fringes of the Forbidden Domain, they instead resembled the standard attire of a mercenary who had narrowly escaped a fierce battle. He tore a relatively clean strip of cloth to wrap around his back, which bore tattered clothing and several wounds that had fully healed, leaving only faint red scars. He then scavenged a relatively intact leather vest adorned with a worn mercenary insignia from the corpse of an unknown mercenary, which had been largely devoured. Having completed this, he leaped from the precipice, his figure blending into the shadows of the path leading to the fortress below, akin to an ordinary, weary mercenary returning from his endeavors, seamlessly joining the end of the queue for the passage reserved for those with identification. The line moved sluggishly forward. The air was thick with the sense of sweat, gunpowder, low-quality tobacco, and an unsettling tension. Edmund silently observed his surroundings. Ahead of him stood a trio of mercenaries, poorly equipped and bearing expressions that mingled relief with the lingering fear of survival. "Damn, we almost didn't make it back from that digger-worm king, at least an elite high tier," one of them muttered hoarsely, cursing under his breath. If it weren't for the vulture using a flesh bomb to distract it. Shut it, Scarface. Just be glad we're alive. Interrupted a relatively composed middle-aged man, casting a wary glance around. On the side of the queue, several soldiers clad in matching gray uniforms. Their arms adorned with eagle insignias, patrolled with indifferent gazes sweeping over each individual in line. At the city gate loomed two peculiar constructs resembling upright lizards, mechanical sentinels of arcane energy, whose red glowing electronic eyes continuously scan the passersby. What is particularly striking is the shadowed area within the city gate, where a gaunt old man clad in a deep blue robe stands, holding a short staff embedded with murky crystals. With his eyes closed, he resembles a statue. Yet, Edmund can distinctly sense a faint but persistent psychic aura emanating from him, enveloping the entire entrance of the passage. Passive perception, target identity verification point. Deployment, basic soldiers, awaken level 8. Arcane Guardians, Sentinel type, Elite Beginner Combat level 2. Psychic Investigators, Elite Intermediate. Risk level low. Host Camouflage status, stable. The system's alert, infused with a hint of vitality post-energy restoration, resonates in the sea of consciousness, system energy 8. At last, it is the turn of the trio before Edmund. The identity badge. The guard responsible for registration is a stern-faced corporal, not lifting his gaze. The composed middle-aged man promptly presents 3 iron badges, each engraved with distinct patterns. The guard accepts them, inserting them into a nearby metallic device that flickers with runic light. A soft hum emanates from the apparatus as a pale green beam sweeps over the badges and the faces of their bearers. Ding. Identity confirmed. Member of the Storm Mercenary Corps, rank, gray iron. The mechanical voice announces. The guard waves his hand. Next. The trio exhales in relief, hastening into the city gate passage. It is now Edmund's turn. He steps forward, deliberately wearing an expression of fatigue and numbness. The system scans. This guard is merely an elite beginner awakened warrior. The badge. The guard reiterates his cold phrase. Edmund opens his palm. Empty, sir. My squad encountered a high-level terror wolf pack. They were all annihilated. The badge was lost. His voice is deep and hoarse, tinged with a perfectly measured sorrow and numbness, mimicking the tone of a survivor he had previously observed. The guard finally raises his head, his keen, hawk-like eyes scrutinizing Edmund from head to toe. The mud, bloodstains, tattered clothing, and the vest bearing the mercenary emblem present a flawless image of a survivor who has just endured a harrowing battle. Yet, the scrutiny in those eyes betrays no hint of relaxation. Name? Original Mercenary Corps? The guard inquires coldly. The 2 soldiers beside him tighten their grips on their arcane rifles, their gazes fixed on Edmund. The red light of the electronic eyes of the 2 sentinels also converge upon him. Edmund. Originally part of the Gray Scorpion squad, Edmund catches sight of a flattened piece of metal on the ground, engraved with a scorpion design. He provides a casually concocted name. The guard swiftly inputs data on the electronic record board before him, seemingly searching for information. Moments later, he furrows his brow. Gray Scorpion Squad? Registration details are vague. The last mission record was 7 days ago, marked as presumed annihilated after venturing into the corrupted Claw Gorge. He raises his gaze, locking eyes with Edmund. You claim you encountered terror wolves? Yes, sir. A large pack, and their leader was too swift. We were scattered. Edmund's deception is impeccable, his expression remaining numb, yet the blood energy within him subtly circulates, prepared to respond to any unforeseen changes. The corrupted Claw Gorge lies hundreds of kilometers from here. How did you survive the high-level terror wolves and the taint of the Forbidden Lands to reach this place alone? The guard's voice was laced with palpable skepticism, his finger discreetly poised on the button of his sidearm. The soldier beside him raised the muzzle of his rifle slightly, and the atmosphere instantly tensed. Edmund could sense the probing presence of the old man in the blue robe, whose psychic field of inquiry intensified, akin to invisible tendrils attempting to penetrate his disguise. Just then, a somewhat urgent voice emerged from within the city gate passage. Wait a moment. Corporal Roger, a young man in a crisp officer's uniform, adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant, approached briskly, his hair meticulously styled. Following him were 2 soldiers, notably more formidable and well-equipped. His gaze swept over Edmund, lingering for a fleeting moment, an imperceptible flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before his expression reverted to sternness. Lieutenant Howard. Corporal Roger immediately saluted, his demeanor respectful. clearly recognizing the authority of the newcomer. "I am acquainted with this individual," Lieutenant Howard stated, gesturing towards Edmund with an undeniable tone of authority. "He is a peripheral member of the Grey Scorpion team, quite capable. Our intelligence department also participated in this exploratory mission. He narrowly survived and returned with some valuable fragments of information." He indicated a nondescript, torn pocket on Edmund's vest. "Let him pass. I will handle the subsequent verification." Corporal Roger appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing between Edmund and Lieutenant Howard before ultimately acquiescing to the order. "Yes, sir." He waved his hand, granting passage. The two soldiers lowered their weapons, and the red beam of the guard's sentinel light shifted away. A flicker of doubt crossed Edmund's mind. He was certain he did not know this Lieutenant Howard. The timely and peculiar intervention was too coincidental. Yet, he maintained his composure, merely nodding slightly at Howard and murmuring, "Thank you, sir," his tone still subdued and apathetic. "Follow me," Lieutenant Howard said without elaboration, turning to walk into the city gate. His pace was brisk, as if he wished to avoid lingering at the entrance. Edmund silently trailed behind, acutely aware of the mixed gazes of Corporal Roger and the soldiers behind him. A blend of confusion, curiosity, and a hint of reverence towards Howard. Upon traversing the thick alloy gate passage, a cacophony of noise and a medley of scents assaulted them. They were not entering a military camp, but rather a vast expanse resembling a cavernous plaza. The ceiling soared to a height of 100 meters, supported by robust alloy frameworks, adorned with massive lighting fixtures that emitted a glaring artificial radiance illuminating the entire space. The plaza's floor was flat, delineating various sectors. To the left lay the expansive logistics area, piled high with ammunition crates, energy blocks, parts, and the thunderous operation of modified machinery. To the right was the battered armored vehicle repair zone, where sparks flew from welding. Ahead was a densely populated dispersal point. Throngs of individuals in a kaleidoscope of attire, fatigued mercenaries, fully armed soldiers, robed mage apprentices, and even researchers clad in lab coats. The air was thick with a complex amalgamation of scents, machine oil, ozone, disinfectants, low-quality food, sweat, and a faint metallic tang of blood. Chaos, turmoil. Yet, it exuded a sense of order that persevered in a world on the brink of collapse. Captain Howard did not linger. He guided Edmund through the bustling crowd towards a relatively tranquil passage at the edge of the square, leading to an ascending corridor of alloy stairs. Soldiers guarded the entrance to the passage, and upon seeing Howard's insignia, they immediately saluted and granted passage. The corridor was illuminated with a soft, bright light, its metallic walls reflecting a cold glow that starkly contrasted with the chaos outside. The sound of footsteps echoed in the vast corridor. It was only after ensuring they were out of the guard's line of sight that Howard halted, turned, and with a keen gaze reassessed Edmund. His voice lowered to a peculiar rhythm. "In the name of shadows, where thorns flourish, the throne of bones endures amongst unfamiliar kin. The ancient aura that envelopes you eludes the dull instruments of humanity, yet cannot escape the bloodline's resonance that seeks the glory of the ancestors." Edmund's pupils contracted abruptly. A scarlet light flickered momentarily in the depths of his eyes. The aura surrounding him was taut like a drawn bowstring. The other party was, in fact, an agent of the Thorn clan. Moreover, he occupied a significant position within the fortress's intelligence division. This venomous serpent had brazenly concealed itself in the very heart of humanity's bastion. Chapter 22. The mark of the Thorn clan's agent. The cold alloy walls of the corridor reflected two equally pale, yet distinctly different faces. Captain Howard, or rather, the agent of the Thorn clan, bore a complex expression mingling fervor, curiosity, and an imperceptible vigilance. His words fell like stones cast upon the surface of a frigid lake, shattering the calm Edmund had meticulously maintained beneath his guise. The throne of bones. The adversary had not only discerned his bloodline identity, but had also directly unveiled the core secret of his resurrection site. "Who are you?" Edmund's voice deepened, akin to a current swirling beneath the ice. The feigned numbness and fatigue etched upon his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an ancient and frigid majesty that emanated from the depths of his bloodline. He did not deny it, nor was there any need to. The other party could recognize his aura through the secretive connections of the Thorn clan and had mentioned the Throne of Bones, clearly possessing knowledge far beyond that of an ordinary descendant. The blood energy within him, a dormant beast, pulsated like a coiled predator. The warmth of the furnace body, flowed subtly beneath his skin, and the lava blood flame was poised to erupt at any moment. The narrow expanse of the corridor was an absolute hunting ground for the bloodline, where speed reigned supreme. Howard, the agent, evidently sensed the sudden surge of danger emanating from Edmund, akin to a slumbering volcano awakening. The fervor in his eyes receded slightly, and the wariness intensified as he instinctively took a half-step back, his hands slightly raised to signal his lack of hostility. "Do not be alarmed, ancient kin. I harbor no ill intent." His voice remained low, imbued with the distinctive elegance of his kind, yet quickened in pace. "I am called Howard, of course. That is my human name. Within the clan, I am Nightshade Carroll, affiliated with the Thorny's espionage branch. Under the orders of the high-ranking elders of the Dark Moon Council, I am stationed at this fortress to monitor human movements and watch for any special entities that may emerge from the core of the forbidden domain, the Throne of Bones." "The Thorny? The Dark Moon Council?" Edmund's crimson pupils flickered subtly, as he gleaned from the memories of several ordinary Thornblood clan members that these two names represented one of the most pivotal intelligence networks and supreme authorities within the Thornblood clan. To his astonishment, they were directly affiliated with the upper echelons of the council. This elucidated how he could recognize the aura of the Bone Throne. It was likely classified information within the council. Observant, Edmund's lips curled into a cold arc. Was it a hunt? Much like those insignificant creatures that ambushed me in the canyon? He had not forgotten the precise ambush of that hunting party and the ruthless strike of the Thornpiercer. Carroll, Howard, briefly displayed a hint of embarrassment and solemnity. The operation in the canyon was ordered directly by certain radical elders within the council, bypassing the Thornblood's watchful eyes. They were excessively greedy and reckless. He slightly bowed his head, lowering his stance further, sensing the ancient nobility and pressure coursing through Edmund's veins, far more pure and closer to the source than that of the old fogies in the council. This was no ordinary awakening of the remnants. "You are the returee of the Bone Throne, the key foretold in the progenitor's prophecy." His voice trembled with suppressed excitement, his gaze towards Edmund shimmering with a complex interplay of awe and greed. "A key? A prophecy?" Edmund scoffed inwardly. The remnants of the Thornblood clan indeed regarded him as a mere tool to unlock the progenitor's treasure. His fragmented memories contained no prophetic information, yet this did not hinder him from exploiting their misconceptions. "Prophecy?" Edmund's voice bore an ancient, poignant timbre laced with confusion, as if the long-slumbering memories were shattered mirrors revealing to him the purpose behind the Thornblood spies and the council's quest for a key. Was it to reignite the throne, or to confront the encroaching darkness? He skillfully posed questions, guiding them to divulge more information while subtly suggesting his memory was impaired, thus lowering their guard. Carroll indeed perked up, seemingly honored to elucidate to this ancient being. "My lord, the council yearns to reignite the throne, to obtain the powers and knowledge left by the progenitor. The Thornblood clan is destined to reclaim the forbidden domain and restore the ancient glory. More importantly," he leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "laced with mystery, the upper echelons of the council have interpreted from certain ancient inscriptions and fragments of prophecy that deep within the Bone Throne lies the key secret to opposing the eternal Devourer, a terrifying demon that had once severely wounded and nearly obliterated the bloodline civilization in ancient times. The prophecy foretells that its shadow shall re-emerge during the era of rifts. The eternal Devourer." The name struck Edmund's consciousness like a chilling key, piercing deep within. Fragments of shattered memories surged like a disturbed school of fish, tumultuously swirling. The blood-red sky collapsed. Countless twisted shadows and tendrils rent the fabric of space. Despairing roars, the agonizing pain of a forcibly torn essence, and a pair of cold, greedy eyes, imbued with endless void and insatiable hunger. Boom! A sharp, intense pain violently assaulted Edmund's mind. He let out a muffled groan, his countenance paling for an instant as his body swayed slightly. This was indeed the last memory before his fall, that horrifying demon which nearly consumed him entirely. Its name was none other than the Eternal Devourer. Warning: detecting severe fluctuations in deep subconscious. The correlation with the origins of the critical memory fragments is exceedingly high. Warning: abnormal mental fluctuations. The system's alarm resonated sharply. Carroll was startled by Edmund's reaction, fearing he had misspoken, and anxiously inquired, "My lord, what is wrong?" "Nothing of consequence," Edmund replied, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous memories and the sting of pain. His voice, though laced with an imperceptible weakness, retained its commanding presence. Yet that name had scraped against ancient scars. The shadow of the eternal Devourer had indeed never strayed far. His gaze upon Carol deepened, becoming more inscrutable. Carol, filled with reverence and excitement, realized that this esteemed figure was indeed privy to ancient secrets. He might have even confronted that terrifying demon god. "What is the current stance of the council?" Edmund inquired, reclaiming control of the dialogue. "The ambush in the canyon indicates that not everyone welcomes my return." A flicker of indignation and caution crossed Carol's face. "The council is deeply divided. The conservatives, led by the elder of blood thorns, fear your power and view you as an uncontrollable variable, advocating for suppression and even purification. Conversely, the revivalists, spearheaded by the elder of Silver Moon, firmly believe you are the key foretold in prophecy, the hope for the Thorn clan to reclaim its former glory. The two factions are at odds. The canyon operation was a radical hunting party dispatched by the blood thorns, circumventing the council's vote. They failed and suffered heavy losses. Now internal disputes are even more fervent." He paused, earnestly stating, "My lord, the Eye of Thorns is directly under the elder of Silver Moon. We believe in you. Please allow me to offer you shelter and guidance. This steel fortress, under the protection of the intelligence agency, is temporarily safe." "Shelter?" Edmund interrupted, a hint of cold mockery in his voice. "I do not require the protection of your Thorn clan. Those antiquated fools who think they can control me." His eyes flashed with a crimson glow, a subtle yet palpable pressure emanating from the primordial source, silently warning them of their folly. Carol felt the intangible weight of that pressure constrict his heart, as if his very soul trembled, and he hastily bowed his head. "Yes, yes. The might of my lord surely requires no such decrepit protection. It was I who spoke out of turn. Inform me of the layout of this fortress. How does the mercenary system operate? Are there any recent tasks or anomalies worth noting?" Edmund inquired, retracting his imposing presence. He sought information, a means to integrate into this environment rather than remain shackled to the chariot of the Thorn clan. Carol immediately regained his composure, responding like the most loyal of servants. "Yes, my lord. The steel fortress is garrisoned by the 7th Legion, under the command of General Frank Morgan. The internal structure of the fortress is complex, divided into the military zone, core, logistics area, research sector, restricted, and the largest public activity zone known as the Hive. The headquarters of the Mercenary Guild is located in the central square of the Hive, serving as the primary hub for intelligence and task distribution." He spoke rapidly, detailing. "The fortress operates on a contribution point system, barrier points, a universal currency. Mercenary identities are classified into 4 tiers: gray iron, cold steel, secret silver, and pure gold. The higher the tier, the greater the access to high-reward tasks, entry into advanced zones, and permissions to purchase regulated supplies. Advancement in tier is achieved through the completion of tasks to accumulate points and contribution credits. The tasks issued by the fortress primarily involve reconnaissance around the periphery of the Forbidden Domain, the extermination of monstrous creatures, the collection of specific resources such as magic crystals, herbs, and otherworldly minerals, as well as the protection of merchant caravans. Recently, a particularly unusual situation has arisen. With a hint of gravity in his voice, Carol informed, approximately 30 kilometers northeast of the fortress, a new, albeit small, and exceedingly unstable rift known as the Shadow Rift has emerged. Reconnaissance teams report severe spatial distortions in the vicinity of the rift, detecting intensely powerful abyssal magical fluctuations and the presence of high-ranking demons, raising suspicions of a demon lord attempting to establish a stable passageway. An urgent extermination and reconnaissance mission of refined gold level has already been issued, with exceptionally high rewards, attracting considerable interest from numerous elite mercenary groups and solitary warriors in the city. However, the risks are substantial. 2 mercenary groups of cold silver rank have undertaken exploration missions, only to vanish without a trace. A demon lord? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Edmund's eyes. The essence of elite-level beasts was merely a drop in the ocean for him. The wounded Lord-level fire lizard had given him a taste of power. Should he manage to consume a true demon lord, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Moreover, large rifts are often abundant in high-level energy, perhaps providing a means to replenish his system's energy. Excellent. Edmund nodded, quite satisfied with this information. Provide me with a suitable identity to undertake this mission, he instructed. Carol immediately understood. My lord, you require a mercenary identity. Please hold on. He swiftly produced a brand new silver-gray metal badge from the inner pocket of his uniform, adorned with a design of a dagger entwined with thorns, and respectfully presented it with both hands. This is the official badge of the Thorn's Sting, a medium-sized mercenary group covertly controlled by the Thorn clan, registered in the human realm. You will temporarily join as the solitary mercenary Ed, with sufficient authority to accept the mission to investigate the Shadow Rift. I will ensure the internal records are managed properly. Edmund accepted the badge, feeling its weight and the chill of the metal. It seemed to contain faint energy-sensing runes embedded within. He pinned the badge prominently to the chest of his leather vest. Additionally, my lord, this is the Fortress S Universal Portable Terminal. Carol handed over a black metal device, about the size of a palm and reminiscent of a heavy mobile phone, equipped with a map, with certain areas restricted, a task issuance and handover system, contribution point trading functionality, and basic communication capabilities within the Fortress S intranet. It has already been preloaded with 500 barrier points for your emergency use. Your identity information is now bound to your badge. Edmund took the terminal, feeling its icy touch as the screen illuminated, displaying a concise interface with his temporary identity information prominently listed. A thoughtful gesture, Edmund remarked softly. It is an honor to serve you, my lord. Carol beamed with delight. Shall you head directly to the mercenary guild? Edmund did not respond immediately, his gaze directed towards the end of the corridor, which led to the bustling hive square. Inform me, which information broker in the guild possesses the most reliable intelligence and maintains the tightest lips? Carol quickly understood. In the eastern district of the hive, there is an establishment called the Old Smokestack Tavern, owned by a man named Barton. He is a seasoned veteran of the guild, ostensibly running a bar, yet in reality, he is one of the largest neutral information brokers. As long as the barriers are sufficient and do not involve the core secrets of the church, he is nearly capable of acquiring any information you desire. The code phrase is, a glass of mud beer from the bottom of the lava lake. Edmund repeated this peculiar phrase, nodding in acknowledgement. You may depart. Do not contact me unless summoned. Manage your subordinates and your tongue. As you command, my lord. Carol bowed respectfully, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He felt that this ancient entity was finally beginning to trust and employ him. Watching Carol's silhouette vanish around the corner at the end of the corridor, Edmund lowered his gaze to caress the cold steel emblem on his chest. The Thorns clan's Dark Moon Council, the Eternal Devourer, the Shadow Rift. Countless threads of clues intertwined in his mind like a spider's web. He now felt as though he were walking a tightrope laden with traps, beset on one side by those seeking to exploit him, humans and the Thorned legacy alike, and on the other by the lurking shadows of demonic entities, ever watchful from the rifts. He lifted his head, the depths of his crimson pupils ablaze with a cold and ravenous fire. It was the powerful prey that would restore his strength, reclaim his memories, and settle all scores. He set forth, his figure melding into the tumultuous clamor at the end of the passage, replete with the scent of oil and the cacophony of voices, as he advanced towards the vast iron plaza known as the Hive. The banner of the mercenary guild fluttered defiantly on a colossal metallic framework. A new identity, Edmund, the cold steel mercenary, was about to step onto the chaotic stage. Chapter 23. Lava Mud and the Skinner pushing open the heavy door, wrapped in worn copper sheathing. A torrent of pungent aromas surged forth, almost tangible in its intensity, engulfing Edmund in an instant. The acrid char of inferior tobacco, the biting sourness of cheap alcohol, the acidic stench of sweat and grime, faint traces of blood mingling with the sickly sweetness of low-grade perfume, and the myriad whispers, curses, laughter, and coughs coalesced into a wave of sound, boiling and seething in the air like a cauldron of scalding oil. The interior of the Old Smoker's pub was coarser, more chaotic, and imbued with a vigorous vitality. Teetering on the edge of the apocalypse than its name might suggest, the space was larger and lower than one might imagine. The arched alloy ceiling, blackened and greasy from years of smoke, was pierced by dimly glowing magic lamps that struggled to penetrate the dense haze, barely illuminating the crowded arrangement below. At the center stood a massive circular bar, constructed from some rough dark stone, its surface marred by scratches and dried stains. Behind the bar, a towering, burly man clad in a greasy leather apron was listlessly wiping down a shelf filled with an assortment of bottles, using a cloth whose original color was indiscernible. His movements were slow, yet his gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, silently surveying the entire hall. This was Barton. Surrounding the bar were dozens of tables and chairs of various sizes and materials, metal, wood, even mismatched scraps of worn armor, occupied by a diverse array of patrons. Mercenaries comprised the vast majority, adorned in a patchwork of armor, weapons carelessly draped over chair backs or leaned against tables. As they gulped down murky drinks and animatedly discussed missions, gains, losses, and women. In the corner, a group of cloaked figures, exuding an air of chill, engaged in hushed conversation, possibly black market mages or alchemists. Nearby, several individuals, dressed relatively respectably yet with calculating glances, were evidently merchants or brokers. The air was so thick with filth it was nearly suffocating, yet everyone seemed accustomed to it. The arrival of Edmund was akin to a small stone cast into a murky pond, barely stirring a ripple. In the subterranean lair of the iron fortress, a solitary, silent, and weary mercenary was a familiar sight. He calmly surveyed the bustling crowd, making his way to a relatively quiet corner of the circular bar. Batten's massive form approached, resembling a moving mountain of flesh, obscuring the already dim light. His face, marred by rolls of flesh and a ghastly scar, betrayed no expression, save for a pair of murky yet astutely sharp eyes that appraised Edmund. His voice was low and gravelly, akin to sandpaper. "A stranger? What will you have to drink?" His gaze lingered for a moment on the cold steel emblem on Edmund's chest before diverting away. Without glancing at the drink menu, Edmund locked eyes with Batten, his own voice equally low yet distinctly articulating the passphrase, "A glass of mud beer from the bottom of the lava lake." Batten's motion of polishing the glass did not falter, as if he had not heard the peculiar request. However, Edmund keenly observed a fleeting glimmer of intelligence flicker within Batten's murky irises, akin to a fish darting beneath the depths. After a few seconds of silence, Batten seemed to have finished polishing the glass, placing it on the bar with a soft clink. "Lava lake mud," he repeated gruffly, his expression still inscrutable. "That's not easy to procure. Thick, scalding, and likely to scorch both throat and purse. Follow me." He casually seized an empty bottle nearby, giving it a cursory wipe with a greasy cloth, before turning towards a nondescript, heavily soiled curtain concealing a narrow passage behind the bar. Edmund followed silently. Upon lifting the grimy curtain, he was met with an even more potent amalgamation of tobacco, dust, and the musty scent of aged wine. The passage was brief, culminating in a heavy, handleless alloy door. Batten knocked on the door in a specific rhythm and pressed a spot on the adjacent wall. A faint sound of mechanisms turning echoed, and the alloy door slid open, revealing a narrow gap just wide enough for a single person. Beyond the door lay a small chamber of roughly 10 square meters. The walls were bare, cold metal, devoid of any decoration, save for a rudimentary exhaust fan buzzing in the corner. At the center stood a battered iron table accompanied by two similarly unadorned iron chairs. The sole source of illumination was a dim bulb hanging overhead. This space was insulated from the bar's clamor, leaving only the monotonous whir of the exhaust fan and a stifling, oppressive atmosphere. Clearly, this was the true venue for business dealings. Batten's formidable figure squeezed into the room, unceremoniously placing the symbolic mud beer, which was, in truth, empty, upon the iron table with a resounding thud. He pulled out a chair, which creaked in protest as he sat, gesturing for Edmund to take a seat opposite him. "Speak, stranger. Mud from the lava lake is not meant to quench thirst. What is it you wish to know?" The cost is contingent upon the profundity of the inquiry and the intensity of the answers sought. Barton ignited a robust, homemade cigarette, and the pungent smoke swiftly enveloped the confined space. His murky eyes pierced through the haze, fixated on Edmund as if appraising the worth of an item. Edmund seated himself, spine erect, refraining from any superfluous gestures. He disregarded the acrid smoke and stated forthrightly, "The Shadow Rift. All that you know, the precise coordinates, manifestations of spatial distortion, anomalies detected in energy readings, the final transmission wave remnants from the missing mercenary group, and the Church's latest assessment of that rift." His voice was calm, yet every word precisely targeted the essence of the intelligence, revealing an acumen far beyond that of an ordinary mercenary. Barton's fingers, which grasped the cigarette, hesitated momentarily as he inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled a dense smoke ring. He scrutinized Edmund for several seconds, as if reevaluating this seemingly commonplace cold steel mercenary before him. Ultimately, he rasped, "The Shadow Rift, indeed, is a true abattoir. 50 barrier points secure your right to sit here and converse with me. 200 points will procure a summary of the answers to the questions I just posed. 500 points, plus a promise, will grant you a comprehensive report containing all details, including exclusive information that even the intelligence agency may not possess." He quoted a price high enough to bankrupt an ordinary cold steel mercenary, his gaze imbued with both skepticism and certainty. Without a moment's hesitation, Edmund produced the portable terminal provided by Howard. Carroll accessed the transaction interface, entered the amount, and turned the screen towards Barton. The terminal's display clearly indicated payment to Old Smoky Bar, Barton, 550 barrier points. A flicker of surprise crossed Barton's murky eyes. He had not anticipated such promptness and the direct payment of the highest price. He glanced at the terminal screen for confirmation, and with his robust fingers, swiped across a verification interface. With a soft beep, the transaction was complete. A straightforward individual, Barton remarked, a semblance of a smile tugging at his lips, though his expression grew more serious. He extinguished the cigarette, leaned slightly forward, lowered his voice as if sharing a chilling legend. Coordinates: 4521-391-7634-728-395 for 334. Located deep within the withered marsh, 317 kilometers northeast of the barrier. That location was once a small mana crystal mine, which, after depletion, became the lair of marshland venom lizards. A month ago, the space began to destabilize, with mana readings soaring, prompting a level 3 alert from the monitoring station. 7 days ago, the rift formally took shape. The spatial distortion is exceedingly peculiar. It is not the usual tearing or vortex, but rather resembles folds, as if grasped and crumpled by an invisible giant hand. Light behaves erratically, refracting and curving, creating visual blind spots. Sound transmission is abnormal. At times, it is terrifyingly silent, while at others, it abruptly erupts into piercing noises, reminiscent of nails scraping against metal, driving one to madness. The gravitational field is also unstable. Certain areas experience doubled gravity, capable of crushing a person, while others exhibit weightlessness, where floating stones can prove fatal. The most troublesome aspect lies in the invisible, razor-sharp rifts of space that manifest and vanish at random, with 2 unfortunate souls already confirmed to have been silently severed in twain. The energy readings are chaotic yet formidable. The concentration of abyssal magic is alarmingly high, peaking at the pinnacle of lord-level potency. However, Burton's voice has grown softer, tinged with confusion and trepidation, as the scanning spectrum reveals an exceedingly obscure, previously unrecorded energy frequency. Cold, lifeless, imbued with a sense of devouring, the instruments struggle to capture it. Yet those who have encountered the residual fluctuations insist it feels as though one's very soul is being siphoned away. This is one of the reasons the Church is in such a state of anxiety. They believe this transcends the capabilities of ordinary abyssal demons. He paused, rummaging through the greasy pocket of his apron to produce a small, fissured black crystal shard, which he placed on the table, sliding it toward Edmund. This is a fragment of the encrypted bandwidth transmitted by the Bloodwolf mercenary group in their final moments before vanishing. The signal is abysmal, the content incomplete, but one word recurs repeatedly within. Our mages have deciphered it as flare. Flare. A flicker of profound revulsion and fear flashed across Burton's eyes. This refers to one of the most notorious demon lords of the abyss, Flare Malzark. This deranged psychopath revels in the art of skinning his prey alive and shattering their bones. Analysis of the residual imagery fragments, exceedingly vague, indicates that the shadowy form lurking within the depths of the rift aligns with Malzark's description. The energy fluctuations also correspond. Internal assessments have elevated the threat level of the Shadow Rift to adamantine, extremely high threat, requiring Lord-level intervention. The Church has dispatched a purification squad led by a paladin of the Dawnhammer, yet they too went missing 2 days ago. This is exclusive information. After Burton finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair, reigniting a cigarette, seemingly seeking to steady the emotional turmoil triggered by his narration. Flare Malzark, Edmund whispered the name, his fingertips unconsciously gliding over the cold surface of the table. The abyssal demon lord, skilled in skinning and shattering bones. presents itself as a delectable prey steeped in pain and the essence of life. He picked up the black crystal shard, feeling its icy touch. Even though the residual energy is exceedingly faint, he could still discern a trace of extraordinarily pure essence, mingled with abyssal magic and the quintessence of life. Undoubtedly, this is the mark left by a Lord-level demon. At that moment, the previously silent system notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Detection of high concentrations of abyssal magic and life essence residuals, faint. Contains weak rule fragments. Pain extraction, soul torment. Analysis can be utilized to replenish system energy, projected to enhance to 12. Weak rule fragments may be attempted for fusion, requires host's will to guide. Would you like to absorb? A spark ignited within Edmund. Absorb. System energy is precisely what he needs at this moment. With a mere thought, the power of origin ruins enveloped the crystal shard in his hand like invisible tendrils. Instantly, the faint yet pure abyssal magic and life essence were extracted and assimilated into Edmund's being. Simultaneously, two exceedingly weak streams of rule information, laden with countless anguished wails and malevolent intentions, surged forth, attempting to breach his consciousness. Humph! Edmund scoffed, his formidable mental fortitude of 45 points instantly transforming into a chilling barrier. The blood energy, infused with the will of lava, surged forth, forcefully crushing and purifying those negative thoughts, akin to a furnace. Only the most pristine imprints of rules remained, absorbed by the system. System energy, 812. Analysis successful. Obtained weak rule fragments. Pain resistance, weak. Soul resilience, weak. Passive enhancement of resistance to pain-related mental attacks and stability of soul strength. Though the gains were modest, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Barton seemed oblivious to the transformation of the crystal shard, perceiving it merely as utterly shattered. He merely observed Edmund pick up the fragment and fall silent for a few moments. Exhaling smoke rings, his gaze profound. This is the information. 550 points. Worth the value. Lastly, I offer you a piece of advice for free. The Skinner Malzak is terrifying not only for its power, but also for its penchant for toying with its prey. Spreading fear. It revels in witnessing its prey crumble in despair. If you merely seek to earn some barrier points, it would be wise to stay far from that rift. If your intentions lie elsewhere, he cast a meaningful glance at Edmund. I wish you luck and a hearty appetite. His final words seemed to carry a deeper significance. Edmund set down the completely pulverized crystal shard and rose. The transaction is complete. He did not respond to Barton's probing, but turned directly towards the alloy door. Barton made no attempt to stop him. Inhaling deeply, his murky gaze following Edmund's silhouette until the door closed once more. Chapter 24. The bounty of golden blood and fiery infamy. Pushing open the heavy alloy door, Edmund re-entered the murky and raucous atmosphere of the old smoky bar. Yet, his state of mind was as tranquil as a frozen lake, undisturbed. Barton's intelligence confirmed his suspicions. The Shadow Rift not only harbored a demon lord, but also concealed deeper secrets within its abnormal energies, that chilling sensation of devouring, stirring both the blood energy and insatiable hunger within him. He traversed through the smoke-filled, bustling hall, disregarding the curious, wary, and malevolent glances directed at him, and made his way out of this hub of information. His objective was clear: the Mercenary Guild headquarters, to accept the bounty of golden rank. The Mercenary Guild headquarters, centrally located in Hive Square, was a magnificent structure comprised of several enormous alloy domes interconnected. Contrary to the chaos of the old Smoky, this place, though equally crowded, maintained a far greater sense of order. A colossal holographic task panel cascaded in the central area like a waterfall, shimmering with multicolored lights, displaying thousands of task listings, ranging from the simplest task of clearing mutated rats from the sewers, gray iron rank, to the perilous venture into forbidden domains in search of rare minerals, golden rank, and everything in between. Mercenaries of varying ranks operated in designated zones, while uniformed guild staff bustled through the polished alloy corridors. Edmund walked directly toward the relatively quiet, yet heavily guarded, golden task zone at the back of the hall. At the entrance stood two formidable guards adorned with mithril rank mercenary insignias, their gazes sharp as blades. Upon seeing Edmund's mere cold steel badge, one of them immediately extended an arm to block his path, speaking coldly. Golden Task Zone. Cold steel rank is not permitted entry. Please proceed to the adjacent cold steel zone to accept tasks. Edmund paused, calmly gazing at the guard. I am here for the investigation of the Shadow Rift. His voice, though not loud, pierced through the surrounding clamor with clarity. The guard stared in surprise, then a smirk of undisguised derision crossed his face. The Shadow Rift? A platinum-level task. Boy, take a good look at your cold steel badge. This is not something you should be meddling with. 2 silver cold teams have already gone missing. If you wish to live, you'd best keep your distance. Another guard scoffed, clearly regarding Edmund as an arrogant fool. At that moment, a cool voice, tinged with surprise, rang out from beside them. Wait. A young woman approached, clad in a well-tailored deep blue combat uniform that accentuated her graceful figure. She possessed striking beauty, but her countenance was stern, her gaze sharp, and at her waist hung a slender sword embedded with ice-blue magic crystals. The badge on her chest was unmistakably of the mithril rank. Following her were 3 or 4 mercenaries, both men and women, exuding a formidable aura, all bearing mithril or cold steel badges. Captain Vera. The 2 guards immediately reined in their mockery, bowing slightly in respect, their demeanor markedly deferential. Clearly, this young woman named Vera held significant stature. Vera disregarded the guards, her ice-blue eyes scrutinizing Edmund intently. You wish to take on the Shadow Rift task? Her voice was like the chime of ice crystals, clear yet imbued with an icy edge. Yes. Edmund's reply was succinct and resolute. Vera's gaze lingered on Edmund's face for a moment before sweeping over his somewhat tattered yet remarkably clean attire, evidently blood-cleaned, ultimately resting on his steady, almost indifferent eyes. She furrowed her brow slightly. I am Vera, the captain of the Ice Crystal Mercenary Corps. We are preparing to undertake this task and are currently recruiting temporary members to share the risks. The task requires a minimum of a 3-member elite team, with at least 1 mithril-level leader. She paused, as if weighing her words. Your aura is quite refined, unlike that of an ordinary cold steel. If you truly possess the strength, you may join our temporary team, sharing intelligence and rewards. But let me be clear, the risks of this mission are exceptionally high, and death may come at any moment. Moreover, I need to see your true capabilities, not just hear empty words. Vera's words were direct, imbued with the pragmatic nature of a mercenary. She recognized the latent danger that Edmund embodied and sought to recruit him to bolster their strength. Yet she also set forth a challenge. Before Edmund could respond, a towering mercenary, clad in silver and bearing a massive alloy battle axe, scoffed disdainfully. Captain, is it really necessary? A cold steel novice, no matter how skilled, would be a mere liability against a Skinner. Vera shot him a cold glance, choosing silence, her attention still fixed on Edmund. Edmund shook his head, his voice devoid of emotion. I am not interested in forming a team. I am accustomed to working alone. A flicker of disappointment crossed Vera's eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by confusion and a hint of displeasure at the rejection. The axe-wielding mercenary, feeling insulted, exclaimed, Boy, don't be so ungrateful. It's a privilege that Captain Vera has taken notice of you. His words abruptly halted, as Edmund shook his head in refusal. A piercing crimson light suddenly illuminated the depths of the Union Hall, emanating from the highest authority task release platform, accompanied by a cold, commanding voice amplified by magical means. The entire bustling hall reverberated with the announcement. Emergency notice. Platinum-ranked high-risk mission. Exploration of the Shadow Rift anomaly and elimination of its source. Mission level temporarily elevated to Platinum, highest threat level. Mission update. Confirmation of a Demon Lord-class target within the Rift, Skinner Malzark, peak Lord level, along with its elite Demon Guard. Mission addition. Latest intelligence indicates a second energy source within the Rift. Nature unknown. Threat level extremely high. Additional reward. Those who successfully eliminate and expel Skinner Malzark and retrieve a core essence sample or critical information will receive an extra reward of 10,000 barrier points. Level Magic Crystals X3. Barrier Glory Medal, redeemable for top-tier equipment or privileges at the Military Supply Office. Mission Acceptance Privilege. Mithril-ranked mercenary teams or individuals must pass strength verification. Solitary adventurers must provide proof of Lord-level strength or complete a task designated by the guild. In that moment, the once boisterous hall fell into an eerie silence. Platinum level. Demon Lord Peak. Dual energy sources. 10,000 barrier points. Level Magic Crystals. Barrier Glory Medal. Each term struck the hearts of all present like a hammer. Fear, shock, and an uncontrollable, Insatiable greed spawned beneath the looming shadow of death. Vela and her team were left stunned, incredulous as they gazed upon the Crimson mission update. The faces of the battle axe mercenaries turned ashen, their prior disdain and anger supplanted by overwhelming dread. A peak demon lord of lord level. Such a battle was beyond the capabilities of mithril-level mercenaries. To venture forth would be akin to courting death. The guards stood frozen, their expressions shifting from mockery to uncertainty as they regarded Edmund. A platinum-level mission required proof of lord-level strength. Could it be that this cold steel level? Amidst the profound silence, Edmund moved. It seemed he had not registered the terrifying announcement that would have sent most mercenaries fleeing in terror, entirely disregarding the shocked, fearful, and inquisitive gazes around him. Under the astonished gazes of Vela, the guards, and countless mercenaries, he strode directly towards the imposing task panel radiating a dangerous crimson glow, displaying Platinum, Shadow Rift mission details. Seated behind the acceptance platform was a middle-aged man, stern-faced and clad in the guild's senior steward uniform. Upon noticing Edmund's approach, particularly the cold steel emblem on his chest, his brows furrowed tightly. A platinum-level mission requires proof of lord-level strength. The middle-aged man's voice was stern, laced with a warning. Edmund remained silent. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed wide. Suddenly, a dark crimson flame, reminiscent of boiling lava, erupted from his palm without warning. Lava blood flame. Scorching. Ferocious. The dual terror of incinerating all and eroding life surged outward with overwhelming pressure. A few nearby mercenaries felt a heat wave rush towards them, as if their very blood might ignite and evaporate, and they recoiled in horror, screaming in fright. Centered around Edmund, the temperature in the surrounding area surged dramatically, the air warping violently. Under the dim light, the flickering flames of molten blood illuminated his cold, profound eyes, reminiscent of an ancient blood prison. This flame. Vera's ice-blue pupils suddenly constricted, and the ice crystal dagger at her waist emitted a barely perceptible hum, as if it had encountered its nemesis. The mercenaries behind her retreated in haste, their faces etched with horror. The guild steward abruptly rose, his countenance transforming drastically. He fixated on the terrifying blood flame in Edmund's palm, radiating a lordly energy, while sensing an overwhelming pressure that felt capable of scorching one's very soul. His throat constricted with difficulty. Is this enough? Edmund's voice remained flat, as if inquiring about the weather, yet the molten blood flame surged a foot higher, its terrifying pressure rendering the entire platinum task area eerily silent. The steward inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock, and quickly manipulated the screen before him, projecting a complex, three-dimensional rune flashing with a crimson glow onto Edmund's portable terminal. Task accepted. Codename, Shadow Rift, Platinum. The task tracking mark has been activated. Mercenary Ed, good luck. The steward's voice bore an almost imperceptible dryness and reverence. Edmund extinguished the blood flame in his palm, the temperature plummeting and the suffocating pressure dissipated. Without a glance at the newly appeared task mark on his terminal, he turned to leave. As he passed, the throng parted like the tide. Every mercenary's gaze at him filled with astonishment, fear, and profound trepidation. Even the mercenary who had once mocked him lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. Vera stood rooted in place, her ice-blue eyes watching Edmund's figure vanish into the crowd with a complex expression, murmuring to herself, "Molten blood flame? Who on earth is he?" In mere minutes, the news of the molten blood flame and the enigmatic mercenary Ed accepting the platinum task spread like wildfire through the vast hive square, igniting discussions at an astonishing pace throughout the Iron Bastion. A cold steel badge exuding a terrifying flame suggestive of lordly energy was inherently filled with explosive gossip and an unpredictable aura of danger. Edmund paid no heed to these discussions as he traversed the crowd, making his way to the task preparation area provided by the guild. There, various modified vehicles and supply points for wilderness tasks awaited. His objective was a swift vehicle destined for the withered marsh. However, just as he was about to exit the guild, three figures emerged like phantoms from the shadows of the adjacent colonnade, forming a triangular blockade in his path. All three were mercenaries of the mithril rank. One was tall and lean, with a sinister gaze and a pair of poisoned daggers at his waist. Another was a burly figure resembling a bear, wielding a heavy chainsaw sword, and the last was a voluptuous woman clad in revealing leather armor, toying with a metallic whip that sparked with electric fire. They radiated a potent aura of bloodlust and unabashed malice. Boy, the tall, gaunt figure opened his mouth with a sinister glint in his eye, greedily surveying Edmund. Places like the Abyss of Shadows are not meant for pathetic wretches like you, who rely on petty tricks to frighten others. Hand over the mission details and the advanced supplies from the guild, and then kneel to show your humility. Only then might the Bloodfang Brotherhood consider letting you leave unscathed. Otherwise, he licked his lips, a savage gleam in his eyes. You shall experience the exquisite torment of being dismembered before your skin is flayed. Clearly, Edmund's audacious decision to undertake the precious mission and the molten bloodfire he had displayed incited envy among some, who were tempted by the lofty advance rewards, yet doubted whether he was merely posturing, seeking to exploit easy prey. The clamor in the guild hall abruptly quieted, numerous gazes converging on the scene with a blend of excitement and malice. Vera and her companions emerged from the precious metal area, frowning at the unfolding drama. Edmund halted, slowly lifting his head. The calmness that had characterized his eyes before the guild's steward now transformed into an icy stillness, akin to ancient glaciers, yet also reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption. A deeper, more terrifying coldness radiated from him, an aura of lethal intent that surged like an invisible tide, overwhelming the trio blocking his path. Step aside. His voice, though low, resonated with the chilling whisper of death, each syllable imbued with a soul-freezing coldness. Seeking your doom. The burly mercenary, incensed by the palpable menace, roared as he swung his chainsaw sword downwards with a howl that rent the air. Simultaneously, the poison dagger mercenary darted forward like a flash of lightning, aiming for Edmund's side. The electric whip-wielding woman cackled as she lashed out with her short whip, arcs of electricity crackling as they sought to ensnare Edmund's legs. The trio executed their assault with deadly precision. Yet, to Edmund, their movements appeared as sluggish as a snail's crawl. Boom! The ferocious blood energy surged within Edmund, erupting with tremendous force. He did not invoke the molten bloodfire. Instead, he compressed his terrifying power and speed to their utmost limits. In an instant, a blurred crimson shadow darted through the gaps of the encircling trio, as if teleporting. Thud! Thud! Crack! 3 nearly simultaneous dull thuds echoed through the hall. The burly mercenary's chainsaw sword, along with his muscular arm, was effortlessly severed at the shoulder by a hand enveloped in dark red bloodlight, as if tearing through paper. A torrent of blood mixed with oil gushed forth. The poison dagger mercenary's knife halted midair, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, vertebrae shattered, his eyes wide with incredulity and terror. The electric whip wielder was violently slammed against a nearby alloy pillar, her chest caving in grotesquely, internal organs crushed, and the whip slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground with a feeble crackle of sparks. All unfolded in the blink of an eye, when Edmund's figure solidified a few meters behind the trio. The once fearsome silver-ranked mercenaries now lay lifelessly on the ground, reduced to mere heaps of flesh. Severed limbs, shattered necks, and concave chests painted a horrific picture of demise. Blood swiftly spread across the gleaming alloy floor. The entire guild hall fell into a silence as profound as a grave. All the mercenaries stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, akin to ducks caught by the throat, forgetting even to breathe. Vera and her companions appeared pallid, their faces drained of color. The mercenary who had just mocked them now trembled slightly on his legs. An instant kill, a genuine annihilation. 3 expertly coordinated, seasoned mercenaries of the mithril tier stood before this self-proclaimed cold steel warrior, Ed, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. They were crushed like mere ants. The speed exceeded the limits of visual capture. While the force was so ferocious it instilled a sense of despair. Edmund did not even cast a glance at the lifeless bodies strewn upon the floor. He casually flicked his hand, as if brushing off non-existent bloodstains, akin to removing a speck of dust. His frigid gaze swept across the silent hall, and wherever it landed, no one dared to meet his eyes, all bowing their heads in terror. Without uttering a word, he strode forward, as if stepping over insignificant particles of dust, making his way towards the area where the wilderness vehicles were stationed outside. The heavy thuds of his footsteps echoed in the stillness of the hall, each step seeming to tread upon the hearts of all present. It was only after his figure vanished beyond the guild's entrance that the hall erupted in a cacophony of shock. My heavens! He has slain members of the Bloodfang Brotherhood. In a single move. No, it was but a fleeting moment. All 3 mithril mercenaries are dead. What speed was that? What strength? He must be of lordly caliber. Undoubtedly. The lava blood flame mercenary, Ed. This man is a monster. Quick. Alert the Guild's enforcement squad. Do not inform the gendarmerie. This is a grave matter. Gasps, murmurs, and breaths of fear instantly engulfed the hall. Vera gazed at the three corpses swiftly drenched in crimson, then turned her eyes toward the direction in which Edmund had vanished, her ice-blue irises brimming with unprecedented gravity and trepidation. She realized how ludicrous and perilous her earlier attempt to recruit him had been. This self-identified mercenary, Ed, was nothing short of a terrifying beast cloaked in human skin. The stench of blood and the frigid intent to kill emanating from him were 100-fold more potent than the most brutal beasts lurking in the depths of the forbidden domain. Blood Flame Mercenary Ed, Vera whispered, the name destined to reverberate throughout the entire Iron Bastion, as she hurriedly pulled along her still trembling companion, swiftly departing this perilous ground. The alarm of the Guild's enforcement squad was already resonating, growing ever closer. Meanwhile, Edmund had mounted a rented all-terrain motorcycle, equipped with lightweight armor and a mana engine. The engine emitted a deep growl, stirring up dust as he surged forth from the colossal gates of the Iron Bastion like an arrow released from its bow, plunging into the northeast direction towards the perilous, desolate swamps shrouded in ominous, gray mana mist. His target was none other than the demon lord Skinner, Malzark. Chapter 25. The Art of the Skinner of the Shadow Rift, the Withering Swamp. This name aptly described the death-laden land located to the northeast of the Iron Bastion. A thick, grayish-green miasma, reeking of a noxious blend of humus and sulfur, perpetually lingered, resembling a solidified cloud of poison, pressing low upon the muddy earth. Gnarled, blackened trees twisted like the outstretched arms of a desiccated corpse toward the sky, while sparse patches of moss, emitting a faint phosphorescent glow, represented the only vestige of life in this desolate realm. The ground comprises a viscous, bubbling black mire, concealing countless lethal traps, such as quicksand pits that devour all living creatures, venomous swamp salamanders, and mutated crocodiles driven into a frenzy by the corruption of abyssal magic. An oppressive silence pervades the air, occasionally shattered by chilling roars and tearing sounds emanating from the depths of the dense fog, disrupting this stifling tranquility. Edmund's magic-powered off-road motorcycle, having ventured less than 10 kilometers into the swamp, found itself utterly incapacitated. The thick mire and gnarled roots of decaying trees rendered it immobile. Resolutely, he abandoned the vehicle, pushing it into an unfathomable quagmire, watching it bubble and slowly sink, erasing the last vestiges of its presence. Subsequently, he moved like a shadowy cheetah, silently navigating through the withered and twisted trees. With an agility score of 43, he maneuvered gracefully over the rotting wood and marshy surface, leaving nearly imperceptible traces. His formidable mental prowess, 45 points, acted as an invisible radar, scanning the surrounding environment for lurking dangerous creatures and more perilous spatial distortions. The closer he approached the coordinates provided by Barton, the higher the concentration of magical energy in the air became. The foul stench of the abyss, laden with sulfur, blood, and the anguish of souls, grew increasingly potent. Simultaneously, the spatial distortions mentioned by Barton became ever more pronounced. The light took on an eerie quality. Despite the oppressive gray-green miasma overhead and the absence of direct sunlight, certain areas shone with an unnatural brightness, blinding as if focused by an invisible spotlight. Yet just a few paces away, one could plunge into a heart-stopping, impenetrable darkness. Sound propagation was distorted, a distant, anguished scream could be but a breath away, while the brittle snap of a nearby twig might fade into the background, hundreds of meters away. The gravitational field was equally chaotic. Edmund once stepped onto what seemed an ordinary patch of mud, only for his body to suddenly sink, as if burdened by an immense weight, the hard, decayed ground fracturing beneath him like a spider's web. In another area, he leapt lightly, only to float upwards like a feather for several meters, narrowly avoiding a silent, razor-sharp shard of space slicing through the air. That fragment skimmed perilously close to his nose, effortlessly cleaving a nearby tree, thick enough for two to embrace, into two smooth segments. Warning: entering a high-intensity spatial distortion zone. Density of spatial fragments increased by 37. Anomalous gravitational fields increased. System auxiliary detection recommended, consuming energy for 1 minute. The system prompt resonated gravely. System energy, 12. Activate. Edmund declared without hesitation. In such an environment, even the slightest oversight could prove fatal. System energy could be replenished, but life was singular. A hum of intangible energy, imbued with a cold, calculating essence, radiated outward from Edmund. In his vision, the world seemed to be superimposed with a semi-transparent stream of data. Dangerous, flickering spatial fragments were marked in glaring crimson. Regions of gravitational anomaly were denoted in deep yellow, overweight, or light blue, weightless. The abyssal magic flowing through the air resembled a viscous black sludge, constantly surging and roiling. The entire environment transformed into a dynamic, abstract painting rife with deadly traps. Strong accumulation point of abyssal magic detected. Distance, 17 kilometers. Intensity, Lord-level peak. Confirming the target, the Skinner Marzak. The system provided precise guidance. A flash of crimson light flickered in Edmund's eyes, and his speed suddenly surged. Like a dancer upon the edge of a blade, he deftly evaded the scarlet shards, leaping into the pale blue zone of weightlessness, skillfully avoiding the deep yellow mire of death, and navigating swiftly through the chaotic, twisted labyrinth of space. The miasma thickened, almost transforming into a viscous liquid. The acrid scent of sulfur and blood filled the air, nauseating in its intensity. Beneath his feet, the ground had ceased to be a mire, now covered with a thick, viscous layer of dark red substance, coagulated, desiccated blood mixed with shredded flesh and bone fragments. Countless incomplete corpses were carelessly discarded among the withered trees, akin to discarded dolls after a child's play. Among them were human mercenaries, church knights, and various abyssal beasts. Their commonality lay in the grotesque perfection with which their skin had been meticulously removed, leaving behind only vibrant, twitching muscle tissue and exposed nerve vessels, sullied by the air around them. Some bodies were even contorted into eerie works of art, arms bent backwards like angelic wings, legs forcefully spread and secured to tree trunks like sacrificial lambs, and skulls piled together in a pyramid, exuding an overwhelming sense of pain, fear, and despair, like a tangible curse, suffusing every breath of air and assaulting the intruder's psyche. Edmund's formidable mental strength, 45 points, erected a cold barrier, isolating these negative thoughts from his mind. Yet, his brow furrowed slightly, not in fear, but in disgust. This inefficiency, this wastefulness, this senseless slaughter for the gratification of perverse desires, was, in his eyes, a desecration of the very essence of life. Consumption should be an efficient, thorough act of plunder, not such a clumsy display of torment. Suddenly, a chilling, grating laugh, reminiscent of nails scraping against glass, echoed unexpectedly from the depths of the thick fog. This laughter was laced with mockery, cruelty, and boundless malevolence. Look, look, look. Another lost little lamb has wandered into my gallery. The voice rasped, sticky and serpentine in its hiss. What fresh, vibrant flesh. I can already smell the sweet aroma of your blood, far superior to the stench of those foul paladins and mercenaries before you. The mist parted as if drawn by an unseen hand, revealing a colossal figure. The Skinner Marzak. Its form resembled a grotesque humanoid giant, skinned and magnified several times over. Standing over 4 meters tall, its sinewy, dark red muscles writhed as if alive, coated in viscous black magical slime and coagulated blood scabs. There was no outer skin, only exposed muscle and fascia. Its head bore resemblance to a goat's skull, yet more distorted, with 2 enormous, spiral demonic horns glimmering with a metallic sheen. Its eyes, ablaze with a ghastly green fire, resembled 2 abyssal whirlpools, greedily fixating on Edmund, filled with a fervent appreciation for artistic material. In its right hand, it wielded a terrifying scythe, impossibly large and fashioned from countless biological vertebrae, the blade adorned with fine, shark-like barbs and dark red blood grooves. The left hand was grotesquely deformed, with 5 fingers resembling nimble, glimmering skinning knives, elegantly rubbing against one another, producing a spine-chilling rustling sound. A formidable pressure emanated from the peak of a lord-level entity, akin to a tangible tsunami, mingled with a potent scent of blood, anguish, and abyssal magic. Crashing down upon Edmund, the surrounding desiccated trees groaned under the unbearable weight, while the crusts of blood on the ground trembled and flaked away. Target, Skinner Marzak. Power assessment, peak lord level, abyssal demon lord. Essence composition. High concentration of abyssal magic. Core. Essence of pain and fear. Abundant. Fragments of soul torment rules. Significant. Vital essence. Vibrant. Weakness tips. System analysis 1. Excessive pursuit of artistry leads to deliberate pauses in combat rhythm. 2. Core located beneath the third rib in the chest cavity requires breaching outer magical muscle defenses. 3. Low resistance to pure divine energy. Host has not been detected to possess it. 4. Beware of its pain-draining domain. The system information flashed rapidly. Little lamb. Do not fear. Malzark grinned with its enormous, lipless maw, revealing interlaced, bone-white teeth, emitting a deep, sinister laughter. Your skin shall surely be one of my most exquisite trophies, and I intend to savor this artful process of peeling you away, ever so slowly, allowing you to fully experience every inch of skin being removed. Your wails will constitute the most harmonious of symphonies. Its gaze roamed over Edmund, as if admiring a rare treasure, with those 5 skinning knife-like fingers quivering in excitement. Standing resolutely, Edmund's crimson pupils reflected no fear, only an aura of icy indifference, accompanied by a barely perceptible glimmer of greed akin to a hunter eyeing prime prey. Noisy, he uttered coldly, his voice soft, yet piercing through Malzark's terrifying atmosphere. Malzark's sickly green, infernal eyes suddenly narrowed. It sensed the other's calmness and disdain. This utterly enraged it. Seeking death, a savage roar replaced its pretentious elegance. The massive bone scythe, accompanied by a shrieking wind and thick abyssal magic, descended upon Edmund like a collapsing mountain, its speed leaving only a pale afterimage. Edmund moved, with an explosive burst of 43 points of ultimate agility. The terrifying power of furnace body, 43 points, and resilience, constitution 42 points, surged forth simultaneously. He did not retreat. Instead, he faced the bone scythe capable of cleaving hills. Instantly sidestepping, the scythe, imbued with destructive force, grazed his chest, the ferocious wind tearing his garments as it revealed his robust physique, adorned with dark red blood glows. Boom. The earth trembled. Mud mixed with blood and bone fragments erupted skyward. A fissure several meters deep appeared at Edmund's previous location. Now, in the fleeting moment when the bone scythe missed its target, exhausted from its previous exertion, Edmund lunged forward like a poised viper. His right hand, fingers together like a blade, was instantly enveloped in dark red, lava blood flame, coalescing into a searing, sharp flame blade, aimed directly at Malzark's exposed, muscled chest. The target was precisely at the core location indicated by the system prompt. Humph. Mere trifles. A flicker of disdain crossed Malzark's eyes. He did not retract his bone scythe, but instead thrust his chest forward with a sudden force. The writhing dark, crimson muscles instantly hardened, enveloped in a layer of abyssal arcane armor that gleamed like obsidian, shimmering with a metallic luster. Concurrently, an intangible mental shockwave, laden with the anguished wails of countless tormented souls, struck Edmund's consciousness like a tangible hammer, unleashing a searing scream of suffering. Clang! The molten blood blade impaled the arcane armor with a fierce impact, erupting into dazzling sparks and chaotic energy. The blood flame, potent enough to melt steel, left merely a shallow white mark and some charred spots upon that obsidian-like armor. The tremendous recoil rendered Edmund's arm numb. Simultaneously, the terrifying scream of suffering crashed into his mind. Boom! Countless shrieks of the flayed, desperate curses, and the dread of impending death surged towards his soul like a myriad of red-hot steel needles. This mental assault was far more insidious and lethal than any physical attack. Edmund's body trembled violently, a muffled groan escaping his lips, his offensive momentum interrupted in an instant. A trickle of dark golden blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His eyes blazed with a fierce crimson light as his formidable mental strength of 45 points surged into action, erecting layer upon layer of defense to withstand the tsunami-like mental onslaught. The passive abilities pain resistance, weak, and soul resilience, weak. Triggered, though feeble, they stood as a crucial support amidst the storm. Ha! Do you perceive the allure of art? This is merely an appetizer. Malzark cackled, his colossal left hand darting towards the sluggish Edmund with lightning speed. Those 5 fingers, gleaming with a chilling light, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Edmund's face and chest. He intended to tear away the skin of this visage that he found so perfect. Crisis struck. Edmund's pupils constricted sharply. He forcefully suppressed the turmoil within his consciousness and tilted his head to the side at the limit of his capacity. Slish. 5 deep. Bone-revealing gashes appeared instantaneously from his left shoulder to his chest. His resilient skin and muscles crumpled before the demon lord's claws as if made of paper. Dark golden blood, mingled with molten lava-like flame, splattered forth. Intense pain surged through him, but more terrifying was the chill of abyssal arcane energy, infused with a notion of profound suffering, flooding into his wounds, attempting to erode his flesh and soul. Warning. Subject is being eroded by Lord-level abyssal arcane energy. Life points decreasing, triggering abyssal erosion resistance. Basic, derived from the body of the furnace and multiple devours. Erosion speed reduced by 30. Warning. Target is initiating pain drain. The host's suffering will be converted into its strength. Malzak greedily licked the dark golden blood from his fingertips, his eyes ignited with a sinister fire. Oh? What peculiar blood. Scalding, brimming with power. And it carries a hint of ancient essence? Splendid. You are of greater worth than I had imagined. I have changed my mind. I shall craft you into my greatest living sculpture. You will eternally experience the art of flaying and suffering. Edmund, seizing the moment, retreated swiftly, creating distance, and cast a glance at the grievous wound on his chest, revealing the depths of his bones. The dark golden blood swiftly clotted under the influence of its formidable self-healing powers, while the flesh around the wound writhed and healed like molten lava. Yet, the abyssal demonic energy and tormenting thoughts that had infiltrated his body continued to inflict damage. He lifted his gaze to the maniacally laughing Malzark, and in those crimson eyes, the chilling indifference was finally ignited, transforming into a ferocious wrath that threatened to consume all. The ancient pride of the first generation of bloodkin could not allow a wretched abyssal demon to so brazenly profane it. Art. Edmund's voice resonated with a deep timbre, akin to a whisper from the depths of the underworld, as a viscous, blood-like dark red mist began to envelop him. The lava blood flame surged and roared within, emitting an even more terrifying temperature and aura of destruction than before. Your death shall be the only masterpiece I acknowledge. Chapter 26. The furnace of fiery demons beneath the abyss of ice. The thick, dark red blood mist coalesced around Edmund, rolling and expanding as if it possessed a life of its own. Wherever it spread, the air was filled with the anguished cries of suffering, reminiscent of snowflakes cast into a furnace, sizzling as they melted away. The ground, covered in layers of blood clots and shredded flesh, rapidly charred and carbonized under the intense heat, releasing a foul stench. Within the shroud of blood mist, the temperature surged dramatically, warping the air and even the twisted, desiccated trees began to smoke and ignite spontaneously. Crimson Domain, Elementary. This was the nascent manifestation of Edmund's vampiric talent, constructed upon the foundation of his immense blood energy to suppress foes and amplify his own power. Though still in its infancy, this crimson domain shattered the horrific atmosphere conjured by Malzark in this tainted realm infused with tormenting energy, akin to cold water splashed into a pot of boiling oil. Malzark's sickly green, malevolent gaze narrowed perceptibly. He distinctly sensed that the agony he had meticulously gathered within his domain to fortify himself and weaken his enemies was being rapidly purified and dispelled by this eerie blood mist. What unsettled him further was the ancient, noble, yet ferocious aura permeating the blood mist, causing a tremor of instinctive dread to ripple through his abyssal essence. Foolish theatrics. Malzark suppressed the absurd unease swelling within, unleashing a furious roar. The pinnacle of lordly abyssal energy erupted without reservation. The viscous, ink-like dark magic surged like a tumultuous tide, violently expanding outward from him, crashing against Edmund's crimson domain. Boom! The dark red blood mist and the inky black magic collided like two floodwaters breaching their banks amidst the skeletal remains and withered trees. A tempest of chaotic energy ravaged the area, shattering everything in its path. The earth groaned under the pressure of these two terrifying forces, cracking, crimson and darkness intertwined, devouring and annihilating, producing a deafening explosion of energy. A stalemate, a fleeting impasse. Malzark's magic surged with increasing might, resembling dense storm clouds, relentlessly compressing the space within the crimson domain. Yet Edmund's domain, akin to a searing iron brand, fiercely resisted the encroachment of the abyss with its terrifying, purifying, and incinerating powers. With each clash, substantial dark magic was consumed and purified by the blood flames. As the balance shifted, though the crimson domain was compressed, it did not collapse. Instead, it became more refined and fervent. Roar! Malzark was utterly enraged. It could not abide that a mere prey dared to stand against it. The massive bone scythe was raised once more, this time enveloped in an essence of pitch-black, demonic energy, exuding a terrifying aura that threatened to rend the very soul. It no longer sought artistry. It yearned to utterly crush this bothersome insect. Abyssal rift slash. The bone scythe, bearing the might of annihilation, tore through the crimson domain, descending upon Edmund with lethal intent. Speed unparalleled, power unmatched. It locked onto every avenue of escape for Edmund. A surge of crimson light erupted in Edmund's eyes. He had no choice but to avoid this cataclysmic strike. In the split second before the bone scythe descended, he executed a defiant, physics-defying maneuver to the side. Simultaneously, the lava blood flame that enveloped him erupted violently, forming a solid, rapidly spinning dark red flame shield. Lava shield. Clang. The bone scythe struck fiercely against the high-velocity, rotating lava shield. The ear-piercing clash of metal resonated throughout the land. Sparks erupted like a volcanic explosion. The overwhelming force transmitted through, causing the lava shield to tremble violently, its surface instantly marred with a web of cracks. Edmund, struck as if by a cannonball, was propelled through the air, crashing into several burning dead trees before landing heavily in the viscous blood mud. Blood erupted once more from his mouth, and the wound on his chest, just healed, burst open anew. However, Malzark was not unscathed. The searing heat and corrosive power of the blood flames from the lava shield spread wildly along the bone scythe. Its massive palm, covered in demonic armor, was instantly scorched, the flesh sizzling and cracking, accompanied by the sound of meat roasting. An excruciating pain that seared the soul flooded in. What enraged it further was that some of the blood flames, like maggots burrowing into bone, had penetrated its magical defenses, directly scorching its exposed muscle tissue. Damnable flames! Malzark let out a pained roar, violently swinging the bone scythe in an attempt to shake off the insidious blood flames. Now was the moment. Ignoring his injuries, Edmund forcibly quelled the tumultuous surge of energy within him, his eyes gleaming with a frigid calculation. In the instant Malzark hesitated due to pain and fury, he propelled himself from the blood mud with tremendous force. This time, he did not charge toward Malzark's massive form. Instead, he darted like a specter, moving at a speed that transcended the limits of sight, with a 43-point agility boost in the crimson domain, swiftly circling to the side of Malzark's colossal head. Malzark's enormous eye, ablaze with a ghastly green fire, was mere inches away. Gaze upon me, demon. Edmund's voice resonated like a whisper from the abyss. Deep within his crimson pupils, it seemed as if the inferno of a molten hell was boiling. The terrifying psychic force, 45 points, and blood energy, 2,499 points, bestowed by the furnace body, surged to their zenith at that moment. Intertwined with the ancient pressure of the progenitor vampire's bloodline, coalescing into two exquisitely refined beams of crimson light, akin to glowing red needles. Furnace gaze. With a swift thrust, the two crimson beams pierced unimpeded into Malzark's colossal eye, ablaze with wicked fire. Howl! An indescribable, heart-wrenching wail erupted from Malzark's mouth. No longer was it a roar of wrath, but a cry born from the depths of its soul, steeped in agony and terror. Its malevolent fiery eyes resembled ice cubes plunged into molten lava, instantly pierced and melted by crimson beams. The viscous, green-flamed blood of the demon gushed forth like a fountain. Visual deprivation. Soul incineration. Malzark's colossal form writhed uncontrollably like a runaway train, crashing wildly. Enormous bone scythes swung erratically, reducing everything in their path to dust. It was utterly engulfed in the chaos wrought by its own fury and agony. Edmund struck decisively, leaving no moment to linger. His body flitted like a phantom amidst the tumult of Malzark's frenzied assaults. Each evasive maneuver was perilously close, yet he consistently seized upon the fleeting vulnerabilities. No longer did he assail Malzark's formidable arcane muscle armor. Instead, he focused on the relatively weaker joint connections and the massive eye sockets that incessantly spewed forth demonic blood. Sizzle, sizzle, Sizzle. His palm, enveloped in lava blood flame, pierced into Malzarek's knee bends, elbow joints, and scapula, leaving charred wounds deep enough to expose bone. Each strike carried a terrifying heat and corrosive blood flame, exponentially amplifying Malzarek's agony and rage. Pain. Grant me more pain. Malzarek's howls of madness erupted in response to the excruciating torment. Its immense form abruptly halted, fists smashing fiercely against the ground. Boom. Centered around it. A visible torrent of dark red energy, thick and mingled with countless contorted, anguished faces, erupted like a tsunami. Torrent of pain. This was its ultimate ability, unleashing the accumulated forces of all suffering within the domain in one fell swoop, delivering a dual assault of mental and energetic devastation. Its power was formidable enough to obliterate the souls of elite warriors in an instant. The Crimson Domain trembled violently under the impact of this dreadful torrent, emitting a mournful wail of being overwhelmed, and was instantly compressed to a mere meter around Edmund. Countless distorted faces shrieked as they surged forward, relentlessly battering against Edmund's mental barriers. Simultaneously, the frenzied dark red energy rained down upon his lava shield like a multitude of heavy hammers. Crack! The already fractured lava shield finally shattered completely. Edmund, struck as if by a tremendous blow, coughed up a mouthful of dark golden blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. His mental barriers quaked violently under the tsunami of anguished thoughts, as if billions of steel needles stirred within his sea of consciousness. Had it not been for the passive effects of pain resistance, weak, and soul resilience, weak, combined with an impressive mental power of 45 points, this onslaught would have been sufficient to shatter his very soul. Warning. Life force rapidly declining. Mental barriers on the brink of collapse. Abyssal erosion intensifying. High concentration of pain torrent detected. Activating abyssal erosion resistance, basic. Resistance experience increased. Current resistance, basic, 32. Mental impact damage reduced by 32. Notice, target experiences a brief magical energy depletion and mental relaxation after unleashing a powerful attack. Core defense layer weakened. This is the optimal moment for consumption. Risk level high. Edmund crashed heavily into a pool of viscous blood and mud in the distance, his body racked with pain and his mind in turmoil. Yet those crimson eyes of his were fixed unwaveringly upon Malzak, who was slightly panting from unleashing a powerful move, his enormous form exhibiting a trace of chaotic magical energy fluctuations. The system's cold notification ignited the fuse. Now is the moment. It is either your demise or my own. A fervent madness and insatiable greed erupted in Edmund's gaze. He no longer heeded his injuries, as all his blood energy, 2,499 points, surged forth in a thunderous blaze. The potential of his furnace body was extracted to its utmost limits. His body shot forth like a released arrow, trailing a dark golden bloodline, racing toward Malzak's exposed, viscous green-blooded eye socket at an unimaginable speed. The target was the demonic core nestled deep within the chest cavity, beneath the third rib. The origin abyss. Edmund roared silently in his heart. His right hand spread open, as if transforming into a miniature, swirling dark red vortex. At the vortex's center lay a power of insatiable devouring. No longer flames, but the most pure and primal essence of consumption, derived from the primordial bloodline. Although Malzak was momentarily slowed by excruciating pain and the aftermath of his powerful attack, the instincts of a lordly combatant still sensed an imminent threat. Its remaining wicked eye swiftly turned toward Edmund, who was charging forth, while the colossal bone scythe, driven by a final frenzy, swept in an attempt to cleave this source of endless pain and danger in two. Devour for me. Edmund's focus was solely on the pulsating demonic core. He neither dodged nor flinched, channeling all his strength and will into the devouring vortex of his right hand. His speed surged once more. With a sharp sound, the edge of the bone scythe brutally sliced into Edmund's side, tearing flesh and dark golden blood. The agonizing pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet, at that very moment, his right hand, akin to a searing brand, plunged deep into the vast, green-blooded eye socket of Malzak. It penetrated the viscous membranes and fragile cranial structure, precisely piercing the demonic core pulsating with overwhelming abyssal magic and the essence of life, located beneath the third rib. No. Malzak emitted a cry filled with unprecedented terror and disbelief. It sensed an irresistible power of consumption, older, greedier, and more terrifying than the abyss itself. Grasping tightly at the essence of its life, it felt as if confronted by the apex predator of the food chain. The devouring had commenced. Boom! An indescribable agony and the essence were forcefully torn apart. A terrifying feeling of plunder surged through Malzak as if millions of steel blades were viciously stirring within its soul and flesh. Its colossal form convulsed violently, spasming. Viscous green blood erupted from every orifice and wound like a fountain. It attempted to struggle, to detonate the core, but that devouring force clung to it like a parasite, thwarting all resistance. Edmund, too, was not unscathed. Enduring the brutal blow from the bone scythe, his waist was nearly severed in two. More critically, a torrent of overwhelming, violent abyssal magic, rife with sulfur, blood, pain, and destructive intent, surged wildly into his body through his arm, like countless searing steel needles piercing every inch of his veins. Flesh and bones, the excruciating pain threatened to drown his consciousness. The final struggle and curses of Malzark lashed at his soul like a multitude of venomous serpents. Warning. Target for consumption. Pinnacle Lord level Abyssal Demon Core. Energy surge exceeds current capacity limit by 50. Warning. Abyssal magic erosion intensifies. Life force rapidly declining. Mental pollution surging. Initiating consumption guidance and optimization. Maximizing energy conversion efficiency. Commencing extraction of harmful mental pollution. Initiating purification of chaotic magical energy. Extracting life essence and fragments of rules. System energy depleting rapidly. The system's alert tone reached a piercing crescendo as Edmund's vision was engulfed by a frenzy of blood-red warning messages. He could sense the system operating beyond its limits, desperately guiding, filtering, and converting the tumultuous influx of primal energy. Yet, this process felt akin to walking a tightrope over a volcano. A single misstep could lead to either a catastrophic explosion or complete demonic transformation. Edmund let out a tortured scream as dark golden blood mingled with traces of expelled black magical impurities seeped from every pore of his body. He resembled a furnace on the verge of explosion, with dark red bloodlight clashing violently with the pitch-black magical energy beneath his skin, flickering in a chaotic dance. The left side of his body blazed with crimson flames, while the right side was consumed by dark magic, revealing twisted demonic patterns. The intense agony threatened to tear apart his very will. At that moment, the passive effects of abyssal erosion resistance, beginner 32, pain resistance, weak, and soul resilience, weak, were ignited to their utmost limits, serving as the final bastion against the onslaught of magical energy and the waves of torment. The furnace body operated frenetically, akin to an authentic furnace, forcibly refining the surging chaotic energy. More importantly, deep within Edmund's consciousness, the cold, ancient core will of the primordial bloodline, as resilient as 10 millennia of glacial ice, awakened amidst the pain and the specter of death. It bore an indifferent gaze, looking down upon the ants with supreme pride, firmly suppressing all chaos and erosion. Do these mere demons dare to taint my bloodline? Forge for me. Edmund's consciousness roared. With the primordial will as a hammer, the system guidance as an anvil, and his corporeal form as a furnace, he relentlessly pounded and refined Malzark's core essence. Time seemed to stand still. Malzark's immense form convulsed violently, as if stripped of its bones, rapidly withering and desiccating. Its ghastly green flames extinguished completely, leaving behind only boundless fear and despair. In its final vestiges of consciousness, it was branded by the sight of Edmund's blood-red eyes, reminiscent of a blood abyss, and the primordial pressure that froze its very soul, stemming from the heart of the bloodline. Boom. Malzark lost all vitality, crashing down into the blood-soaked mire like a collapsing mountain, splattering filth into the air. Its once proud, muscular body now resembled dried, decayed wood, marred by charred remnants. With its core reduced to a massive void, completely consumed and hollowed out, Edmund knelt beside the immense corpse of Malzark, his right hand still deeply embedded in the hollow eye socket. He gasped violently, each breath resembling the wheezing of a bellows, exhaling a breath laced with sparks and black smoke. The wound in his abdomen writhed slowly under the formidable self-healing power of the furnace body. staunching the blood and mending itself. The flickering dark magic energy beneath his skin was forcefully suppressed, refined, and expelled by the surging flames of his blood. Devouring complete. Successfully plundered target. Skinner Malzeric, Lord level pinnacle, core essence. Acquired, abyssal magic essence, abundant. Life essence, Lord level. Soul fragments, numerous. Rule fragments. Pain extraction, beginner. Soul torment, beginner. Energy conversion in progress. Attribute enhancement. Strength 3. Agility 3. Constitution 4. Spirit 5. Blood energy limit 500. Abyssal erosion resistance enhanced. Current. Intermediate 1. Pain resistance enhanced. Soul resilience enhanced. System energy consumption excessive. Current 2. Entering low energy hibernation mode. An unprecedented surge of formidable power coursed through his limbs and bones. The injuries on his body healed rapidly under the nourishment of the life essence. His spirit became more refined and resilient. Edmund slowly withdrew his right hand, gazing at the viscous, dark green demonic blood lingering in his palm, feeling the more profound power surging within him. Strength 46, Agility 46, Constitution 46, Spirit 50. Blood energy 2999, a glint of cold satisfaction flickering in his eyes. However, just as he prepared to thoroughly examine his gains, an unexpected change occurred. Deep within Malzeric's withered, colossal head, at the very bottom of the hollowed eye socket that had been devoured, a faint yet exceptionally pure ice-blue radiance, exuding an aura of chilling desolation, flickered like a slumbering star. A weak fluctuation, starkly different from the frenzied abyssal magic energy, bearing an extreme coldness and sense of devouring, was sharply captured by Edmund's keen senses. What is this? Edmund furrowed his brow, the system descending into hibernation, preventing immediate analysis. Yet intuition told him that this ice-blue energy was likely the second energy source mentioned in the intelligence from Barton, which even they had been unable to fully decipher. It lay hidden in the deepest core of Malzeric, untouched by the system's recent devouring. He extended his finger, cautiously probing towards the flicker of ice-blue light. At that moment, magnificent! What an extraordinary performance! A voice, raspy like the friction of metal, yet filled with awe and greed, abruptly emanated from the depths of the mist-laden chasm. Chapter 27. Whisper of the Frost Prison. Claw of Frost. The voice resembled two millennia-old icy blocks rubbing against each other. Hoarse and frigid, yet imbued with a chilling elegance and admiration. It penetrated the viscous miasma, disregarding the last remnants of heat radiating from Malzeric's corpse, clearly reverberating in Edmund's ears, as if the speaker stood right beside him. Edmund's finger halted just an inch from the point of ice-blue radiance deep within Malzeric's eye socket. He abruptly raised his head, his crimson pupils piercing like the sharpest probes towards the direction of the voice emanating from the depths of the chasm, where the light was grotesquely distorted, as though the space had been kneaded by an invisible giant hand. A dense, gray-green miasma manifests there, exuding a bizarre, gelatinous texture reminiscent of solidified jelly. A silhouette flows languidly from the distorted shadows, as if it were an intrinsic part of this warped realm. It is not a colossal and grotesque behemoth like Malzark. Rather, it bears a more human-like stature, standing approximately 2 meters tall, exquisitely proportioned, cloaked in an extraordinary armor that is neither metal nor stone, but rather an intricate fusion of flowing ice and the depths of the night sky. The armor's lines are smooth and elegant, adorned with subtle, ice-blue energy patterns that emanate an overwhelming chill and desolation. Lacking a helmet, it reveals a visage that inspires dread. This is no flesh and blood entity. Its face resembles the most polished black crystal, devoid of any features, only a pure darkness that devours light. Yet, within this abyssal countenance, 2 points of ice-blue luminescence are embedded in the eye sockets, cold and profound, devoid of emotional fluctuation, embodying only a detached indifference, akin to gazing down upon mere ants. Intertwined with a deeply concealed greed, it wields no weapon, yet its hands, equally sheathed in that enigmatic armor, possess elongated and sharp fingertips that glint with a chill sharper than finest steel. Merely standing there, it exudes an aura far more perilous and despair-inducing than Malzark's fury, a sheer coldness potent enough to freeze souls and extinguish life. The surrounding air crystallizes into fine ice shards at a visible rate, a thin layer of white frost enveloping the ground. even the viscous blood flowing from Malzark's lifeless body instantaneously solidifying. Warning: unknown high-energy life form detected. Extreme danger. Warning: high concentration of annihilating cold energy detected. Possesses freezing and soul-eroding properties. System energy insufficient for in-depth analysis. Preliminary assessment. Threat level: King class, initial stage. Warning: target locked on a host. Extremely lethal. Immediate evacuation recommended. The system's prompts, forcibly extricated from its dormant state, bore an unprecedented urgency and sharpness. Though only possessing 2 units of energy, an instinctual crisis alert surged to its zenith. King class. Edmund's heart plummeted, as if seized by an invisible icy hand. Having just vanquished the peak Lord Malzark, he had hardly caught his breath before confronting a king. Moreover, the frigid, lifeless energy emanating from the being resonated with the ice-blue glow hidden deep within Malzark's core. Is this the true form of the second energy source mentioned in Barton's intelligence? The dance of lava and blood, raw and primal, was imbued with a visceral beauty. The dark face, devoid of lips, uttered a sound, and those ice-blue eyes fixated on Edmund as though appraising a rare work of art. That fool Malzark, possessing strength, yet ensnared by base sensory indulgences, squandered such immense abyssal magic, failing to draw forth your full potential. Its voice carried a hint of regret, but more so, a chilling scrutiny. You are quite special. Your blood, your flame, your essence of consumption exudes an allure that captivates me. Edmund forced himself to regain composure. The wound on Edmund's abdomen has nearly healed following the recent consumption, with newfound strength surging within him. Power 46, Agility 46, Constitution 46, Spirit 50, Blood Energy 2999. However, when faced with a true monarch, this modest enhancement is woefully inadequate. To make matters worse, the system's energy is depleted, rendering it incapable of providing any assistance. This marks the gravest crisis he has encountered since his revival. Who are you? Edmund's voice resonated like frozen steel, cold and unyielding. He gradually straightened his body. The furnace body, within him operating at full capacity, the roaring, lava blood flame, surging through his veins, dispelling the chill that had invaded his very marrow. A dark crimson mist spread once more, as the crimson domain, basic, struggled against the unconscious emanation of his adversary's domain of annihilation. The collision of these 2 domains produced a subtle hissing sound, as the edges of the blood mist were perpetually frozen, obliterated, yet tenuously sustained by the searing blood flames. A name? The icy blue eyes seemed to flicker with amusement. You may call me Cold Prison, a seeker of the essence of power and pure annihilation. Its gaze swept over the withered corpse of Malzark, ultimately resting upon the ice-blue glimmer deep within its eye sockets. This foolish lord of the abyss is merely a vessel I have utilized, a nurturing ground for the cold soul crystal. Its suffering, its fear, the essence of life it has plundered, all serve as the finest sustenance for this crystal seed. Its voice bore a chilling calmness and cruelty akin to that of a researcher. And you, the Devourer, have not only destroyed my nurturing ground, but have also stolen the nourishment that rightfully belonged to me. Indeed, you yourself harbor a value far exceeding that of Malzark. Before the final word had escaped its lips, Cold Prison moved. Without warning, without preparation. Its form vanished from sight as if it had teleported, not merely moving at high speed, but rather leaping directly from one point in space to another. Edmund's mental acuity, 50 points, barely registered an exceedingly faint, frigid spatial fluctuation. In the next instant, a claw covered in flowing ice armor, its fingertips shimmering with lethal chill, had silently materialized before Edmund's chest. The speed surpassed even Edmund's 46 points of agility. The annihilating cold energy contained within the fingertips threatened to freeze Edmund's very blood in an instant. In the face of imminent death, Edmund's pupils constricted to pinpricks. His body's instinctual response eclipsed his thoughts. The lava blood flame erupted before him, forming a solid wall of flame. Simultaneously, he leaned back to his limits. Sizzle. The icy blue fingertip sliced through the hastily formed lava shield with the ease of a red-hot knife cutting through butter. The terrifying energy of annihilation surged forth. Edmund felt a frigid torrent racing through him from the point of contact, as if his very soul were being frozen. His clothing and skin were instantly encased in a layer of solid ice, rapidly spreading inward. The beating of his heart came to a sudden halt. Humph, Edmund grunted, leveraging the force from the shattering shield to awkwardly yet effectively roll away. Crack! The ice layer covering his chest shattered during the roll, yet beneath his skin, a deep purple hue emerged, as if his blood had solidified, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. A trickle of dark golden blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, freezing into crystalline ice in an instant. Warning: experiencing erosion from annihilating cold energy. Life force rapidly declining. Body functions partially frozen. Soul activation diminished. The abyssal demonic resistance, intermediate, is partially activated, slowing the erosion speed by 15, albeit with only a feeble effect against the annihilation cold energy. The furnace body operates at full capacity, engulfed in blood flames. Yet the progress in dispelling the cold toxin is agonizingly slow. A chasm of disparity looms. In a mere encounter, Edmund has sustained considerable injuries. The opponent's speed, attack power, and energy level utterly overwhelm him, a newly ascended lord. More terrifying is the enigmatic annihilation cold energy, which exerts a formidable counteraction against the blood flames. Though his reflexes are commendable, the flames ultimately represent futile resistance in the face of absolute cold. The silhouette of the cold prison materializes where Edmund had just stood, its ice-blue gaze surveying the writhing Edmund as one might observe a worm futilely struggling upon the ice. It slowly raises the hand that had just unleashed an attack, a trace of dark golden, frozen blood lingering upon its fingertips. Curiosity flickers in its eyes as it regards the bloodstain, an ancient and noble presence. Imbued with power yet tinged with a sense of fragmented vulnerability, it murmurs softly, intrigue and greed stirring in its ice-blue gaze. What precisely are you? A shard of a fallen deity? Or some form of forbidden creation? Edmund struggles to rise, the excruciating pain in his chest and the chilling air making each breath a labor. He fixates on the cold prison, his mind racing. A direct confrontation is futile. Escape? The opponent's bizarre spatial leap and speed far surpass his own. Perhaps hope lies within the depths of Marzak's eye socket. In that glimmer of ice-blue light, the so-called cold soul crystal seed. This cold soul crystal seed, nurtured by the cold prison, harbors the essence of Marzak's anguish and the quintessence of life. If he could consume it, might he gain the strength to combat the cold prison? Or at the very least, disrupt it? This thought ignites like a spark in the darkness. Curious about my nature? Edmund forcibly suppresses the turmoil within, a cold, taunting smile gracing his lips. Then come and taste it yourself. Before the words have fully escaped his lips, rather than charging at the cold prison, he executes a maneuver that momentarily freezes the entity's ice-blue gaze. He abruptly turns, thrusting his hand engulfed in the burning lava blood flames toward the depths of Marzak's eye socket, aiming for that glimmer of ice-blue light. You dare! For the first time, the usually composed and elegant cold prison emits a shriek of genuine fury and an almost imperceptible hint of panic. That cold soul crystal seed is a pivotal item it has painstakingly cultivated, containing the pure essence of annihilation cold energy and vast life energy, key to its breakthrough. It shall not permit it to be destroyed or tainted by this wretched devourer. The figure of the cold prison vanishes once more. This time, the spatial fluctuations are more intense, more frigid. It seeks to thwart Edmund. Chapter 28. The crystal seed burns and falls into the rift. The cold prison's furious shriek resonates like a roaring polar storm, instantly freezing the surrounding air. Its ice crystal-armored form completely disappears, leaving only a rapidly expanding ripple of ice-blue cracks in space. A lethal sense of crisis pierces Edmund's back like an icicle. Edmund's right hand hovers mere inches from the ice-blue light nestled within Marzak's eye socket. The lava blood flame at his fingertips had already scorched the very edge of that icy blue radiance, emitting a hissing sound of intense energy conflict. He could distinctly sense the immense, frigid energy contained within the soul crystal seed, cold and lifeless, yet nurturing a pure vitality that was of the same origin as the frozen abyss, albeit more refined and primal. However, the speed of the frozen abyss was far superior. Its spatial leapability completely surpassed Edmund's physical movement limits. Edmund barely had the time to suppress the blood flame fully, a claw encased in flowing ice armor, carrying the annihilating chill of frozen space, had already arrived ahead of him, poised just above the wrist of his outstretched right hand reaching for the crystal seed. The 5 fingertips, glimmering with a lethal cold light, descended like 5 judgment spears from the chilling depths of the abyss, aiming not merely to prevent him from touching the crystal seed, but to freeze his entire arm along with his very soul, tearing them apart. There was no escape, no defense. A flicker of madness flashed in Edmund's eyes. If he could not seize it in time, then he would obliterate it, or make the frozen abyss pay a price. Explode. Edmund roared within his mind. He relinquished his grasp, his right hand, engulfed in lava blood flame, suddenly spread wide, palm directed towards that icy blue radiance. The vast blood energy within him, recently restored, 2,999 points, surged into his palm unreservedly and recklessly, not to condense, but to detonate. Boom! A fiercely blazing dark red fireball erupted in the depths of Malzak's enormous eye socket. Edmund unleashed his immense blood energy, nearing the pinnacle of lordly power, mixed with the destructive force of lava blood flame, igniting instantaneously like a powder keg. The target was the soul crystal seed. The terrifying shockwave of the explosion, infused with the scalding heat of lava and the corrosive power of blood flame, swept outward in an instant. Malzak's colossal head burst apart like a watermelon stuffed with explosives, scattering charred bones, congealed blood clots, and the icy blue radiance enveloped by the explosive energy into the air. No! The shriek of the frozen abyss was filled with shock and disbelief. Its icy claw, aimed at Edmund's wrist, was violently repelled by this sudden and overwhelming energy explosion. The armored claw was instantly marred with charred marks and fine cracks. What pained it even more was the unmistakable sensation that its meticulously nurtured soul crystal seed had endured a severe impact. Though the core remained intact, the outer structure was damaged, and pure energy was wildly dissipating. Edmund fared even worse. He was at the very center of the explosion. The violent backlash of energy struck his right arm and entire body like countless heavy hammers. Spit. What he expelled was no longer dark golden blood, but a mist of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. The bones of his entire right arm cracked under the unbearable strain, while his skin and muscles instantly charred and carbonized. The horrific force of the impact hurled him away like a ragged sack, plummeting into the depths of the chasm towards an area of extreme spatial distortion. Agonizing pain, a tearing agony spread throughout his body. His right arm was nearly incapacitated, his internal organs severely damaged. The backlash from forcibly detonating power close to his limits nearly cost him his life. Were it not for the body of the furnace and the recently enhanced vitality, 46 points, operating in a frenzied manner, mending his near-collapse physique, he would have been utterly shattered by now. Warning: host suffers energy backlash. Life force critically endangered. Right arm severely damaged. Internal organs ruptured. Body of the furnace operating at overload. Blood energy rapidly consumed for repairs. Current blood energy, 10,502, 999. Warning: entering a high-intensity spatial distortion zone. Density of spatial debris exceedingly high. Gravitational field in utter chaos. System energy depleted, unable to provide assistance. Danger! Danger! The piercing red warnings flickered wildly in Edmund's blurred vision, clouded by excruciating pain. You vile creature! You have destroyed my crystal seed. I shall extract your soul and burn it in the eternal prison for 1,000 years. The roar of the prison brimmed with fury. It gazed upon the ice-blue crystal seed dispersing energy in the air, then turned its attention to the plummeting Edmund. The indifference in its ice-blue eyes ignited into a cold fury that incinerated all. No longer concerned with the energy dissipating from the crystal seed, it vanished once more, pursuing the falling Edmund with overwhelming murderous intent. It intended to crush this audacious devourer amidst the chaos of spatial turbulence. Edmund's body tumbled through the air, descending. The howling wind and the eerie shrieks of the torn space filled his ears. Below lay a kaleidoscopic spectacle, a madly shifting scene of distorted light, shattered spatial mirrors, and razor-sharp fragments of space, interspersed with an anomalous gravitational field that felt at times as heavy as lead, and at others as light as air. Without system assistance, he could only rely on his formidable 50 points of mental strength and his body's instincts, dancing on the edge of death. Swoosh! An invisible shard of space grazed his left rib, instantaneously carving away a large swathe of flesh, exposing bone. Before the blood could spurt, it was evaporated by the chaotic energy field surrounding him. His body suddenly felt heavier, a zone of excessive weight. It felt as though a mountain were pressing down upon him. His bones groaned in protest. Gritting his teeth, he channeled the remaining blood energy into his legs, forcefully kicking off a floating fragment of rock to change direction. Just as he departed, that fragment, under the influence of the weightless zone, collided with another shard of space like a cannonball, instantly reducing it to powder. The figure of the prison flickered like a maggot in the bone, continuously appearing amidst the distorted space. Each manifestation was accompanied by a deadly ice-blue glimmer. Whether it was a claw strike freezing the space or an ice spike tearing the soul, Edmund found himself in a desperate struggle, bruised and battered. His charred right arm hung limply, while he could only use his left hand to gather the remnants of the magma blood flame, to fend off and evade. Struggle. Wail. Let me hear the sound of your soul shattering. The cold voice of the prison echoed in Edmund's ears like a sinister incantation. Once more narrowly evading a spatial penetrating ice spike, Edmund's gaze swept over the depths of the rift below. There, space had twisted to the extreme, forming a slowly rotating, vast vortex-like dark aperture. The edges of the opening shimmered with unstable, pulsating ice-blue patterns, reminiscent of veins. A dense abyssal magic energy, and that frigid, extinguishing cold energy continuously seeped forth from the aperture. That was the essence of the shadow rift. Above the vast whirlpool, the fabric of space appeared crumpled like a wrinkled sheet of paper, forming an exceedingly unstable, flickering fold. The spatial fluctuations emanating from this point were violently chaotic, as if on the brink of complete collapse. A frenzied thought surged through Edmund's mind, teetering on the edge of exhaustion. He ceased his attempts to evade the chilling onslaught from behind. Instead, he channeled all his remaining blood energy, only 800 points left, and willpower into his still-functioning left hand. The lava blood flame blazed with an unprecedented intensity, imbued with a desperate ferocity. You seek my soul? Edmund whirled around, his bloodied visage locking onto the relentless cold prison with his crimson eyes, void of fear, brimming instead with a madness and derision akin to mutual destruction. Let us descend together then. He no longer dodged, his left hand clenched into a fist, ignited by the last of his blood flame, not to strike at the cold prison, but to deliver a formidable blow to the precarious, shimmering fold of chaotic space beside him. Boom! The lava blood fist, harnessing Edmund's final strength, struck the weak point of the spatial fold with tremendous force. The already precarious spatial structure collapsed like a dam broken by the last straw. Crack! A deafening sound akin to the shattering of a glass world echoed. Centered on the point where Edmund's fist impacted, space erupted like a fractured mirror, a vast, irregular void, its edges glimmering with sharp fragments of space and chaotic energy, instantaneously formed. The terrifying gravitational pull resembled the gaping maw of a cosmic beast, enveloping both Edmund and the unsuspecting cold prison in an instant. What? For the first time, fear flickered in the cold prison's ice-blue eyes. It had never anticipated Edmund's reckless audacity, using his final strength to strike at the weak point of space, creating a temporary yet perilously unstable trap of spatial collapse. It attempted to initiate a spatial leap to escape, but the surrounding spatial structure had become utterly chaotic and fragmented in the moment the black hole formed. Its powers were rendered ineffective. The dreadful pull instantly seized the cold prison, encased in crystalline armor. Its immense, extinguishing cold energy erupted wildly, striving to freeze the space and stabilize itself, yet it appeared utterly powerless against the violent currents of chaotic space. Edmund was at the forefront. His body, like a severed kite, was instantaneously drawn towards the unfathomable black hole, flickering with annihilating light. In the final moment before plunging into darkness, his blurred vision caught sight of the cold soul crystal, radiating ice-blue energy, also being drawn in by this terrifying force, transforming into a streak of light, following closely behind him into the unknown, tumultuous void of destruction and chaos. No. The cold prison's enraged roar was completely drowned out by the howling of the black hole. Its form struggled and flickered amidst the chaotic currents of space, yet ultimately succumbed to the ferocious pull, vanishing into the depths of the shattered black hole. Rumbling. The immense black hole, having devoured both beings and the crystal, twisted violently, contracting, and ultimately, with a resounding thud, was utterly annihilated, leaving behind a ravaged scene. as if a colossal beast had feasted upon the shattered remnants of space and the rampant torrents of energy. Deep within the rift, the immense shadowy vortex continued to whirl languidly, its ice-blue patterns flickering erratically, as if all that had transpired was merely a fleeting interlude in its insatiable consumption of existence. In the depths of the desolate marsh, silence reclaimed its dominion. Only the remnants of shattered space and dissipating icy energies silently narrated the heart-stopping pursuit of a king and the desperate struggle for survival that had just unfolded. Chapter 29. The Whisper of the Dead, the Birth of Ice Flames Chaos. A pure, soul-rending chaos. Edmund felt himself thrust into an invisible, rapidly spinning washing machine. There was no direction, no gravity, only the relentless onslaught of tumultuous energies, lashing at his battered body like whips. Fragments of space, sharp as glass shards, sliced new wounds into his charred skin. The frigid, obliterating energies clashed with the searing magic of the abyss, tearing and annihilating. Each surge of energy launching him through the air like a rag doll. Each somersault inflicted excruciating pain as his internal organs shifted violently. His shattered right arm flailing helplessly in the turbulence, each impact nearly rendering him unconscious. His consciousness teetered on the brink of agony and chaos. He clung desperately to the resilience of his primal bloodline instincts and the formidable healing power of his furnace body. His blood energy had long been depleted, merely sustaining the most critical wounds, barely keeping the flicker of life from extinguishing. Warning: continuous exposure to high-intensity spatial turbulence detected. Life essence is persistently compromised. Warning: high concentrations of obliterating cold energy and abyssal magic pollution detected. Erosion intensifies. System energy restoration. 3. Initiating minimal energy consumption for host life maintenance and critical wound repair. The system's feeble voice flickered like a candle in the wind, intermittently resonating within Edmund's tumultuous consciousness, akin to a drowning man grasping at his last straw. Just as he felt his body and soul on the verge of being utterly torn asunder and dissolved by the unending chaos, a faint yet tenacious icy blue glow pierced through the tumultuous energy currents ahead, entering his blurred vision. It was the Frost Soul Crystal Seed. It too floated amidst the terrifying maelstrom, its crystalline ice-blue surface marred by a web of cracks, pure energy continuously emanating from within. Yet its core still radiated an indescribable purity and coldness. The dissipating energies, like a magnet, attracted the surrounding chaotic currents, forming a small, relatively tranquil zone, a serene eye amidst the storm. The instinct for survival outweighed all else. Edmund summoned the last vestiges of his strength, extending his left hand, which still had some semblance of movement, not an attack, but like a desperate drowning man, reaching recklessly for that icy blue illumination. He needed that anchor. He needed that fleeting tranquility. With a resounding clap, his left hand grasped that cold, cracked crystal seed with fierce determination. The moment he made contact, an unimaginable, excruciatingly cold energy surged into his palm, far purer, more primal, and more ferocious than the obliterating cold energy emitted by the prison of frost. This energy was so frigid it could freeze time and space, yet it contained a strange vitality capable of nurturing all life. It violently collided with Edmund's veins, clashing thunderously against the remnants of the lava blood flame and the invading abyssal magic within. Boom! Edmund felt as though his entire being was on the verge of exploding. The left half of his body was instantly encased in ice-blue frost, his blood congealed, and his veins frozen. The abyssal magic lingering in the right half of his body erupted like a lit powder keg, rampaging wildly, attempting to erode and corrupt all. Meanwhile, the flicker of the remaining lava blood flame within him resembled the last spark in a tempest, teetering precariously amid the icy and dark onslaught, emitting a mournful wail on the brink of extinguishment. 3 terrifying energies carved a brutal battlefield within him. A sense of tearing more dreadful than spatial turbulence erupted from the depths of his soul. His body manifested bizarre hues: ice blue on the left, pitch black on the right, with a faintly pulsating dark red at the center of his chest. His skin cracked inch by inch, dark golden blood seeping out, only to be frozen or corroded. Ah! Edmund emitted a silent scream, his eyes bulging, veins coursing with blood. The searing agony threatened to shatter all his willpower. He could even hear the subtle sound of his bones freezing and becoming brittle, then fracturing under the corrosive magic. Warning: high purity of the origin of annihilation, cold soul crystal seed, detected. Host origin conflict level, fatal. Warning: erosion of abyssal magic intensifying. Host's life is in jeopardy. Warning: the body of the furnace is on the brink of collapse. The blood flame origin is about to extinguish. Warning: system energy depleted. Unable to initiate the Devouring guidance program. The system core has encountered a risk of origin impact attempt fusion. Unknown forced initiation of final protocol energy core overload. A series of blinding, blood-red warnings nearly overwhelmed Edmund's consciousness. The system's voice grew exceedingly weak, intermittent, as if it were on the verge of complete silence. Just as Edmund's awareness was about to plunge into the eternal darkness and abyss of pain, the deepest recesses of his consciousness, the cold, ancient corner belonging to the primordial blood clan's core will, was finally stirred by this life-threatening crisis. An ineffable, supreme, and indifferent ancient will awoke with a resounding force. It seemed to originate from before time itself, carrying the weight of epics and absolute pride. Annihilation? The abyss? Are they worthy to corrupt my bloodline? A chilling, majestic thought resonated directly at the level of his soul, bearing an undeniable judgmental power, swiftly seizing control of Edmund's faltering body. Buzz, the feeble, flickering core of the lava blood flame, within Edmund, on the verge of extinction, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance under the compulsion of this ancient will. No longer a frenzied flame, it transformed into a contained, terrifyingly high temperature embodying the laws that consume all. This heat no longer sought to repel or eradicate the encroaching cold and darkness, but forcibly encompassed them within its own furnace. The ancient will wielded the primordial power of the body of the furnace, transforming it into an invisible hammer of law. It no longer differentiated between friend and foe, nor did it regard balance, but rather adopted an almost brutal demeanor, crushing everything, as it struck down fiercely upon the three entangled energies within him, the blood flame, the cold soul, and the magic. Boom. Edmund felt as though every particle of his being, from soul to flesh, shattered and fragmented beneath a single blow. Yet, amidst this total annihilation, an astonishing transformation unfolded. The three forces, forcibly crushed and intermingled, did not vanish. Under the terrifying refining power of the ancient will and the body of the furnace, they began an illogical fusion. The pure, destructive cold energy intertwined with the frenzied abyssal demonic energy, akin to cold iron and sulfur cast into a furnace, were forcibly melded under the extreme heat of lava blood flame and the law of annihilation. The icy essence did not dissipate. Instead, it permeated and entwined with the searing heat, undergoing a metamorphosis. A completely new energy prototype, never before recorded in any tome, struggled to be born amidst the agony of destruction and rebirth. It was no longer merely the lava blood flame, nor the frigid desolation cold energy, and certainly not the tainted abyssal demonic energy, but rather a form enveloped in a ghostly blue icy flame, while its core harbored the terrifying heat capable of melting stars. The extremes of cold and heat, annihilation and deathly silence, two utterly opposing attributes that should have annihilated each other, remarkably formed a fleeting and bizarre equilibrium under this extraordinary smelting process. This newly birthed, wildly unstable icy flame energy surged through Edmund's veins like a runaway stallion. Where it flowed, the frozen bodily tissues melted under the heat, while the eroded wounds solidified and staunched under the cold. Fractured bones reconnected with a faint crackling sound, growing denser and more resilient under the dual baptism of ice and fire. The nearly collapsing bodily functions began to forcibly repair and reorganize, stimulated by this nascent energy. A vitality, far surpassing what had come before, erupted from within Edmund, infused with the essence of destruction and rebirth. Warning: host life signs are fluctuating violently. Unknown energy reaction generated. Origin strength is increasing. Warning: system core is under assault from unknown high-dimensional origin impact. Core protocol rewriting energy circuit reconstruction successful. System rebooting 125501000. Eternal Dread Devourer system, evolutionary version, activated. Energy status, 100. Detected host's new energy attribute. Ice Prison Blood Flame, prototype. Commencing reshaping of status panel. The system's prompt, cold and mechanical, yet imbued with an indescribable depth and fluidity, surged into Edmund's chaotic consciousness like a clear spring, abruptly pulling his dissipating awareness back. Edmund's eyes shot open. No longer were they merely crimson. His left eye blazed with ghostly blue icy flames, while his right eye danced with the eerie pupils of dark red lava. At this moment, although his injuries remained grotesque, the excruciating pain that coursed through him had vanished, replaced by a peculiar sensation of wielding the power of rebirth and destruction. He glanced down at his right hand, where the cracked soul crystal seed had vanished. Its residual essence, along with the encroaching abyssal demonic energy, became the nourishment and components of the newly born ice prison blood flame. Just then, the chaotic spatial turbulence surrounding him suddenly weakened and dissipated without warning. Thud! Edmund fell heavily onto a cold, hard ground. The biting chill seeped through his garments, compelling him to shudder involuntarily. This frigid sensation did not emanate from the nascent ice flames within him, but rather from the very essence of the realm surrounding him. Struggling to sit upright, he surveyed his surroundings. An oppressive silence enveloped everything, a boundless, desolate stillness. The sky loomed above in an eternal, oppressive leaden gray, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, only a thick, sluggishly rolling shroud of pale clouds exuding a frigid, decaying aura. A colossal, indistinct sun hung low on the horizon, casting a murky, pallid glow that offered no warmth, instead imparting a bone-chilling coldness. The earth stretched vast and desolate, blanketed in a thick layer of icy gray dust. As far as the eye could see, countless twisted and varied skeletal remains lay scattered. There were the immense, mountain-like skeletons of unknown beasts, hills formed from the piled white bones of humanoid creatures, and countless tiny, insect-like fragments intermingled. Most of these bones exhibited a fossilized gray-white hue, their surfaces coated in a thick layer of dust and frost. The air was saturated with a profound scent of death and an ancient chill that seemed to freeze time itself. A mournful, elongated wail echoed through the skeletal plains, akin to the cries of countless souls lamenting at the abyss's edge. The wind carried with it innumerable fragmented, indistinct whispers, last murmurs of souls before their obliteration, filled with despair, anguish, and unwillingness, relentlessly assaulting the minds of the living. The realm of the undead. In an instant, Edmund comprehended his predicament. The chaotic currents of space had hurled him into a realm of the undead connected to the primary world. This cold, silent expanse, replete with bones and the essence of lost souls, epitomized the characteristics of the realm of the undead. He immediately suppressed his aura. The power of the newly awakened ice prison blood flames flowing slowly within him, dispelling the external chill while simultaneously minimizing his life force's fluctuations. The first-generation bloodline's sensitivity to vitality alerted him to the fact that beneath this seemingly silent skeletal plane, countless undead beings lay in wait, ravenous for living souls. Should he be discovered, he would face an endless pursuit. However, before he could further scrutinize his surroundings, a familiar, chillingly terrifying pressure descended upon him with the force of a meteor. Buzz, not far from him, the space rippled violently, as if disturbed by water, and a figure clad in flowing, icy armor staggered forth. It was the Frost Prison. Its once elegant crystalline armor was marred by scorch marks and fractures, particularly on its right hand, where the armor had nearly shattered, revealing an arm beneath, similarly cracked and oozing viscous ice-blue blood. The icy blue lights in its eyes flickered violently, filled with a furious rage and a hint of incredulity. Clearly, traversing the chaotic currents of space had inflicted considerable damage and strain upon this sovereign being. More critically, it distinctly sensed the complete absence of the cold soul crystal's aura. Had that accursed devourer absorbed it? How dare you steal my crystal seed? The voice of the Frost Prison had shed its cold elegance, now resembling a chilling wind that scraped the bones, infused with an overwhelming murderous intent, instantly locking onto Edmund, who had just risen from the dust. The overwhelming aura of sovereignty erupted without restraint, instantly clearing the surrounding gray dust, while the icy skeletal ground at its center radiated a thick expanse of solid ice extending for dozens of meters. Edmund's pupils constricted sharply. The ethereal blue flames of ice from his left eye and the dark red lava from his right simultaneously erupted in brilliance. The power he had just begun to regain, as indicated by the system panel showing his blood energy rising to 1200 points, surged wildly. The newly awakened blood flames of the ice prison roared through his veins, desperately resisting the terrifying pressure that descended like a frozen hell. He understood that the true battle for life and death was only just commencing. In this realm of the deceased, confronted by an injured yet more enraged sovereign, he had no path of retreat. Chapter 30. The Battlefield of Ice and Bones. The sovereigns gazed. The wrath of the sovereign froze time and space. The murderous intent of the cold prison swept across the entire skeletal plane like a tangible polar storm in an instant. At its epicenter, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters was no longer merely covered in frost. It was instantly enveloped by a layer of solid ice, half a meter thick, crystalline yet exuding lethal chill. The ancient bones, piled like mountains, were encased beneath the ice layer, resembling insects trapped in amber. The whispers of souls in the air were suppressed by this terrifying cold, leaving only an oppressive silence. Edmund stood like a solitary vessel amidst the storm, his body firmly pinned to the spot by the frigid pressure. The gray dust beneath his feet instantly crystallized into ice, the piercing cold surging up through his soles, attempting to freeze him entirely. Within him, the newly born blood flames of the ice prison surged violently, his left side ignited with ethereal blue flames, while his right side flickered with dark red molten heat. The energies of ice and fire coalesced at his surface, forming a thin, constantly twisting protective layer, struggling against the encroachment of the cold prison's domain. Stealing? Edmund forcefully quelled the tumultuous blood within him, his dual-colored pupils fixed intently on the cold prison. His voice hoarse yet laced with a peculiar icy mockery. "That is my spoils, the nourishment you've delivered to my doorstep." He deliberately provoked his adversary, seeking to incite the clearly enraged sovereign, searching for a vulnerability. Simultaneously, his thoughts fervently communicated with the system that had just completed its evolution. Status. Analyze target. A brand new system interface unfolded instantaneously within Edmund's consciousness, characterized by more fluid and profound lines, with data flowing like the starry river of a dark night. Host: Edmund Darkthorn. Origin level: Lord class, Pinnacle threshold. Status: severely injured, undergoing repair, health 42. Right arm bone repair 35, internal organ damage repairing, ice prison blood flame, prototype, energy unstable, energy core, ice prison blood flame, prototype. Attributes: strength 48, 2, agility 48, 2, constitution 48, 2, spirit 55, 5, blood energy 12003200, 200. Core abilities: body of the forge, enhanced, crimson domain, primary, ice prison blood flame, prototype. Characteristics: frigid erosion, weak. Core incineration, weak. Energy unstable. System energy 100, evolution core stable. Target detection: ice prison, king level initial stage. Status: light injury, space turbulence damage, energy consumption 35. Core anger fluctuation severe. Origin composition: high purity annihilation cold energy, core, fragments of spatial laws, weak. Essence of the soul, powerful. Weakness indicators: system analysis 1. Right arm armor severely damaged, defense weak, 2. Space jump followed by 0. 3 seconds of law fluctuation turbulence, 3. Resistance of annihilation cold energy against highly condensed mixed energy, such as the host's ice prison blood flame, unknown, 4. Beware of its eternal frozen cage and soul ice devourer. The evolved system provided more precise analyses. Edmund instantly grasped the crucial information: severe injury to the right arm, a brief turbulence following the space jump, and potential inadequacy in resistance against unknown mixed energy. Seeking death. The ice prison was indeed thoroughly enraged. Its ice blue eyes flared with intensity, no longer wasting words, as its figure vanished in an instant. Another space jump. Yet this time, Edmund was prepared, with 50 points of mental strength and the evolved system providing a dual warning. He detected a faint yet chaotic spatial fluctuation. To the left. To the left. Edmund shouted within, propelling his body at an unprecedented speed, 48 points of agility fully unleashed, towards the right. Swoosh. 5 icy claw marks that tore through space grazed perilously close to his left shoulder. The sharp cold air ripped through his clothing and skin, leaving 5 deep gashes that exposed bone, instantly covered in frost. Pain surged, yet a glimmer of cold light flashed in Edmund's eyes. Now is the moment. During the turbulence following the jump, roar, Edmund forcibly suppressed his injuries. As he rolled up from the ground, his left hand formed a blade with his fingers, no longer merely the molten blood flame, but now harnessing the violent and unstable nascent power of ice prison blood flame. Buzz. A strange energy beam shot forth from the tip of Edmund's left index finger. The outer layer enveloped in a ghostly blue flame, exuding an aura of absolute zero, while the core of the beam contained a dark red ray, distilled to perfection, embodying the high temperature capable of incinerating all. Ice and fire, two diametrically opposed forces, were forcibly intertwined, carrying a devastatingly unstable fluctuation, aimed directly at the moment when the ice prison revealed itself, exploiting the vulnerability in its right arm's defense. In the chilling depths of the icy abyss, a flicker of genuine astonishment flashed through the azure eyes of the frost prison. It had not anticipated that this insignificant creature not only survived, but also wielded such an enigmatic power. The outer layer of the beam exuded a familiar, annihilating chill, while its core emanated a devastating heat that sent tremors through its very essence. Instinctively, it sought to initiate another spatial leap to evade. But the injury to its right arm and the brief disruption of the laws from its previous jump slowed its reaction. With a fierce resolve, it raised its relatively unharmed left arm, and the palm, encased in crystalline armor, swiftly coalesced into a formidable shield, inscribed with arcane frost runes. The blood-red beam of the frost prison collided violently with the crystalline shield. No cataclysmic explosion ensued. Instead, a sharp hiss filled the air as the ethereal blue flames clashed with the shield's chilling energy, annihilating one another in an ear-piercing cacophony. Subsequently, the dark red ray, infused with the core of incineration, penetrated the icy barrier like a molten steel needle, mercilessly piercing the heart of the crystalline shield. A thunderous roar erupted. The crystalline shield quaked violently, its center turning a vivid crimson. Countless web-like fissures radiated from this red point, spreading frantically. The terrifying heat even melted portions of the ice, transforming them into scalding steam. Though it ultimately failed to breach the shield, the force of annihilation seeped through, inflicting a searing pain upon the frost prison's left arm. Damn it! It bellowed, the murderous intent in its icy blue gaze solidifying into something palpable. It had been wounded by a mere lord-level insect. Though merely a trivial sensation of burning, it was an unbearable disgrace. With a sudden convulsion, it shattered the crystalline shield into shards. Simultaneously, its armored right foot slammed down onto the ground. Eternal frozen prison. Boom. Centered around the frost prison, a visible circular shockwave of icy blue expanded instantaneously. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze. The ground transformed from solid ice into an unfathomable abyss of ghostly blue, as countless massive ice spikes, sharp as the fangs of the frost prison, erupted without warning from the icy surface beneath Edmund. Their speed was akin to lightning, sealing off all avenues of escape. Concurrently, an overwhelming binding force descended, as if intent on freezing his very blood and soul in place. Edmund's pupils constricted. There was no avenue for evasion. He could only frantically channel the newly awakened power of the frost blood flames into his legs. The azure flames surged from his left leg, attempting to assimilate and resist the annihilating chill contained within the incoming ice spikes. Meanwhile, the dark red lava erupted from his right leg, striking the ground fiercely in an effort to incinerate the roots of the ice spikes. Thud, thud, thud. Several massive ice spikes penetrated the defenses of the azure flames, brutally impaling Edmund's legs. The frigid energy of annihilation surged into him. Agonizing pain and a numbing sensation spread instantly. Although the incinerating force from his right leg swiftly melted a few of the spikes, many more had encircled him, forming a tightening death cage that radiated an absolute chill. Insect, become a part of my frost prison. The cold voice of the frost prison carried a tinge of cruel delight as it advanced slowly. Observing Edmund's struggles within the spiked cage, it raised its cracked right hand, and from its fingertips, a deep azure light began to coalesce, a light so profound it seemed capable of devouring souls. Soul, ice devour. The crisis had arrived. Edmund could even sense his very soul quivering beneath the radiance of that fingertip. A flicker of madness flashed in his eyes as he prepared to disregard the backlash of energy, ready to ignite all the nascent ice prison blood flames within him for a desperate gamble. Just at this critical juncture, a resounding sound erupted, far grander and weightier than any whispers of the departed, as if emanating from the depths of the earth or the abyss below, reverberating across the entire bone plane without warning. This horn bore an ineffable antiquity, a solemnity, and a sanctified will that could not be desecrated. The entire bone plane trembled violently, as though a slumbering behemoth had been roused. Countless skeletons beneath the surface quivered as if imbued with life, and the thick layer of dust above them was swept away like a tide by an unseen force. The cold malice of the ice prison faltered momentarily. The soul-piercing brilliance it had gathered at its fingertips fluctuated violently. It abruptly raised its head, its ice-blue eyes filled with uncertainty as they gazed into the depths of the bone plane, towards the area where the skeletal remains were most densely piled under the murky, pale sun. It sensed a presence that sent a shiver through its being. A vast, slumbering will belonging to the true sovereign of the nether realm was awakening. This was not directed at it or at Edmund. Rather, it felt more like an instinctive reaction to the disturbance caused by a powerful external life force. A solemn warning of territorial infringement. Opportunity. A strange light flickered in Edmund's eyes. He instantly seized upon the momentary distraction and trepidation of the ice prison. The powers of all newly awakened ice prison blood flames within him ceased their attempts to detonate and were, instead, masterfully channeled into his legs pierced by the icy spikes. In his left leg, the azure ice flames surged forth. No longer resisting the chill of the ice spikes, they voraciously absorbed and assimilated the pure, annihilating cold energy within. The ice spike embedded in his left leg began to visibly melt and diminish, transforming into pure cold energy that he absorbed. In his right leg, the dark red lava bubbled. The destructive force no longer wreaked indiscriminate havoc, but instead coalesced into a concentrated form, akin to a red-hot branding iron, fiercely welding itself to the base of the ice spike in his right leg. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the terrifying heat forcibly severed the energy connection maintaining the ice prison. Crack! Crack! The ice spikes binding Edmund shattered, revealing a significant flaw. He let out a roar, his body bursting forth like a frenzied shark breaking through ice. Propelled by a spray of crystalline shards and gushing dark golden blood rushing through the breach. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards a sparser area of the bone plane, far from the ice prison and the source of the horn's sound, where the energy signatures were relatively weak. He pushed his speed to the utmost, simultaneously suppressing his presence, blending into the shadows of the bones like a ghost. Attempting to flee, the ice prison quickly regained its composure from the awe of the sovereign will, its ice-blue eyes ablaze with fury upon witnessing Edmund's escape. It was about to initiate a spatial leap to pursue him when, deep within the bone plane, that slumbering sovereign will seemed to grow clearer and increasingly displeased due to the violent energy fluctuations in the area. A second horn resounded, even more resounding. It carried a clear warning. Meanwhile, across the bone plains, amidst the colossal ancient remains resembling hills, flickers of ethereal green soul flames began to emerge. The dormant lowly undead seemed to be roused by the presence of their sovereign. The figure of the cold prison stood frozen. Though filled with fury, it retained its reason. To forcibly pursue a slippery worm within the domain of this undead lord would cause too much commotion, potentially attracting unnecessary trouble and even inciting the ire of that sovereign. It cast a lingering gaze towards the direction where Edmund had vanished, the dual-colored pupils, and the strange new power deeply imprinted in its consciousness. The cold voice of the Devourer Edmund echoed like a vow, carried by the biting wind. I shall remember you. Your soul will ultimately become the final piece in my quest to breach the barriers of kings. It no longer tarried, its form transforming into a streak of icy blue light, instantly tearing through the fabric of space, vanishing from the whispering bone plains filled with souls. It sought a safe haven to tend to its wounds and re-evaluate the enigmatic abilities of that devourer. Edmund fled desperately through the fissures of bones, only pausing to lean against a skeletal archway formed by massive ribs after ensuring that chilling sensation of being hunted had completely faded, panting heavily. The wounds on his legs slowly healed under the influence of the blood flames from the ice prison, consuming the meager blood energy he had just regained. Blood energy. 800-3200. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The whispers of the souls seemed to intensify with the awakening of the Lord, the wind carrying cries and murmurs that felt as if they were right beside him. He needed to swiftly find a relatively secure place to recuperate and assimilate the harrowing transformation he had just undergone. At that moment, an extremely faint sound, akin to the scraping of bones, emanated from the shadows behind the archway. Edmund tensed up, his mismatched eyes fixated on that darkness. A figure gradually rose from the mound of tiny skeletal fragments. It was not a massive, fearsome skeletal beast, but rather a humanoid entity. Its form was ingeniously woven from countless small, differently colored bone fragments, glimmering faintly with phosphorescence, with joints connected by a substance resembling solidified shadows. Its head was a relatively intact, elongated pale skull reminiscent of a human, with two orbs of ghostly blue flame burning in the hollow eye sockets, akin to icy crystal fire. Its hands were composed of 10 remarkably dexterous fingers, crafted from tiny white bones, resembling delicate needles. It did not exude a powerful combat aura. Instead, it possessed an eerie focus and an indescribable curiosity. It tilted its bone-woven head, the ghostly blue flames silently observing Edmund, as if scrutinizing an exceedingly rare and precious material for an exquisite piece of art. Warning: unknown high-level undead organism detected. Target: Bone Weaver. Strength assessment: Lord-level high order, special undead. Origin composition: highly refined pure death energy, fragments of soul manipulation rules, significant. Mastery over bone control. Threat assessment: not a direct combat type, extremely proficient in soul manipulation, curses, and skeletal constructs. Beware of its soul threads. The cold, analytical voice of the system resonated within Edmund's consciousness, causing his heart to sink. Just as he had escaped from a tiger's jaws, he found himself confronted by a wolf. This time, he faced one of the most enigmatic and formidable spellcasters from the realm of the undead, the Bone Weaver. Chapter 31. Fractured Return of the Demigod's Breath. Edmund felt as though he had plunged into the deepest ocean trench. His consciousness floated amid boundless darkness and chaos, with only the searing pain and sense of tearing, akin to molten lava coursing through his very marrow, serving as a tangible anchor. A tremendous energy surged within him, colliding and attempting to burst his soul and body apart, seeking to reshape him. On the precipice of this hazy awareness, a peculiar ice-blue light, seemingly composed of countless intricate runes and data streams, rose like a morning star in the darkness, quietly illuminating the depths of his consciousness. Core Protocol Reconstruction of the Eternal Devourer System, Evolution Version, completed. Initiating deep scan of host's primal state. Detected projection of a secondary abyssal demon lord, king level. Initial stage, with core primal fragment purity at 87. Containing shards of abyssal laws, greed devouring. Detected host's ancestral bloodline source, extremely weakened. Detected residual imprint of unknown high-dimensional will, trace amounts, under analysis. Associated item, Covenant of All Spirits, database missing. Commencing optimization, deconstruction, and fusion guidance energy circuit overclock. Warning: host's willpower at critical threshold, maintaining guidance, cold, efficient, and imbued with an unprecedented depth. The evolved system operated like the most sophisticated alchemical furnace, methodically decomposing, purifying, and directing the chaotic fragments of demonic essence, forcibly integrating them into Edmund's own bloodline framework. Each strand of energy was stripped and transformed, accompanied by soul-wrenching agony, yet the ice-blue light stood as an unyielding bulwark, steadfastly protecting the core of his consciousness from being overwhelmed. Simultaneously, fragmented, chaotic images surfaced in his turbulent thoughts, resembling the wreckage of a sunken ship, a burning sky. Countless grotesque shadows loomed, obscuring the stars and casting beams of annihilation. A chilling roar. A colossal dragon, its scales forged from ancient ice, spanned the horizon, exhaling a breath that froze time itself. A shattered covenant. A massive scroll, woven from starlight yet torn asunder, drifted through the void. A figure cloaked in thick blood mist, wielding a fractured greatsword, charged alone towards the terrifying shadows that blotted out the sun. A frenzied thought. Mammon. Mammon. The demon of greed and devouring. This name etched itself deep within Edmund's soul like a final brand, infused with boundless hatred, fury, and an indelible sense of weakness. This was not merely a memory. It felt more like a curse, inscribed in the depths of the primal bloodline from the ancient blood wars. With a sudden jolt, Edmund's tightly shut eyes flew open. No longer crimson, his left eye revealed a fleeting ice-blue frost mark deep within the pupil, while the right retained the remnants of dark red, like molten embers. An indescribable aura, mingling supreme majesty with abyssal greed, emanated from him uncontrollably, akin to the oppressive force released by an ancient slumbering behemoth awakening. Thud, thud. Within the confines of the narrow transport cabin, the cacophony of the roaring engine was suddenly eclipsed by the intense sound of a racing heartbeat. Opposite him, the paladin Leo, meticulously cleansing the remnants of demonic blood from his two-handed greatsword, stiffened abruptly. It was as though he had been struck in the chest by an invisible hammer. His complexion drained of all color, he let out a stifled groan, involuntarily leaning back. The pure sanctity of light instinctively erupted from within him, forming a thin shield that trembled violently under the weight of the sudden pressure, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. He looked up in horror at Edmund, who had just opened his eyes, his gaze filled with incredulous dread and heightened vigilance. The sensation was more terrifying than facing the projection of a demon lord, as if he were gazing directly at an abominable essence that ought not to exist in this world. Hiss. On the opposite side, Leah, engrossed in documenting the data from this rift exploration, dropped her precision electronic tablet with a resounding thud onto the metallic floor. She abruptly lifted her head, her fair cheeks turning ghostly pale, her lavender pupils constricting to their utmost. It was as if her inner magic had been mortally startled, swirling chaotically beneath her skin, manifesting as fine tendrils of magical luminescence. Being attuned to the essence of space, her perception of energy surpassed that of ordinary mortals. This aura was profound, ancient, imbued with a consuming sensation that sent tremors through her very soul, yet it also contained an ineffable, terrifying majesty. This was no mere human presence, nor even that of an ordinary demon. Linked to Edmund's earlier horrifying speed and terrifying regenerative ability, a chilling thought uncontrollably surged within her. What on earth was he? The only one seemingly unaffected by this overwhelming pressure was the mercenary leader, Barton. His body tensed suddenly, like a startled cheetah, his calloused right hand instinctively pressing against the hilt of his poisoned dagger at his waist. His murky eyes fixated on Edmund with primal wariness and a subtle hint of greed. He did not comprehend the nature of the primordial essence, but he sensed an acute danger and the immense value concealed behind it. This terrifying pressure lasted but a fleeting moment, receding as swiftly as the tide. The unusual hue in Edmund's eyes faded rapidly, returning to a profound dark red. He gasped for breath, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His body still weak, system panel, health 35, blood energy 1500, 3500. That moment had nearly drained the little energy he had just begun to restore. The cabin fell into an eerie silence, the engine's roar now seeming particularly jarring. "How do you feel?" Leah's voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. As she bent to retrieve her tablet, her finger joints whitening from the strain. She suppressed the turbulent waves within her heart, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. As the sole bearer of healing knowledge within the team, despite being a spatial mage, the fundamentals of healing magic and pharmacology are essential lessons for any adventurer. She felt compelled to fulfill her responsibilities. Yet, her gaze could not help but linger on Edmund, imbued with curiosity and doubt. He was not yet beyond salvation. Edmund's voice rasped, reminiscent of sandpaper's abrasive texture. He attempted to summon a flicker of newfound strength, the embryonic form of ice prison blood flame. A fragile essence interwoven with both frigidness and searing heat coursing through his veins. Although unstable, it was significantly more refined and potent than the previous lava blood flame. He sensed that his foundational strength, peak lord level, had become thoroughly solidified, even brushing against the threshold of king level. His mental attributes had surged to an impressive 60 points. The absorption of a portion of the primordial essence from the projection of the king-level demon lord had yielded a remarkable enhancement. Yet, simultaneously, a gnawing, insatiable desire for consumption, originating from the primordial essence of mammon, stirred within the depths of his consciousness, reminiscent of a maggot burrowing into bone. Humph! Leo abruptly sheathed his massive sword. The action forceful and robust, producing a resonant clang of metal colliding. He fixed Edmund with an unwavering gaze, his eyes sharp as a judgmental spear. "That aura you just exhibited, Edmund, you had better elucidate. It is far from ordinary dark power. The sensation was even more foul and ancient than that of the demon lord. The holy light within him continued to pulse gently, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The purity of his faith rendered him acutely sensitive to this fundamentally blasphemous essence, inciting his utmost repulsion. He was nearly certain that this individual before him had an unspeakably profound connection to the abyss. Barton remained silent, squinting his eyes like a venomous serpent assessing Edmund. Then casting a glance at the heavy parcel wrapped in high-intensity runes, nestled in the corner of the cabin. Inside lay remnants of the demon lord's projection, including a severely corroded bone horn, exuding a potent aura of abyssal magic. This was the most significant trophy of his expedition, worth a fortune. Edmund closed his eyes, seemingly gathering strength, yet also weighing his options. He required resources from the Iron Wall, an intelligence network to investigate the Frost Prison and the Bloodline remnants, and a relatively stable environment to assimilate the powers he had consumed, solidifying that perilous new strength. There was no advantage in turning hostile now. Power always demands a price. He slowly spoke, his voice still feeble, yet imbued with an undeniable chill. I have paid a cost you cannot fathom to reclaim this life from the clutches of death, and I have brought back the information you need. The name of that demon god is Mammon. Its will is eroding the planar barriers surrounding the Wailing Rift. This is the crucial matter you should concern yourselves with. He directly cast forth the most valuable information, shifting the focus of the conflict. Mammon, Leah gasped in astonishment, her pale violet eyes wide with shock. As a young elite of the Arcane Society, she was no stranger to the name of the abyssal demon god. The demon of greed and consumption, Mammon, was an exceedingly formidable and ancient entity even among the multitude of demon gods. Codename, Abyssal Vault. My heavens! If it is truly he lurking in the shadows. Leo's expression instantly grew gravely serious. The name of a demon god itself embodies power and information. The insatiable greed of Mammon perfectly elucidates the predatory consumption of resources surrounding the Wailing Chasm and the anomalous stability of the fissure. This revelation holds far greater significance than that of an unidentified formidable mercenary. His grip on the hilt of the colossal sword slackened slightly. Yet his gaze towards Edmund remained imbued with vigilance and distrust. He could not disregard the soul-shattering essence emanating from the other. Burton's breath grew heavier, his eyes burning with intensity as they fixated on the wrapped remnants of the demon lord, a being favored by the dark gods, whose value had become incalculable. At that moment, the transport aircraft jolted violently, beginning its descent. A synthetic electronic voice resonated within the cabin. Warning, approaching the airspace of Iron Bastion 7th Airport. Warning, heightened alert status detected. The air defense identification zone is locked. All passengers, prepare for deep scanning and quarantine. Repeat, through the narrow porthole. A fortress city emerged at the horizon, resembling a colossal iron beast lurking upon the vast earth. Towering alloy walls, adorned with arrays of energy runes, loomed high into the clouds, while a massive energy shield enveloped the core of the city like an inverted giant bowl, its surface shimmering with iridescent energy ripples. Surrounding the city were densely packed temporary encampments and defensive fortifications, with smoke and ruins visible everywhere. A gigantic, ominously glowing crimson rift, the Wailing Chasm, appeared as a grotesque scar upon the earth, lurking several kilometers northwest of the city. Iron Bastion, one of humanity's last and most formidable strongholds established at the edge of the Blood Clan's forbidden territory. However, at that moment, the skies above the city were shrouded in thick, leaden gray clouds of an air defense alert, the piercing alarm audible even through the heavy cabin walls. Countless anti-aircraft turrets and energy beams, resembling vigilant hedgehogs, pointed skyward. An oppressive sense of impending storm enveloped the atmosphere. Edmund gazed upon this vast, cold city of steel, his heterochromatic eyes betraying no emotion. A new hunting ground had arrived, and he, bearing the essence of a king and intelligence potent enough to shake the highest echelons, along with the curse of an enraged demon god, was poised to step within. He would assume the role of a powerful yet dubious mercenary, utilizing every resource at his disposal to continue his path of consumption at the center of this apocalyptic storm. The transport aircraft, under the meticulous escort of several armed rotorcraft, gradually descended onto the frigid steel runway of the 7th Airport. The moment the cabin door swung open, a biting wind, infused with the scents of oil, metal, and gunpowder. Surged in. A squad clad in sleek black combat attire, adorned with law enforcement insignia and possessing hawkish gazes, stood expressionless, blocking the entrance. At their forefront, a stern-faced female officer, her epaulette adorned with the crossed sword insignia, swept her gaze like a scalpel over the disheveled quartet, ultimately resting on Edmund, who leaned against his seat, pale yet exuding a profound presence. Members of the Fisher investigation team, the officer's voice was cold and devoid of emotion as she formally announced, "I am Major Chiron from the 7th Investigation Division of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. According to Article 17 of the Emergency Management Regulations during wartime, you four, particularly you, Mr. Edmund Shadowthorn, must immediately undergo isolation inspection. All personal belongings will be sealed, including your spoils of war." Her gaze subtly directed towards the package at Barton's feet, which emanated an aura of the abyss. "Please cooperate with our procedures. Any resistance will be considered treason against humanity and will be met with lethal force." The chilling words, accompanied by the synchronized sound of soldiers chambering their weapons, instantly froze the air at the hatch. The journey's end awaited them not with triumphant cheers, but with cold shackles and an unfathomable whirlpool. Chapter 32, Iron Cage. Abyssal undercurrents. The isolation area of the steel fortress at the 7th Airport was transformed from an abandoned hangar. The heavy alloy gate descended, cutting off the noise and light from the outside world, leaving only the stark beams of high-intensity searchlights and the monotonous hum of the air circulation system. The air was filled with the acrid scent of disinfectant and ozone. Edmund and his companions were confined separately in 4 independent observation rooms crafted from transparent, high-strength polymer imbued with a trace of anti-magic metal. Outside the observation rooms were fully armed soldiers and technicians moving back and forth, with cold surveillance cameras monitoring every corner without exception. Edmund's observation room was particularly distinctive. The walls, floor, and even the ceiling were engraved with dim silver-gray runes, emanating a faint yet continuous energy fluctuation. This was a composite suppression barrier, integrating physical isolation, energy disruption, and mental protection, specifically designed to counter formidable, extraordinary individuals. Clearly, his significance was far greater than that of the others. He reclined in the cold alloy chair, closing his eyes to rest. The newly awakened ice prison blood flame flowed slowly within him under the system's intricate guidance, mending his injuries while devouring the last remnants of the Mammon source fragments within. With each circulation of energy, his mastery over this newfound power deepened, simultaneously suppressing the greedy thoughts that originated from the abyss. The formidable advantage of his mental attribute, 60 points, was unmistakably evident at this moment, allowing him to introspectively assess his condition with clarity and precisely control every fragment of his strength. System deep scan complete. Host source conflict, Mammon remnants, suppression progress, 92. Ice prison blood flame, prototype, stability increased to 65. The evolved system interface flowed with ice blue data streams within his consciousness, yielding analysis results that were increasingly precise and efficient. Passive detection, composite suppression barrier detected, level. Main effects, energy suppression, moderate, mental interference, weak, physical isolation, high. Possible solutions, based on host's current abilities. 1. Forcefully unleash the ice prison blood flame core. Success rate 87. Exposure risk 100. 2. Exploit spatial weak points. Requires assistance from Laya Starlight. Unfeasible. 3. Wait patiently for changes. Recommended. Environmental analysis. 37 external monitoring devices. 24 guarding soldiers, including 3 elite-level psychics. Threat level, low. However, a hidden energy response has been detected. King-level alert rune 1. Location, interrogation room direction. It is advised that the host maintain a state of weakness to feign vulnerability. A subtle, icy curve graced the corners of Edmund's lips. To feign weakness? This was indeed one of his most adept tricks. The door to the observation room slid open silently. The previously stern-faced Major Kalen entered, flanked by 2 technicians clutching data tablets and a sharp-eyed officer, whose temples bulged slightly, indicating formidable mental acuity. Edmund felt a twinge of trepidation. Major Kalen's voice remained frigid as she pulled a chair and seated herself opposite Edmund, her gaze scrutinizing him like a spotlight. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Major Kalen Walker from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, 7th Investigation Division. I am responsible for the preliminary inquiry into the Howling Rift incident and your personal circumstances. Major, Edmund replied, lifting his eyes slightly, his tone flat yet tinged with a hint of well-placed fatigue. The record begins now. Kaelin gestured to the technician beside her, and a hovering recording device illuminated with a red glow. Firstly, according to the squad's mission log and the initial report from Mage Leah Starshine, you exhibited capabilities far exceeding those documented in your mercenary profile, Elite Pinnacle, during the interdimensional exploration task codenamed Abyssal Corridor, particularly at the critical moment. When facing the King-level Demon Lord projection, Abyss Ripper Malzark, you single-handedly drew the majority of its fire and allegedly inflicted significant damage. Could you elaborate on the nature, source, and catalyst of the power you employed? The question struck at the heart of the matter, devoid of circumlocution. A near-death surge, Edmund replied succinctly, his voice hoarse. I employed an ancient secret technique, the cost being my lifespan and a severe injury to my essence. The nature of the power leans towards shadow and speed enhancement. The source is not to be disclosed, family heritage. He cast a half-truthful smokescreen. The notion of ancient family lineage had become commonplace since the resurgence of spiritual energy, serving as an excellent pretext for concealing secrets. Simultaneously, he deliberately stirred a trace of the unstable, faintly abyssal energy pulsating within him, rendering himself appear more feeble and disordered. The psychic officer beside him furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. He sensed the chaotic energy within Edmund, marked by the weakness of severe injury and a tinge of abyssal corruption. Yet, a deeper core was ensconced in a frigid, inscrutable power. He subtly shook his head at Kaelin. Kaelin's expression remained impassive, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Family heritage? Intriguing. Yet, how did you come to know the name Mammon, which you uttered just before losing consciousness, and the information regarding Mammons while eroding the dimensional barriers? According to Mage Leah's records, you fell into a coma after consuming a portion of that demon's essence, only to speak this name while unconscious. The crux of the matter had arrived. Edmund's mental faculties quietly heightened, his system's passive detection capabilities reaching their zenith. He perceived the subtle energy fluctuations beneath Major Kaelin's calm facade. When she mentioned the consumption of essence, her heart's rhythm and blood flow exhibited an exceedingly slight acceleration. She was concerned about this. Passive detection. Target, Kaelin Walker. Emotional fluctuation. Alertness. Inquiry. Deep-seated hidden greed, indicating potential interest in the ability to consume. Consumption? Edmund artfully displayed a semblance of confusion and anguish, raising a hand to massage his temple. No, that was not consumption. It was corruption. His voice sank, tinged with a lingering dread and the exquisite art of disguise. Before its demise, that demon forcefully infused my mind with the most vile thoughts and curses. The name Mammon, along with the fragmented knowledge of the rifts, lies at the very core of that maddening curse. They scream within my consciousness. I was nearly torn apart by it. As he described the ordeal, a faint, uncontrollable essence of pure greed, emanating from the depths of Mammon, escaped from him, causing the temperature in the observation room to drop several degrees. Even the psionic officer's complexion shifted, instinctively retreating a step. Major Kaelin's gaze finally flickered with intensity, sharp as a blade. Curses? Mental contamination? She leaned slightly forward, urging him to continue. At that moment, boom, a deep, thunderous sound reverberated, accompanied by violent tremors, erupting from the depths of the isolation zone. The entire observation room shook. A piercing alarm instantly filled the area. Red lights flashed erratically. An enemy assault. The soldiers outside roared. Energy outbreak. Zone 7. It's the temporary storage for the seized spoils. Urgent communications crackled in Kaelin's earpiece. The package from the blood scar of Barton. The abyssal energy is out of control. Something is awakening inside. Damn it. It's a trap. Kaelin's expression changed drastically, and she sprang to her feet. Keep an eye on him. She commanded the guards and psionic officers sternly, turning to charge towards the door. Almost simultaneously, whoosh, 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 3 shadows, swift as phantoms, materialized in the main corridor of the observation area, like blades tearing through darkness. Clad in tight black combat suits, their faces obscured by featureless white masks. The masks bore a twisted, dark red rune resembling the maw of the abyss. In their hands, they wielded not firearms, but peculiar, bone-like short blades and claws, radiating a potent aura of abyssal energy. Their target was unmistakably clear: Edmund's observation room. The foremost figure swung an arm, unleashing a chain wreathed in pitch-black demonic flames that shot forth like a venomous serpent, crashing violently against the transparent polymer wall. The wall, infused with anti-magic metal capable of withstanding Lord-level attacks, emitted a sizzling sound under the corrosive touch of the flaming chain, immediately spiderwebbing with cracks. Abyssal artifacts. Shadow stingers. They are members of the cult. The psionic officer's face paled in horror, instantly recognizing their distinctive masks and weapons. Without hesitation, he drew his psionic shock pistol from his waist and fired at the assailants. A dazzling beam of psionic energy shot forth. However, the leading shadow merely waved a hand, conjuring a swirling vortex that devoured the psionic beam entirely. A hoarse, indistinguishable voice emanated from beneath the mask. Target: Devourer. Eliminate. The second and third chains of demonic flames followed, crashing against the already cracked wall. Boom! The resilient, transparent wall finally succumbed to the pressure, shattering explosively. 3 well-trained assassins, equipped with abyssal artifacts, surged like sharks sensing blood, propelled by lethal intent, as they lunged towards the seemingly defenseless and weakened Edmund within the observation room. At this moment, Major Kylan, who had just dashed to the door, was jolted by a violent shockwave from the explosion, leaving her unable to provide assistance in time. The guard's firearms had only just been aimed. In a critical instant, Edmund remained seated, his head bowed. Yet, amidst the swirling dust of the shattered wall, in the fleeting second before the deadly blade was to graze his neck, a flicker of icy blue flame ignited in his left eye, while a glimmer of dark red magma ignited in his right, reminiscent of the last flicker of light before a dormant volcano awakens, illuminating silently. The Abyssal Hunter? How splendid! A new prey has willingly delivered itself. Chapter 33, Bloodline Pursuit. Whispers of shadows deep within the Iron Bastion, in the extraordinary containment and research facility codenamed Silent Wall. Situated 130 meters underground, there was no natural sunlight. Instead, cold white fluorescent strips embedded in the alloy walls cast a monotonous glow. The air was saturated with the scent of disinfectant, mingled with the chill of metal and a faint energy field. The heavy composite armor door slid open silently, and Major Kylan led Edmund into a narrow corridor lined with silver metal doors, each marked with a number and adorned with intricate energy runes and observation windows. This was a place for the confinement and study of the most perilous and enigmatic extraordinary entities, shrouded in absolute secrecy and oppression. Your diagnostic report is ready, Edmund. Kylan's voice resonated clearly in the emptiness of the corridor as she handed him a slender data tablet. The Central Bastion, in conjunction with the Arcane Society's 3 high-ranking soul masters, has conducted an in-depth mental scan of you. The conclusion is that your soul core has indeed suffered from the corrosive curse of Mammon's essence, assessed as a persistent source of mental contamination. The imprint itself cannot be removed by existing means. It is like a deep anchor embedded in your soul, continuously distorting your will, amplifying instincts of greed and consumption, and potentially serving as a beacon for Mammon's essence to locate you. Edmund accepted the data tablet, the cold screen displaying a cascade of intricate and obscure charts and terminology. Abyssal will assimilation rate, 78, fluctuations rising, soul entropy value abnormally elevated. Mammon's mental imprint deeply bound to host's core. Prediction: prolonged exposure to high-intensity abyssal energy environments or severe emotional fluctuations will accelerate the erosion process. The revelations were alarming. The good news was that Kylan continued her stride toward a particularly heavy silver door at the end of the corridor, inscribed with even more runes. Based on the intelligence you've brought back regarding Mammon, and your critical performance during the Wailing Chasm crisis, albeit with questionable methods, the Joint Command of the Iron Bastion has determined that you are not currently classified as a hostile threat. Her finger pressed against the door's biometric scanner, and with a soft hydraulic sound accompanied by a green light scan, the door slid open. However, you must be placed under the highest level of surveillance and undergo necessary symptom management. Beyond the door lay a laboratory imbued with high-tech sophistication. At its center was a cylindrical, transparent life pod suspended within a pale blue energy field. The pod was connected to a dense network of tubes leading to precision instruments adorned with flickering indicator lights. The air was thick with an even stronger scent of disinfectant and a faint trace of ozone. 2 technicians clad in white sealed research suits, their faces obscured by full coverage visors, busily attended to the control panel. This was the Silent Nest laboratory, where Kylan gestured for Edmund to observe the life pod. Within the pod, instead of conventional nutrient solution, a highly purified, high-concentration stream of inert starlight particles flowed. This substance effectively insulated against the majority of external energy radiation, including the abyssal magical fluctuations emanating from the rift, and could significantly delay the erosion of the imprint upon one's soul. Theoretically, it could afford him precious moments of stability. Edmund's gaze swept over the instruments and the life pod, his heterochromatic eyes, one icy blue and the other a deep crimson, lacking any discernible emotion. Starlight particles? A means to delay erosion? It felt more like a different form of confinement. He could acutely sense the energy suppression fields and spatial lockdown arrays surrounding the life pod, potent enough to incapacitate even a monarch-level entity in an instant. Passive detection, high-concentration starlight particle environment, soul pollution suppression effect, moderate. Composite energy suppression field, level. Spatial stabilization anchor, level. Threat assessment, extremely high. System energy operation efficiency expected to decline by 45. Forced breach requires consumption of source core energy, estimated loss, 50. Success rate below 35. The evolved system analyzed the environment with chilling precision. Was this the condition of their cooperation? Edmund's voice was flat. It is both a safeguard and an observation. Kylan met his gaze directly, stating, "We need to ascertain your controllability, Edmund. Your power could prove a double-edged sword against the Iron Bastion and even the entire human faction. Until the threat of the Howling Rift is entirely neutralized, we must wield this sword ourselves, rather than allow it to be seized by the Abyss or other forces." Her words carried an unspoken implication. Enter the life pod and submit to monitoring. We shall provide you with an ample supply of high-purity blood crystal, a magical or imbued with life energy, to aid in stabilizing your condition. Concurrently, you will be required to cooperate with our research by supplying intelligence regarding the Mammon imprint and the Howling Rift. In return, you will attain the status of a strategic-level special consultant within the Iron Bastion, along with associated privileges, including limited access to the highest-level information repository and necessary operational freedom under monitoring. It was a blatant transaction of freedom for temporary sanctuary and resources, while simultaneously becoming a subject of research. Edmund fell silent for several seconds, sensing Kylan's underlying intent, a profound interest in his devouring abilities, evidently wishing to study and even replicate such a formidable power. Yet, he indeed required an absolutely secure environment to fully assimilate the essence of Mammon, solidify his demigod-level strength, and attempt to suppress the accursed erosion of the imprint. Blood crystals were also an urgently needed resource. Moreover, the status of a strategic-level special consultant would greatly facilitate his subsequent actions. Very well. Edmund finally nodded, his tone devoid of emotion. But I need assurance that during my cooperation, no one from the Holy Light Church's tribunal may approach within 100 meters of me. He vividly recalled Leo's gaze, one that regarded him as a heretic and the ever-looming threat of divine retribution. This I can guarantee. Kylan responded without hesitation. The hand of the tribunal has yet to penetrate the core of the wall of silence. She signaled for 2 researchers to activate the life pod. The cylindrical hatch slid open silently, and the frigid breath of starlit particles enveloped him. Edmund stepped inside, the icy liquid instantaneously enveloping his body, imparting a peculiar sensation akin to being immersed in the vacuum of the cosmos. The hatch closed, and countless tiny probes emerged from the pod's walls like living creatures, gently adhering to his skin and temples. Warning: high-dimensional monitoring system activated. Host physiological data, energy fluctuations, and soul state entering real-time upload status. High-purity blood crystal energy supply detected. Level: Monarch. Absorption rate increased by 300. Stability of infernal blood flame enhanced. Mammon spiritual imprint activation detection. Current fluctuation value: low. Suppressed by starlit particle environment. System entering low-power stealth mode. Passive defense protocol activated. The laboratory lights dimmed, leaving only the faint glow of the instrument screens. Kyran gazed through the transparent pod wall at the suspended Edmund. His eyes closed, her expression profound and intricate. In a hushed tone, she instructed the technicians, highest-level monitoring. Pay special attention to his interaction data with the Mammon imprint. as well as any records of energy reactions that are neither of the blood kin nor of abyssal nature, particularly those with the characteristics of ice and fire intermingled. Chapter 34. The Scarlet Moon and the Baroness Fangs 7 days later. On the northwestern periphery of the Iron Barrier, in the buffer zone codenamed Rustbone Wasteland. Once a landfill for industrial waste from a bygone era, it now lay as an ugly expanse of undulating hills formed from corroded metal and bleak soil, exuding a pungent odor of rust and chemical pollutants. Sparse, twisted black trees loomed like dying giants, their arms reaching toward the leaden sky. In the depressions, stagnant pools of murky water emitted a foul stench, occasionally revealing the skeletal remains of low-tier magical beasts, gnawed to the bone. This was the outermost edge of the Iron Barrier, one of the most perilous zones frequented by magical beasts and wandering demons. Edmund donned the black combat suit provided by Chiron, adorned with faint optical camouflage and anti-magic coatings. Moving silently like a ghost merged with the shadows across a rusted metal ridge. His presence was perfectly concealed. Even the crunch of the corroded metal beneath his feet produced no sound. After 7 days of intensive recuperation and the absorption of a considerable amount of monarch-level blood crystals, his condition had recovered significantly. Host: Edmund Darkthorn. Origin level: demigod. Initial stability. Status: health 95, blood energy 4200 5500. Stability of infernal blood flame 82. Mammon spiritual imprint contamination 81, suppressed by starlit particle environment. Minor fluctuations. System energy 100, stealth mode. His status as a strategic level consultant afforded him certain advantages, such as an encrypted electronic map marked with several active rift points and suspected nests of high-tier magical beasts, along with a briefing from the intelligence department regarding recent anomalies in the Bloodkin's forbidden domain. The briefing noted that the Shadow Clan, a prominent faction under the Darkmoon Council, one of the most formidable alliances of the bloodline descendants, has been engaging in frequent activities, seemingly in search of some significant lost artifact, and has had several minor skirmishes with the patrols surrounding the Iron Barrier. Edmund's objective was clear: to hunt a sufficient number of high-quality prey to further consolidate his power, while also attempting to glean information regarding the cold prison or those bloodline descendants who eyed him with predatory intent. The Rustbone Waste served as his hunting ground. He paused behind a massive, rust-pocked, gear-shaped metal remnant, his sharp gaze sweeping over the relatively flat expanse below. 3 rusted behemoth lizards, each the size of a small truck, were tearing into the carcass of an unidentified large magical beast. Their bodies were cloaked in thick, rust-like scales, and their mouths dripped with a highly corrosive, dark green slime, exuding the energy fluctuations typical of a lord-level creature. A delightful appetizer indeed. Just as Edmund prepared to strike, the evolved system within his consciousness emitted a faint hum, perceptible only to him. Passive detection alert. High energy response approaching. Source: due east. Distance: 12 kilometers. Energy characteristic analysis: high purity blood energy, dark curse inclination, spatial fluctuation, faint. Strength assessment: peak lord level, approaching king threshold. Matching database criteria for high-ranking members of the Bloodline Descendants Shadow Clan. Warning: target's trajectory indicates movement towards the host location. Extremely high concealment. Suspected to possess advanced stealth capabilities. Threat level medium-high. Recommendation: immediate evasion or prepare for confrontation. The Bloodline Descendants. They have arrived so swiftly? And at the peak lord level. Edmund's pupils constricted as he instantaneously abandoned his notion of hunting the lizards. His body, like weightless smoke, retreated into the complex shadows cast by the metallic remnants, his presence entirely vanishing. He summoned a flicker of nascent ice prison blood flame, the chilling and searing energies intertwining at his fingertips. Merely a few heartbeats later, a hum resonated. In the air less than 10 meters from where he had just stood, the space rippled as if a stone had been cast into a placid pond, creating a barely perceptible wave. At the center of this disturbance, a figure of elegance and danger emerged, as if stepping from a painting. It was an extraordinarily handsome male bloodline descendant, appearing no older than 25 or 26, with skin of a chilling alabaster and eyes resembling the finest rubies, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. He donned a perfectly tailored, classical noble attire that seemed woven from flowing shadows, the edges embroidered with delicate silver threads. In his hand, he held a slender staff topped with a large obsidian. exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he were strolling through his own garden rather than a foul wasteland. Yet, the palpable aura of icy, sanguine pressure surrounding him unmistakably signified his formidable power at the peak lord level. It was the Viscount Carroll of the Shadow Clan. Carroll elegantly tapped his staff lightly against the ground, his ruby-like eyes sweeping over the spot where Edmund had just vanished, a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk playing at the corners of his lips, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. What an intoxicating aura of antiquity! Even when mingled with the abyss's filth and the acrid scent of human steel, shines like a lighthouse in the night. His voice, deep and melodious, carries an unusual cadence that seems to pluck at the very strings of the heart. Allow me to introduce myself, esteemed Lord of the Ruins. Or perhaps I should refer to you as one of the lost origins of our kin. He inclined slightly, performing an impeccable ancient bloodline courtesy. I am Carroll Nightshade, sent by the Dark Moon Council to welcome a wandering ancestor back to his rightful realm. In the depths of the Forbidden Domain, the dust of the Bone Throne has awaited you far too long. His words were respectful, yet within the depths of his ruby eyes burned an unabashed greed and desire. He could distinctly sense the primal essence within the other, a source that made his very blood boil with anticipation, the ultimate origin from the first generation. If he could consume the realm of this king, it would be within his grasp. Edmund, shrouded in shadows, felt a chill in his heart. The Dark Moon Council, the Bone Throne. Not only had they pinpointed his location with precision, but they also seemed to know parts of his forgotten past. Had they come seeking the ancestral essence he had devoured, or was it for him personally? The Dark Moon Council? Edmund's voice echoed like a cold wind through the crevices of metallic debris, imbued with the indifference and pressure characteristic of the first generation. A congregation of usurpers dares to represent the will of the bloodline? Begone, and tell the one who sent you that I harbor no interest in your invitation. He deliberately summoned a trace of the primal essence, as if an invisible hammer bore down upon the other. Carroll's elegant smile faltered slightly, his blood energy roiling under the impact of that pure, ancient pressure. Yet, the greed in his eyes burned even brighter. Powerful, too powerful. Merely a hint of released essence sent a thrill through him. This only further attested to the other's worth. Why should the ancestor be angered? Carroll maintained his smile, though the obsidian staff in his hand began to emanate a shadowy glow. The council is well aware that you have just endured a fierce battle and have yet to recover. They have prepared a modest gift for you, which may assist in restoring your former glory. Before he could finish, his obsidian staff suddenly halted. Boom. At the point of the staff's impact, a viscous, blood-red aura rapidly expanded, enveloping 100-meter diameter. Within the confines of the aura, space seemed to freeze, light dimmed dramatically, and the air filled with a strong scent of rust and an even more nauseating stench of blood. The metallic debris on the ground quickly became coated in crimson rust, and the three-headed corroded lizard let out a terrified wail, its massive form visibly withering, crumbling, and ultimately transforming into 3 piles of dark red dust. Warning: high-level bloodline domain detected. Crimson corrosion. Effect: enhanced life drain. Area: metal decay, augmented. Spatial confinement, minor. Host life value: 1 second. Domain corruption. Speed reduced by 25. Threat level elevated. Target has initiated an attack. Is this modest gift to your satisfaction, ancestor? Carroll's figure appeared as if teleporting above the metallic debris where Edmund concealed himself, his ruby eyes locking onto the shadow, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Should you persist in rejecting the council's goodwill, I shall have to personally escort you back. He gracefully raised his right hand, and in an instant, the 5 fingernails erupted, transforming into gleaming crimson claws that shimmered with a metallic sheen, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air as they lunged towards the shadow where Edmund was concealed. There was no escape. Seeking death, from within the shadow, a chilling roar reverberated. Edmund's figure burst forth like a bolt of lightning, shattering the night. No longer merely a blur of speed, at the moment his silhouette emerged. An ethereal blue flame of ice surged from his left arm, while his right fist was enveloped in a searing dark red lava. The forces of ice and fire were forcibly intertwined, exuding a cataclysmic instability as he struck towards Carroll's blood claws. Crimson claws of ice prison and blood flame. Boom. The deafening explosion of energy resonated across the wasteland. A terrifying shockwave of energy spread outward like a tsunami, stripping away layers from the surrounding metallic hills. The viscous crimson realm of corrosion trembled violently, emitting a groan under the unbearable strain. The elegant smile on Carol's face froze in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment. He felt as though his claws were simultaneously grasping a millennia-old glacier and the core of bubbling lava. An extreme chill surged through the claws, attempting to freeze his very essence, while another wave of terrifying heat invaded, ruthlessly incinerating his blood energy. More terrifying still, these two opposing forces clashed and annihilated each other, generating an even more ferocious tearing energy. Ugh! Carol let out a muffled groan, his body convulsing as if struck head-on by a battering ram, uncontrollably propelled backward. His claws, coated in crimson energy, were instantly marred by fine ice fissures, with signs of melting at the edges. The pinnacle defense he prided himself on seemed utterly fragile in the face of this bizarre power. What kind of force is this? Carol steadied himself, his ruby eyes filled with disbelief and intense pain. The intelligence reports had only mentioned the opponent's swiftness and formidable recovery abilities, suggesting mastery of some dark devouring power. But no one had warned him that this force was so strangely tyrannical. Edmund's silhouette emerged from the cloud of dust, utterly motionless. He slowly retracted his fist. The ethereal blue flames danced upon his left arm, while the remnants of dark red lava still lingered around his right fist. He gazed at the retreating Carol, his heterochromatic eyes now devoid of anything but pure, icy malice. "Your humble gift has been received." Edmund's voice resonated as if from the depths of the abyss. "Now it is time for my return gift." Suddenly, he vanished. His speed surpassed that of before. In the next moment, he appeared as if teleporting to Carol's side. With fingers splayed, his left hand formed a highly compressed energy sphere of ice prison blood flame. The outer layer ethereal blue, while the core pulsed dark red, coalescing violently, causing the surrounding space to crackle under the ferocious energy fluctuations. Without a hint of hesitation, he thrust it fiercely towards Carol's chest. Carol's scalp prickled. The shadow of death loomed instantly. He screamed, unleashing a desperate surge of blood energy from within. Behind him, a pair of colossal bat wings, composed entirely of pure shadow energy, erupted. The wings flapped wildly, propelling him into a frantic evasive maneuver. Simultaneously, the obsidian staff in his hand erupted with a blinding crimson radiance, instantaneously forming a formidable scarlet blood shield before him. Boom! The icy prison blood flame energy sphere collided violently with the scarlet shield. There was no stalemate. The outer layer of ethereal blue ice flames clashed fiercely with the crimson blood shield, annihilating each other. The inner core of dark red molten lava pierced through the ice, searing a substantial hole in the center of the blood shield. A tempestuous surge of mixed energy surged forth. Gush! Carol spewed forth a torrent of dark golden blood, infused with potent life essence, as the fabric of his chest garment and protective blood energy were swiftly reduced to ash. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, appeared on his chest, its edges charred and mixed with icy crystals. He could even detect the acrid scent of his own flesh being simultaneously incinerated and frozen. The excruciating pain and the debilitating sense of injury overwhelmed him like a raging tide. Impossible! He let out a terrified, desperate shriek, devoid of any trace of elegance or greed, leaving only the stark terror of facing an overwhelming force. The power he once took pride in was utterly impotent before his adversary. This was far from the lord-level intelligence he had received. Edmund, having landed a successful strike, did not pause for a moment. His figure vanished like a specter, reappearing above Carol's trajectory of flight. His right leg, ablaze with icy prison blood flames, was raised high, akin to the blade of a guillotine, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek as it descended upon Carol's neck. He aimed to eliminate this nuisance once and for all. At this critical juncture, a seemingly inconspicuous black metal necklace pendant, shaped like a coiled bat, hanging from Carol's neck, suddenly erupted with a blinding, deep purple light. Buzz! An overwhelming, ancient, decayed, and coldly domineering presence descended, reminiscent of a slumbering primordial beast awakening. The deep purple glow coalesced into a colossal energy claw, covered in fine purple-black scales, shrieking as it tore through space, meeting Edmund's descending leg with ferocity. This power was royal level. Moreover, it bore the indelible will of a bloodline monarch. Boom! An explosion tenfold more intense than before swept across the rusted bone wasteland. The earth was overturned as if plowed by a giant plow, and countless metallic remnants were hurled into the sky. Edmund's figure was violently propelled away like a cannonball. The deep purple energy claw shattered, transforming into a myriad of dispersing purple-black light points. Thud! Carol collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his chest wound. His breath reduced to a mere whisper, barely sustained by the dimming bat pendant that shielded his heart. He gazed at Edmund, who was slowly rising from the ruins in the distance, his eyes filled with dread and profound resentment. Edmund wiped away a trickle of dark golden blood from the corner of his mouth. Health. 88. His gaze fixated on the pendant adorning Carol's chest with grave intensity. It seemed the Moonlit Council had invested heavily this time. The ancestors were indeed unfathomable. Carol gasped for breath, struggling to rise, but the council would not relent. The next time would be his end. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Edmund's figure, like a specter penetrating through space, silently materialized before him. A hand, cloaked in cold, scale-like azure flames, descended upon him like a harbinger of death, heedless of his dwindling protective blood energy, and with a precision both ruthless and chilling. It pressed against his blood-stained face, contorted in terror. There would be no second chance. Edmund's voice resonated like the whisper of the Grim Reaper. The Source Requiem is activated. No. Carol let out a soul-piercing wail of despair. He could distinctly sense that the pure blood energy he had painstakingly cultivated over centuries, along with the essence of his life and soul, was being drawn forth uncontrollably, like a torrent breaching a dam, as that icy hand voraciously siphoned and consumed him. He struggled, his bat-like wings thrashing wildly, and his nails carved deep crimson lines into Edmund's arm. Yet all resistance seemed futile against the absolute devouring power of Source Requiem. In mere moments, Carol Nightshade, the pinnacle of a lord-level vampire, withered like a desiccated husk, his ruby eyes devoid of all brilliance, ultimately fading into a realm of lifeless gray. The immense vitality and the ancestral knowledge within him surged forth like a refreshing spring into Edmund's parched core of origin. Devouring successful. Absorb the life source of Nightshade Clan's Viscount, pinnacle, lord level. Acquired. Blood energy, 800. Current blood energy, 50005500. Acquired. Agility, attribute 3. Strength, attribute 2. Spirit, attribute 1. Analyzed bloodline memory fragments. Partial structure of the Dark Moon Council, shadow transmigration of the Nightshade Clan, partial, recent movements of the Skeletal Throne. Warning. Detected highly contaminated bloodline curse source, originating from the Nightshade Clan's bloodline core. Warning. This curse source resonates with the Mammon's spiritual mark, generating unknown feedback. Erosion rate accelerating. A chilling thought, far more ferocious and imbued with hatred, greed, and a thirst for blood, surged into Edmund's consciousness like a breaking dam. Mingling with the whispers of the Mammon mark, his left eye was instantly shrouded in a dense azure hue, while the right ignited with a violent dark red glow. Across his skin, fine dark golden scales erupted uncontrollably, only to swiftly vanish. The enhancement brought by the Devouring was indeed immense. Yet the backlash of the curse and the resonance with the Mammon mark caused his mental pollution levels to soar like a rocket. Mental pollution level, 81-103. Mammon mark activity, low-medium. Edmund abruptly cast aside Carol's emaciated corpse, his body swaying momentarily before he steadied himself against a twisted metallic wreckage. He gasped for breath. The frenzied clash of madness and cold rationality raging within his heterochromatic eyes. He struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to devour and the impulse to kill surging through his mind. Just then, the evolved system interface erupted in a blinding crimson alert within his tumultuous consciousness. Extreme danger warning. Detected massive-scale spatial transmission fluctuations. Coordinates. Due north, core zone of the Vampire Forbidden Domain. Energy level, Pinnacle Monarch. Spatial fluctuation characteristics. Highly consistent with the Skeletal Throne ruins. Warning. This fluctuation carries a strong spatial anchoring signal. Target suspected to be locking onto the host's current coordinates. Estimated arrival time, 3 minutes, 17 seconds. Threat level, fatal. Suggestion. Immediately initiate the highest priority spatial leap, requiring the consumption of 50 primal core energy. Coordinates randomized. Repeat. Evade at once. The Skeletal Throne of the Sovereign level is locking onto coordinates. Edmund abruptly lifted his gaze toward the northern sky, shrouded in leaden clouds. As his icy pupils constricted with alarm, the retribution from the Dark Moon Council came swifter and more ferocious than he had anticipated. It was likely not merely a viscount, but a true duke, a sovereign-level entity. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcibly suppressed the surging curse backlash and the insatiable desire within him, igniting the core of his ice-prisoned blood flame to its utmost limit. His left hand swelled with a ghostly blue flame, striking fiercely against the twisted metallic ground beneath him. Open! With a deep, thunderous roar, the ghostly blue flames spread forth, imbued with a chilling essence that froze the very space around him, instantly solidifying the metal and earth beneath him, rendering them brittle. Simultaneously, his right fist erupted in dark red lava, radiating a searing heat that crashed down upon the frozen ground. Boom! A deep pit, several meters in diameter, formed instantaneously, its edges adorned with glistening ice crystals and molten metal. At the bottom of the pit, the stability of space was violently torn apart by the terrifying forces of ice and fire, revealing a pitch-black rift that flickered with unstable electric currents. From the depths of the rift, a tempestuous breath of chaotic spatial currents surged forth. Edmund, without a trace of hesitation, leaped into the fissure leading to the unknown coordinates of space. His figure was swiftly engulfed by darkness. Barely 2 minutes after his disappearance, a thunderous roar echoed across the northern sky as a colossal, blood-red beam of light descended from the heavens. Within the beam, a phantom of a throne, constructed from countless massive bones and exuding an aura of ancient death, slowly materialized. Upon the throne, a figure enveloped in dense dark red mist, its features obscured but radiating an overwhelming sovereign-level pressure that made the entire rusted bone wasteland tremble, gradually opened its eyes. Those eyes, akin to 2 chilling blood moons, instantly locked onto the desiccated corpse of Carol and the residual spatial fluctuations left in Edmund's wake. An ancient bloodline tongue, infused with boundless fury and a cold, murderous intent, reverberated across the wasteland like thunder. Defiler, you cannot escape. Chapter 35. The Wrath of the Consuming Viscount Duke. Carol Nightshadow's pupils dilated in extreme terror, resembling cracked rubies. He could feel the ice-prisoned blood flames invading him like a maggot burrowing into flesh. The destructive energy of cold and heat intertwined not only frantically eroded his blood energy barrier, but more terrifyingly, that power seemed to possess a bizarre devouring quality, akin to a greedy maw, tearing apart and dissolving his core essence. No, Carol let out a piercing scream, not of pain, but of primal fear stemming from the depths of his bloodline, confronted with a higher existence. He finally recognized that the being before him was far from merely possessing the original primal essence. There was something within him closer to the terrifying nature of an abyssal demon. Desperately, he summoned all his blood energy, attempting to expel the ice-prisoned blood flames from his body, his shadow bat wings tearing through the air as he recklessly sought distance. But it was too late. Edmund's figure clung to him like a specter, the frigid gaze fixated on the heart of Carol, fingers of the right hand curling into claws. As a sphere of even more concentrated and violent energy, the ice inferno blood flame swiftly took shape within his palm. This time, it transcended mere energy impact, invoking the innate core of essence reversion. Your avarice, your essence now belongs to me, accompanied by the chilling whisper of Edmund, akin to a specter's proclamation. The right claw, enveloped in destructive energy, disregarded Carol's futile struggles and protective blood energy, piercing through the snow like a searing iron, ruthlessly imprinted upon his chest. With a soft hiss, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only a heart-stopping sound reminiscent of countless minute serrations ravenously gnawing and grinding the very essence of the soul. Activating talent. Essence reversion. Target locked. Carol Nightshadow, peak Lord-class bloodline. Initiating forced consumption of target's life essence and soul essence. The evolved system interface flickered violently within Edmund's consciousness, icy blue data streams cascading like a waterfall, guiding the core process of consumption. Oh, Carol's body convulsed violently, unleashing unimaginable wails of agony. Centered around the point of impact, his form visibly collapsed and withered. His skin lost its luster, resembling desiccated leather, while his ruby-like eyes dimmed rapidly, leaving only unending fear and despair. The blood energy within him, The power of dark curses cultivated over centuries, and all the forces that constituted his existence were relentlessly drawn forth by an irresistible, overwhelming suction, transforming into thick, viscous streams of crimson light, surging into Edmund's arms. Simultaneously, a torrent of mental impacts, intermingled with fragments of Carol's memories accumulated over centuries, flooded into Edmund's mind like a deluge breaching its dam. The cold and eerie night shadow castle, the flickering candlelit long table, and the shadowy directives from the Dark Moon Council, all revealed a voracious desire for the Devourer of Ruins, an intense fervor to touch the realm of kings, fragments of ancient calls regarding the throne of bones, shattered oaths, and clues about a lost relic deemed invaluable by the council. Another, more formidable presence, Duke Viceras, drew forth the deepest fears from Carol's soul. The true trump card dispatched by the council. These memories surged violently against Edmund's consciousness, seeking to taint his thoughts. Yet, Edmund's soul had long been tempered through the perilous act of devouring Mammon's avatar. His mental fortitude, soaring to an impressive 60 points, remained as steadfast as a rock. With a mind as cold as steel, and aided by the system, he meticulously filtered through the useless memory fragments like a finely woven sieve, capturing only the most critical information and purest essence of energy. Most impurities concerning Carol's personal emotions and chaotic thoughts were directly crushed and expelled. Consumption completion, 456080. The system prompt flickered rapidly. Carol's body was reduced to the last vestiges of a desiccated outline, akin to a mummy weathered over millennia. However, just as the consumption was on the verge of completion, a hum resonated. An indescribable aura of terror descended, akin to an ocean of blood engulfing the heavens. The entire rusted bone wasteland seemed to have been frozen in time. The leaden sky was suddenly stained a heart-wrenching shade of dark red, reminiscent of congealed blood. The air was thick and viscous, akin to plasma, saturated with the nauseating sense of rust and decay. The once weakened and crumbling realm of scarlet corrosion, previously suppressed by the icy prison of blood flames, surged with a frenzied vitality, expanding and solidifying in an instant. Its scope had multiplied tenfold or more. Within this domain, all metallic remnants emitted sharp, anguished groans, as if being crushed by an invisible force, instantly reduced to powder. Even the very fabric of space rippled with dark red undulations. A colossal rune, entirely composed of viscous plasma, twisted into a thorny bat emblem, materialized above Edmund's head against the dark crimson canopy. It radiated boundless malice and a kingly aura of terror. This was the ancient curse mark of the bloodline, the bloodline hunter's mark. Warning: detection of ultra-high-tier energy reaction. Locking onto the host. Energy characteristics: pure blood energy, king level. Curse law, strong. Spatial positioning, locked. Matching database: corresponds to the core powerhouse of the bloodline legacy. The Nightshade clan, Duke Viceras of the Scarlet Storm. Threat level, lethal. Immediate evasion required. The system's alarm surged to its highest level. Edmund's complexion shifted dramatically. Viceras, a Duke-level powerhouse of the Dark Moon Council, a true kingly entity, far surpassing the level of Carol. The opponent had not tracked him through conventional means, but rather through a curse technique deeply rooted in the core of Carol's bloodline. Forcibly tearing through space at the moment of Carol's near death or demise, projecting their power and even their will. This was nothing short of a trap. Carol was merely a discarded bait. Ants, how dare they desecrate the blood of Nightshade? An enraged voice, like thunder reverberating deep within the soul, echoed across the wasteland. This voice did not emanate from the external world, but directly impacted Edmund's spiritual core. It carried a terrifying spiritual shock and the crushing will of a king. The enormous blood-red thorny bat emblem in the sky suddenly blazed with blinding crimson light. A terrifying blood-red beam, composed entirely of concentrated king-level blood energy and entwined with countless malevolent curse runes, over 10 meters in diameter, descended like a spear of judgment, disregarding spatial distance, bearing an aura of annihilation toward Edmund. Before the attack even arrived, the purest blood energy pressure and curse power had already made Edmund's bones groan painfully, causing the essence he had just absorbed from Carol, not yet fully digested, to violently convulse, nearly bursting forth. Even more terrifying was the sudden tremor of the Mammon brand deep within his soul, as if stimulated, causing its level of corruption to surge dramatically. Warning: Mammon's spiritual brand contamination level is rising sharply. 859,093. Warning: the host faces dual strikes of soul annihilation and law-level curses. Conventional evasion is ineffective. Emergency plan 1. Detonate the undigested primordial energy to forcibly create a chaotic energy displacement attack. Success rate 15. Severe injury, near death. 2. Deeply stimulate the ice prison blood flame core for a direct confrontation. Success rate 30. Severe damage to the primordial source. Risk of Mammon's mark spiraling out of control increases. 3. Initiate a deep protocol analysis of the system, consuming all reserve energy and part of the host's primordial source to simulate phase displacement. Success rate unknown. On the brink of life and death, an unprecedented madness erupted in Edmund's eyes. Faced with a strike potent enough to annihilate even a monarch, any hesitation would equate to suicide. He was left with no time to choose. Roar. Edmund unleashed a roar that was anything but human. He did not choose to evade. Instead, he detonated the chaotic and untamed blood energy and soul essence he had just consumed from Carol, alongside the suppressed ice prison blood flame core and the stirring power of Mammon's mark, all at once. Boom! A torrent of destructive energy, far exceeding the limits of a lord, erupted around Edmund, infused with chaotic tearing sensations, mingled with azure ice flames, dark red lava, and wisps of abyssal, demonic energy. This was not a defense, it was a desperate counterattack. He sought to force a breach amidst the overwhelming pressure of the monarch. The frigid and searing extremes of the ice prison blood flame, the shadows and curses from Carol's primordial source, and the avaricious corruption of Mammon's mark. These disparate and even conflicting forces were forcibly fused, compressed under Edmund's unmatched willpower, transforming into a distorted and unstable chaotic torrent that surged upward. In the next moment, rumbling, two destructive energy torrents collided violently in midair. The impact did not produce the expected earth-shattering explosion. Rather, it resembled the birth of a colossal, silent energy annihilation point. The space at the collision core shattered like fragile glass, collapsing into a terrifying black vortex with a diameter of several dozen meters. The rampant energy turbulence acted like millions of sharp razors, mercilessly slicing and obliterating everything around it. Rusted metal hills were silently reduced to ash, and the ground was scraped away to depths of several meters. Edmund was struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, his body propelled backward like a cannonball. Blood gushed from his mouth, accompanied by fragments of his internal organs. The energy torrent he had forcibly fused could barely withstand half a second before being torn apart and annihilated by the monarch-level blood energy curse beam. The residual crimson beam penetrated through his left shoulder like a maggot burrowing into bone. Thud! A horrifying, bowl-sized puncture wound appeared. The edges of the wound did not bleed but were instead covered with a layer of viscous, writhing dark red cursed energy that relentlessly corroded flesh, impeding the vampire's formidable self-healing abilities. Moreover, a chilling and malicious monarch's will, like a venomous serpent, slithered into his body through the wound, violently assaulting his spiritual core and primordial source. Host sustained severe damage. Life value, 32. Continuously declining. Left shoulder penetration wound. Curse erosion self-healing ability suppressed by 99. Ongoing soul damage. Vizoratha's cursed will invasion. Temporarily decreased mental attributes by 15 points during soul strength resistance. Mammon's mental mark contamination level, 101. Continuously rising. Warning, critical point approaching. The system alarm blared incessantly. Edmund's body crashed into the metallic ruins hundreds of meters away, stirring up a cloud of rust-laden dust. Agonizing pain engulfed him like a relentless tide, as the corrosive nature of the curse and the overwhelming force of the sovereign's will plunged him into darkness, threatening to tear his very soul apart. The potency of Vizoratha's projection exceeded all expectations. With but a single strike, he found himself teetering on the brink of annihilation. In the heavens above, the immense blood-red, thorned bat emblem flickered slightly, seemingly surprised that Edmund had withstood the blow without being reduced to ashes. Vizoratha's voice, imbued with an aura of unfathomable authority and lethal intent, resonated once more, laced with a frigid mockery. To endure the Duke's scarlet lament and not be instantly reduced to cinders, your lineage indeed possesses some intrigue. Alas, This is where it ends. Your essence and that object will be claimed by the council. The emblem glowed anew, coalescing into an even more terrifying energy. This time, it would be a true execution. Edmund struggled to rise from the debris, yet the curse's corrosion and the searing pain in his soul rendered him sluggish. The shadow of death had never appeared so stark. The crushing weight of a sovereign's might loomed like an unfathomable chasm. However, just as Viceras prepared to unleash his second strike, a sudden hum erupted. The relic, a fragment of the ancient bloodline artifact that Edmund had secured deep within the throne of bones, unexpectedly radiated an intense heat. A faint yet profoundly pure and ancient will surged forth from the shard, awakening as if disturbed from a long slumber, akin to a slumbering dragon roused from its rest. This will was not directed at Edmund. Instead, it bore an ancient wrath, an instinctual fury towards the desecrator, piercing the blood-red emblem in the sky like an invisible spear. It seemed to harbor an innate aversion and disdain towards Viserys's blood energy, particularly the curse entwined within it. What? The energy gathering in the sky abruptly faltered. For the first time, Viserys's authoritative voice wavered with uncertainty. Is that the essence of the throne? The resonance of the lost artifact? It resides within you. Viserys's astonishment granted Edmund a fleeting moment of respite. Simultaneously, the unexpected resonance of the artifact shard illuminated his chaotic consciousness as if a lightning bolt had cleaved through the darkness. He sensed a peculiar connection between the fragment and the clues he had absorbed from Carol regarding the lost relic. So that is how it is. A faint, frenzied smile crept across Edmund's bloodied lips, a chilling curve of madness. In his dire straits, he glimpsed not a path to survival, but the tantalizing possibility of dragging his opponent into the abyss alongside him. Chapter 36. Resonance of the Artifact, a cataclysmic transformation unbearably scorching. The shard pressed against his chest felt like a searing iron, its heat threatening to sear through Edmund's skin. Yet, this intensity was not merely physical harm. It resembled a call and a tremor emanating from the very depths of his essence. Within the shard, that faint but exquisitely pure ancient will, akin to an enraged guardian beast, vehemently repelled Viserys's blasphemous curse-infused blood energy. In the sky, the colossal blood-red thorned bat emblem quivered violently. The Duke of Viceras, once filled with murderous intent and insatiable greed, now found himself gripped by a palpable hesitation and astonishment. The resonance of the fragment of the sacred artifact, particularly the ancient will of resistance emanating from the core of the bone throne, surpassed all his expectations. This was in stark contrast to the descriptions he had gleaned from the tomes of the council regarding this lost relic. Impossible. The will of the throne's core had long since been silenced. It should have. Viserys's voice trembled with disbelief, as if a long-held truth had been shattered. This fleeting moment of vulnerability was the only chance Edmund had been waiting for. Like grasping a thorny vine on the edge of a precipice, he would not let go, even if it meant his hands would bleed profusely. Awaken, O slumbering blade. By my blood, Edmund unleashed a primal roar. He no longer suppressed the horrific curse that marred his left shoulder. Instead, he summoned every last ounce of strength, forcefully drawing upon the raging blood flames of the frozen abyss within him and the not yet fully digested essence of Carol. Like a dam bursting, he poured this chaotic energy into the searing fragment of the sacred artifact. He was gambling, betting that this fragment would harbor a loathing for Viceras, wagering that this remnant of the progenitor's sacred relic could contain, even amplify, the primal power that coursed through him. He gambled that it would instinctively retaliate against the blasphemer's assault. With a hissing sound, like cold water splashing into boiling oil, Edmund's tumultuous blood, tainted by the mark of Mammon, surged into the fragment, which emitted a piercing shriek. The cracks on its surface ignited with a sinister glow, as if poised to shatter entirely. The ancient will within the fragment emitted a cry of anguish and intensified rage, seemingly resisting this taint. Yet Edmund paid it no heed. Like a mad gambler, he wagered everything: his grievously wounded body, his chaotic essence, and even the power of his very soul. Open for me. Accompanied by his frenzied mental roar, the fragment of the sacred artifact erupted with an unprecedented radiance. No longer dark, it transformed into a profound abyss, capable of consuming all light. A ray of blackness, refined to its utmost, thin as a hair, yet exuding a presence that warped space itself, shot forth from the shattered core. This line of darkness was silent and swift, transcending the realm of thought. It bore no cataclysmic energy fluctuations, only an essence of annihilation so pure that it felt as though the very laws of existence would be erased in its wake. Warning. Host forcibly activates unknown fragment of sacred artifact. Damaged. Consumption. Life points -10. Core energy -15. Mammon mark pollution -05. Detecting high-dimensional annihilation attribute attack. Pseudo. Generated. Target locked. Core of the bloodthorn bat mark. In the sky, Viserys's momentary bewilderment transformed into sheer horror. The seemingly inconspicuous black line instilled in him a sense of threat that eclipsed even the life and death crisis he faced when he had confronted the Scarlet Requiem. It was a suppression and annihilation that reached the very fabric of reality itself. Annihilation law? No, it is a fractured projection. Viserys's mental roar was laced with urgency and incredulous fury. He concentrated the power of kings, disregarding the need for attack, as the blood-red mark spiraled and contracted frantically, transforming into a colossal diamond-like shield composed of countless layers of intertwined cursed runes, solid as crystal, standing before the annihilating black line. Hiss! There was no earth-shattering explosion. The black line pierced through the layered shield, which was robust enough to withstand typical king-level assaults, as effortlessly as a red-hot needle through thin parchment. The shield burst like a punctured bubble, instantly dimming and collapsing. The black line, undeterred, precisely struck the core of the blood-red, thorned bat mark. Buzz! The mark emitted a sharp, mournful wail, akin to shattered glass, as it suffered a grievous blow. A minuscule void appeared at its core, with countless spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward, swiftly spreading across the entire mark. The viscous royal blood and cursed power gushed forth uncontrollably from the fissures, akin to a raging flood. The projection of Viserys's descending will sustain unprecedented damage. Ugh! A muffled groan, filled with excruciating pain and disbelief, echoed through the vastness of time and space, brimming with unfathomable fury. Ant, you dare harm my will. The blood-red mark in the sky flickered violently, its luminosity erratic, as if on the verge of collapse. The oppressive weight of royal power plummeted instantaneously. The scarlet, corroded domain enveloping the wasteland also trembled violently, its range sharply contracting, its potency diminished. An opportunity. Edmund paid little heed to the outcome of the battle. The moment Viserys's will was wounded, he felt like a spring compressed to its limit. Disregarding the excruciating pain from the curse eating away at his left shoulder and the overwhelming weakness coursing through him. Go! His figure abruptly transformed into a blurred crimson afterimage, propelling his speed to its utmost, even at the cost of burning the essence he had just devoured from Carol, burning temporary blood energy reserves. Speed burst, 300. Duration, 3 seconds. The system's cold notification resounded. Whoosh! He shot forth like an arrow tearing through space, fleeing desperately toward the northwest, where the howling chasm lay, the opposite direction of the steel barrier. There, chaos reigned in the fabric of space, and the magic surged violently. It was the only sliver of hope for evading the king-level lock. You wish to escape? Leave the sacred artifact and your life behind. Viserys's wrathful will thundered like a storm. Despite the injury to the mark and the instability of his projection, he was still a king-level entity. The remnants of his will relentlessly locked onto Edmund's fleeing figure. The nearly shattered blood-red mark in the sky suddenly contracted, morphing into a refined blood-red spear, piercing through the void with a deafening shriek, aimed sharply at Edmund's back. Faster, though its power paled in comparison to the previous Scarlet Requiem. It was still sufficient to annihilate a severely wounded lord. The blood-red spear was upon him in an instant. The shadow of death loomed once more. Edmund's scalp prickled. He could sense the penetrating sharpness behind him. The forced burst of energy and the curse's encroachment rendered him nearly incapable of effective evasion. Had he wagered on the sacred artifact as counterattack only to perish in this final pursuit? At this critical juncture, buzz! A blinding beam of silver light, imbued with a pure, tearing aura, erupted unexpectedly from the top of a rusted communication tower. The beam intercepted the trajectory of the blood-red spear with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! Silver and crimson energies violently clashed, annihilating one another. The ferocious shockwave lifted a massive wave of metallic earth and debris dozens of meters high. The silver beam clearly stood no chance against the wrathful blood spear of Viceras, collapsing almost instantaneously. Yet, this brief moment of hesitation granted Edmund a precious opportunity for survival. The trajectory of the blood spear was slightly deflected, grazing Edmund's side and tearing a gaping wound in his already battered combat suit, leaving a deep, charred mark that exposed bone. Gasping, Edmund once again emitted a low groan, but the force of the shockwave propelled him forward into the denser fog of demonic energy ahead. Thick with the stench of sulfur and blood, completely vanishing from the range of Viserys' impaired consciousness. Viserys furious will swept across the summit of the Iron Tower like a tempest. The blood spear, now devoid of a target, plunged fiercely into the earth, leaving behind a seemingly bottomless lava pit. At the apex of the tower, a slender figure enveloped in a pale silver aura gradually emerged. She wielded an ancient-looking one-handed rapier, shimmering with spatial ripples, while her other hand clutched her chest, her pallor evident, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating that the interception had exacted a significant toll on her. It was none other than Leah Starlight, a high-ranking spatial mage of the Arcane Society. Leah Starlight inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous surge of her blood, and spoke coldly to the collapsing crimson mark in the sky, Duke Viceras. According to Article 3 of the Wartime Extraordinary Power Accord, Royal-class entities are prohibited from initiating attacks on non-Legion targets within a 100-kilometer radius of human frontline defenses. You have overstepped your bounds. And you dare to judge this, Duke? Viserys' will was filled with brutal fury and offended rage. The mark flickered violently, seemingly intent on unleashing its wrath upon this audacious human mage. However, at that very moment, a low, resonant hum, as if emanating from the very heart of the earth, surged from the northwest, freezing the soul itself. It enveloped the entire sky. Even space visibly rippled before the eye. Immediately following was a piercing air raid siren, more shrill and urgent than ever before, echoing from the direction of the Iron Barrier. Warning: detected colossal spatial energy distortion. Coordinates: core area of the Wailing Rift. Energy readings: Royal class peak surpassing demigod threshold. Still ascending. Pattern match: abyssal sacrificial ritual completed. The projection of the demon god's will is about to descend. Repeat. The projection of the demon god's will is descending upon the Wailing Rift. The public emergency alert channel was instantly flooded with this highest-level information. The blood-red thornbat mark in the sky suddenly halted. Viserys' furious will was instantly replaced by sheer astonishment and grave concern. A demigod-level demon projection? The Wailing Rift. Damn that abyssal cult. They truly have. His words faltered, and the mark quivered violently, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Leah's face also turned as pale as parchment. Her gaze towards the northwest, filled with an incomprehensible terror. The demon god's projection is descending? This is a terror far more formidable than that posed by an unidentified powerful bloodline or a duke of the remnants. It is a cataclysm capable of toppling the entire Iron Bastion. Humph. The voice of Viserys resounded once more, imbued with a chilling and unwilling tone. Count yourself fortunate. Mere insect, the fragment of the sacred artifact shall temporarily reside with you. Once I, the Duke, have dealt with the present troubles, I shall personally reclaim it. As his words faded, the sanguine mark in the sky dimmed rapidly, like a flickering candle in the wind, dissipating into nothingness. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped the wasteland receded like a tide. Viserys had departed, drawn away by an even greater calamity. Even a monarch-level being must confront the terrifying consequences of a demigod-level demon projection's descent. Leah, straining her body, gazed towards the direction from which Edmund had vanished. Her expression exceedingly complex. Had she saved him? No, she had merely executed her surveillance orders. And the cataclysmic upheaval of the howling abyss rendered the value of this enigmatic Edmund Darkthorn even more immeasurable and perilous. She unfurled a scroll shimmering with magical radiance, her figure vanishing in an instant. She must return to the Bastion immediately to report this earth-shattering transformation. On the other side, Edmund staggered through the ruins shrouded in magical fog, each step akin to treading upon blades, his side seared and his left shoulder cursed. Had Viserys retreated? The demon projection had descended upon the howling abyss, clutching the scorching fragment of the sacred artifact. He sensed the lingering tremors within and the soul-chilling pressure emanating from the northwest, a blood-stained smile curving his lips with a cold and fervent arc. A greater storm and a more bountiful hunting ground had commenced. Chapter 37. The annihilation ray that meticulously condensed black ray silently pierced the frozen dark red sky. It bore no resplendent brilliance, no thunderous roar, only a pure annihilation aura that could freeze the very soul. It seemed as if, wherever it traversed, even the threads of the laws constituting the world were forcibly erased, leaving behind a profound, silent, absolute void that devoured all light and sound. The blood-red thornbat mark, an embodiment of king-level blood energy and cursed laws, suddenly erupted with unprecedented, nearly fearful energy fluctuations in the presence of this unassuming black line. Annihilation laws. No, it is a flawed projection. For the first time, Viserys's imposing voice carried an unmistakable tremor of dread. He instantly comprehended the essence of this attack. It was the power of erasure that touched the foundational rules of the world. Although weak, flawed, and highly unstable, the pressure originating from a higher tier was sufficient to pose a lethal threat to him. Merely a projection. He attempted to retract the condensed second strike, Crimson Requiem, channeling all his strength into defense or evasion. But it was too late. The annihilation ray disregarded the distance of space, as if it embodied the very concept of annihilation itself. At the moment Viserys's will stirred, it had accurately struck the core energy node of the blood-red mark, precisely at the heart of the thorn-entwined bat. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering collision, only a sound that sent chills through the teeth, as if sandpaper were grinding against the soul. The point of impact instantly transformed into absolute darkness. Immediately, like pebbles cast upon a still pond, the darkness unfurled silently and inexorably. The regal blood energy and cursed runes, which formed a sanguine imprint, succumbed to this encroaching darkness with the swiftness of snow melting under the sun, dissolving, collapsing, returning to the eternal silence of the void. The defensive command issued by Viserys was thwarted before it could even take shape, severed by this terrifying force of obliteration. A roar, steeped in agony, rage, and disbelief, resonated like the lament of an ancient beast, echoing deep within the souls of all living beings within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The immense blood-red sigil in the sky trembled violently, twisting, its center pierced by an ever-expanding, unhealable void of darkness. The brilliance of the entire sigil dimmed by more than 70% in an instant, with its edges beginning to fracture and dissipate. The projection of Duke Viserys suffered an unprecedented blow. This was not merely a loss of energy, but a horrific injury that forcibly erased a portion of his core will and the imprint of his laws. Host activates fragment of the holy artifact, damaged, to unleash pseudo-annihilation ray. Effect. Inflicts severe damage to the core will imprint of Duke Viserys projection. Target projection energy intensity decreased by 65. Stability collapsed. The system's alarms blared amidst a cacophony of energy disarray. The cost was equally devastating. The fragment of the holy artifact upon Edmund's chest turned instantly cold and lifeless after delivering that destructive strike, its surface fissures deepening and multiplying, even developing several new fine cracks, as if on the brink of complete disintegration. Edmund himself felt as though all vitality had been drained, his vision darkening, his body collapsing, barely supported by the remnants of his willpower with a broken blade. Holy artifact fragment, primordial level, status, severe overload, damage level 15. Entering deep slumber, estimated recovery time, unknown. Host status, life value, 18, curse erosion ongoing. Core energy, exhausted. Mental attribute, 45 points, continuously resisting curse will invasion. Mammon imprint pollution level, 107. Warning, host on the brink of collapse. Hence, you dare to mar the core imprint of this duke. From the nearly collapsing blood-red sigil in the sky came Viserys' enraged, twisted roar, stripped of its former majesty, leaving only raw madness and a barely perceptible tremor of fear. That fragment still belongs to you. The council will spare no expense. Before the threat could be fully articulated, an anomaly arose. Buzz. The piercing sound of an air-raid alarm, sharp enough to rupture eardrums, shattered the silence of the blood-red wasteland. On the distant horizon, the massive energy shield of the Iron Bastion suddenly ignited with a multitude of energy nodes, dense as stars. In the next moment, 3 colossal beams of pure white energy, entwined with blinding blue arcs, descended like the divine spears of judgment, instantly traversing dozens of kilometers, wielding the terrifying power to purify all darkness and filth, and struck fiercely at the faltering blood-red sigil from 3 different directions. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions resonated through the heavens. Pure light energy clashed violently with the frenzied, cursed blood energy, annihilating one another. The blood-red mark, already on the brink of collapse, succumbed to relentless internal and external assaults. Shattering like tattered cloth torn asunder by a storm, emitting a mournful cry of defiance before erupting violently. A deluge of viscous blood rain, mingled with remnants of energy, cascaded down. The iron barrier. Viserys's roar was steeped in boundless malice, yet it was abruptly silenced amidst the shrill cry of the rending space. A faint spatial fissure flickered at the epicenter of the explosion, forcibly whisking away the last vestiges of the mark's core, vanishing without a trace. On the desolate plain, only the blood-soaked, gravely wounded Edmund remained, alongside the colossal barrel of the orbital cannon, still slowly rotating and emanating a chilling glow from the distant iron wall. Coughing violently, Edmund expelled foul blood mixed with fragments of his own insides with each spasm. The curse of Viserys gnawed at his vitality like a maggot, while the taint of the Mammon brand spread rampantly as his soul weakened. Yet a feral light blazed in his eyes. He could not falter, at least not here. Carol Viserys, he roared, struggling to rise on one knee, his right hand, tainted with blood and rust, forcefully pressing against the foul, muddy ground. Activating talent. Origin ruin. Target locked. Battlefield dissipated energy. Residual essence of Carol Nightshadow. Crumbled remnants of Viserys's projection. Fragments of the crimson corroded domain. Force devour. The system coldly executed the command, extracting the last remnants of computational power. A hum. An invisible force, imbued with insatiable greed and predatory nature, erupted from the center of Edmund's palm. The dark crimson motes of blood energy drifting through the air, the cursed energy saturating the ground. Even the fragments of shattered laws obliterated by annihilation rays and orbital cannon fire were drawn towards Edmund's palm like fireflies ensnared by an unseen vortex, surging frantically into his arm and body. These energies were wild, chaotic, and rife with impurities and curses, far less pure than directly devouring a living target. Yet at this moment, Edmund resembled a parched desert, indiscriminate in his hunger. He forcibly summoned the remnants of his mental strength, aided by the system, and, like a frenzied furnace, relentlessly smelted these refused materials, refining and squeezing out the last usable energy to combat the encroaching curse, replenish his depleted origin, and suppress the restless Mammon brand. Absorb dissipated energy, life -5, life -3, curse erosion rate slowed. Warning. Absorbed energy contains high concentrations of cursed impurities and fragments of foreign will. Soul burden increased. Mammon brand pollution level at 0.2. Temporary mental attribute 5. Wounds ride slowly in the tug-of-war between the curse and the nascent energy, as Edmund's breath, though faint, stabilized with fierce resilience. He lifted his gaze. His eyes, one icy blue nearly extinguished and the other a fierce dark red, fixated intently on the direction of the iron barrier. He understood that the precise trio of shots just fired was no mere coincidence. Someone had been monitoring this place. Kylan, or perhaps the force behind her, chose this critical moment to strike, dealing a heavy blow to Viserys, while simultaneously rescuing him, serving as a silent warning that they were aware of his movements. The roar of engines approached, growing ever closer. Several armed rotorcraft, adorned with the emblem of an eagle and possessing a menacing appearance, tore through the leaden gray clouds at low altitude, resembling vultures that had spotted their prey, circling swiftly in for the kill. Beneath them, the energy cannon's muzzle flickered ominously, firmly locking onto the precarious figure amidst the ruins below. This was the 7th Special Operations Team of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, within the ironclad confines. Unidentified individual below. Cease all resistance immediately and disarm. Repeat, surrender at once. The cold, electronic voice echoed across the desolate expanse, imbued with an undeniable tone of authority. Edmund rose slowly to his feet. Though his form wavered, his back remained resolutely straight. He wiped away the congealing blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a gaze at the dark cannon muzzles, his face betraying no emotion. Chapter 38. The Rift's Sudden Change. Shadows of dread emerged. The violent gusts produced by the rotorcraft stirred a swirling tempest of rust-red dust. enveloping the solitary figure at the heart of the ruins like a filthy curtain. The low-frequency hum of the charging energy cannons whispered like the breath of death, the palpable intent to kill coalescing into a near-tangible form. The captain of the 7th Special Operations Team's voice rang out once more, cold and unyielding. Final warning. Surrender now. Or else what? Will you reduce me and this patch of ground to rubble with your toy cannons? Edmund's hoarse voice cut through the noise of the rotors. Laced with an almost indifferent mockery, he raised his head, his mismatched eyes scanning the cold muzzles, devoid of fear, yet brimming with an unfathomable weariness and a defiance teetering on the brink of madness. Tell Kaelin that her pet is in a rather foul mood. If she wishes to avoid further casualties, she ought to cease this charade. At his feet, the remnants of Carol, reduced to mere dry ash in the furious airflow, exuded the last vestiges of a once great lord's tragic aura. This silent tableau spoke more persuasively than any threat could. A brief silence enveloped the communication channel. Evidently, in urgent consultation. The rotorcraft maintained its vigilant circling, the glow of the cannons dimming slightly, yet they did not waver. Edmund chose to disregard the looming threat above. He closed his eyes, concentrating his dwindling mental fortitude, turning his focus inward. His body was a battlefield. The curse of visceras gnawed at his vitality like a relentless leech. The chaotic energies and cursed impurities from the remnants of the battlefield surged violently through his veins. Most perilous was the Mammon brand, stirring restlessly deep within his soul. Its contamination level nearing a critical threshold of 11, the greedy thoughts entwining his core of will like poisonous vines. System deep scan, curse erosion, viscera's king level, intensity, high. Suppression options, 1. High purity holy light purification, not feasible. 2. Seek higher order life system rule artifacts. 3. Forcefully neutralize with stronger annihilation attributes, requires opportunity. Mammon brand contamination level, 109. Approaching first stage mental assimilation threshold, 12. Warning. Once breached, the host will face permanent cognitive distortion and irreversible abyssal corruption. The evolved system interface flashed with blinding red alerts. Stronger annihilation. Edmund pondered this phrase, his consciousness brushing against the cold, silent fragment of the sacred artifact in his chest. Marred with cracks. It was almost the only glimmer of hope, yet the cost was exorbitant, and the shard was already gravely wounded. Just then, a piercing sound erupted. A single sound resonates far deeper and more sonorously than the alarms of steel fortifications, echoing with a prolonged timbre that seems to emerge from the very bowels of the earth, akin to a terrifying horn from the abyss of the netherworld, abruptly tearing through the heavens and the earth without warning. This sound possesses an indescribable penetrative power, disregarding the decay of distance, instantaneously sweeping across the desolate rust-bone wasteland, even shaking the heavy walls of the iron barriers. The air thickens, as if tenfold, suffused with a suffocating essence, a noxious blend of sulfur, putrid blood, and mad whispers from the abyss. The leaden clouds above are violently stirred by an unseen force, forming a colossal, slowly rotating dark crimson vortex. Its center directed towards the howling chasm dozens of kilometers to the northwest. Boom. The earth begins to quake violently, as if a colossal primordial beast imprisoned for eons is awakening, thrashing wildly against its cage. A visible dark red shockwave erupts from the direction of the howling chasm, spreading rapidly along the ground like a sanguine tsunami. Where it passes, the already desolate rust-bone wasteland appears as if doused with strong acid. The ground swiftly melts and collapses, transforming into a blood-red swamp bubbling with viscous fumes. Scattered dead trees instantaneously carbonize and shatter. The murky pools in low-lying areas boil and churn, morphing into toxic crimson steam that ascends. Warning. Detection of a massive abyssal demonic energy eruption. Source, Howling Chasm. Energy level, Demon God class, weak projection level. Spatial stability, rapidly declining. Shockwave contains high corrosiveness, mental contamination, abyssal whispers, spatial tear effects. The system alarms instantly engulfed Edmund's entire field of vision. My heavens. What is that? The chasm. The howling chasm. The power of a demon god. It's coming out. The pilot of the swirling rotorcraft emitted a scream of sheer terror, no longer able to focus on locking onto Edmund, violently shaking the craft as they desperately ascended to evade the encroaching sanguine shockwave sweeping along the ground. The communication channel erupted in chaotic howls. Edmund was at the forefront. The shockwave, imbued with demon god-level contamination, instantly engulfed him. The dark red energy pierced his skin like countless searing steel needles, eroding his flesh and blood. Even more terrifying were the countless whispers from the abyss, filled with madness, greed, and destructive intent, shrieking in his ears like a legion of ghouls. Battering against his mental defenses. Delicious blood. Decay consumes. Mammon, our Lord, returns. Join the eternal feast. Resistance is annihilation. Ugh! Edmund emitted a muffled groan of agony, clutching his head tightly with both hands. Countless twisted dark red demonic runes, alive and pulsating, erupted upon his body's surface. These were the marks of Mammon, stimulated by the primal demonic energy, beginning to activate violently, a harbinger of corrosion. The level of contamination surged like a runaway stallion. Mammon mark contamination level 112115118. Warning. Threshold 12 approaching. No, get away. Edmund roared like a beast. In the face of life and death, the ancient pride stemming from the progenitor bloodline surged within him, alongside an indomitable will to survive. The remnants of the ice prison blood flame core ignited recklessly. The intertwining flames of deep blue and dark crimson instantaneously enveloped his entire being, fiercely contending against the encroaching dark red magical runes, obliterating them. It felt as though a hellish furnace had ignited within him. Boom! The fierce clash of these two forces resulted in a localized explosion upon his surface. Edmund was hurled through the air like a ragged sack, crashing heavily to the ground, his body charred and bloodied. Yet, the writhing magical runes on his surface were finally subdued. Though still present, they had dimmed significantly. Core of the ice prison blood flame overloaded. Stability reduced to 55. Pollution level of the Mammon brand, 1195. Temporarily stabilized. The system's notifications danced like a blade upon the precipice. Struggling, Edmund lifted his gaze, his pupils constricting in response to excruciating pain and overwhelming ferocity. He looked towards the direction of the howling abyss, where a colossal dark red energy pillar ascended into the heavens, connecting to a swirling vortex above. Within the pillar, a terrifying silhouette emerged, vaguely formed by countless writhing flesh, insatiable maws, and burning gold coins. Although exceedingly hazy, the essence of absolute greed emanating from it sent tremors through the very souls of all perceiving beings. Mammon, the demon of greed and devouring. Though merely a distant and obscured projection of will, hindered by the boundaries of space, its might far surpassed that of Duke Viceras. The offerings were insufficient, more were required, more vibrant souls. A grand, avaricious thought, seemingly composed of the clashing of innumerable coins and the wails of souls, resonated deeply within the consciousness of all sentient beings. Accompanying this notion, the fissures surrounding the howling abyss violently expanded, boiling forth with an even greater surge of demonic energy, intermingled with countless grotesque low-tier abyssal beasts, erupting forth like a black deluge, frantically rushing towards the nearest congregation of living beings within the steel bastion. Target priority altered. Maximum alert. The howling abyss has erupted. Repeat. The howling abyss has unleashed a demonic-level energy response. All units, abandon secondary missions. Full force to reinforce the Western defense. Prevent the spread of the demonic calamity. The communication channel of the rotary aircraft crackled with the desperate, hoarse roars of the command center. The circling armed helicopters resembled a startled swarm of bees, neglecting Edmund entirely, engines roaring at full power as they veered towards the direction of the abyss. The earth trembled. The tide of demons roared, and Mammon's avaricious will loomed like dark clouds over every living heart. The piercing alarms of the steel bastion echoed through the skies. The energy shields flaring to their utmost limits, and the massive city defense cannons began to emit a deafening roar of fury. Amidst this chaos reminiscent of an impending apocalypse, Edmund stood like a forsaken rock, isolated upon the ruins of a blood-soaked wasteland. He gasped for breath, each inhalation searing with sparks and the stench of sulfur. His gaze fixated upon the dark red magical pillar connecting heaven and earth, his eyes locked onto the indistinct yet suffocating shadow of greed within. The bloodied corners of his mouth slowly curving into a cold, manic arc. Mammon, I have finally found you. In his eyes burned not fear, but a raw, unbridled greed and murderous intent, akin to the discovery of a legendary prey. The relentless pursuit of vice, the ever-watchful surveillance, and the corrosive branding of all crises seemed trivial in the face of this ultimate prey's allure. He strained to rise from his battered form, disregarding the agonizing pain that tore through his body and the whispering brand engraved deep within his soul. Resolutely, he discerned the path ahead and took determined, yet faltering steps towards the terrifying chasm, where demonic energies surged and beasts swarmed. This was the gateway to hell, a hunting ground leading to the pinnacle of power. Chapter 39. The Abyssal Lair. Resonance of blood sourced the acrid stench of sulfur, and blood hung thick in the air, enveloping Edmund's every breath like a viscous mire. The ground beneath him had transformed from solid soil to a dark crimson sludge, emanating intense heat and bubbling with decay. Twisted, writhing vines, akin to the veins of monstrous entities, emerged from the mire, flickering with an ominous glow. The atmosphere was saturated with an incessant cacophony, a blend of countless abyssal whispers, greedy roars, anguished wails, and frenzied murmurs, relentlessly assaulting his consciousness. This was the edge of the wailing chasm, merely 5 kilometers from the towering dark red demonic pillar that pierced the heavens. The avaricious and grand will of Mammon loomed heavily over this land, now utterly tainted by magic. The very fabric of space felt fragile, like cracked glass, with unstable fissures scattered throughout, occasionally belching forth lowly demons or twisted, corrupted flora, only to vanish without warning, leaving behind a fleeting turbulence of energy. Edmund's figure melded with the shadows of this desolate hell. He suppressed all signs of life, even lowering his body temperature to match the environment, utilizing the jagged, grotesquely shaped boulders eroded by arcane energy as cover, moving with caution and swiftness. Each step was meticulously calculated to avoid the bubbling, lethal mire and the radiantly glowing moss that radiated harmful energy. Environmental scan. Abyssal corrupted environment. Severe pollution. Mammon's will suppression field. Continuous mental contamination. Spatial stability. Extremely low. Host status. Health points. 38. Viserys's curse continues to erode. Self-healing suppressed at 85. Mammon's branding contamination level. 1195. Fluctuating upwards. Ice prison blood flame stability. 55. Mental attribute. 40 points. Under contamination suppression. The system interface dimmed, data streams flickering intermittently, clearly burdened by the dual pressures of prior eruptions and the environment. His goal was unmistakable: the abandoned industrial fortress of Blackstone Spire, occupied by the demonic cult, perched precariously on the cliff's edge of the chasm. According to fragmented memories of Carol and his perception of Mammon's will, this was the site of the cult's core sacrificial rituals, where they summoned and maintained projections of Mammon's avatar, serving as the energy nexus of the entire calamity. As he drew closer to the spire, the density of the demonic entities escalated exponentially. Hordes of lesser demons, akin to scavenging hyenas, roamed through the mire, their grotesque forms reminiscent of skinned hyenas, saliva dripping with corrosive properties. Nearby, a colossal magma lizard, encased in a thick, chitinous shell, lay in wait by a seething steam vent, drawing forth energy. More perilous were the floating orbs, resembling twisted bundles of neural fibers, serving as natural sentinels, incessantly radiating faint psychic waves. Edmund halted behind a massive, contorted, fractured metal conduit. Ahead lay a relatively open slope, culminating at the jagged, alloy gates of the Blackstone Bastion, marred and corroded by arcane energies. Dozens of lesser demons paced anxiously at the entrance, while 2 magma lizards, akin to sentinels, lay poised on either side, exuding the oppressive aura of low-level overlords. Above, at least 3 of the watching orbs circled, their psychic waves intertwining to form an invisible net. To charge in recklessly would be tantamount to suicide. He required a more discreet passage or the creation of chaos. Passive detection. Bastion's flank, 300 meters from host. Large abandoned arcane gas discharge pipes detected. Partial structural collapse. Arcane pollution concentration within the pipes, extremely high. Spatial disruptions minimal, capable of shielding against certain psychic detections. Threat assessment. Possible habitation of malevolent entities within. Strength unknown. Plan evaluation. Infiltration feasibility 65. Risk. Exposure to high concentration polluted environment. Potential exacerbation of curse erosion and branding contamination. The system provided its analysis. Pollution. Edmund curled his lips, revealing a cold smirk. To his current form, pollution was, in some respects, a source of sustenance. He craved energy, but more importantly, he yearned for chaos. Like a specter, he glided down from his rocky concealment, pressing closely to the searing ground as he stealthily advanced toward the collapsed pipe's vicinity. The high concentration of abyssal arcane energy pricked at his skin and wounds like countless tiny needles, while Visceralis' curse seethed like oil poured over fire. The intensified agony causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Worse still, the mark of Mammon deep within his soul thrummed with alarming vigor in this shared arcane environment, its greedy whispers swelling, attempting to entice him into relinquishing his resistance and embracing the abyss's power. Mammon mark pollution level, 11, 981, 199 approaching critical. A warning light flickered ominously. Silence. Edmund roared within his mind, the remnants of the icy inferno flame within his heart constricting violently, forcibly quelling the mark's agitation. Clenching his jaw, he quickened his pace, plunging into the gaping, dark maw of the collapsed conduit, reminiscent of a monstrous esophagus. Inside the pipe, conditions worsened. Viscous, foul-smelling arcane sludge nearly engulfed his ankles, and the air was thick with acrid sulfur steam mingled with the sickly sweet stench of decaying biological matter. Vision faltered here, with only the ghostly green phosphorescence of arcane accumulation flickering in the cracks of the conduit walls. Passive detection, 50 meters ahead, life response detected at right side branch conduit. Quantity, 5. Energy signature, lesser demons, mutated. Strength, elite. The system's alert chimed with a faint hum. Almost simultaneously with the system's warning, a series of suppressed, drooling growls emanated from the right. 5 pairs of scarlet eyes ignited in the darkness, belonging to 5 mutated demons, each larger than the lesser demons outside. Their bodies adorned with sparse bony spikes, and their fangs more menacing than ever. Like hyenas discovering fresh prey, they lunged forth from the branching pipes. The sludge of demonic energy that clung to them had evidently enhanced their strength to some degree. There was no time for hesitation. A glint of cold light flashed in Edmund's eyes as he advanced rather than retreating. His body surged forward with sudden acceleration, leaving a fleeting shadow in the muck. He refrained from utilizing the energy-draining ice prison blood flame, relying solely on the formidable physical prowess of the first-generation vampire and the shadow techniques gleaned from Carol. Thud, thud, thud. Swift, precise, and lethal. His fingers, pressed together like a blade, transformed into deadly weapons within the confined space, piercing accurately into the vulnerable necks and eye sockets of 3 mutated demons. The dark force erupted, instantly shattering their brains. Viscous, foul-smelling black blood and brain matter splattered all over him. The claws of the other 2 mutated demons sliced through the air, closing in. Edmund twisted his body at an extraordinary angle, evading a fatal blow, allowing the sharp claws to leave deep, bloody gashes on his shoulder and back. Roar. The pain ignited a low, primal growl from deep within Edmund's throat. He abruptly turned, his left hand gripping one demon's slashing claw like a vice, while his right fist, enveloped in sheer power, struck fiercely against the side of its skull. Crack. The skull shattered. Blood and brain matter erupted. The final demon's bite was about to reach his throat. A fierce glint flashed in Edmund's eyes. He would not retreat or yield. His neck muscles tensed like iron. In that instant, his right hand shot out like lightning. Fingers splayed into claws, drawing upon the faint pull of the source's abyss. Plunging deep into the gaping maw of the demon. Devour. Activating talent. Source's abyss. Target locked. Mutated demon, elite. Force consumption. The system complied. A weak yet pure essence of life, mingled with chaotic abyssal energy, flowed into Edmund's depleted body like a gentle stream. Though this energy was trivial compared to his demigod-level essence, the vitality it offered acted like a refreshing rain, instantly revitalizing his parched meridians, alleviating the intense pain from the curse on his left shoulder, and most importantly, providing precious fuel for the waning core of the ice prison blood flame. Health, 3. Blood energy slightly restored. Mammon's mark contamination level decreased by 0.01. The feedback arrived swiftly. Thud. The demon's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, rapidly consumed by the sludge. Edmund gasped for breath, wiping the foul demonic blood from his face. This brief, yet bloody close-quarters combat not only cleared his path, but also afforded him a moment to breathe. He swiftly stripped several relatively intact, weakly energized demon carapace shards, using the viscous sludge within the pipes to coat his exposed skin and torn combat attire. A potent, foul odor belonging to the abyssal demons swiftly masked his own scent. Now we are of the same kind, Edmund whispered coldly. He no longer made an effort to conceal his presence. Instead, he emulated the chaotic, greedy energy fluctuations of the demons, moving like a fish blending into murky waters as he continued to stealthily navigate deeper into the pipes, toward the heart of the fortress. As one approaches the innermost core of the fortress, the vibrations within the pipes become increasingly pronounced. A deep, resonant sound, akin to the rhythmic beating of a heart, grows ever clearer. The concentration of abyssal magical energy in the air is astonishingly high, manifesting as a visible dark red mist. The walls of the pipes reveal signs of artificial excavation and rough rune carvings, unmistakably the handiwork of a dark cult. At last, a blinding red light emanates from the end of the pipe, accompanied by a fervent, synchronized chant. Offer flesh and soul to forge the eternal ring of greed. Welcoming our Lord Mammon's descent. Edmund, hidden in the shadows against the wall, cautiously peers out. Before him lies a vast, empty space, presumably the former energy core reaction hall of the fortress. In the center of the hall stands a colossal altar, frantically operating, constructed from countless bones, congealed dark red blood, and twisted metal. The altar's surface is etched with abyssal runes that glow with a molten radiance, exuding a disquieting aura of malevolence. Dozens of frenzied cultists, draped in tattered black robes and adorned with twisted runes upon their faces, kneel fervently around the altar, vocally engaged in their final sacrificial chant. Atop the altar, a dense, almost tangible dark red magical energy continues to coalesce and swirl, forming a colossal vortex over 10 meters in diameter. At the vortex's center, the source of the dark red magical pillar connecting heaven and earth is clearly visible. A grotesque shadow, composed of writhing flesh, a gluttonous maw, and burning gold coins, ebbs and flows within the vortex, coalescing into the projection of Mammon. Although its form remains unstable, the sheer essence of insatiable greed and the oppressive law of consumption it emanates causes the entirety of the space to groan in response. What causes Edmund's pupils to constrict is the realization that the base of the altar is far from empty. Instead, it is piled high with thousands of human beings. Soldiers clad in steel barrier uniforms, ordinary civilians, and even awakened individuals. They stand like numbed lambs, their gazes vacant and devoid of life, ensnared by the altar's emanating power, arranged into a vast and eerie formation. Their vitality, their souls, their fears and despair are being greedily siphoned by the altar, serving as sustenance for the projection of Mammon and the summoning ritual. An indescribable surge of violent, murderous intent rushes through Edmund's mind, detecting the core node of the abyssal sacrificial ceremony. Target, Mammon's projection, king level, peak, demigod, initial stage, with energy intensity continuously rising. Detecting a massive aggregation of life energy, human sacrifices. Ritual completion, 87. Estimated time until Mammon's projection stabilizes, less than 15 minutes. Warning, altar's defensive field strength, king level mid-tier. Detecting 3 peak lord level high priests of the dark cult, guardians of the energy node. Numerous elite dark cultists on guard. The system coldly presents the harsh reality of the data. A direct assault? Given his current state, facing the king level altar's field and 3 peak lord level priests would be akin to a moth drawn to flame. Stealth? Time is of the essence. Once Mammon's projection fully stabilizes, the entire area will become a graveyard. Just as Edmund's mind races, weighing every option that could lead to irrevocable doom, an unexpected change occurs. Buzz, the fragment of the primordial bloodline relic, once closely kept by him and previously subdued by grievous injuries, unexpectedly became ablaze once more. This time, its tremors were not instigated by Edmund's manipulation, but rather seemed to respond to a potent and distant summoning. A faint yet profoundly pure wave of intent, steeped in endless vicissitudes and cold majesty, traversed the river of time and space, piercing through the altar's force field and the oppressive aura of the Mammon avatar. Precisely projecting upon that fragment, This resonance was so ancient, so noble, that it subtly repelled the abyssal essence emanating from the altar. Simultaneously, at the apex of the altar, deep within the swirling vortex of the coalescing Mammon avatar, there erupted a violent surge of energy. The indistinct shadow of magic appeared to be stimulated intensely, as a colossal eye composed purely of insatiable demonic energy suddenly opened at the vortex's core. The blood-red pupil abruptly turned toward the direction of Edmund's concealed passage. A terrifying will locked onto him, piercing like countless icy needles into his very marrow. The essence of blood surged forth, grand and murky, resonating with infinite greed and suspicion, detonating within the depths of Edmund's soul. The Mammon avatar sensed the presence of the relic fragment and the primal essence within Edmund. Exposed. Chapter 40, Bloodline Exposed. Radiant assault, the essence of blood, vast and murky, imbued with insatiable greed, pierced deep into Edmund's soul like millions of searing steel needles. The enormous magical eye, which had suddenly opened at the center of the Mammon vortex, fixed its crimson gaze upon Edmund lurking in the shadows of the passage. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of Duke Viserys, descended like an invisible mountain. Crack! The sturdy alloy wall of Edmund's hiding place instantly buckled inward, distorting under the immense force. He let out a muffled groan, his legs feeling as if they were laden with lead, almost forcing him to kneel. The cursed wound on his left shoulder burned as if doused in boiling oil, the searing pain shattering his willpower. The Mammon brand within the depths of his soul ignited like a barrel of gunpowder, the level of corruption skyrocketing. Warning. Subject has been locked onto by the will of the Mammon avatar. Pressure level, demigod. Mammon brand corruption level, 121. Surpassed the first phase threshold. Mental assimilation process initiated. Mandatory cognitive distortion commencing. The cold system alert carried a sense of urgency. Passive defense mechanism overloaded. Host's mental attributes forcibly reduced to 30 points. Risk of willpower resistance failure, extremely high. A dark red filter enveloped his vision. Countless phantoms of gold danced, colliding and producing a mesmerizing chime. A seductive whisper echoed frantically in his mind. Embrace greed and offer that fragment to become a part of my eternal power. No, Edmund roared defiantly. The remnants of his ice-prisoned bloodfire core erupted in a final blaze of light. The intertwining flames of azure and dark red forcefully broke through his exterior, forming a thin shield that temporarily shielded him from the terrifying pressure and the maddening whispers. He bit down hard on his tongue, the excruciating pain sharpening his remaining clarity. However, this fleeting resistance, akin to a torch in the night, utterly revealed his position. The invaders, the desecrators, under the gaze of our Lord, tear him apart. Offer his flesh and soul as a sacrifice. Surrounding the altar, the three apex priests, clad in black robes adorned with bones and abyssal crystals, were the first to react. They unleashed furious and frenzied roars. One of them abruptly raised a withered arm, the bone staff embedded with a crimson gemstone pointing towards the conduit where Edmund concealed himself. Abyssal touch. Boom. Three massive tentacles, entirely composed of viscous, writhing shadow energy, tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek and a potent aura of decay. Akin to three venomous serpents from the depths of hell, instantly struck the area of the conduit where Edmund was hidden. Bang! Thunderous roars. Amidst the terrifying explosion, the enormous metal conduit, several meters in diameter, was torn asunder, twisted, and severed like mere paper. Scorching fragments of metal and the foul sludge of magical energy scattered in all directions. The tremendous shockwave violently hurled Edmund's body, like a kite severed from its string, crashing through the debris of the conduit, landing less than 100 meters from the altar's edge, upon a wasteland formed of solidified metallic remnants. G.U.H. Edmund spat out a mouthful of foul blood mixed with fragments of his innards, darkness clouding his vision. The shield formed by the blood of ice instantly shattered. His body riddled with wounds and corrosive traces inflicted by the residual energy of the tentacles. Although he evaded the direct impact of the tentacles, the mere glancing blow exacerbated his already near-limitless state. Health, 25, continually declining. Severe internal injuries. Movement speed reduced by 40. The system interface was drenched in crimson. Seize him. Do not allow him to defile the sacred altar. A multitude of elite cultists, akin to piranhas sensing blood, brandished shimmering bone blades and staffs, emitting eerie howls as they frantically surged towards Edmund in the ruins from all directions. Their eyes glowed red, their ferocity fully unleashed by the altar's power and the priest's commands. Meanwhile, the three apex priests remained stationary, raising their bone staffs high and murmuring incantations, evidently preparing to unleash more potent targeted or area spells. Atop the altar, the gargantuan demonic eye, the incarnation of Mammon, coldly surveyed the scene below, seemingly evaluating the peculiar prey exuding an odd scent of blood, poised to deliver even more horrifying retribution. A desperate situation, a true dead end. Edmund lay upon the frigid metallic wreckage, pain inundating his body like a relentless tide. The whispers of Mammon's brand gnawing at the last remnants of his sanity, gazing at the frenzied cultists rushing towards him and the destructive energy coalescing in the priest's hands. A flicker of mad crimson ignited in his eyes. Escape? There was nowhere to flee. Fight? There was no hope of victory. Then let him gather sufficient cover to seize even the faintest chance for the final devouring. He abruptly raised his head, locking his gaze onto the nearest cultist charging at him, his bloodshot, heterochromatic eyes now devoid of anything but the raw, abyssal instinct to consume. He relinquished all defenses, recklessly squeezing every last vestige of his dwindling essence, awakening the deepest power of his innate abilities. Talent. Source return forcibly activated at hyperfrequency. Target locked. All devourable life forms within range. Indiscriminate plunder. A hum reverberated through the air as an invisible, terrifying wave, imbued with absolute greed and predatory nature, erupted violently from Edmund's very core. This time, devoid of the system's precise guidance and optimization, only the raw, savage instinct to consume remained. The foremost elite cultists, their fervor abruptly frozen, transformed into sheer terror. They sensed their vitality, souls, and even the cultivated dark energy being relentlessly torn away by an irresistible force. Their screams ceased abruptly, their bodies rapidly deflating like punctured balloons, wilting into desiccated corpses devoid of moisture, collapsing to the ground. The pure essence of life and the chaotic abyssal energy surged forth as crimson streams, frantically flowing into Edmund's being. Devouring complete. Life value, 10. Blood energy restored, 15. Abyssal affinity slightly enhanced. Mammon's imprint pollution level, 0.5. The tempestuous energy forcefully inundated him, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Edmund resembled an uncontrollable black hole of energy, his consuming radius expanding. Even the cultists at a distance experienced waves of dread and weakness, their movements becoming sluggish, their energy uncontrollably dissipating. Among the numbed human sacrifices at the base of the altar, a few weaker ones emitted faint, pained groans, their residual life force forcibly extracted, merging into Edmund's essence. Stop him. He is stealing our master's offerings. Blasphemy. This is the utmost sacrilege. The three priests, filled with a mixture of fury and fear, abandoned their preparations for a grand spell. Two of them brandished their bone staffs, unleashing two concentrated shadow arrows that darted towards Edmund like venomous serpents. The third summoned a viscous, corrosive black mist, enveloping the area. The energy Edmund had just consumed barely countered part of the curse's erosion, providing him with a sliver of strength. He rolled violently, narrowly evading the two lethal shadow arrows, yet his body grazed the edge of the corrosive black mist. Hiss, hiss, hiss. His combat suit was instantly riddled with gaping holes, and a searing pain enveloped his skin. His defenses were nearly non-existent. Life value, 22. Abyssal corrosion effect applied. The system alarm blared piercingly, just as he rolled to evade. Exhausted from prior exertions and exposed to the priest's impending assault, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom, 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 boom. For brilliant pillars of holy light, as pure and dazzling as the dawn, descended abruptly from the shattered dome of the black stone fortress. The target was not Edmund, but rather, they struck with unerring precision at the three pinnacle priests surrounding the altar, the sacred radiance, bearing the absolute will to purify all darkness, instantly dispelled the swirling dark crimson mist. The intensely corrosive black fog shrieked and dissipated as if encountering its nemesis. The two shadow arrows, poised to be unleashed, were annihilated mid-flight by the untainted holy light. The three priests were caught off guard, emitting shrill, inhuman wails. Their black robes ignited as if cast into fierce flames, revealing the grotesque, twisted forms beneath. The holy light seared their flesh and blood, purifying the abyssal demonic energy within them. The Lord-level dark shield, under the onslaught of the holy light, shattered like a fragile soap bubble. In the name of the Lord of Dawn, purge this filth. A steady, resounding voice, imbued with an unwavering power of faith, reverberated through the hall. Accompanied by this voice, for figures, enveloped in radiant holy light, descended as if divine warriors from the heavens, leaping down through the breach in the dome. Adorned in resplendent armor glimmering with the sheen of mithril, emblazoned on their chests with the mark of the Hammer of Dawn. They wielded warhammers or long swords ablaze with sacred flames. Leading them was none other than the former captain of the Paladins, Leo. At this moment, he was bathed in pure holy light, his presence magnified several times over, having ascended to the pinnacle of Lord-level strength. The three behind him were also seasoned high-ranking Paladins, the main force of the Holy Light Church. At the most critical juncture, they descended like saviors. Their objective was unmistakably to obliterate the altar of the demonic cult and thwart the descent of Mammon's manifestation. Their arrival instantly disrupted the equilibrium of the altar area. The priests suffered severe blows, and the cultists fell into a brief state of chaos. At this moment, Edmund, half his body shrouded in the twilight between light and dark, lifted his head abruptly as the residual holy light swept over him. The purifying force of the holy light caused the abyssal demonic energy within him to roil violently, the icy flames of his blood being suppressed, amplifying his pain. Yet, what terrified him more was Leo's cold, scrutinizing gaze, one that regarded him as the utmost filth and threat, piercing through the chaotic battlefield and locking onto him with unyielding intensity. Before him loomed the terrifying demonic incarnation, poised to strike again at any moment, while behind him stood the formidable enemies of the Holy Light Church, filled with hostility and murderous intent. The bloodied corner of Edmund's mouth curled into a chilling, almost madly mocking smile. Leaning against the searing metallic wreckage beside him, he struggled painfully to prop up his battered body, straightening his back. His heterochromatic eyes scanned the roiling demonic eye at the apex of the altar, glanced over the startled, wounded priests, and finally settled on Leo, enveloped in holy light. Who is the hunter, after all? Chapter 41. The Holy Light Judgment and the Turmoil of the Abyss in the Name of Dawn. Purify the filth. That clear, authoritative proclamation, resonating with undeniable majesty, sliced through the endless darkness like the first ray of dawn. Boom! A colossal beam of light, seemingly composed of liquid sunlight, surged forth without warning from the gaping breach in the dome of the citadel. Its radiance was so pure and so dominant that wherever it passed, the viscous abyssal miasma shrieked and fizzled like snow under the blazing sun, instantaneously evaporating and being purified. The target of the beam was not any individual on the chaotic battlefield, but rather aimed directly at the core of the altar, the dark red demonic pillar that connected heaven and earth. No, the three dying priests of the cult let out desperate, piercing screams, attempting to use their frail bodies to obstruct the oncoming cataclysmic holy light. Yet their remaining demonic energy was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot in the face of absolute brilliance. Sizzle! The beam struck precisely at the center of the massive energy vortex atop the altar. The embodiment of Mammon manifests as a colossal, malevolent eye composed of insatiable, greedy energy. Taking center stage, a roar, mingled with anguish, fury, and unfathomable terror, reverberates deeply within the souls of all present. The enormous eye flickers violently under the onslaught of pure holy light, contorting as if on the verge of being forcibly torn apart. The viscous magical energy that constitutes it evaporates and is purified at an alarming rate. The projection of Mammon's avatar becomes exceedingly unstable, its granule displaying unmistakable signs of disarray and confusion. Detected high-purity holy light law attack, peak monarch level. Target, core projection of Mammon's avatar. Warning, holy light impact contains potent purifying attributes. It exerts a suppressive effect on the host's blood energy and abyssal magic. Prolonged exposure will lead to source damage. The system alarm blares, accompanied by a cacophony of intense energy disruption. The fierce clash between holy light and abyssal magic ignites a cataclysmic energy detonation. The entire altar hall is transformed, as if inundated with billions of flashbangs, blinding light and frenzied energy currents engulfing everything. Edmund bears the brunt of it. He stands perilously close to the altar's core. The pure light energy pierces his scarred body like countless searing needles. The essence from his bloodline emits a vehement rejection and a wailing of agony. The cursed wound from Viceras feels as if doused in boiling holy water, drowning his senses in excruciating pain. Worse still, the mammon brand, recently subdued deep within his soul, is further inflamed amidst this chaotic clash of light and darkness. Its contamination surging once more. Ea! Edmund emits a cry of torment, his body hurled backward as if struck by an invisible hammer. The ice prison blood flame shield he hastily conjured shatters under the force of the holy light, like a fragile soap bubble. Blood, mingled with charred remnants from the searing light, erupts violently from his mouth and wounds. Health, 18. Continually declining. Holy light scorch, severe blood energy recovery, suppressed by 99. Self-healing abilities temporarily disabled. Mammon brand contamination level, 125. Mental assimilation process accelerating. The system interface is instantaneously engulfed by blinding red alarms. Yet, amidst this pinnacle of agony and chaos, Edmund's mismatched eyes ignite with unprecedented madness and sharpness. The suppression and damage inflicted by the holy light are tangible. Yet the turmoil and disorientation wrought upon Mammon's embodiment present an unparalleled opportunity. At the very heart of this collision between light and darkness, the chaotic energy storm transforms into his sole path of survival and a launchpad for rebirth. Now is the moment. Edmund emits a silent roar from the depths of his soul. He relinquishes all defenses, casts aside his pain, and channels every ounce of his remaining will, strength, and fervent desire for life, along with an insatiable greed for that supreme power, into initiating the ultimate auxiliary protocol of the Eternal Abyss Devourer system. Awakening the most formidable form of the Source Return talent. Initiating Deep Protocol, Hyperfrequency Drive. Burning remaining system energy, 95. Force-guided talent. Source Return, Target Locked. Core projection of Mammon's avatar, Energy Node, Eye of Greed. Buzz. Edmund's body suddenly illuminated with countless dark and profound runes, as if capable of devouring light itself. These runes did not emanate from blood energy or magical force. Rather, they were the manifestation of the system burning its core rules, the purest embodiment of the law of consumption. A terrifying force, transcending even that of a lord and brushing the realm of demigods, erupted from the core of Edmund's being. This force was not directed at the physical realm, but acted directly upon the fragments of the most refined essence of the greedy law that constituted the core projection of the Mammon avatar, as well as the immense divine power coalesced into an eye-like form. Insect, how dare you? The chaotic will of the Mammon avatar instantly sensed this lethal threat. The enormous eye phantom emitted a frenzied roar, desperately struggling to reconstitute itself. The viscous magical energy, shattered by the holy light, surged back like an enraged tide, attempting to defend itself. But it was too late. The system's overclocking provided Edmund with that fleeting opportunity. The ferocious power of consumption, like an invisible maw, clamped down on the eye phantom's most vulnerable core. A piercing sound erupted, as though space itself were being forcibly torn apart, sending shivers through the very soul. The substantial mass of viscous magical energy that formed the eye phantom was forcibly severed from its host, as if cut by an unseen blade. Within it resided the purest fragments of the greedy law and a sliver of Mammon's faint divinity. No, my divinity. The Mammon avatar let out an unprecedented shriek filled with terror and rage. The torn energy mass writhed violently, distorting as it instinctively sought to return to its core. Devour it. Edmund's face twisted in agony, blood streaming from his orifices like a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell. He endured the searing pain of the holy light, the backlash of his own blood energy, the assimilation and erosion of the Mammon brand, and the horrific recoil from tearing at the demigod-level essence. His bones groaned under the unbearable strain, his skin cracked as blood gushed forth. Yet, in his eyes burned a fervent obsession beyond madness. The system's runes shone brightly, enveloping the struggling divine energy source, compressing it as if it were a black hole, relentlessly dragging it towards his body. Boom! Above the howling chasm, The enormous dark red vortex suddenly collapsed and distorted violently. A previously unseen dark red thunder, embodying infinite greed and wrath, pierced through heaven and earth, crashing down upon the apex of the fortress. The entire black stone fortress trembled violently, massive chunks of the magically transformed alloy structure peeling away like melting wax, collapsing in on themselves. The energy field of the altar spiraled out of control. Countless streams of chaotic dark red energy danced like frenzied serpents, wreaking havoc upon everything within the hall. The high-ranking members of the Holy Light Church, who had just delivered a judgment strike, were evidently caught in the terrifying backlash, muffled groans resonating from the dome. Meanwhile, the three nearly lifeless demon cult priests were at the center of this energy storm, their bodies torn to shreds by the violent currents of magical energy, issuing their final desperate wails. Consumption progress. 355,070 encountering fierce resistance from the remnants of Mammon's will. Consumption speed decreasing. The system's notifications flickered intermittently, as if on the verge of extinguishment. Not enough. Far from enough. Edmund felt as though both his body and soul teetered on the precipice of collapse. The oppressive light of sanctity stifled his blood energy, rendering it incapable of sustaining further strength, leaving him reliant solely on the voracious power driven by the system, which was now waning. Just as he witnessed the struggling divine energy on the verge of breaking free from its constraints, a sudden hum resonated. The fragment of the primordial bloodline relic, previously dormant from the eruption of annihilation raised and pressed against his chest, surged with a searing pulse once more. This time, it was not a response to an attack or a summoning, but rather an instinctive reaction to Edmund's inherent primal essence, the original bloodline, struggling desperately at the brink of life and death, coupled with the forcibly torn divine energy imbued with the essence of veracity, a faint yet remarkably pure crimson energy, imbued with the weight of ancient epochs and a chilling aura of predation, began to flow like a gentle stream from the relic fragment, instantly infusing Edmund's nearly exhausted meridians. This newfound power acted as a key, awakening the deepest instincts of his original bloodline, which were inscribed with an innate greed and desire for consumption. A primal roar erupted from Edmund's throat, completely inhuman in its ferocity. The light of humanity in his eyes was abruptly replaced by an ancient, cold, and pure crimson. The instinct derived from the original bloodline, stimulated by the relic fragment, temporarily overpowered the assimilation of the Mammon seal and the searing pain of the holy light. Host's resonance with the original bloodline awakened, temporary. Devouring efficiency maximized. Talent. Origins ruin operating at overload. The system detected this crucial transformation. Boom. The voracious power, which was pulling at the divine energy of Mammon, suddenly surged exponentially. It resembled a colossal beast, starved for eons, opening its gaping maw. The tearing sound was sharper and more harrowing this time. The mass containing fragments of greedy laws and feeble divine essence from Mammon could no longer withstand the horrific pull of this primal instinct, transforming into a condensed stream of dark red light, forcibly swallowed by Edmund. At the moment the energy entered, Edmund emitted a howl that transcended the limits of human endurance. His body swelled like an inflated balloon, veins bulging grotesquely, shimmering in a strange dark golden hue. Beneath his skin, it felt as though countless greedy demonic worms writhed frantically. The icy blue of his left eye was wholly consumed by a raging flame of avarice, morphing into a pure golden slit. The demonic patterns symbolizing Mammon's authority rapidly crept across half of his cheek and neck. A terrifying aura, a blend of the ancient nobility of the original bloodline and the insatiable brutality of abyssal demons, erupted around him like a nuclear explosion, instantly shattering the remaining suppressive holy light and chaotic energy storm. He had succeeded, yet he had also spiraled into utter chaos. Chapter 42, Divine Furnace. Eye of the Abyss. The Devouring was complete. The mass imbued with fragments of greedy laws and the faint essence of Mammon was forcibly thrust into Edmund's being, akin to a red-hot branding iron. This was not mere absorption. It was a savage stuffing, a collision of two stars on the verge of detonation, violently compressed into a narrow furnace. Ugh! The agony, intensified 100-fold beyond anything previously experienced, inundated all of Edmund's senses. His body ceased to belong to him. It transformed into a battleground for frenzied energies in conflict. To the left lay the divine essence of Mammon, recently and violently torn asunder and consumed within him. It acted like a virulent virus imbued with life, voraciously corroding and assimilating everything it touched. The viscous, liquid gold magic surged tumultuously through his veins, greedily devouring his very life essence. The dark golden runes writhing beneath his skin spread like living entities. Where they traversed, flesh and blood emitted a sizzling sound, transmuting into a non-human metallic texture. Deep within his soul, the grand and seductive whispers of Mammon morphed into tangible shrieks, relentlessly assaulting the crumbling bastion of his will. The pollution level surged like a runaway stallion. Warning: Mammon's divine essence, fragment, is undergoing uncontrollable fusion. Host's body is undergoing localized abyssal demonization, metallic transformation 7911. The system alarm blared frantically. Mammon's mark pollution level, 152, surpassing the threshold of the second stage. The erosion of abyssal laws intensifies. Cognitive distortion deepens irreversibly. The chilling notifications heralded the collapse of humanity. To the right, the ancient essence derived from the primal bloodline, incensed by this violent intrusion, erupted like a monarch defending its territory, unleashing earth-shattering wrath and majesty. Cold, noble, imbued with the profound power accumulated over countless ages. It surged forth like an awakened primordial ocean, clashing against the encroaching greedy magic. The icy prison flames, embodying the core of Edmund's will, ignited in response to this internal and external turmoil, awakening his bloodline instincts, and unleashed a power that transcended all limits. The intertwining flames of azure and dark crimson transformed from a gentle blaze into an inferno that consumed all in its path, fervently incinerating the greedy force that sought to demonize his form. The pure ancestral blood power provided by the fragment of the sacred artifact became the pivotal spark that ignited this symphony of ice and fire. Primal bloodline essence activating in response. Icy prison flames core operating beyond capacity. Stability, 10. On the brink of collapse. Warning: essence conflict level, demigod. Host body and soul nearing their carrying limits. The system interface shattered like glass, marred by crimson cracks and chaotic data streams. Two primordial powers, originating from disparate exalted existences, clashed within the confines of Edmund's body and soul, engaging in a brutal and extreme struggle for supremacy. On one side lay the insatiable greed of the abyssal demon, eager to consume and assimilate all. On the other, the cold and haughty essence of the blood ancestor, fiercely defending its existence from desecration. They tore at each other, obliterating yet strangely attempting to merge. Each collision sent Edmund's body reeling as if repeatedly struck by a colossal hammer, blood mingling with impurities expelled by both forces seeping from his cracked skin. His consciousness oscillated amidst the tearing agony, at times resembling a supreme, devouring demon gazing down upon mere ants, and at other times embodying the ancient progenitor of the bloodline. Indifferent to the vicissitudes of existence, where Edmund's shadowed self-awareness floated like a lone vessel in the tempestuous waves stirred by the clash of divinity and demonhood, perilously close to capsizing. Boom, boom, boom. As the embodiment of Mammon, the core fragment of divine essence, was forcibly devoured. The dark red demonic pillar that connected heaven and earth lost its anchor, emitting a lament of defiance before it collapsed with a thunderous roar. The vast vortex in the sky twisted uncontrollably as if bereft of support, ultimately transforming into a colossal black hole that unleashed a terrifying gravitational pull. The residual demonic energy, the shattered altar's remains, and even the metallic fragments of the fortress were drawn in frantically, ground to dust. The wailing ravine, stripped of its core energy source, resembled a colossal beast stripped of its spine, producing a deafening cacophony of collapse. The earth fissured into bottomless chasms, lava surged forth, and demonic energy spilled uncontrollably in all directions. Quick, suppress the uncontrolled energy. Save the people. The voices of the high-ranking members of the Holy Light Church resonated with shock and urgency at the breach in the dome. Several gentle yet resilient barriers of holy light descended, attempting to stabilize the crumbling space and shelter those who had narrowly escaped the altar's destruction, yet remained weak and unconscious. Their gazes, filled with uncertainty, converged upon the figure at the storm's epicenter below. Radiating an aura of terror and chaos, the entity that had consumed the power of the demon god, representing an even greater threat. System Deep Scan. Host's origin conflict reaches a critical state. External environmental threat escalates. Emergency options. 1. Forcefully separate the conflicting origins. Success rate 1. Host will perish. 2. Channel the conflicting energies outpouring. Destructive potential unknown. May trigger greater catastrophe. 3. Utilize fragments of the holy artifact and residual system energy to construct a temporary furnace. Accelerating forced fusion. Success rate unknown. Risk. Host will may be obliterated or completely demonized. The system presented 3 paths, all leading to doom. Amidst the boundless pain and chaos, a faint yet piercing thought, sharp as an ice pick, pierced through the clamor of divinity and demonhood. It was the final, most tenacious will to survive belonging to Edmund Darkthorn. My power shall remain solely mine. Accompanied by this roar from the depths of his soul, he forcefully summoned forth the nearly shattered will of self from the conflict, akin to a desperate gambler wagering everything, including the very concept of his existence. On the third option, executing final plan, constructing furnace, forced fusion, consumption, remaining origin of holy artifact fragments, 90. System core rule module, overload damage. Host soul origin, severely injured. The system coldly announced the cost. Buzz. The fragment of the primordial holy artifact embedded in Edmund's chest erupted with an unprecedented radiance, the surface cracks widening instantaneously, as if it were on the verge of complete disintegration. The last vestige of pure ancestral blood power contained within, along with a feeble energy stream born from the system's burning of its core rules, which embodied the concepts of devouring and harmonization, surged violently into the core battlefield of conflict within Edmund. This infusion of power was akin to a drop of ice water falling into a pot of boiling oil, instantly provoking a more intense reaction. Yet, it did not trigger an explosion. Rather, it forcibly established an exceedingly small, yet remarkably stable energy singularity at the vortex center of conflict between blood energy and demonic energy at Edmund's heart. A temporary furnace formed with the holy artifact fragment as the walls, the system rules as the framework, and Edmund's very soul as fuel. Boom. The divine fragments of Mammon and the essence of the primordial vampires were violently drawn into this crucible by an overwhelming force. 2 entirely distinct supreme powers were brutally compressed, ground, and collided within the constricted space. Each impact caused the crucible to tremble violently, as if Edmund's soul were being torn asunder. The outer walls of the crucible pulsated with ethereal azure data streams, flickering wildly before extinguishing and disintegrating. The cracks in the shards of the holy artifact spread like a web, as agony reached unprecedented heights. Edmund felt as though both his soul and body were being ground down to their most primal particles. Yet, amidst this ultimate destruction, a faint yet profoundly significant transformation quietly unfolded. At the heart of the crucible, within a vortex of catastrophic energy, an exceedingly delicate and peculiar energy emerged. Interwoven with dark gold and crimson, a nascent glimmer reminiscent of the primordial light that heralded the dawn of chaos. This new energy encapsulated the noble coldness of the primordial vampires, the insatiable consuming nature of Mammon, and an even more primal essence of predation and evolution. Though weak, this nascent energy was remarkably domineering. It instinctively began to absorb and integrate the conflicting energy fragments around it, akin to a famished young beast. The System-S residual module detected this change and emitted a final, barely discernible alert before plunging into complete silence. The cursor representing the eternal Devourer system faded into obscurity, vanishing from Edmund's sight. The system core had succumbed to overload and destruction during the crucible's construction. Suddenly, Edmund's eyes flew open. His left eye remained a golden slit, swirling with greedy demonic flames, cold, merciless, resembling a portal to the abyss. Meanwhile, his right eye, which had once been a dark crimson, had become even deeper and purer, with ancient runes, reminiscent of shattered stars, faintly glowing within the depths of his pupil, exuding an unchanging, frigid majesty rooted in his bloodline. He gradually rose from the shattered ground. The surface of his body bore dark, golden, greedy, demonic patterns intertwined with ancient crimson bloodlines, writhing as if alive, ultimately coalescing into a complex, dark red-gold tricolor seal resembling an Ouroboros at the heart. The expanse of his left arm to shoulder exhibited a chilling dark golden metallic sheen, coursing with viscous magical light. In contrast, although the skin elsewhere was marred with cracks and charred remnants, it emanated an otherworldly, jade-like luster, harboring explosive power. An indescribable aura, infused with blood, greed, antiquity, and cold terror, gradually radiated from him like a tangible tide. This oppressive force transcended the realm of a lord, reaching the demigod tier. Though unstable, fraught with conflict and the ever-present risk of explosion, the level of suppression emanating from the essence of life was unmistakably clear and tyrannical. The entire collapsing hull of the prism fell into an eerie silence. The remaining cultists trembled beneath the weight of his presence, akin to ants. The warriors of the Holy Light Church underwent a drastic transformation, their faces paling, as they instinctively aimed their holy weapons downward, filled with an unprecedented gravity and vigilance. From the figure standing before them, they sensed a threat far more sinister and heart-pounding than the previous projection of Mammon's incarnation. Edmund slowly turned his head, his dual-colored eyes sweeping over the chaotic battlefield, glancing at the terrified cultists, the members of the Holy Light Church bracing themselves for confrontation, and finally lingering on the vast chasm of wailing shadows that, while gradually calming, still swirled with demonic energy just beyond the colossal gap in the dome. His expression was devoid of any emotion. There was no ecstasy from devouring the demon god, no despair from the system's ruin, nor tension from being surrounded by formidable foes. Instead, he bore an indifference that seemed to awaken after eons of slumber, transcending mundane feelings, coupled with the insatiable, profound greed burning within the depths of his heterochromatic eyes. The power was still insufficient. This body, this newly reborn essence, was far from stable. It required more potent prey, more pure energy. His gaze seemed to pierce through space, directing itself toward the depths of the chasm where the abyssal beasts, driven wild by the core's collapse yet devoid of unified command, lurked. In response to his thoughts, not far from him, an unstable rift of dark night flickered with perilous light, momentarily torn open by the altar's collapse and spatial chaos. From the other side of the rift, a mournful wind filled with the essence of death and desolation wafted through. A chilling choice lay before him: to remain and become the target of the Holy Light Church's siege, or to step into the unknown rift, completing the ultimate refinement of this unstable divine power in the hunting grounds of myriad worlds. Chapter 43, The Wasteland of the Dead, Lord of Bones, cold, silent, decayed. This was Edmund's first impression upon entering this unfamiliar realm, and it left a profound imprint. The air was thick with the scent of decaying dust and the ashes of souls, while the almost non-existent magical energy carried an icy chill, each breath akin to inhaling frigid ashes. The sky was eternally leaden gray, devoid of sun, moon, or stars, with only a dim light filtering down from an unknown source, barely illuminating this boundless wasteland. The earth was black, covered by a thick layer of bone powder that seemed to have weathered for eons. Countless colossal bones of varying shapes lay half-buried, resembling a graveyard of prehistoric beasts. Broken ribs jutted into the somber sky, and the vast skulls with hollow eye sockets stared into the eternal void. The cold wind howled across the wasteland, stirring the bone powder and emitting a shrill wail reminiscent of the lamentations of lost souls. Here lay the realm of the deceased, a forbidden zone for life, the wasteland of bones. Edmund's figure appeared atop a hill formed by countless massive vertebrae. His wounds, still grotesque from the chaotic energy of traversing the spatial rift, shimmered with an eerie luster under the shadowy light of death. His left arm bore dark golden metal that glinted ominously, while one side of his face was adorned with dark golden greedy runes, creating a stark contrast with the cold, handsome visage of his vampiric right half. At the heart, the newly formed dark red-gold tricolored imprint pulsed gently, like a dangerous core of a furnace, emanating a faint yet undeniable pressure that mingled with the sense of blood, greed, and death. Passive environmental perception. The attributes of the plane confirm that the death laws of the undead dominate the realm, the bone wastes. Energy concentration, moderately low, leaning towards death attributes. Spatial stability, moderate. Threat level, high. A large-scale cluster of undead life signatures detected. Although the core of the system has been severely damaged, certain fundamental passive detection functions seem to have, through some unknown means, seamlessly integrated into Edmund's own perception. A rudimentary, phantom-like translucent interface flickers at the corner of his vision, with data streams appearing sporadically, far less clear and efficient than before. He requires energy, a means to stabilize the tumultuous nascent essence within him, which feels as if it could explode at any moment. The pervasive chill of death in the undead realm, while oppressive to his blood energy, presents an alternative wealth to him, as he has fused with the insatiable greed of mammon. The flames of the deceased souls are ripe for the taking. Almost as soon as he lands firmly and suppresses his presence, a low, malevolent horn sounds unexpectedly from the depths of the wasteland. The sound seems to penetrate the very soul, bearing a chilling command. As if in response to the horn, the black bone powder earth surrounding the skeletal hills where Edmund stands, dormant for eons, suddenly heaves. Countless pale skeletal arms burst through the layer of bone powder, emerging thickly like mushrooms after rain. Following them are the skeletal torsos clad in tattered, rusted armor, their hollow heads ablaze with eerie green soul fire. They struggle to crawl out from their burial grounds, initially moving in a stiff and awkward manner, but quickly becoming fluid. Their decayed bone knives and broken iron swords rise in unison, their empty eye sockets fixated upon the soul life signature atop the hills. Thousands upon thousands, an ocean of bones. These most base skeletal warriors possess feeble individual energy, merely equivalent to the peak of mundane mortals or novice awakeners. Yet, their numbers are vast, surging like a black tide towards the skeletal hills from all directions. They harbor no fear, no pain, only an instinctual hunger for the souls of the living and a desire for destruction. In the eyes of the insignificant Edmund, there is not a trace of disturbance. He slowly raises his right hand, fingers splayed, palm facing downward, aimed at the oncoming sea of skeletons below. Talent, origin reclamation, activated. With a mere thought, the devouring instinct rooted in his bloodline and the core of the furnace instantly ignites. A hum, an invisible, absolutely predatory force of attraction suddenly expands from the center of his palm. This time, there is no dazzling display of energy, only a terrifying gravitational force that distorts and collapses the very fabric of space itself. The hundreds of skeletal warriors at the forefront suddenly freeze in their tracks. The eerie green soul fires flickering in their eye sockets seem to be forcibly extracted by an unseen giant hand, transforming into faint streams of green light, rushing like rivers to the sea, madly pouring into Edmund's palm. The skeletal bodies, now devoid of soul energy support, instantly crumble like ancient, weathered wood, scattering into pure bone powder, merging into the vast desolation. The crude sensory interface relayed inconsequential information, yet this meager enhancement, akin to a single droplet of water cast into a parched desert, ignited the insatiable furnace within Edmund's very core. The golden slit of his left eye erupted with blinding brilliance. Insufficient. Far from enough. He let out a guttural roar, and like a wraith, vanished from the hilltop. In the next heartbeat, his figure materialized at the heart of the densest concentration of skeletons. His feet struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! A wave of mixed dark crimson blood energy and dark golden magical power exploded outward from him, as though an invisible scythe had swept through. Within a 50-meter radius, all skeletal warriors were instantly reduced to a fine bone dust, as if tossed into a grinder. Further afield, clusters of skeletons were hurled into the air, shattered by the force. Countless faintly tangible green soul flames, startled like a swarm of fireflies, were violently drawn toward the storm center that was Edmund. He moved with the swiftness of a walking vortex of death amidst the endless sea of bones. Each flash, each landing, was accompanied by the shattering of countless skeletons and the annihilation of soul flames. The sheer physical power, combined with the predatory nature of the origin abyss, yielded astonishing efficiency. The stillness of the skeletal wasteland was thoroughly disrupted, as the cacophony of splintering bones, the shrieks of soul flames before their consumption, and the explosive sound of air being torn asunder by Edmund's movement wove together into a violent symphony of death. Furnace core stability, 0-1 minor enhancement of death energy affinity, acquisition of minor death resistance. The flow of feedback information began to intensify, although each soul flame's energy was negligible. The sheer volume accumulated enough to slightly quell the agitation of the unstable furnace, causing the metallic process in his left arm to momentarily stall, barely perceptible. However, this unrestrained plundering, akin to casting a boulder into a tranquil death pool, finally stirred deeper, more formidable entities. Thud, thud, thud. The weighty footsteps reverberated from the far reaches of the wasteland, shaking the very earth. With each step, the skeletal hills trembled ever so slightly. Edmund halted, standing at the center of a blank expanse of bone dust he had created, spanning hundreds of meters. He lifted his gaze, his mismatched eyes piercing through the swirling dust, seeking the source of the sound. On the horizon, a colossal silhouette slowly ascended. It was a giant forged from countless massive black bones, glinting with a sinister metallic sheen. Towering over 30 meters, its form resembled a moving hill, each step crushing innumerable scattered bones beneath it. Its head was a monstrous, menacing dragon skull, with hollow eye sockets ablaze with two orbs of soul fire, radiating a cold, pale blue akin to miniature suns. A terrifying pressure, far surpassing that of a peak lord and brushing against the threshold of a king, rolled forth like an invisible tsunami. As it passed, low-tier skeletal warriors retreated like a tide, trembling in instinctive submission. The lord of the skeletal wasteland, the bone monarch Salazar, the fury of bones. The colossal dragon skull of Salazar pivoted towards Edmund, the two bluish-white flames of souls flickering violently, seemingly imbued with suspicion. It sensed the bizarre aura emanating from the diminutive creature below, a strange amalgamation of repulsive living blood energy and an overwhelming, higher-level desire to devour, which even resonated with a subtle echo of the deathly laws that posed a threat. A grand, frigid thought, akin to the grinding of innumerable bones, reverberated within Edmund's consciousness. Infused with wrath and murderous intent, surrender your unique core to become my collection. In response, a cold and predatory smile curled at the corners of Edmund's mouth. The prey had willingly approached him. The skeletal monarch Salazar unleashed a roar that trembled the wasteland, its enormous bone claws lifting abruptly, entwined with a dense, almost tangible black death energy that exuded a chilling aura capable of freezing souls. The air was torn apart as a pale shockwave, composed entirely of highly compressed deathly energy, surged forth with a diameter exceeding 5 meters, resembling the spear of the underworld, instantly traversing thousands of meters with the power to obliterate all in its path. Crashing towards Edmund, the true battle had now commenced. Chapter 44. The gaze of death at the Dragonbone Gate. The pallid shockwave of deathly energy tore through the air, emitting a shriek reminiscent of billions of tormented souls wailing in unison. Wherever it passed, the ground was plowed into a deep trench of bone powder, while the skeletal remnants at its edges were swiftly blanketed in a thick layer of frost, silently disintegrating into dust. This was a king-level attack infused with the laws of death, potent enough to instantaneously extinguish the vitality of a peak lord-level existence. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, Edmund did not evade. His golden slit pupil in the left eye contracted to an extreme, as if countless swirling greedy runes were madly spinning within its depths. The dark red blood eye on the right erupted with an unprecedented icy brilliance, and the light of the shattered star-like runes intensified. Furnace core superfrequency drive. Energy guidance, blood energy right. Abyssal magic energy left. Death resistance, passive. The rudimentary perception interface erupted with a glaring warning in red. Buzz. Edmund crossed his arms before his chest, the dark red-gold tricolor imprint at the heart's position suddenly illuminating. An energy shield, a blend of dark red blood flames and dark gold magic light, rapidly coalesced before him. The shield was not spherical but manifested as countless tiny, vortex-like structures resembling miniature black holes, whirling madly. Boom! The pallid death shockwave crashed violently against this peculiar vortex shield. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a jarring sound as if the very fabric of space was being forcibly ground. The highly concentrated death energy collided with the tiny vortices, akin to a raging torrent striking numerous greedy siphons. A portion of the death energy was forcibly neutralized and obliterated by the blood and magic energy contained within the shield, producing hissing white smoke. A larger part was violently torn apart and devoured by those miniature whirlpools. Edmund's body trembled violently. His feet sank deeply into the bone powder ground, carving out 2 long trenches. The surface of the shield flickered with tumultuous vortices, its instability suggesting imminent collapse. The dark, golden arcane patterns on the left arm surged with radiant energy, greedily siphoning the forcibly consumed death energy, causing a slight progression in the metal transformation. Meanwhile, the blood energy on the right side was drastically depleting under the corrosive influence of the death energy, as fine ice crystals formed upon the skin's surface. This was a frenzied cycle of depletion and plunder. He was forcibly absorbing the death rule attacks of the skeletal sovereign with the nascent and highly unstable essence of his furnace. A roar of astonished fury erupted from Salazar. Its colossal form lunged forward, each heavy step sending tremors through the earth like the beating of a drum. It was unprepared for its full-force strike to be countered and even consumed in such a bizarre manner. This only strengthened its resolve to seize the peculiar core of its adversary. With gigantic bone claws slicing through the air, infused with raw physical might and suffused with dense death energy, they descended upon Edmund, who had just stabilized his stance, like a collapsing mountain. Even before the claws reached him, the terrifying pressure caused the bone-dust ground beneath Edmund to ripple and sink like water. Resistance was futile. A fierce glint flickered in Edmund's eyes as his body instantaneously transformed into dozens of indistinguishable afterimages, entwined with blood flames and arcane light, exploding outward like fireworks in all directions. This was a fusion of the vampire's rapid movement and the abyssal shadow's elusive nature. Boom! The bone claw struck. The ground trembled violently. A massive pit, several meters in diameter, appeared instantly. As a tempest of shockwaves mingled with death energy and bone dust rushed outward in a circular sweep. Edmund's myriad afterimages were obliterated like mere bubbles. Yet, in a split second, his true form narrowly evaded the edge of the bone claw, dancing perilously close to the scythe of death with utmost speed and foresight. However, Salazar's other colossal bone claw was already poised to strike, timing its assault with exquisite precision. The immense shadow swiftly enveloped every space available for Edmund's evasion. There was no escape. Death. The chilling intent loomed like an executioner's decree. In this moment of despair, the golden vertical pupil of Edmund's left eye and the dark red blood pupil of his right eye erupted with an unprecedented synchrony of brilliance. The golden and dark red radiance converged in front of his brow, entwining and instantaneously coalescing into a minuscule yet exquisitely refined phantom of a chaotic dark golden vertical pupil. Talent awakening, chaos eye, death gaze, beginner. The phantom of the vertical pupil suddenly opened wide. Lacking a pupil, it revealed a swirling abyss, seemingly capable of devouring all light. An intangible yet potent mental shockwave, imbued with the essence of the newly awakened plunderous power from Edmund's furnace core, transcended physical distance and bypassed the skeletal body's defenses. Like the sharpest soul-piercing spear, it instantly traversed space and brutally penetrated the two blazing azure-white flames of soul fire within Salazar's eye sockets. Arg! Salazar's immense body froze abruptly. The bone claw aimed at Edmund hung, suspended in midair. It emitted an unprecedented, soul-wrenching wail filled with excruciating agony. The two orbs, radiant as the sun, blazed with a cerulean white essence of soul fire, contorting and fluctuating violently as if doused in scalding acid, their luminosity dimming by a third in an instant. The immense black bones constituting its colossal form emitted a groan of unbearable strain, while countless fine fissures spread across its surface. A gaze of death. This was the instinctive attack capability targeting the core of the soul, born from the tremendous pressure of life and death after Edmund forcibly merged the greedy divinity of Mammon. The primordial essence of the bloodline, and the vast array of souls he had just plundered, it directly impacted the very essence of the target's soul. With the potency reliant on Edmund's own foundational strength and his comprehension of the laws of soul death, the cost was equally formidable. Edmund's complexion turned as pale as parchment in an instant, the phantasmal vertical pupil on his brow shattering and vanishing, while a tearing agony resonated from the depths of his soul, the newly forged core of the furnace tumultuously quaking. Yet, the opportunity had arisen. Edmund forcefully suppressed the excruciating pain of his soul and the emptiness in his body, his eyes now filled solely with an icy and ruthless thirst for slaughter. Now was the moment. His form transformed into a swift cascade of dark crimson and golden hues, surging against the flow along Salazar's colossal skeletal arm. His target, the heart of the titanic dragon skull, where the two battered and violently oscillating orbs of cerulean white soul fire resided. The essence of the abyss. Devour it for me. With claws formed from his fingertips, Edmund plunged fiercely into the depths of the immense soul fire. Forced devour initiated. Target, core soul essence of the bone monarch Salazar, ruler level, initial stage. Boom. An energy torrent. 1,000,000 times more ferocious than the previous devouring of low-tier soul fire, surged into Edmund's being like a river bursting its banks. The overwhelming and pure energy of death, the essence of countless years accumulated by Salazar, along with fragments of comprehension regarding the laws of death contained within, flooded in. No. The notion of my impermanence filled Salazar with boundless dread and despair, causing the soul fire to thrash wildly. Yet, its most core essence had already been firmly grasped by Edmund's hands, the predatory laws emanating from the furnace core firmly suppressing its resistance. Edmund's body resembled a balloon being forcibly inflated, emitting groans of unbearable strain. The surface of his skin, adorned with dark golden runes and scarlet blood patterns, writhed as if alive, intertwining and clashing. The metallic region of his left arm extended to his shoulder. Beneath the cold metallic sheen, it appeared as though lava flowed. The furnace brand at his heart erupted with unprecedented radiance, whirling furiously, striving to meld this immense and fundamentally disparate ruler-level essence. Pain, tearing, conflict, annihilation. Yet, amid this cataclysmic surge of energy, deep within the core of the furnace, a strand of chaotic dark golden energy, emblematic of nascent essence, voraciously and efficiently consumed the forcibly shattered fragments of death's essence, expanding slowly like a sponge absorbing water. Within Edmund's right eye, the blood-red pupil, the star-like runes grew clearer and more intricate, subtly emanating a frigid authority over death. The gigantic skeletal form of Salazar visibly deteriorated, fading into a grayness, as the unsupported colossal bones collapsed with a thunderous crash, akin to a landslide. As the last flicker of pure soul fire was forcibly drawn into Edmund's being, the skeletal monarch reigning over a desolate corner of the bone wasteland was irrevocably reduced to the dust of history. With a thunderous crash, Edmund plummeted from the air, kneeling heavily upon the massive skull of Salazar, gasping for breath. His aura surged like a volatile volcano, fluctuating between the pinnacle of lordly power and a terrifying pressure surpassing the initial stages of a king. Beneath his skin, torrents of energy surged like rushing rivers, with the dark golden sheen of his left arm clashing violently against the crimson veins adorning his right side. The core of the furnace pulsed like a searing iron brand, each throb inflicting excruciating pain upon his very soul. Yet he had succeeded. He had forcibly devoured a king-level undead monarch. Refinement process, absorption of Salazar's soul essence, analysis of death law fragments in progress, stability at critical threshold. Warning: external high-energy reactions approaching rapidly. The rudimentary perception interface flickered wildly, bathing in blinding red light. Wailing and ever more intense, the haunting horns of the undead, laden with endless resentment and hatred, echoed from all corners of the wasteland. The overwhelming aura of the undead, akin to a tsunami, instantaneously locked onto Edmund's location. The fall of Salazar was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest, inciting the entire bone wasteland into a furious uproar. In the distance, clouds of dust, bone powder, soared into the sky. Multiple king-level undead auras, no weaker than Salazar's, and perhaps even slightly stronger, awakened like ancient beasts. Accompanied by a vast army of skeletal dragons, ghostly legions, and the abhorrent amalgamation of ages-old deathly wrath, surged madly toward Edmund. This place had become a hellscape. Immediate escape was imperative. Edmund, straining against the brink of collapse, rose to his feet, the furnace core operating frantically, forcibly squeezing the newly absorbed power to mend his internal injuries and counteract the backlash of conflicting laws. Amidst the chaotic energy disturbances, his perception struggled to scan the surroundings, searching for a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on the ground beneath the immense skull of Salazar, concealed by its colossal form. There, beneath countless fragmented bones, an exceedingly faint yet profoundly ancient resonance, oddly reminiscent of the nascent chaotic dark gold energy deep within his heart's furnace, pierced through the heavy miasma of death, transmitting forth. This wave did not belong to the undead. It carried a desolate and weighty aura, as if it traversed boundless epics of tragic martial spirit. Within it lingered a familiar, though distant and blurred essence of an ally, the covenant of all souls. This thought struck Edmund's chaotic consciousness like a lightning bolt. Without a moment's hesitation, he bellowed, gathering the remnants of his strength, and delivered a fierce punch to the earth beneath Salazar's skull. Boom! bone powder and shattered fragments scattered. A vast, bottomless chasm leading into the depths of the earth was unveiled. At the edge of the opening sat an enormous door, adorned with intricate runes, seemingly cast from a form of bronze. In a corner of the door, a vague yet soul-stirring mark flashed momentarily, a totem of a colossal dragon entwined with the stars. Behind him, the thunderous roar of the vengeful spirits surged ominously close. Several king-level undead wills, like frigid shackles, firmly constrained him. Should he step into the unknown bronze giant door, or remain to face the deathly tides sweeping across the desolate bone wasteland? Without a moment's hesitation, Edmund transformed into a streak of light, plunging resolutely into the shadowy portal, suffused with an ancient, mournful aura. At the instant his form vanished, a colossal claw, forged entirely of pure bone and entwined with inky chains, descended violently, reducing the half-open bronze door and the surrounding earth to mere dust. Chapter 45. The remains of the starry dragonbone covenant, cold, viscous, and infused with the agonizing sensation of space being violently torn apart. This was the immediate impression of traversing through the half-open bronze door. It felt as though he had been cast into an invisible blender, with the tumultuous spatial currents mercilessly tearing at Edmund's already fragile body. His left arm gleamed with dark, golden arcane patterns, greedily siphoning the chaotic energies of space, its metallic luster blinding. The blood energy enveloping his right side flickered erratically in the maelstrom, resisting the encroaching dissolution. The furnace mark upon his heart burned like a searing iron, each heartbeat accompanied by excruciating pangs that threatened to rend his soul. The overwhelming essence of death from Salazar clashed violently with the nascent chaotic dark gold energy within him, annihilating itself in the process. Were it not for the core of the furnace forcibly operating, drawing upon the recently devoured king-level undead power to mend itself, he would have already been torn to shreds within this violent passage. Even so, his injuries intensified, and his consciousness wavered in the throes of pain and the disorienting clash of energies. Suddenly, all sensations of being torn apart vanished. An indescribable, immense pressure surged forth, mingled with desolation, sorrow, and a regal dragon's might that seemed to transcend the ages, enveloping Edmund like an invisible tsunami. Thud! He crashed heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of pale silver dust. A bone-chilling cold seeped through his skin, not the frigid breath of death, but a star-like, pure, and noble chill. Edmund fought against the dizziness and excruciating pain, straining to lift his head. The sight before him made his dual-colored eyes involuntarily narrow. It was a vast expanse so magnificent it eluded description. The dome soared infinitely high, not adorned with rock or starlit skies, but composed of countless enormous, translucent crystals radiating a soft, blue-white glow. These crystals formed an exceedingly complex three-dimensional array, each seemingly encasing a pulsating nebula or a swirling galaxy within, emanating pure and overwhelming stellar power. The gentle yet omnipresent light illuminated the entire space as if it were daylight, enveloped in a divine and frigid atmosphere. Majestic, grand, an extraordinary creation beyond the mundane. And beneath this resplendent starlit dome, the most astonishing sight occupied the absolute center of the space, a dragon. The remains of an ancient colossal dragon, so immense it defied comprehension. Its skeletal frame shimmered in a profound, dark silver hue, as if absorbing light, with natural engravings of intricate ancient runes etched upon its bones, akin to the trajectories of stars. It stood not fallen, but in a posture that gazed down upon the world with haughty pride. The colossal dragon skeleton lay partially unfurled, as if poised to spread its wings and rend the heavens asunder. Its elongated neck arched high, pointing directly towards the celestial array above. The hollow eye sockets gazed into the void, yet still exuded an overwhelming majesty that sent shivers through the very soul, a testament to its demigod-like power. The enormity of the dragon's remains dwarfed Edmund, who stood beside one of its toe bones, appearing as insignificant as a speck of dust. Even a single rib was as robust as the pillars of a mighty fortress. However, it was the sight at the heart of the dragon's skeletal form that captivated Edmund's full attention. There, embedded within the ribcage, was an exaggeratedly massive sword, forged from a dark blue metal that shimmered with starlight. The blade plunged deep into the dragon's heartbone, leaving nearly half of its length and a hilt adorned with celestial runes, resembling a dragon's claw, exposed. Surrounding the sword, dark silver bones bore a dense web of cracks, as if the sword had pinned both the dragon and its life force to this place for eternity. An intense and unyielding will to fight, coupled with an indelible sense of resentment, emanated from those fissures, still discernible despite the passage of time. The starry dragon skeleton of Tiamat, the celestial guardian, stirred a vague yet poignant memory within Edmund, surfacing from the depths of his bloodline like a sunken ship in the turbulent sea of his consciousness. This name evoked a sorrowful familiarity, yet felt as distant as a bygone era. Here lay the hidden sanctuary, concealed beneath the desolate expanse of the bone wastes, built by the ancient celestial dragon race, beyond the great bronze doors. This skeletal remains, and the mighty sword bore witness to the existence of the covenant of all spirits, revealing its tragic conclusion. Buzz. Just as Edmund's mind was shaken to its core, an unexpected transformation occurred. The open platform before the dragon skeleton suddenly illuminated with intricate and profound starry patterns. As the light flowed, it formed a vast circular magical array. At the center of this array rose a massive obelisk, sculpted from dark silver dragon bone, its apex adorned with shifting starlight. The surface of the obelisk was not smooth, but rather etched with even more complex and ancient star maps. These celestial charts were not static, they flowed and evolved, as if chronicling the fundamental truths of the universe's operation. A vast and profound aura, imbued with the essence of space and the laws of the stars, emanated from the obelisk. Almost simultaneously, from the shadows surrounding the skeletal platform, a low, menacing roar echoed. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of towering figures materialized silently from the darkness. They were not the undead, but rather constructs, formed from fragments of dark silver dragon bone, star crystals, and an unknown metal that glimmered with starlight. Their forms were grotesque, resembling miniature skeletal warriors of the celestial dragon. Their eye sockets blazed with a cold blue-white star fire, wielding dragon bone weapons, either spears or enormous axes, engraved with starry runes. A chilling, efficient, and emotionless aura of slaughter permeated the air. Each construct radiated energy fluctuations akin to that of elite-tier beings. Among them, the largest figure, wielding a colossal star axe, exuded an energy core that hinted at the threshold of a lordly level. The dragon skeleton guardians, the protectors of this sacred sanctuary. Their sole purpose for existence is to eradicate any unauthorized intruders. Dozens of icy, celestial flames fixated instantly on the edge of the platform, locking onto the chaotic yet formidable Edmund. The lethal hostility pierced through the air like tangible shards of ice. Roar. The leader of the skeletal dragon guardians emitted a silent roar, a mental shock, raising the colossal starry axe in hand with fervor. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Edmund inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous surge of energy within and the excruciating pain deep in his soul. In his heterochromatic eyes, the coldness of the ancient bloodline mingled with a newly fused, ravenous divinity, both surging forth. There was no retreat. The energy cores of the dragon skeleton guardians before him, infused with pure celestial power and dragon essence, were the perfect fuel to stabilize the raging furnace within him and even to suppress the demonic transformation of his left arm. The spatial and celestial mysteries contained within the dragon bone obelisk were an irresistible temptation. Did mere ants dare to obstruct his path? A chilling whisper escaped his lips, laced with the arrogance of ancient blood and a demonic indifference. In the next moment, boom, the leading skeletal guardian of the colossal axe stepped forward, its heavy footfalls causing the platform to tremble. Its massive starry axe cleaved through the air, carrying the chill of frozen souls and the might to shatter mountains, descending upon Edmund with deadly intent. Before the axe blade could reach him, an invisible force field of icy celestial energy sought to freeze Edmund's movements. In an instant, Edmund's figure vanished from his original position, leaving behind a faint, dark red, three-colored afterimage, slightly hindered by the starry force field. Bang! The great axe crashed down upon the very spot where Edmund had stood, cleaving a deep fissure into the solid, star-patterned ground, sending shards of ice scattering. Meanwhile, Edmund's true form materialized like a specter at the blind side of the great axe guardian. His right arm ignited with a dark red blood flame, his fingers curling into claws, shrieking through the fabric of space as they lunged towards the largest and brightest energy core nestled beneath the Guardian's ribs. Death. Chapter 46. The Secret of the Star Track Imprint Remnant. Hiss. The claws enveloped in dark red blood flames precisely tore through the starry metal armor covering the Guardian's ribs. 5 fingers ablaze with blood flames penetrated deeply into the fist-sized energy core, radiating immense, frigid celestial power. Roar. The leading Axe Guardian emitted a silent, devastatingly resonant psychic scream. Its enormous body suddenly stiffened, motion ceasing in an instant. The cold celestial flames within its eye sockets flickered violently, showing signs of collapse. Plunder. Core of the Celestial Dragon Essence Guardian. No system prompt was needed. The furnace core instinctively drove Edmund forward. A surge of pure, icy energy, imbued with celestial attributes, surged into him like a high-pressure water jet along his arm. Buzz. This pristine celestial power crashed into him like ice water poured into a boiling pot. Edmund's body trembled violently. The dark, golden demonic patterns spreading across his left arm recoiled as if encountering a natural enemy. The speed at which they greedily absorbed the celestial power suddenly slowing, even emitting a sizzling sound of purification. The blood coursing through the right side of his body, under the harmonious influence of stellar energy, experienced a significant reduction in consumption speed. Most importantly, the seething turmoil of the furnace core in his heart found instant relief from excruciating pain, thanks to the equilibrium of this celestial power. The fusion of Salazar's death essence with the nascent chaotic dark golden energy accelerated noticeably. Effective. A fierce glint ignited in Edmund's eyes. This stellar energy was precisely the stabilizing agent he so desperately required at that moment. Yet, the crisis was far from over. Just as Edmund seized the energy core of the colossal Axe Guardian, dozens of elite Dragonbone sentinels closed in like cold-blooded killing machines from all directions. They bore no emotions, felt no fear, and were driven solely by an unwavering will to execute commands. Countless bone spears, swords, and chain hammers, shimmering with stellar runes, tore through the air, wielding enough sharpness to pierce lord-level defenses and an icy aura capable of freezing blood, weaving a lethal web of death that entirely sealed off all of Edmund's avenues for evasion. Get away, Edmund roared, his left eye's golden slit pupil suddenly erupting with a blinding, greedy magical light. Eyes of chaos, dread, a wave of mental pressure, emanating from Mammon's insatiable greed and targeting the depths of the soul, fused with the high-tier bloodline suppression of the primordial vampires, erupted like an invisible shockwave. The elite sentinels at the forefront momentarily faltered, their eyes flickering with cold stellar flames, akin to candles flickering in the wind. Though these constructs lacked souls, the core consciousness driving them was equally subjected to the suppression of high-tier will. However, this suppression was alarmingly brief, merely a fleeting moment. More attacks were already upon him. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 stellar bone spears pierced through the afterimage left by Edmund, embedding deeply into the platform's ground. A heavy dragonbone chain hammer grazed past his back, the resulting gale shredding his tattered clothing and leaving a pale, icy mark upon the skin that had absorbed Salazar's defenses. Edmund's figure flickered rapidly within the confined space, narrowly evading several deadly strikes with each movement. No longer was he inclined to linger in battle. His target was the Dragonbone obelisk radiating with overwhelming spatial and stellar law fluctuations, with his right hand firmly grasping the energy core of the colossal Axe Guardian. He fervently siphoned pure stellar power, while his left hand opened wide, palm facing forward, aimed at the elite sentinels obstructing his path to the obelisk. Crimson blood star trajectory. Buzz. Dark red blood energy swiftly coalesced, collapsing before his palm, forming several rapidly spinning micro-blood vortices that radiated tremendous gravitational pull. Simultaneously, the vast array of stars above seemed to respond to an unseen force, as several faint beams of starlight, drawn like iron filings to a magnet, cascaded downwards, precisely infusing into those blood vortices. The blood-red whirlpools were instantly enveloped in a chilling starry glow. The suction intensified. Boom, boom, boom. The elite sentinels blocking his path were caught off guard, as if pulled by an invisible giant hand, their bodies uncontrollably drawn towards the micro-stellar vortices. Their trajectories of attack twisted in an instant, their formation thrown into disarray. Edmund seized the fleeting moment, transforming into a streak of light as he navigated through the gaps between several disoriented guards, drawn askew by gravity. With his sights set on the towering dragonbone obelisk looming hundreds of meters away. Stop him! The core consciousness of the great axe guard emitted a desperate roar, yet its vital energy was frantically siphoned by Edmund, rendering its movements sluggish, rendering it incapable of intercepting him in time. Edmund's figure landed heavily beneath the massive base of the dragonbone obelisk. Up close, he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the ancient demigod-level starry dragon. As if the weight of countless stars bore down upon him. The flowing star map on the obelisk radiated spatial law fluctuations, causing the surrounding space to exhibit a slight distortion. There was no time to hesitate. Behind him, the guards, freed from the gravitational pull of the star trajectory, charged wildly forward. The great axe guard also forcibly broke free from Edmund's extraction, its core dimmed to nearly half, swinging its massive axe with a fury that surged towards him. Edmund's gaze was solely fixed on the swirling star map. He abruptly extended his left hand, a palm adorned with dark golden arcane patterns, parts of which had transformed into a cold metallic surface, and pressed it forcefully against the frigid body of the dragonbone obelisk. At the moment of contact, a resonating hum reverberated throughout the sanctum. The brilliance of the celestial array on the dome intensified. The star map on the obelisk seemed to be infused with life, its flow accelerating tenfold, 100-fold. Countless intricate runes composed of pure starlight emerged from the obelisk's surface, swirling around before coalescing into a concentrated beam of light that surged into Edmund's forehead. Edmund let out a roar that intertwined pain with ecstasy. A torrent of vast and chaotic information flooded his mind. Fractured star coordinates, distorted spatial nodes, devastating energy fluctuations, visions of countless stars obliterated, and a fragmented yet infinitely profound star map, seemingly sketched by the stars themselves, unfolded before him. At the core of this star map was a gargantuan vortex of darkness, unfathomable in size, as if it could swallow all light. Merely perceiving it within his consciousness sent tremors of instinctual dread coursing through Edmund's soul. Was this the source of the abyssal rift? The coordinates of the primordial chasm? Yet, the star map was incomplete. Critical spatial anchor points remained obscured, paths obscured by the chaotic turbulence of space. Furthermore, an exceedingly subtle and malevolent intention, akin to a festering parasite, attempted to infiltrate the core of Edmund's consciousness. Riding the influx of star map information. Was that the scent of betrayal? Warning. High-level spatial coordinate information stream detected, incomplete. Contains unknown mental imprint erosion. The rudimentary perception interface erupted in a blinding red light alarm. Humph. The golden slit pupil of Edmund's left eye radiated an insatiable brilliance. The core of the furnace operated frantically. The newly born chaotic dark golden energy surged towards his forehead, forcibly enveloping, devouring, and shattering the encroaching cold malevolent imprint. Crack. At the very moment he struggled to digest this colossal influx of information while shattering the mental imprint, the dark silver dragonbone obelisk beneath his left hand, having endured the impact of Edmund's ferocious power and the deluge of information, finally succumbed to the overwhelming burden and shattered. Fragments crumbled away, revealing something embedded deep within the monument. It was neither a dragon bone nor a starlight crystal, but rather a shard of crystal no larger than a palm, irregularly shaped and exhibiting a profound dark red hue. Within the shard, there seemed to be a flicker of a faint yet eternally burning flame. Imbued with a sorrowful and indomitable spirit, the essence of this flame resonated with the lingering battle intent found upon the bones of the celestial dragon Tiamat. This resonance stirred an unprecedented, intense response within the depths of Edmund's heart, where the nascent chaotic dark gold energy resided. It felt as though he had discovered a long-lost kin after eons. The embers of Tiamat's starfire. Edmund's mind was shaken. This was undoubtedly the key to solidifying his origin and perhaps even awakening deeper ancestral memories. Yet, just as he reached out to grasp the shard, a resounding roar echoed. Behind him, the giant axe-wielding guardian unleashed a vengeful, full-force strike. The icy celestial axe tore through space, bearing the might to freeze souls, ruthlessly cleaving toward Edmund's unguarded back. Simultaneously, dozens of elite guardians unleashed a barrage of attacks, raining down upon every possible avenue of escape. with a treasure before him and death looming behind. The situation was dire. Edmund's eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor and resolve. He completely disregarded the lethal assault from behind, thrusting his right hand forward, recklessly reaching for the dark red crystal shard. At the same time, his left arm swung back fiercely, dark golden runes illuminating as if alive, transforming his entire arm into a colossal, spiked dark golden magical shield. Forge of the Abyss, he might call. He intended to withstand this fatal blow with his body, forcefully seizing the shard. Chapter 47. The Starfire Soul Tempering Resonance. The frigid celestial axe sliced through the air, bearing the weight of soul-freezing pressure and the power to shatter mountains, crashing down upon Edmund's unprotected back. Concurrently, the onslaught of dozens of elite Dragonbone Guardians enveloped every angle of evasion, with the remnants of Tiamat's starfire fragment ahead and death behind. Edmund's heterochromatic eyes shone with an exquisite blend of coldness and greed. He was oblivious to the devastating force capable of annihilating a peak lord, as his right hand, ablaze with dark red blood flames, reached toward the shard embedded deep within the dragon bone obelisk, radiating a sorrowful and indomitable will. Mine. The moment his fingertips brushed against the cold surface of that shard, a profound and ineffable warmth surged forth, akin to a dormant volcano erupting after eons of silence. This power was pure, ancient, infused with the celestial attributes unique to the dragon, yet contained an indomitable resilience that transcended the stars, rooted in the essence of life itself. It burst through the confines of the crystal, flowing unhindered into Edmund's arm, surging directly toward the tumultuous core of his heart. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the celestial axe of the Guardian, wrapped in the frost that freezes all and the force to obliterate everything, struck Edmund's hastily raised left arm, which had transformed into a massive, fearsome dark golden magical shield. Clang! A deafening roar, reminiscent of two metallic mountains colliding with ferocious intensity, reverberated through the sanctum, accompanied by a visible shockwave of energy that erupted violently. The formidable power of the stars clashed violently with the highly condensed, insatiable arcane energy, annihilating and exploding in a cataclysmic display. A tempest of chaotic energy surged forth, instantaneously shredding and nullifying the attacks of numerous elite guardians. The closest guardians were struck as if by an invisible hammer, sent flying, their bodies disintegrating midair, their stellar cores extinguished. Edmund's form was propelled forward like a kite severed from its string. The terrifying force coursing through his left arm, mingled with a bone-chilling starry cold, instantaneously tore apart his resilient muscles and bones. The dark golden magic shield was marred with a web of cracks, groaning under the unbearable strain. Yet, this horrendous strike that could have cleaved him in two was ultimately withstood by his left arm, imbued with the divine essence of the Mammon Avatar, the defense of the Lord of Bones Salazar, and the inherent power of his bloodline, albeit at the cost of his own integrity. With a violent cough, blood mixed with dark golden arcane motes and shimmering silver specks erupted from Edmund's mouth. He felt the left side of his body nearly succumb to numbness, the sound of his bones shattering echoing ominously. Had it not been for the overwhelming starfire energy surging from the dark red crystal shard in his right hand, which shielded his core organs, this blow would have left him gravely wounded, perhaps even on the brink of death. But it was worth it. His right hand clutched tightly the palm-sized, yet immensely heavy dark red crystal shard, the remnants of Tiamat's tragic wish. The shard felt warm to the touch, as if imbued with life. Within it, a faint yet eternal flame flickered, surging forth with a vast, mournful, and indomitable will that pierced deep into Edmund's soul. Countless shattered visions cascaded like a furious tide. Burning stars fell like rain. A colossal dragon's form was ensnared and torn apart by invisible chains in the void. A gigantic web woven from innumerable twisted, greedy faces enveloped the heavens and the earth. A grand, icy voice, filled with endless mockery, echoed within the depths of his soul. The rebels shall ultimately return to the void. Consumption is the only eternity. It was the voice of Mammon, ancient and powerful, far surpassing the avatar he encountered in the Wailing Rift. Moreover, at the moment of despair, Tiamat's resounding roar was not one of surrender, but rather a final, thunderous cry imbued with boundless rage, determination, and a protective will. It forcibly stripped away its last vestige of stellar essence and guardian spirit, along with its guilt and hopes for its allies, condensing it into a singular spark of starfire aimed at the unknown void. The keywords of the covenant of all beings. The betrayal of Mammon and the fragmented essence pierced through Edmund's chaotic memories like lightning. A wave of ancient and tragic sorrow, coupled with an overwhelming wrath, surged forth from the depths of his bloodline, igniting like a dormant volcano. Roaring with a mixture of pain, enlightenment, and unending fury, Edmund unleashed a cry that transcended mere words. This was not solely Tiamat's tragic wish. It resonated with the ancient truth intertwined with his own destiny. In that very instant, the shard of starfire embers, held tightly in Edmund's grasp, seemed to sense the resonance from the depths of his soul and the newly birthed chaotic dark golden energy of the core, erupting in an unprecedented brilliance. No longer the frigid hue of distant stars, but rather a profound, noble, dark red radiance that burned with indomitable will, like the solidified flames of dragon's blood. This dark red glow instantly enveloped Edmund's right hand, swiftly spreading along his arm as if it possessed a life of its own, soon covering his entire being. Especially his left arm, which had suffered grievous injuries, marred by cracks and pulsating with erratic magical patterns. Hiss! Like a searing iron pressed upon frost. The insatiable is spreading dark, golden magical patterns entwined around Edmund's left arm, under the influence of this dark red starlight imbued with Tiamat's tragic aspirations and protective intent, seemed to encounter their nemesis, emitting a piercing sound as if being forcibly purified and stripped away. The previously aggressive metallic transformation process came to an abrupt halt. There were even faint signs of being repelled and suppressed by this dark red starlight. More crucially, this dark red starlight surged into the heart of Edmund, where violent conflicts brewed within the furnace's core. Boom! The furnace core felt as though it had been infused with the most fundamental and potent stabilizer. The previously intense clash, on the brink of explosion, between Mammon's insatiable divinity, Salazar's death essence, the primal source of the first bloodline, and the newly birthed chaotic dark golden energy, began to harmonize at an unprecedented pace, accelerated tenfold by the starfire's properties of protection and purification. The agonizing pain receded like a retreating tide. In its place arose an extraordinary feeling of stability and strength, emanating from the essence of life itself. In the golden vertical pupil of his left eye, Mammon's greedy magical flames continued to burn, yet now possessed a sense of enforced order. Deep within the dark red pupil of his right eye, the shattered star-like runes became clearer and more profound, subtly revealing the majesty of mastering one's fate. The tumultuous energy beneath his skin swiftly calmed, transforming into a surging yet orderly river of power flowing forth. Furnace core fusion progress, 757,882. The rudimentary perceptual interface erupted with an unprecedented stable blue light. Although the system core had long been destroyed, this passive perception clearly reflected Edmund's current state. He was crossing a pivotal threshold, advancing toward a true stabilization at the demigod level. Taking a deep breath, Edmund inhaled the frigid stellar energy of the sanctuary, filling his lungs with a sense of rebirth and power. He slowly straightened his posture, the injuries on his left arm visibly healing at an extraordinary rate. The dark, golden magical patterns lying dormant beneath the cover of the dark red starfire. He suddenly turned his head. His eyes, one burning with dark red starlight, and the other with golden magical flames, gazed coldly at the colossal guardian wielding a massive axe. Now sluggish after half of its core energy had been drained, as well as the elite guards regrouping behind it, their morale slightly diminished due to their leader's grievous wounds. However, just as Edmund prepared to eliminate the last threat within this sanctuary and fully embrace the transformation brought forth by the remnants of the starfire, an unexpected resurgence occurred. Rumblings echoed. The entire starry sanctuary trembled violently, without warning, more fiercely than ever before, as if the entire plane was lamenting. Crack, crack. Above, the magnificent dome array formed by countless colossal star crystals was marred by the sudden emergence of ghastly, spiderweb-like crimson fissures. These cracks were not mere physical damage. Rather, they signified a profound contamination and erosion at the level of fundamental laws. A familiar, chilling greed, an insatiable will that devoured and corrupted all, began to seep through these rifts, spreading like a virulent poison. Edmund, The thief was overwhelmed by a grand, frigid thought imbued with endless avarice and fury, piercing through the fabric of space and resonating within the very souls of every living being. This voice was unmistakably Mammon, yet it was distinctly different from the howls of the abyss. It was older, purer, and closer to its essence. This time, the core of its intent was not solely the divine fragments seized by Edmund, but also intertwined with an intense loathing for the cinders of Tiamat's starfire. The dark red crystal shard embedded with starfire trembled violently in Edmund's grasp, as if confronted by a sworn enemy. The flames within surged wildly, exuding a potent desire for repulsion and purification. Concurrently, the furnace core in Edmund's heart quaked with intensity. The divine fragment of Mammon, previously subdued by the power of the starfire, now responded violently to the call of its true will, becoming frenzied in an instant. The golden slit pupil in his left eye blazed with demonic fire, and the greedy runes on his face spread and flickered wildly, struggling against the suppression of the dark red starfire. How could Mammon's core will have pinpointed this location so swiftly? A siren of alarm blared within Edmund's mind, as an unprecedented sense of crisis gripped his heart like a cold hand. Boom! The dome of the sanctum shattered as a massive star crystal, thoroughly eroded by the crimson fissures, exploded. A pillar of viscous, tainted energy, exuding an aura of insatiable greed, descended like a spear of judgment from the abyss, tearing through space and disregarding the sanctum's defensive laws, crashing down upon Edmund, who had barely stabilized his state on the platform. Wherever the beam passed, the very fabric of space was stained with a repugnant dark gold hue, accompanied by a hissing sound of corrosion. The energy contained within far surpassed the royal level, reaching the threshold of demigod status, and bore a fierce, primordial intent. It was an assault projected by Mammon's core will, which was willing to pay any price to corrupt and exploit the ancient celestial sanctum's laws of the stars. A true life-and-death crisis had arrived. Chapter 48. Coordinates of the collapsing sanctum. The viscous, tainted energy beam, akin to the lethal tongue of a greedy beast, tore through the polluted dome crystal array, bearing down upon Edmund with the terrifying pressure that could erode space itself. At the core of the beam, countless twisted faces of greed wailed silently, emitting a soul-crushing shock of intent. Demigod level, a projection of Mammon's core will, the embodiment of pure greed and the law of devouring. Its aim was not merely to reclaim the stolen divine fragments, but to utterly obliterate the last remnants of Tiamat's starfire. There was no way to evade, no means to resist. Edmund's recently established equilibrium faltered before the overwhelming disparity of power, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Deep within the furnace of his heart, the fragments of Mammon's divine essence, momentarily subdued by the starlight, writhed with frantic energy, seeking to conspire from within. The dark golden runes adorning his left arm twisted and proliferated like living entities, greedily siphoning the tainted magical energy that permeated the air. In the face of despair, a feral light ignited in Edmund's eyes. He did not recoil. Instead, he pressed the remnants of Tiamat's sorrowful wish, clutched tightly in his right hand, forcefully against the center of his chest. You wish to reclaim it? Then let us embrace annihilation together. The dark red crystal shard, sensing its master's resolute will, erupted as the eternal flame within surged forth. A torrent of willpower, transcending the material realm and embodying Tiamat's final wishes and protective resolve, fused with the pure essence of starlit flames, flooding into Edmund's furnace core without reservation. In that moment, Edmund's heart transformed into the epicenter of a supernova explosion. The nascent chaotic dark golden energy, catalyzed by Tiamat's starlight, reached an unprecedented boiling point. It no longer sought mere harmony, but revealed its most primal, domineering traits of plunder and evolution. This chaotic dark golden energy voraciously consumed the incoming starlight essence, forcefully subduing and refining the turbulent fragments of Mammon's divinity. It even began to actively tear apart and devour the energy emanating from the edges of the dark red magical energy beam that descended upon him. Across the surface of Edmund's body, countless arcs of intertwined dark red and golden energy crackled with fervor. His bones groaned under the tremendous strain, and his skin fissured, yet, under the influence of starlight, it rapidly healed. He resembled a human bomb, forcibly bearing the energy conflict that transcended all limits. Simultaneously, his left eye fixed intently on the approaching dark red beam, while his right eye burst forth with an unprecedented brilliance reminiscent of stars. Deep within his pupils, the shattered star-like runes revolved and combined with unparalleled swiftness. Divert it from me. Talent forced overload. Chaos eye star track distortion. Drawing upon the remnants of Tiamat's starlight, and utilizing his furnace core as the crucible, he forcibly pried open the residual power of the celestial array within the sanctuary's dome that had yet to be entirely tainted. Above the dome, several massive star crystals, untouched by the dark red fissures, illuminated suddenly, as if responding to their sovereign's command. However, they emitted not pure starlight, but rather bizarre beams entwined with dark red blood flames and chaotic golden radiance. These beams did not directly confront Mammon's assault. Instead, they interwove and spiraled rapidly before Edmund, forming an exceedingly intricate, ever-shifting miniature labyrinth of celestial tracks. As Mammon's tainted dark red magical energy beam collided violently with this chaotic celestial maze, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only a disconcerting sound, reminiscent of laws being forcibly twisted, torn apart, and consumed. The terrifying energy capable of obliterating demigods was dissected, deflected, and delayed within this miniature labyrinth. A portion was annihilated and neutralized by the power of the starfire. Another was forcibly plundered and consumed by the chaotic dark golden energy, while yet another was distorted in direction, uncontrollably crashing against the sacred walls and platforms surrounding the sanctuary. Boom, boom. The incredibly sturdy starry dragonbone walls, inscribed with ancient runes, were corroded to form massive craters. The hardened ground of the platform was furrowed with deep ravines. Edmund's body was mercilessly battered as if struck repeatedly by an invisible hammer, causing him to spew forth copious amounts of blood. The forced manipulation of the starry power beyond his limits to counter the demigod-level onslaught resulted in horrific backlash. Yet he steadfastly persevered, his eyes filled solely with icy madness and resolute determination. Even the feeble ants attempting to seize the stars could not alter the grand will of Mammon, which now bore a trace of irritable anger as the dark red cracks tainting the dome accelerated their spread. More star crystals were corrupted into a dark crimson hue. A second, even thicker column of filth was rapidly coalescing. The sanctuary's space began to emit groans under the unbearable strain. The ground trembled violently, and the crystalline dome continuously shattered and fell. The starry patterns constituting the platform flickered erratically. This place was on the verge of complete collapse. Escape was imperative. Edmund instantly assessed the situation. To endure any longer would lead only to demise. His gaze swept across the towering remains of the starry dragon and the colossal star sword that pierced its heart. A mad plan swiftly took shape. He forcefully injected the last vestiges of starfire into the chaotic star maze, temporarily delaying the formation of the second light column. Simultaneously, his figure transformed into a meteor ablaze with dark red and golden flames, charging forth towards the heart of Tiamat, where the enormous star sword lay. One last time, my ally, Edmund's consciousness, imbued with a sorrowful call from an ancient bloodline, crashed into the colossal sword. The star sword, silent for billions of years, seemed to truly heed this call that transcended time and space. The runes upon the hilt, resembling dragon claws grasping the stars, suddenly ignited. A fierce, indomitable, and desperate intent surged forth, reminiscent of a slumbering volcano erupting in fury. It did not target Edmund, but rather locked onto the second column of filth coalescing behind him, along with the severely tainted area of the dome. No, Mammon S will appear to sense something amiss, unleashing an enraged roar. But it was too late. The immense star sword, alongside the colossal remains of Tiamat, erupted in a final radiance. A brilliant sword light, infused with the last will of the starry dragon Tiamat. A beacon of guardian faith and immortal stellar power, pierced through the eternal night like an arrow heralding dawn, fiercely slicing towards the impending source of corruption. Boom! An indescribable collision of terrifying energies erupted within the dome. It was akin to two stars colliding head-on. Blinding light instantaneously consumed everything. The spatial structure of the sanctuary shattered into fragments like fragile glass under the impact of this overwhelming energy. Vast rifts in space spread like black lightning. A devastating energy storm swept downwards. Edmund stood at the forefront. Now was the moment. A glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. Instead of retreating, He harnessed the force of the devastating storm to propel himself to unparalleled speed. His objective was the colossal star sword, Tiamat, which had erupted in its final radiance, its surface marred by cracks and on the verge of complete disintegration. In that fleeting moment, as his body was nearly torn apart by the raging energy, Edmund's right hand ignited with the last vestiges of chaotic dark gold energy, fiercely gripping the enormous hilt of the sword. Talent. Origin of the abyss. Target locked. The remains of Tiamat's judgment, the star sword. It was not the energy that he sought to consume, but rather the last fragment of spatial coordinates embedded within. This was a map fragment to a relatively safe haven, inscribed with Tiamat's final strength before her fall. Buzz. A torrent of vast yet fragmented spatial coordinate information surged into Edmund's consciousness, accompanied by the sword's final lament as it crumbled. Within the information stream, a coordinate to a realm engulfed by chaotic elemental turbulence, where the earth resembled scorched glass and the sky burned with eternal flames, crystallized instantaneously. Acquired key spatial coordinates. Elemental wasteland, fragment. Spatial stability low. Threat level, extremely high. Contains a high concentration of elemental essence. At that moment, crack. A colossal rift in space tore open beside Edmund, like a ravenous maw ready to devour. Turbulent spatial currents erupted forth. The destructive storm loomed ominously behind him. The sanctum was on the brink of total collapse. Mammon, though temporarily repelled, was now more enraged, fiercely clawing at the spatial barrier. Without a moment's hesitation, Edmund transformed into a streak of light, propelled by his remaining strength and the coordinates just obtained, plunging headlong into the tumultuous rift. As his figure vanished, the entire star sanctuary, along with Tiamat's immense skeletal remains, succumbed to the chaos wrought by Mammon's corruption and internal energy shockwaves, collapsing into a chaotic wasteland filled with dark red filth and shards of stars. Only a roar steeped in insatiable greed and fury echoed through the collapsing space. Edmund, wherever you flee, I shall consume you. Chapter 49. The Furnace of Scorched Earth. The King of Flames, the frigid currents of space tore at every inch of his skin. The cataclysmic storm of the star sanctuary still howled behind him. Edmund's consciousness fluctuated amidst agony and chaos, the sole clarity residing in the dark red crystal fragment he clutched tightly in his right hand, the ember of Tiamat's tragic wish. It radiated a faint yet resilient warmth, akin to a stabilizing anchor, barely sustaining the crumbling core of his furnace. Bang! His body crashed heavily, not on a solid ground, but into a scalding, viscous mire imbued with a pungent scent of sulfur. Edmund abruptly opened his eyes. Before him lay a sky ablaze. Leaden clouds were ripped apart, revealing countless crimson fissures that crisscrossed like veins of flowing lava, exuding a suffocating heat and sulfurous aroma. An ominous dark red luminescence enveloped the entire realm, staining all within sight with a hue reminiscent of an apocalyptic bloodbath. The earth was charred black. It was not the desolate black of a wasteland covered in bone dust, but rather a glassy, scorched earth, formed by extreme heat that had repeatedly burned, melted, and solidified, resembling a vast scar. The ground was marred with cracked patterns, revealing a deep crimson glow from the molten lava surging beneath. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and the ferocious energy of fire elements. Each breath felt like inhaling searing blades, scorching the throat and lungs. Elemental scorched earth. The location marked by the coordinates imprinted within the Tiamat's colossal sword. A dimension of destruction, characterized by fragile spatial structures, rampant elemental energy, and an extremely hostile environment. Coughing, Edmund struggled to rise from the boiling, tar-like sludge, each movement eliciting excruciating pain throughout his body. The injuries from forcibly traversing the spatial rift, the backlash from enduring a strike by Mammon's projection within the sanctum, and the violent turmoil from the final detonation of the furnace core that consumed the embers of starlight had brought him to his nadir. The dark golden runes on his left arm had dimmed considerably, yet still felt like a cold, metallic armor, throbbing with pain. The blood energy in his right half was depleted, and fatigue washed over him like a tide. However, the newly birthed furnace core at his heart pulsated slowly, yet resolutely, enveloped by the embers of starlight. Within its depths, the intertwining glow of dark red, dark gold, and chaotic hues flowed, with each pulse restoring a fragment of pure energy to his damaged veins, suppressing Mammon's divine backlash. Tiamat's final will of protection acted as a resilient celestial armor, safeguarding his core essence. Furnace core status, fusion degree 89 stability, low risk, sustained by starlight embers, energy reserve, depleted. Warning, high concentration of fire and earth elemental energy erosion detected. Threat level high. The rudimentary sensory interface flickered tenaciously. The threat descended in an instant. Hiss! A piercing shriek erupted from behind Edmund, accompanied by the bubbling roar of molten lava. A colossal serpent, entirely composed of viscous, rolling dark red lava, surged forth from the ashen crevice. It possessed no eyes, only two orifices from which lava dripped incessantly, and its head opened into a massive maw filled with whirling, pure fire element fangs. The oppressive force of a lord-level fire elemental bore down upon him. Without hesitation, the lava serpent lunged, its immense body radiating an incinerating heat aimed directly at the unsteady Edmund. From its maw spewed not venom, but a highly compressed breath of lava, potent enough to melt steel. There was no escape. A flash of cold light sparked in Edmund's eyes, and without a shred of hesitation, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward into the deadly torrent of molten breath, thrusting his left hand, adorned with dark golden runes, akin to a forged metal arm, forcefully ahead. "It is you who is hungry." The icy voice resonated with a hint of mammon-like greed. Talent, essence of the abyss, target locked, core fire elemental of the lava serpent. Buzz. The palm of Edmund's left arm erupted in brilliance as the dark golden runes shone fiercely, emanating a powerful allure. A miniature, swirling dark golden vortex formed in an instant. Boom! The searing breath of lava crashed violently against the dark golden vortex. There was no explosion, only a sound that sent chills down the spine, a hissing of energy being forcefully torn apart and consumed. The highly concentrated fire elemental energy collided with the miniature black hole formed by the greedy magic runes, akin to a moth drawn to the flame. The majority of the molten lava energy was forcibly decomposed and devoured by the vortex, transforming into a torrential yet pure stream of fire elemental energy, surging wildly into Edmund's left arm. The molten lava python emitted a painful hiss, sensing that the essence at its core was being ruthlessly plundered. Its colossal body writhed violently, attempting to escape the terrifying pull, while raising its massive tail, adorned with sharp lava shards, to strike at Edmund with tremendous force. In a split second, Edmund's figure vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow scattered by the tail's strike. It was not an act of evasion, but rather a utilization of the instant energy replenishment from the devouring lava breath, propelling his speed to its zenith. The next moment, he materialized like a specter at the relatively vulnerable side of the lava python's neck. With his left arm, still ablaze with greedy magic flames, he plunged his claw, shrieking as it tore through space, into the thick body of the python, composed of solidified lava. "Devour for me." Compulsory devouring initiated. Target, core fire element essence of the lava python. Initial stage, lord level. Boom! An energy torrent tenfold more violent than before surged into Edmund's body, intertwined with the anguished and chaotic fragments of the lava python's consciousness. The magnificent and pure fire elemental essence. The frenzied and chaotic power of earth elements, which formed its body. Ugh! Edmund grunted, his body trembling violently. The dark golden magic runes on his left arm greedily absorbed the incoming fire elemental power, the flames rising higher, the core of his heart furnace. Under the protection of the embers of starlight, operated frantically, forcibly refining these wild foreign energies with the newly birthed chaotic dark golden energy. The fusion rate of 89 began to struggle, inching upwards under the impact of this overwhelming foreign energy. The immense body of the lava python visibly dimmed, stiffened, and lost vitality. The lava constituting its body rapidly cooled, cracked, and transformed into charred rock fragments. When the last trace of the core fire source was forcibly extracted by Edmund, this lord-level elemental life form was utterly reduced to a heap of cold, smoking boulders. Collapsing with a thunderous crash. Devouring successful. Furnace core fusion rate, 91. Fire elemental affinity significantly enhanced. Acquired trait, lava resistance, intermediate. Fragments of fire elemental control obtained. Energy reserves, low. The sensory interface responded. Edmund stood amidst the ruins of the collapsed lava python, gasping heavily. The dark, golden magic flames on his left arm gradually receded, with a faint red glow akin to lava coursing beneath his skin. A trace of pure fiery energy settled within his furnace core, preliminarily merging with the chaotic, dark, golden energy. Though weary, a newly awakened sense of power flowed through his limbs and bones. To temper and solidify oneself through the ferocious energies of the environment and formidable foes. This was the path he had chosen. Yet, this place was far from benevolent. The appearance of a lord-level elemental creature was merely the prelude. A deep, sonorous rumble, as if the very earth were breathing, emanated from the depths of the scorched ground. The charred glass surface beneath Edmund's feet began to tremble violently, rising ominously. With a resounding roar, a colossal shadow erupted from the ground, soaring upward. It was a towering humanoid creature, standing an astounding 20 meters tall. Its form was not composed of lava, but rather a multitude of massive black crystals. Ablaze with dark red flames, sharp-edged and impenetrably hard. Its enormous crystalline fists were clenched tightly, each breath expelling a scorching storm of crystalline dust. The creature's head was a vast, irregularly shaped dark red crystal. At its center, a pulsating core of flame that radiated a regal aura of dominance. The Crystal Tyrant, one of the true sovereigns of the elemental scorched realm, a ruler of the initial tier of kingship, wielding the violent powers of earth and fire. Its eyes, hollowed out from the fiery core, instantly locked onto the diminutive Edmund below, sensing the residual essence of the lava serpent he had just devoured, still not fully digested. Along with the dark and greedy essence that instinctively repulsed it, a foreign threat from another realm. Invader, plunder, die? A heavy, slow thought, akin to a landslide, struck Edmund's soul with brutal force. Simultaneously, the Crystal Tyrant's massive, flame-ensconced crystalline fist descended upon Edmund like a meteor, bearing the terrifying might to crush mountains and incinerate all. The air was violently compressed, producing a deafening sonic boom. Shadows of death loomed instantly. Edmund's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. The golden slit-like pupil of his left eye danced wildly, greedily sniffing the overwhelming essence of fire, while in the depths of his right eye, the dark red blood pupil spun the celestial runes at an unprecedented speed, its chilling calculations racing to deduce countless trajectories, only to despairingly realize that under the absolute force of power, all techniques were futile. The space to evade was utterly locked down by the oppressive might of kingship. To withstand such an assault? In his current state of near-fatal injury, energy depletion, and an unstable core, to endure the full force of a king-tier elemental lord strike would be tantamount to suicide. In the depths of despair, Edmund unleashed a roar from the very core of his being. This was not fear, but the furious wrath of an ancient bloodline fully awakened. The core within him throbbed with unprecedented vigor in response to the stimulus of death. The triad of colors, dark red, bloodline essence, dark gold, divine essence of mammon, and chaos, the essence of new predation, collided and fused with an intensity never before witnessed. Enveloped by the core of the ember that embodies Tiamat's tragic wish, Edmund sensed the fervent will to survive and the tumultuous wrath of his master, erupting in a final, resplendent blaze. Not enough. More power. Grant me greater strength. Edmund's thoughts roared like a wounded beast. Core furnace hyperfrequency drive. Forcefully absorb elemental essence from the environment. The rudimentary sensory interface erupted with blinding crimson alerts. Buzz. Edmund's body seemed to transform into the epicenter of a black hole. It was not solely his left arm, adorned with greedy magical runes, that erupted with terrifying gravitational pull. Even the remnants of his blood energy circuits on the right side of his body, along with the nascent chaotic core at the heart, unleashed in overwhelming suction. The target was not merely the descending crystalline fist, but the entire elemental wasteland, filled with the rampant, chaotic, omnipresent fire and earth elemental essences. Boom. The scorched earth around Edmund collapsed suddenly, creating a massive chasm. From the fissures, viscous crimson magma was forcibly drawn forth by an unseen force, transforming into torrents of rolling flames that surged towards Edmund. In the sky, the dark red cracks, resembling veins coursing with lava, were also irresistibly drawn down, becoming cascading waterfalls of blazing energy that poured down upon Edmund. Even the flames engulfing the colossal form of the crystalline tyrant and the black crystalline energy constituting its body were subjected to this fierce attraction. strands of energy being stripped away. At this moment, Edmund transcended the role of a mere devourer. He became the eye of the storm of elemental energy in this scorched plain, a humanoid furnace that forcibly seized the essence of the world, using all things as fuel. No, the crystalline tyrant's heavy consciousness emitted a furious roar. It sensed its fist, its power, and even parts of its essence being forcefully torn away and consumed. This enraged it completely. Boom! The fiery crystalline fist, imbued with the terrifying power of a king, finally descended with tremendous force. There was no sound of collision. Instead, a more eerie, heart-stopping resonance emerged, as energy was instantaneously compressed to its limits before erupting with a muffled roar. Edmund neither dodged nor braced himself. He executed an act of madness, flinging his arms wide open, channeling all his strength into a colossal vortex of consumption, formed from greedy magical runes, blood energy circuits, and chaotic essence, directly confronting the world-shattering fist. Ultimate talent manifestation. The abyssal furnace, all things are fuel. Boom! The crystalline tyrant's colossal fist struck the center of the consuming vortex. The anticipated crushing impact did not occur. The highly concentrated, king-incinerating, violent fire-earth mixed energy was torn apart and decomposed the moment it made contact with the vortex. Drawn away by the terrifying force that fused the greedy divinity of Mammon and Edmund's nascent, plundering essence. It was as if a massive ice block had been cast into a rapidly spinning crusher. The overwhelming energy was forcibly stripped, shattered, and transformed into the most primordial elemental essence, which the vortex ravenously consumed. Edmund became the sole outlet for this cataclysmic energy storm. His veins protruded like a searing iron brand, and his skin cracked inch by inch, yet under the flickering embers of starlight, it forcibly healed. His bones emitted groans of unbearable strain. His soul seemed to be cast into the infernal furnace, enduring the ultimate agony of countless flames and the relentless pressure of grinding torment. Edmund let out a scream that transcended humanity, blood tinged with flames seeping from all 7 orifices. Yet, his gaze burned with a fervent and unyielding light. The core of the furnace pulsed with unprecedented speed. 969,798. Under the terrifying pressure of king-level external energy, safeguarded and purified by the remnants of starlight, and tempered by Edmund's indomitable will. The 3 originally conflicting essences were finally forcibly merged, smelted, compressed, and refined. Buzz. The moment the fusion degree of the furnace core surpassed 99. An entirely new and unprecedented overwhelming aura erupted explosively from within Edmund. The dark, golden greedy runes flowed across his skin like living entities, transforming from cold and chaotic tendrils into a profound and power-laden protective rune. Deep within the dark red pupils of his right eye, the stellar runes solidified completely, exuding an air of authority over his own destiny. At his heart, the newly birthed chaotic furnace core had finally taken shape, a slowly rotating sphere interwoven with profound dark gold and noble dark red, with a perfect sphere of eternal starfire dancing at its core. With each pulse, it emanated a stabilizing, powerful aura filled with the majesty of a ruler, embodying both predation and order. The demigod-level foundation was utterly solidified. The furnace was beginning to take form. Break. Edmund suddenly opened his eyes wide, divine light surging within his gaze. A low shout erupted, akin to a king's decree. Boom! The colossal vortex, which had forcibly devoured most of the crystal cluster tyrant's punch, reversed with a sudden force under Edmund's will. The wild primal fire and earth essence energy, which had just been consumed and not yet fully refined, combined with a more pure and domineering chaotic annihilation force from the newly birthed furnace core, transformed into a devastating torrent entwined with dark golden runes and blood-red starlight, surging back. This was no longer mere consumption, but a refined backlash and annihilation. Bang! A thunderous roar reverberated. The indomitable crystalline fist of the crystal cluster tyrant, struck as if by a colossal hammer weighing millions of tons, instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks before shattering into a storm of burning crystalline dust. The annihilation torrent, relentless, crashed against the vast crystalline body of the crystal cluster tyrant. Roar! The crystal cluster tyrant let out a painful and horrified roar. Its enormous form was violently pushed back hundreds of meters by this terrifying force. Its hard crystalline body marred with cracks, and the immense fiery core at its center swayed violently, dimming considerably. For the first time, its gaze towards Edmund was filled with incredulous fear. This minuscule invader had, in its eyes, transformed from prey into a terrifying existence capable of threatening its very life. Edmund hovered in the air, surrounded by interwoven flames of dark gold and dark red energy, like a king returning from the depths of hell. He cast a cold glance at the severely wounded and bewildered crystal cluster tyrant, choosing not to pursue. Having just completed the final stabilization of the furnace core, the power remains only partially under control. The frenzied energy consumed within requires time for digestion. Thus, this moment is not opportune for a desperate battle. More importantly, the fluctuations of the embers of starlight have waned significantly. Forcing its stabilization against a king-level attack has depleted most of its strength. He must vacate this perilous realm to seek a sanctuary, allowing for the thorough assimilation of the newly acquired demigod foundation, the greatly enhanced mastery over fire elements, and the fragmented information regarding the pact of all spirits and Mammon's treachery imprinted within the embers. However, just as Edmund prepared to harness his newly acquired power to forcibly tear through the fabric of space, a sudden crack, a massive fissure opened in the scorched earth not far ahead, seemingly without warning. Yet, this was not a rift caused by elemental beings. Within the fissure, instead of searing lava, there swirled a viscous purple-black mist, exuding a profound abyssal aura, twisting and writhing within a spatial passage. A familiar scent, reeking of sulfur, blood, and insatiable greed, wafted forth like thick ink. A twisted, grotesque figure, composed of pure abyssal malevolence and the essence of avarice, struggled to emerge from the rift. It bore a demonic silhouette, yet was even larger, more distorted, its body adorned with writhing dark golden runes, and its eyes, aflame with pure greed, fixated intensely on Edmund suspended in midair. "I have found you, thief," an eerie voice, as if composed of countless coins clashing and the wails of souls, resonated deep within Edmund's essence. The hunter of Mammon. It had followed the furnace's fluctuations triggered by Edmund's forced consumption of the tyrant energy, and, at any cost, breached the fragile spatial barrier between the abyss and the elemental wasteland. On the path home, the claws of the abyss were already extended. Edmund hovered above the burning scorched earth, the newly birthed furnace core pulsating with a solid and formidable power. He gazed at the greedy incarnation emerging from the abyssal fissure, a cold, predatory smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. "You pursue closely." The dark golden runes danced at his fingertips, akin to a venomous serpent yearning to taste blood. "Perfect. I shall use you to test this newly forged furnace." Chapter 51. The iron barrier and the uninvited guest. The turbulent chaos of space raged like millions of icy razors, mercilessly tearing at Edmund's form. Behind him loomed the cataclysmic destruction of the elemental wasteland, while before him lay an unstable, temporary rift leading to unknown coordinates in the primary world. Even more disquieting was the projection of Mammon's hunter, constructed purely from the principles of greed, which emitted a silent roar, its enormous claws piercing the spatial barrier, bearing down on Edmund with the weight of soul-annihilating pressure. "Begone!" Edmund growled, his eyes ablaze with divine light. The stabilized furnace core operated at an unprecedented power. He did not turn back, but instead unleashed the recently solidified demigod strength unreservedly, directing it towards the writhing rift. Chaos touch, spatial annihilation. His left arm, adorned with dark golden runes, shot forward, fingers splayed wide. Before his outstretched palm, the very fabric of space shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into nothingness. In an instant, a small black hole, composed purely of annihilation energy, took shape and violently collided with the already unstable entrance of the fissured passage. The roar echoed like ice water splashed into boiling oil. The already tumultuous spatial corridor was instantaneously ignited by this force of annihilation. The chain reaction of spatial collapse spread inwards like a cascade of falling dominoes. A terrifying suction force materialized, not only pulling Edmund into its depths, but also ensnaring the greedy claws that sought to grasp him, along with a vast turbulence of spatial chaos, tearing and consuming everything in its wake. "Thief!" The anguished roar of the Mammon hunter, filled with insatiable greed and fury, was utterly drowned by the raging spatial tempest. The violent dizziness ebbed like a receding tide, replaced by excruciating pain as flesh was forcibly reconfigured. Edmund abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively stabilizing his body mid-air, suspended several dozen meters above the ground. A distinctly different aura surged into his senses. No longer was there the violent heat of elemental scorched earth, nor the deathly chill of desolate bone fields. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, acrid smoke, the foul odor of monstrous beasts, and the charred remnants of human technological creations. The energy was chaotic and disordered, imbued with a significant residue of tumultuous abyssal demonic power, explosive magical fluctuations, an ephemeral yet resilient holy light, and countless feeble, fearful, and desperate human life forces. He gazed downward. Below him stood a colossal fortress city, rising at the juncture of barren scorched earth and sparse, twisted woodlands. The towering alloy walls exhibited a muted metallic hue, their surfaces engraved with rugged defensive runes, many of which were charred and damaged, flickering uncertainly. Enormous energy shield generators loomed like steel behemoths behind the walls, projecting a translucent, rippling pale blue energy shield that barely enveloped the core region of the fortress. Outside the shield, near the city walls, lay a hellish tableau, a mountain of various forms of monstrous beasts, demon corpses, shattered armored vehicle wreckage, collapsed makeshift structures, unextinguished flames, and thick smoke, interspersed with glaring dark red bloodstains that stained the scorched earth into a terrifying patchwork pattern. Steel Barrier, the most vital human frontline fortress on the periphery of the Blood Clan's forbidden domain. It was also the last gateway to the relatively safe heart of human-controlled territory. At this moment, shadows flitted across the fortress walls and the streets within the shield, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Countless soldiers clad in standard alloy armor, wielding modified firearms or cold weapons, along with diverse figures in cloaks, brandishing staves or sacred emblems, anxiously observed the scenes beyond the city walls, repairing the damaged structures and ruins. The air was thick with the grim atmosphere of a battlefield aftermath and the stifling pressure of heightened nerves. Edmund's gaze pierced through the thin shield, settling upon a relatively open battlefield of scorched earth beyond the walls. There, the last remnants of a horde, composed of dozens of low-tier abyssal demon apes, were being encircled by an elite squad clad in silver-gray heavy power armor, wielding large-caliber rune chainsaw swords and shotguns. The armor bore the insignia of a roaring bear's head. Indeed, it was the Ace Unit, the Anvil Heavy Assault Team. Their battle was both efficient and brutal, the roar of chainsaw swords and the explosive sound of shotguns echoing incessantly as the demon apes fell amidst the torrent of steel and flames. However, the arrival of Edmund was akin to a drop of ice water plunged into a boiling pot of oil. His figure, suspended in midair and subtly enveloped in a dark red-golden tricolored energy flame, instantly captivated all attention. On the city wall, a sentinel responsible for vigilance dropped his telescope with a clang, his face pale as parchment, lips trembling. There's something in the sky. It's not a monster. It's a human. Alarm. Unknown high-energy entity approaching. Location, North District overhead. Shield not activated. Repeat, shield not activated. The shrill electronic alarm abruptly shattered the fortress's brief respite. Buzz. Several thick beams of searchlight suddenly swept towards Edmund. Simultaneously, the heavy magical rapid-fire turret on the city wall emitted a dull sound of rotation, its cold barrel flickering with a dangerous glow as it firmly locked onto him. Who goes there? A steady yet intensely vigilant shout resonated from the main command tower of the wall. A middle-aged man, clad in a sharply tailored high-ranking officer's uniform, with a resolute countenance and keen, eagle-like eyes, appeared at the edge of the tower. The stars on his shoulder insignia and the palpable aura of peak Lord-level fighting spirit emanating from him signified that he was none other than General Raymond Stone, the commander of the Iron Bastion. Beside him stood several aides of equally formidable presence, along with an elderly mage in a deep blue robe wielding a staff adorned with a massive sapphire, a representative of the Magical Council, and a solemn paladin clad in silver-white holy armor, wielding a warhammer, a representative of the Church of the Dawnhammer. Their gazes were fixated on Edmund, brimming with shock, disbelief, and an overwhelming sense of vigilance and fear. The energy fluctuations emanating from Edmund were powerful, profound, chaotic, and malevolent. The dark, golden magical runes exuded a soul-chilling aura of greed, while his blood-red eyes bore the cold arrogance of an ancient being. and the chaotic flames surrounding him contained a hint of the pressure belonging to a demon god. This was undoubtedly not the aura of a human extraordinary being. It was even more terrifying than the secondary abyssal lord they had just repelled. Alert. Highest level of alert. Activate Hive Defense Protocol. All ranged firepower, lock onto the target. General Raymond's voice echoed through the wall via the loudspeaker, cold and resolute. He had experienced too many life and death situations, understanding all too well that in such an environment, any unidentified entity possessing terrifying power could pose a fatal threat, especially at a time when they had just repelled a fierce beast tide, leaving the fortress's defensive capabilities severely diminished. The soldiers and extraordinary beings on the wall sprang into action, loading their firearms, channeling their magical energies, and shining with holy light. The tense atmosphere was akin to a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. The old mage's staff blazed with blue light, swiftly constructing intricate spell models before him. The paladin's warhammer flickered with divine radiance, locking onto Edmund with a strong desire for purification. Edmund hovered in midair, expressionless as he gazed down upon the fortress that braced itself for conflict. He could distinctly sense the myriad of malice and murderous intent directed at him, as well as the undeniable resolve reflected in General Raymond's eyes. To him, this fortress was merely a waypoint in his journey, and the vigilance and hostility of these humans were inconsequential. His objective was to traverse this area, distancing himself from the core of the bloodline's forbidden domain, in search of a temporarily secure refuge to thoroughly assimilate the power of the furnace core and decipher the information contained within the embers of Tiamat's starfire. However, just as he prepared to disregard the fortress below and soar above it, an unexpected mutation occurred. A deafening roar, brimming with ferocity, erupted from the remnants of the demon ape army being purged outside the city walls. A colossal demon ape, significantly larger than its brethren and covered in dark crimson scales, with muscles like forged steel, broke free from the siege imposed by two heavily armored warriors wielding chainsaw swords. Its blood-red eyes instantly fixed upon Edmund, who was suspended in midair, drawing all firepower towards him. This cunning beast, perhaps sensing the overwhelming dark aura emanating from Edmund that instinctively invoked both fear and insatiable greed, or perhaps in desperation seeking to leverage a formidable presence, let out a frenzied roar. With a powerful push off the ground, its massive form shot into the sky like a cannonball. Its enormous fist, adorned with sharp bone spikes and infused with intense blood-red abyssal energy, tore through the air, propelled by a reckless momentum that aimed to obliterate Edmund's back. On the city walls, General Raymond and the old mage's pupils constricted in shock. The demon ape leader's explosive attack was far too sudden, and its target shift too swift. They barely had time to redirect their firepower. In this critical moment, Edmund did not even turn around. In his iridescent eyes, ablaze with a dark crimson-gold tricolored flame, a glimmer of cold indifference flickered, akin to a disdainful gaze upon mere ants, intertwined with a hint of savagery that demanded release after solidifying his power. Chapter 52. The initial resounding of the furnace. The ferocious wind from the punch ripped through the air, laden with the acrid scent of blood and sulfur from the abyss, drawing perilously close to Edmund's unprotected back. In the demon ape leader's blood-red eyes, Edmund's suspended figure was reflected, filled with madness, greed, and a twisted delight at the imminent victory. On the walls, countless soldiers felt their hearts leap into their throats. Commander Raymond's command was caught in his throat. The old mage's spell model was only half formed. The paladin's purifying light had just ignited. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. However, just as the colossal fist of the demon ape, capable of shattering lord-level defenses, was about to graze the hem of Edmund's garment, a hum resonated. An invisible, weighty pressure, as cold as ancient glaciers and as formidable as a mountain, erupted from within Edmund without warning. It was as though a slumbering primordial beast had awakened. This was not an impact of energy, but an absolute suppression at the level of pure life essence, of primal origin. Thud, thud, below on the city walls. Those soldiers and lower-tier extraordinary beings, whose powers were mere awakeners or below, were struck as if by an invisible hammer to the chest. They could not even scream, their eyes rolling back in an instant, collapsing like cut wheat, blood seeping from their mouths and noses, plunging into a profound unconsciousness. The elite officers felt as though their hearts were gripped by a frigid hand, rendering them breathless, their rage and magical energies momentarily stifled. The rampaging leader of the demon apes bore the brunt of this chilling force. Its furious charge collided with an invisible wall, forged from the very essence of starlit steel. A wall that seemed to sigh under the weight of its own existence. The massive form of the creature froze midair, its blood-red eyes overwhelmed by an abyss of terror and confusion. The abyssal magic coalescing in its fists extinguished as swiftly as a candle flickering in the wind. It felt as insignificant as a speck of dust adrift in the cosmic sea, its very soul trembling beneath the oppressive aura, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. The pressure emanating from Edmund was kingly. No, it transcended the mere essence of kingship, imbued with a trace of the divine. A semi-divine aura infused with the scent of a demigod. Edmund turned slowly, his movements appearing languid, yet surpassing the limits of the eye's perception. His icy gaze swept over the demon ape leader, suspended in the air like an insect trapped in amber. There was no pity, only a stark indifference. He extended his right hand, retaining a semblance of humanity, yet harboring a power capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth, directed at the demon ape leader. His fingers spread slightly, then he gently closed his grip. Core of the furnace, source extraction. A hum resonated. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no gruesome carnage. The massive, resilient body of the demon ape leader, which could withstand the bombardment of heavy artillery, disintegrated as if immersed in an invisible acid, as though its existence was being erased from the very fabric of reality. Starting from the point of contact with Edmund's palm, its flesh, bones, scales, and fur disassembled at a visible rate, vanishing into the most pristine abyssal magic and essence of life. Not even a cry of anguish escaped its lips. In the span of a single breath, this formidable being, comparable to a small tank, was utterly obliterated by Edmund's effortless grip, leaving behind only a pulsating orb the size of a human head, reminiscent of viscous blood jade, which continuously churned, emanating pure life essence and abyssal magic. Suspended above Edmund's palm. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the entire steel fortress. On the walls, the previously tense atmosphere was supplanted by a deeper, soul-chilling terror. The soldiers and officers who still stood were pale, their hands trembling uncontrollably around their weapons, teeth chattering. Witnessing a lord-level beast being so easily and thoroughly annihilated was a shock that transcended the capacity of mere words. General Raymond's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he fixated on Edmund, now hovering in the air like a god descending upon mortals. His grip on the command blade taut with tension. His prideful iron anvil heavy infantry had to pay dearly to slay that demon ape leader. While this mysterious entity achieved it with a mere grasp, the old mage halted his spell weaving, his eyes filled with dread and incomprehensible confusion. The means of annihilating matter and stripping away essence exceeded his understanding of magic. This was no mere human power. The paladin's hammer flickered with uncertain holy light, his complexion ashen, his eyes brimming with profound aversion and deep-seated apprehension. He could distinctly perceive the abyssal malevolence emanating from the core of Edmund's palm. Yet this darkness was so effortlessly controlled and extracted by him. It was nothing short of a blatant sacrilege. Edmund remained oblivious to the reactions below. He felt the pure abyssal magic and the essence of life within his palm, as the nascent core of the furnace emitted a delightful resonance, akin to savoring an exquisite delicacy. With a mere flicker of thought, that essence was instantly absorbed and refined by the furnace's core, transforming into a trivial yet stable source of nourishment. No longer pausing, he even dismissed a glance at the fortress below. The dark crimson and golden flames flickered momentarily around him as his form transformed into a fleeting flash, evading the tense defensive array and aimed cannons below. Soaring directly towards the weakened edge of the fortress shield, a region recently ravaged by a beast's self-detonation, its runes yet to be fully restored. Wait. General Raymond instinctively called out, attempting to negotiate or at least discern the identity and intentions of the intruder. However, his words were abruptly stifled. Buzz. Edmund's figure pierced through a thin membrane of energy, encountering no obstruction as he effortlessly transcended the pale blue energy shield, reputed to withstand king-level assaults. The ripples of energy on the shield only surged violently after he had passed through. This is impossible, the old mage gasped, his eyes wide with the shock of a shattered worldview. The shield system of the Iron Barrier. a synthesis of the most advanced magical technology and the dedicated efforts of several archmages from the Magical Council, was a stable defense that even he could not breach with ease. Yet the other party treated it as if it were non-existent. The paladin's expression darkened further. The overwhelming and enigmatic strength of the adversary surpassed all expectations, intensifying his inner sense of crisis and desire for purification. Edmund's figure paused just outside the fortress shield, his cold gaze sweeping over the minuscule beings below, ultimately settling on the desolate expanse beyond the fortress, where the aura of magic was more potent, leading towards the core of the Blood Clan's forbidden domain. Without hesitation, he initiated his movement once more, transforming into a streak of dark crimson and gold lightning, racing away from the fortress at a speed so swift that he vanished into the swirling clouds of magical energy on the horizon, leaving behind a haunting energy trail that lingered in the air. Only after Edmund's figure had completely vanished did the oppressive atmosphere atop the city walls begin to dissipate like a receding tide, yet the profound fear and shock remained, etched into the hearts of all present. General Raymond's countenance was terrifyingly grim as he abruptly turned, issuing a stern command. Immediately, document everything that transpired, including energy readings and any recorded imagery. If any blurry visuals were captured, encrypt at the highest level. Report to the highest command. Simultaneously, elevate the fortress's defensive level to hell. Magical Council, I require an immediate analysis of the energy residue left by that unidentified entity. I must ascertain what it truly is. The Church must closely monitor any movements towards the Blood Clan's forbidden domain. The old mage and the paladin exchanged a solemn glance, both recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. General, the old mage's voice was dry. The nature of that power, its annihilation and extraction methods, along with the ability to disregard the shield, is far from ordinary king level. The presence he exudes resembles that of a calamity in human form. The paladin gripped his warhammer tightly and spoke in a grave tone. The essence of that power is tainted with the filth of the abyss and the nauseating scent of insatiable greed. Though suppressed by his own might, it is inherently malevolent. It must be purified. Otherwise, it will become a greater scourge than the demons of the abyss. The Church's tribunal must be informed of this news. As chaos erupted within the Iron Fortress and the higher-ups urgently deliberated strategies, hundreds of kilometers away, shrouded in dark crimson mist and strewn with jagged black rocks, lay a valley. At its depths stood an ancient castle, constructed from immense bones and black stones, resembling a slumbering behemoth. This stronghold is one of the most formidable and enigmatic factions among the bloodlines of the Dark Moon Council, situated on the periphery of the Forbidden Realm. On the terrace of the highest tower of the castle, a tall and elegant figure leaned against the railing. Clad in a perfectly tailored ancient noble's attire, his skin bore the characteristic pallor of a vampire, and his features were strikingly handsome, almost otherworldly. Silver-gray hair was tied back, revealing deep-set eyes reminiscent of the starry night sky. Yet, at this moment, those eyes, which should have been filled with ancient wisdom and indifference, burned with an uncontrollable fervor, zeal, and a hint of incredulous awe. In his hand, he cradled a blood-red crystal orb, the size of a fist, within which the recent events above the Iron Fortress were vividly reflected. Edmund effortlessly obliterating the leader of the demon apes, disregarding the protective barrier as he departed. The orb radiated intense energy fluctuations, clearly a rare magical artifact. At last, I have found it, he whispered, his voice imbued with an ancient elegance and a barely perceptible tremor. That presence, that supreme pressure belonging to the source of our bloodline, is ancient and noble. It far surpasses that of the Council's elders. Indeed, it even transcends the recorded dukes. He abruptly raised his gaze towards the direction Edmund had vanished, the fervor in his eyes nearly palpable. It cannot be mistaken. That is the source we, the bloodline, have sought through the ages. The shadow of the progenitor, slumbering in the dust of legends. He is none other than Kale's Dark Moon, the highest authority of the Dark Moon Council stationed in the Iron Fortress. A nobleman of count status, yet whose power nears the threshold of a duke. Shadows. Kale's voice resonated with undeniable authority. Three indistinct figures, seemingly melted into the shadows, instantly appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee, their presence obscure yet formidable, peak lord level. Initiate the highest level blood source, tracking immediately. Target, that being who just departed eastward from the Iron Fortress. Employ all covert lines. Activate every tracking treasure. I wish to know of his every resting point. Remember, it is tracking, not disturbing. Certainly not confronting. Kills's tone was resolute. Moreover, in my name, encrypt the highest priority Scarlet Missive, to be delivered directly to the President of the Dark Moon Council and the Supreme Elders. Its content is but a single sentence. The prophecy of the Bone Throne has come to pass. The glory of the progenitor is once again manifest in the world. At your command, Lord Kales. The three shadowy figures vanished as if merging with the darkness. Kylus gazed once more into the blood-red crystal orb, where a blurred yet soul-stirring figure resided. With his right hand pressed against his chest, he performed a profound and solemn gesture of homage, an ancient rite of the bloodline. In the name of the Dark Moon, I warmly welcome your return, O great ancestor.